RP. And there's the skewer after the shockwave. Didn't quite have the right positioning to get it immediately. And nothing to say he's going to die here. They lose him. They'll lose X-Nova. The freezing field will be stopped, and JT's going to be run down. RP, skewer. Can they get this kill? The finger, they're trying. They are not succeeding in killing off Ame. Ame showing his back, popping that bloodstone. Monet trying to go in. Xinq's here. Demonic Purge onto this Luna, and now they've got him up on the high ground. He still has an Aegis, though. JT's just dying. The impetus shots are coming through. They'll get the kill on a JT. They'll finish off Monet. He does not have buyback. They'll call GG. Bobica holding on to buyback for now, maybe expecting that his team can handle this, but I would expect him to buy back soon. Dispose into the skewer. They've got the silence. He'll pop the Manta. They go to the RP. They're going to buy back on Bobica. Now JT's going to have the trample. They're going to look over, but this is going to be Monet surviving. They've got the break from the Viper Strike coming through onto this Primal Beast. The right clicks are coming in. He needs to survive, but he'll end up falling. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes and has buyback. Monet now looking to fight 3v1. Xinq in his face, trying to get the kill to Monet. They'll take him more. He's going to buy back as well. Nothing to say for the high ground. Goes for the assassinate out of the Viper, but he's going to be used up into the air. Right click still with the Lincolns, or it's the Mirror Shield from the tier 5s. They'll get the kill next, and they'll take out Ame. It's going to be Bristleback dead. 2 minutes gone without the Viper.
They're going to focus it down. Glyph available.
JT going in, but the Soulbind's going to be used. Now they're going to force him back with that Hurricane Pike. Xinq doing the damage. They'll get the kill. JT's going to be dead for 2 minutes. Now they're going to focus their attention. They'll go and get the Glyph, but is it going to be enough? Xinq's going to be right out of the sniper. He's trying to get the kill, and nothing to say. They'll focus the throne. Trying to take it out. There's the RP. Looks like Xtreme's done it, and they have. Hook shot used, that grabs Miposhka, but he's going to get out of the cogs with that Force Staff. Now, overclocking, trying to throw these rocket flares out. They go to the Thunder God's Wrath. Lornoff's going to get the kill on Miposhka. They go to the RP, they get the kill on 23. He's going to be dead for 100 seconds. They look over at Jabs with the double wall down. It's in an X, but does it mark the spot for Aurora's victory? It doesn't look likely, as there's going to be an RP on both Lornoff as well as Ali. They've got the damage coming in with another Thunder God's Wrath. They get the kill on Yotaro as well as Laurel. Skewer again, catching up to Q, who's debuff immune within those cogs. They've got the Nimbus. They'll go to the Thunder God's Wrath, back him out of Yotaro, who's going to pop the BKB and start to right-click down Jabs, trying to get this kill with the Hypothermia, but he's not going to die just yet. He finally gets the kill. He's dead. Buyback comes out from everybody. They'll go after Yotaro, who's trying to stand his ground, going up against 23. He's under the Nimbus. He's trying to survive the Hurricane Pike. He's low, disarmed. Oh, Force Staff back, surviving for now. The hairball hits him. Now they're going to look over at Laurel, who's trying to stand his ground as well. Mira, though, gets the instant Hex. Oh, the call down the range, the Infest is going to be through on a Yotaro, but they get going to Lornoff. They've got themselves the Bushwhack that lands onto the Lion. Popping out of the Infest, looking over towards Roche. 23 is caught, he's killed. 3 heroes dead with Ollie falling. Jabs next on the list. And Aurora, they get nothing out of this.
Oh, Mar actually blinks in.
Yeah, dead in the water, stomp to run away. Now they have the missile down, and Marin pretty far. Got to be careful. Sacred could go in for that black hole. If he finds opportunity, jumps the back line, gets the Shadow Demon. And now this fight looking a little bit better for Boom. If they lose Panda, that one hurts.
Sacred can't get in.
He can't do it. He's taking too much damage over time. Pakaz jumped upon. Slom's trying to find anybody. They managed to find the hoof stomp onto 2. Pakaz trying to stay alive. Sacred with the black hole. Do they have the damage that they need to kill these heroes off? Not even close. Although maybe for Skinner, wait a second, he doesn't have Infest anymore. Manta to try and get away, but Pakaz goes down. Skinner barely surviving the Glimmer Cape to keep him alive. And now Panda going to be hit a few more times. The items right back on top of him. Well, they're tapping Pakaz as they take this man down. Rooted immediately, but good damage out onto Amar. It's enough for the kill. Pakaz, though, with 9 on top of him, it's more than enough to get that finish. Still stuck in the pit as Sacred wants to chase down onto this gyrocopter. It'd be good if they could bring down Skinner, but it's not quite enough. They do finally get him. jump. Oh, not quite on the mark with the bushwhack. They decide not to go too far because Mickey shows up. A lot of damage out there. 33 does die, though, and now Boxy dies. And now Nisha, he might die, too. Oh, my God. They are so strong. And the chase down, Ace right onto them. Just unleashing hellfire on Liquid. Rachio, Ace shows for a moment. Now Lasso up onto the cliff. Can they kill him off in time? He clipped him. He's in some trouble up there on Ace, but, well, he's still surviving for the moment. And Gaimin Gladiators just rush forward and say, you're not going to kill our Slard, our Quinn, dealing out so much damage to all of them. And as Mickey runs in to try and find a couple of pickoffs, he too will get bullied back. Slowed down the track with the turn. Ace was ready for it. Walking forward, 33 just decides to go into this one. Silence out Manta, reaction in time, out of the static storm, and he gets the split off in time. Tofu starts to die. This is looking like a decent fight for Liquid. They pop BKBs, need to find somebody to take down Boxy. That is a tanky Rubik, and Quinn is just getting evaporated. Rachio standing tall with Ace nearby, but Nisha chases forward, and with 33 getting that split off, it was not what they needed to have happen. Rachio is going to go down here as well. Boxy standing tall in front of everybody else. They bring down Quinn, they bring down Rachio. Quinn does not have a buyback. Rachio will use it though. Now the hits onto Celery. There's the Eclipse damage coming out. The Brewlings barely surviving. So there's nowhere left to go. Rachio is going to be hunted down, as will Ace, as Mickey beats into him. And Rachio goes forward, but Nisha gets the grave just in time. GG is called.
A very good morning to all of you watching for day number 2 of our playoffs here at PGL Wallachia. It is also day 8 of all the teams being here in Bucharest, Romania. And 2 days ago, we already said goodbye to 8 teams of the 16 teams we had here. And today is the day that we're gonna continue our cut. We're gonna continue removing some teams because we got some elimination series coming your way. We got upper bracket series coming your way. We got 4 fantastic best of 3s coming your way. I'm joined by Tigov and Kezu this morning, and we have a lot to talk about, gentlemen. Kezu, how are you doing, first of all?
Doing very good. Had a good morning. We had a nice walk here, a little bit of breakfast. We're getting ready for the matches. You have the losers going up against the losers. All the winners going up against each other. Once again, the teams who can adapt better, they will keep winning, but just hype for some good loads.
Oh, yeah, my turn. I didn't know if I was going to get I wanted a question. No, it's fine.
How are you doing this morning, Tigov?
Thank you, Shiva. No, it's a great morning. Again, had a walk with Kezu in the morning. We had some breakfast. And, yeah, the losers are going to... No, I'm joking. I'm not going to copy them. No, I think it's great because we're doing the morning shift, which means we always have to do the ones where the teams are leaving the building. Yeah. So it feels a little bit... It's a bit weird. Sometimes when you do the upper bracket, it's like the hype, the moment, and now it's like we have to consider that these are the tournament lives on the line.
Yes, but, some people like the brutality of elimination.
No, I'm hiding
We all do.
There's a couple of things. The elimination series have brutality in them. Tier lists sometimes.
Oh, we're starting with that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Sometimes they have got, they rile up the people. They're very controversial. And yesterday, if you joined us for the pre-show yesterday, then good on you. Thank you for that. You will remember that these two had some thoughts on some carries and tier lists and where every carry was slotted in, and they decided to give some visual representation of their tier list of every carry that is here in Bucharest, all 16 of them, and they've made the tier list beforehand, and I'm looking for some explanations because, excuse me, gentlemen.
Oh, hold your thoughts.
Right. Just to preface, we've tried to disconnect from the concept of legacy, of history. We don't want to care about previous events, Oh, I used to do this back in the day. No, fuck that. We only care about modern day performance.
Okay, but you also told me that the results this event don't count. We
did like a little bit of in between.
It's an
How
in
about we
between.
just get into it?
Yeah, yeah,
before-
there we go, there we
So
go.
I will start. How about we go from the top down?
Yes, it makes
Okay.
it easier.
So we start with S tier. Many people perhaps think that Skeeter shouldn't be here. I think he's the best carry.
Easily.
He's shown that. He does all the right things. Boom, he belongs. Yatoro, you know, he has like his up and down performances, but what he can do and overall what he's showing us, generally speaking, S tier.
I mean, his bottom
of the top.
line is still S tier. Like, even when they're not doing very well, he's still having the performances that allows him to be top 2, top 3.
Yeah. Now we have, you know, Ame, he's in between.
Yes.
I feel like he's not like super S tier yet like he used to be. You know, he took the break. He doesn't deserve to be with my bros at the top. You know, Skeeter, Yatoro, they deserve to be there. He's in
You know Xtreme hasn't dropped a single game.
Yeah, and that's why he's on the. He's going to become S again.
After the tournament, I might, you know,
he might go
get
S
ranked
again.
up.
Also, Keza, you're a smart cookie. You know why?
What's up?
You fucking took the S tier, guys. You took the easy one.
Oh,
and now after you,
I can
I'm
take
not.
the C one. I can take the C ones. You can go next.
You want me to
got
go
the A.
next? I think, if anything, we were this lad here, Nightfall, potentially. He could have maybe been higher in another world, but just a little bit too volatile. I think there's certain carry players that have that expectation that they will just die, and the volatility of the game is always on the precipice of occurring, and Nightfall is that hero or player. Sorry.
Like sometimes I feel like he doesn't pull through when I need him to pull through.
Exactly.
All right, Monet is next up.
So Monet, again, I mean, you can never put him higher than Arme. So wherever Arme is, you just put him one slot below. Done. What's next? B tier, Duraccio, that's his home.
What, you skip Mickey?
He's 1.5. He's like,
He's chilling there. No, I think, okay, so Mickey, he's A to B. I think he easily could be higher, but he's still in that kind of like, he's the active style carry that he kind of works for the team rather than himself sometimes. So you don't really see like the Yotaro level moments where it's like, like he does have them, but he's not like every single game. Like he's a bit of a workhorse of a carry. And that unfortunately does naturally drag you down on the theatrics of a tier list.
So I will go with B tier because you now mentioned about Mickey that he's sacrificial. But this also makes me feel bad that I feel wrong putting Duraccio in B tier. I don't think he's S or in between S and A.
You think he should be the fringe kind
But
of guy?
him being below Mickey makes me... There's something wrong. Even though I feel like he makes a lot of mistakes, in my opinion.
Yes.
But he's great for his team.
But I think that the same thing can be said for Mickey. And I know Skeeter should be up there, but I feel like he's a similar style of carry where he's great for his team and it fits really well, very solid.
But not as good. I think he's trying to...
No, I don't think he's there as good. I don't think there should be S tier. But I think I would say Duraccio and Mickey A tier, Nightfall B tier. I would put Ame as S tier as well. I would put 23 Savage as an A.5.
A.5? Ooh, you were kind of cooking, and then you said that.
I feel like what happened yesterday is she set us up to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
She had all these
She's
thoughts.
already prepped it.
She's like, they're gonna do this, and then when they do it, boom, bam!
Look at this.
These guys are idiots.
Yeah, we got
anyway,
them.
We're not done.
But
yet.
I kind of see,
sorry.
I can see the whole logic. I think there are some carry players that they play for the system of the team they're in, rather than being the carry player of like, look at me, I am this. And of course, a lot of the S tier ones. I think Skidder is the best example of a system-based carry player that is able to be at the top of
He does everything.
He does
while
everything.
doing the system.
Exactly. And I think, for example, if we look at the C tier, Crystallis is an example of a system-based carry player that needs the correct draft. It's actually just below the couch. That's how
We also
unfortunate
skipped
it is.
the B middle again.
Again, we can get there in a second. Like, we can jump back up, but I think like it's a good segue. Like, so Crystallis, he needs the correct, off-lane duos, the star scaling mid laners to look good. And obviously, that if we reference like the TI that they come second in, he would easily be like a BA type carry player.
Yeah, like
but right now, the current roster, because of his style, he can't be any higher.
Yeah, I would say the C tier carries are either the ones that need more time to go up, like some, Yuma, Ulnid, K1 maybe as well, Pakaz. And for me, Crystallis and Arteezy, I feel like they either need too much requirements in order to carry the game, or they fail to carry the game when I feel that they should be able to. So that's why for me, in terms of performance and what they should be doing, they are just where they are in our tier list.
Yeah, and I think the CB guys, the Kiritich and the Lu, like they are the type of carry. Low.
It's low. Anyway,
they're the carry players that I think they have had very good stand-up performances. Current results aren't looking too hot, of course. What was the name of it again, so I don't mispronounce it?
Low. It's literally, think about L-O-W.
You know, like when they say to spell E-Y-E-S and they're like A-S, it's just eyes. That's exactly what just happened to me. I just looked at you like, what the hell is this word low?
The word low, and there's not high,
I know,
is
but
low.
I was overcomplicated. Anyway, low. I think they're...
Like he is on a tier list.
Yeah, they are low on the tier list, exactly. But no, they are like the very nice scaling cores that have had incredible games. But again, the teams that they're on, the way that they've played, they are kind of just hard to really
could look
comment.
very good with a better team, whereas I think Low, he won Kuala Lumpur. He looked good, but it's more like a woo.
Exactly.
You know,
Like he's on the
doing
downswing of his.
But we're not looking at results. You guys just said that.
No, we're looking
It's
at
a
It's a mix,
No,
you know, it's results, it's gameplay, it's like
the key thing, Shiva, is we're not looking at.
many elements, Shiva.
Yes, we're not looking at achievements.
Yeah,
So
this was a-
achievements was the issue.
A very fine-crafted tier list, of course,
Okay.
over many hours.
Exactly. We didn't do it in like, what, 35 seconds?
Yeah, like 5.
I do want to have the big public service announcement, disclaimer, asterisk. This is T-Gov's and Kezu's tier list.
Oh, all
Thank
right.
you,
Yeah,
Shiva.
thank you, Shiva. Yes.
And
fine. You know what's gonna
myself and PGL will not be
Honestly,
held responsible.
No, the good thing is, putting it bluntly, who gives a shit?
Yeah, who
this was
cares?
all random stuff, and then some streamer's going to react
Oh,
to
no
it.
backtracking.
No,
no
they're going to react
backtracking.
to it. They're going to put their 2 pence in.
No, what I will
and
say,
it's great. I love it.
if we put them
this is our
in
ideas.
if we put them in a specific slot, it's
Yeah.
because we think that way. So I think they have bigger problems than what we think.
Yeah.
Their problem is their performance if I put them in the C tier.
Yeah, exactly. So
So they shouldn't spend these 20 minutes, this Kezu guy, like... They can think that, and that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
But they should use those 20
No.
minutes with their coach. Yo, what can I do?
play better. Go higher up on the tier list.
I
That's
appreciate
it.
the effort being put in a tier list, and I also know that it's very difficult to do so because, yeah, which parameters are you going to use?
True.
And
We still don't know.
You know, that's why tier lists are great. Everybody will have their own opinion. I'm sure everybody at home will have an opinion about that too. Obviously, check out X. Or formerly
Hello,
Twitter at PGL
Hi,
DOTA
Gorg.
2.
Hi.
If you have any thoughts on a tier list or who you think should be higher or lower, you know, make your voice known. Let it be heard. We're going to move on though because we are going to see if any of these carries are going to be slotted higher or lower at the end of the day. JK, we're not going to check that out later today. But what we will do
That'd be
is
fucking
check
great.
out the bracket. Now this was of course the group stage bracket, but we want the bracket of the playoffs. Now, we started very nicely yesterday because after the group stages, we did seed everybody into the upper bracket, and that's very friendly. We had some fantastic games also, I will say. Very happy with what we had yesterday. Let's start with that, actually, Kezu, because I think we had some of our best games.
Yeah, so we had banger games basically all around, like Xtreme Gaming versus G2IG, even then, like, nothing really disappointed. You had Aurora versus Team Spirit, like also long games back and forth, like everyone kind of showing that, you know, they belong here. Everyone has the chances to really upset the other team. It was maybe later down the line, you know, the Falcons versus Boom. Ooh, that one was not close at all. So that was definitely a polar opposite, but just good dotes, and we were definitely blessed yesterday.
No, and we saw the playoff bracket, the upper bracket semifinals today. It is like kind of like the creme de la creme. I
yes.
feel like every Extreme versus Spirit, like regional matchup, and then you have Falcons Liquid again. It's like,
Yeah.
like upper bracket final is also going to be so hyped. Like any variation of those 4 teams in upper bracket finals, maybe of course there's 4 lower bracket teams that I'm kind of ignoring right now, but I kind of feel like those top 4 are so scary that the bottom 4
yeah.
have a lot of work to do.
I mean, they are the type of series where, you know, it's Friday, so, you know, I would call in early for my work a little bit, and then get yourself some good snacks and get ready for it, because it should be, on paper, great games. I know that sometimes that disappoints, but I have high hopes for this afternoon series. But, you know, those are happy series because they're upper bracket and all teams are doing great and everybody's lovely and nobody gets eliminated. But let's be real, that's not why we're here. We want to see, at the end of the day, we want to have one team that is the ultimate champion. And to do that, from the 8 teams we still have playing, we need to remove 7. And we're going to start today by removing 2. Kezu.
Yeah, we have G2IG versus Aurora, GG versus Boom. The first matchup, I would say, is still, it's way more even than the second one. There, Boom, for me at least, will be a heavy underdog once more. But this G2IG versus Aurora, we can focus on that first because I don't really know where to rate this matchup. I would say it is somewhat like close to a 50-50. I would slightly lean on G2IG, just out of feel, literally just feel. Without looking too much into it, they give me a better look in terms of what they're doing on the map.
Okay, I think if you exclude map and go towards draft, I think Aurora are giving me the better feel in that department. Because I think due to IG, they have leaned on certain concepts that at least their time in the upper bracket got really picked apart. So any team coming into today will look at that series and go, well, their best strategies that we were banning every single time, now do we need to ban them? Because we understand it a little better. And talking about bans, look what we see here. Of course, both teams, they do share the common hero pool, Disruptor, Chen, Io, Doom, Pango as the shared bans, but I think mainly what I'm talking about is the Slaughter, the Magnus bans from G2IG. Like these heroes are discovered, but they were the most banned against them.
No, I think this is, like, the graphic also shows it, because I feel like both teams, they share this, not just the bans, but they kind of work with one set strategy. You have like this slaughter clings that G2IG heavily rely on. And Aurora, yeah, they have like a lot of like the bodies, the people that run in. But yesterday, without the IO and the bristle that they had in game 1, I feel like they looked a lot weaker as well in game 2 and 3. So it depends a bit on which team can like find this like this +1 recipe for today that they can bring to then win the series.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy that both teams have a similar, well, not similar style, but similar stories going in the sense that both teams indeed do have that, well, they're not a one-trick pony, but they do have one strat that is definitely their strongest, which means that both teams should not be getting their hands on their one strat, which means we're going to see some new things, T.
Yeah.
Should be.
I'd like to think so, or at least developments on how, like, for example, let's say how Aurora picked Razor yesterday. It was a really, really bad Razor pick, in our opinion, based on the panel. The game also kind of complemented that. And I think that's kind of the lesson that they learned, for example. Same thing with Magnus. Picking the Magnus, you need to think about Bristleback. Bristleback, I think, if anything, is the key focus of today.
Because I think, like, if I look at the Razor, it's the difference from first picking Razor, then it means your prep wasn't good. You're like, we first picked Razor, maybe you left some heroes open, but they messed up their last pick, which means their entire read of the draft and the game was incorrect. And that actually sometimes can be hard to fix over like an afternoon. So it's a lot about like the conversation they had yesterday, you know, Sunby as a coach, like, okay, sorry guys, this is my bad. Or whoever called it, take responsibility and move on.
Move on. We are going to focus our attention on Aurora maybe a little bit more at the moment. This is a squad that, I mean, they do better and better. And it makes me actually a little sad that you guys still say, oh, G2IG has got the upper hand, because I feel like, you know, they've... Okay, Kez,
I'm an Aurora kind of guy right now.
Good.
Just for the
Sing their praises.
For the first time, I think, because me and Kez, we kind of have like decently aligned ideas 9 times out of 10.
Sometimes you're a bit stupid, but...
Sometimes, oh my God, I just can't bear talking to you. But right now, at least, we have our happy faces on. And I think Kezu, he's sitting on G2IG's. I'm leaning up heavily to Aurora, actually. Just the fact that each day we see them, I am caring less about the effect of Loranov, because they're coming into this tournament, they were singing Loranov's praises, we were harping on about it. It got a little bit boring, and then Jabs clearly also got a bit bored by hearing this, because he started popping off. I don't think many people really valued him too highly in this team, up until the point where like his Darkseid performance yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before?
Yesterday.
Yeah, like that was incredible. Like the things he was doing, I'm now looking at Jabs to be a standout player. But he's a little bit volatile, but he's standout.
No, I fully agree. Even also days before, like some Tidehunter, you know, that teams hadn't played much, correct items, correct stuff. So for sure, I think both teams like are on the up. They have like good things going on for them. For G2IG, I feel like the draft for them matters a little more than if I were to look at Aurora. Like if both teams kind of get what they want, I would give the edge to Aurora. Like I really feel like G2IG need to find this, like the special sauce that in the last type of games have been banned out or that they didn't get their fingers on. Because yeah, they're still like very up and down in terms of what it's going to be like when it comes to the gameplay. Because Aurora, as T mentioned, I think we've seen more of them like step up to the occasion. And that's what you need in these tournaments to like move through, right? You're going to have 15 losers. If you want to be one of the winning teams, you need every single player to be able to take over the game.
And they want to be the winning team.
You have such a Dota mentality when I just heard you what you said. 15 losers.
It's true. There can only be one winner.
I know. Guys, there is something more important, because yes, there can only be one winner.
But
maybe a high ranking, even if you're not first, could be incredibly important, because both of these teams, this is potentially, these are like middle of the pack teams. They're doing good in their region. Obviously, Aurora is definitely the top team of their region. Maybe G2IG second, with having Xtreme Gaming, of course, they're being first. But the road to the international is unknown, and therefore rankings and the whole year of Dota 2 since TI until the next TI is important. And
I'd argue if you compare the two teams right now, they are currently sitting obviously in a top 8 position at PGL Wallachia. But the fact that when you look across all of G2IG's results, like they've did well at Kuala Lumpur, sure Dream League Season 22 didn't go well for them, but they've been top 8 in Elite League Birmingham and the current event they're at. So they're kind of in that fringe moment of the tier 1 tournaments, they are sitting in top 8, which allows them to be entertained for an invite, even though they haven't kind of made the big run, they've consistently been in a position where they might be invited. Compared to Aurora, they didn't qualify for 2 events. They bombed out a couple tournaments. Like, I think there's more pressure on Aurora right now to make the run to top 2 compared to G2IG.
That being said, I think that G2IG, I don't think they qualified for the next Dream League, which Aurora did. So they still have a chance of getting a ranking there that is obviously yet.
I mean, G2IG kind of need to make it happen here, but I think also for Aurora, like, they haven't had a good international finish since Riyadh. Like, they placed top 3 there when they played on the Talon. Until now, like, top 8 has been their best, like, placement, and that was only one time. All the other times it's like 9th, 10, 9th to 12.
Or not qualified.
Or not qualified.
I think that's a big deal as well.
It is.
Yeah. Again, so it's like this tournament, and then if Aurora want to do well, it's like they need to top 4 at this tournament, maybe top 3, even entertaining, like doing like grand finals, and then Dream League, they need to again replicate that. That is crazy for a team who's kind of been on the fringe the entire time, not even entertaining top 8 too often. That's a hard task just to try and escape the qualifiers.
Yeah. So yeah, G2IG is in a better state right now, but even they are not safe, I'd say, because there's just we don't know how the teams are decided for TI. So there's just a lot of question marks, and that means that you can't be, oh, we think we're okay. No, you got to perform very, very well here. And of course, this is elimination on the line, so this is extra important. And I think also if there is some kind of rating that is held somewhere, then this match might just be a deciding factor.
It's also important that the teams can't really overthink this too much, because
they wouldn't.
We don't know how it works.
Ultimately, one of them like probably knows, or the manager has talked about it, but they just need to make sure if you play well and perform at these tournaments, which should be your #1 goal, if that works naturally, if you're good enough, you'll get to TI, you'll get to the events that you want. So focus on what's ahead, because honestly, this next Dota game is all that matters to them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's good. They're comfortable here. They're comfortable also with their opponents. Both teams, of course, are fairly familiar with each other, Kezu.
Yeah, so I, just had a little dive into the past, because a lot of these players, or as well also the coach, they have played together for quite a while. Both Ollie, JT, and Super were together under IG, where they won the Singapore Major together. They all placed like top 4 at TI10 together as well. Then they went a little bit of their separate ways in November 2022. JT went to Xtreme. Later on, did end up in IG again with Super. And Ollie, of course, you have in Aurora now. So these players, they know each other. We have a lot of Malaysian players in this game as well. So just, a little bit of familiarity.
Yeah.
Hard word for me as a German, but
hard word for me as an Englishman.
So we're good.
But how much will that have an impact on the game here today, you think? Because maybe some nerves will just be off?
I think this is the type of moment where, like, for example, with JT, you know what type of player he is. He's very charismatic. Like, these are the type of players where if you play with them for enough time, when you go against them, it's like, I know his pressure point. I know what type of thing, like, icks him in the game. Like, if he's an initiator, but we've ganked him 2 times, like, we know if he doesn't like to bounce back from that style. And it might sound a little bit whimsical, but there are some players, but once you find their Dota pet peeve, you find it in the game, just go for it. And
or like, 9 out of 10 times when he walks down the lane to the tier 2, this guy's actually
he's by himself.
Alone. This guy, I'm calling out your bluff. I'm going to go there, grip you for 6 seconds, because I know there's no one
you don't have backup.
I mean, JT's going for Lotuses. Don't forget that game where he's like, his entire team TP's out. He's there channeling Lotuses, like, woohoo, look at me. It's like, my team's behind me. No, you're not. They ganked him, and then they won the game. So
true.
It's small things like that where we might see maybe the confidence not be as respected.
It is funny when the outside of the actual Dota gameplay stuff can bleed into what will happen in the game, because you know someone or how they move on the map or where you're gonna go. So it's more like your knowledge and the motion of a human being influencing what you're gonna do in the game.
The subconscious call you make, right? Like, it's against a team that you have no idea about. You give them like this highest level of respect. Like, of course they're gonna be there. Of course this. But against some people, it's a little bit more like, yeah, go on. Let's go smoking.
Yeah, because we talked about the tier list earlier today, I also wanted to focus a little bit more on our safe laners, not necessarily on the carry, but on the supports that set the carries up for success, because we do not talk that much about. There's a lot of star players on G2IG. You talk a lot about Nothing to Say in JT, because they're the playmakers, especially JT in the game, and he has said himself he's an axer. But Xnova and Monet, I want to know what the difference is for Xnova setting up Monet for success to Ollie setting up 23 for success. How different is the carry lineup here, the carry support lineup?
I'd argue Xnova does play a lot of these heroes that have purpose in lane, Enchantress, Crystal Maiden, Disruptor, Techies, Bane, like, there's a lot more, but like most of his heroes have impact at level 2, have that level 3 timing where he can continue fighting to secure Monet to then sit back and hit that farming pattern as early as possible. And I think that alone is something to consider, that you aren't going to go to a lane where it's like an Oracle in there or something like that, where it's maybe a little bit harder to play into. They like to try and go aggressive where possible.
I think the lane pressure point is definitely very true. When it comes to 1 and 5s right now, I feel like the way Dota is played or the way it has evolved is fairly similar, at least for most teams. The best thing you can do, of course, is you have a good lane, your carry can farm the lane and then bounce back and forth from the jungle, and your 5 ultimately gets freed up from the lane so he can go through the gate and like go to the other side of the map. I would say that most teams will try to emulate this with draft and gameplay to make it happen. So I wouldn't say that many teams have like a super different, like what's it called, like outcome of what they want from their safe lane.
Yeah, they follow the same recipe, sort
Exactly,
of.
and then it's more like, which small things do you do to help yourself do it easier later? Do you get this one pull? Do you unblock the camp at a good timing? Do you win the Lotus fight? Like, it's these small little things that then bleed into the bigger things later.
Well, we got the draft on our screen. We got Aurora on the Radiant side, G2IG on the Dire side. We already have the IO removed and Slardar removed, so there's 2 flavors already out.
Yeah, so the graphic that we shared about the bans coming into this series, G2IG being second pick, they've actually only banned from that shared pool, right? Like, it's the Disruptor, Chen, Doom, IO, and the Pangolier is the only one that is left between those 5. So all of like the unique team bans are still in play for Aurora.
This is... I had another thing prepared if we actually needed more stats. It was the fact that Aurora have won 4 out of 4 games with Centaur, and their last 2 losses against Spirit did have Centaur in both games. So I feel like going into today, there was a high chance that they will think about the Horseman, because you know, a lot of wins come from it. You just got slapped twice by it, but so open with it.
And we heard Jab say it. His goal, get YouTube highlights with the cart. So we'll see.
You can. Someone gets RP'd, Monet, don't worry, my friend. I'm coming. Just kidding, it's 23 Savage.
You need to click, then click again.
And the portrait. Because that's what his problem was.
He was trying to click the hero.
He was trying to click the hero, and there was so much happening. So he's like, no, he now knows, click the portrait.
My bro has never played Venge support. So sometimes when you play Venge support, you better be clicking that portrait, my friend.
And we'll see if they pair it up with the Drow Ranger or something that is good indeed to match up with the card. We got instantly a Magnus picked up by G2IG as well.
Yeah, I mean, the staple of the draft from them. I think it is very important, at least for G2IG, to showcase their development from yesterday. The big takeaway from yesterday was multiple cores that can easily survive the RP to then create turnaround chances. Where it's like when you see the RP on like a Bristleback or a Leshrac, you're not frantically going, oh, we need to save him. It's more, okay, wait, hold. Now he presses Bloodstone, go, go, go. Now turn around the fight. And I think you can still do that, of course. Aurora's only got a Centaur, a very stable offlane pick. But it's something for G2IG to at least consider with their ban. Their only ban as well. Like, do they just respect ban a single Bristleback? I don't know if Aurora's really too hot into playing it at least, but it's something they played it already once actually, sorry, in the carry role for Aurora. So if they care about Bristle, they'll be banning it right now.
Yeah, and I do think, I mean, the series that these 2 teams played ever since, the Bristle does get removed, because I also feel like the series that were after them kind of had the Bristle rising in stock a little bit more as well, even without the IO.
Bristle is just, he seems to be everywhere right now. The hero is doing very, very good. For G2IG, I just wonder where they want to put the Magnus. I believe last time we saw them play, they did put it mid. I would have preferred if it was offlane. Maybe they keep it open flex until later and then decide there. But just making sure to keep it open, but having enough damage around that he's allowed and feels good to play both the mid lane and the offlane.
I think one thing with Bristle and why it is becoming popular is the style of Dota we're seeing is this. From laning phase, you need to have some pressure. But when you hit 10 to 15 minutes, if your carry uses the farm to then continue farming, it's very awkward and punishable. But Bristle, after like 10, 15 minutes, every item he buys, it's constantly seeking fight. Like, he gets an axe, he wants to poke someone. He gets a bloodstone, he's doing everything, right? Like, he is one of the better carries at pressuring at every single point in the game with very minimal downtime, who also farms stacks in jungle very effectively.
Yeah, I feel like 80% of the times, those are the heroes or the carries right now that I prefer. Unless you have like the later pick, you get some Faceless Void in a game where you're like, yeah, this is the Faceless Void game. We delay the game, we're gonna win. But at least overall in the draft, G2IG, they had to choose, of course. You do only have one ban. They take the Bristleback, they leave the Rubik. I would say that I'm actually pretty happy about this. I think Rubik you can just cover later with your picks, get multiple jumpers, get some backliners that will make it easier for your mag to go in. So both teams should be pretty happy with what's going on, like the Phoenix as well. When you go in with the Centaur stun and you drop an egg, makes it harder for the mag to go and counterplay. So I'm pretty happy with what I'm seeing.
Yeah, the Phoenix is one of the go-to classics where if a team wants to take a fight in a specific location, you drop that egg, they have to disengage or kill quick enough to then run away from the egg stun. Because also, don't forget, like if there's an RP, it's like, do we kill the guy in the RP? Are we then killing the egg? If there's any split damage, if they blunder in that moment, it could get very awkward. So I think for Aurora, they are just ticking the box of survive the RP through egg, survive the RP through Rubik lifting, forcing a BKB build. Not opposed to it.
Okay, so I like the fact that Aurora banned Lifestealer. It could have been very good here for G2IG. But I also really like the carry pick that G2IG found with the Morphling. There's a high chance Aurora could have ID'd against the Magnus on this closing pick that they have now. And they follow with the Marcy. Like Marcy, Mag, offlane can work together. Sidekick with Morphling, great. Unleash versus the Phoenix Egg, also great. So a lot of like check marks that you hit here with your two picks.
Yeah, and I'd argue I'm a little bit worried for Aurora right now that they've put so much emphasis on the supports caring about Magnus that now these supports, they don't do anything to potential future picks. Like the Phoenix, the Rubik against Morphling, it doesn't do anything. And Marcy as well, now that's your egg counter. Like Marcy support, you can just jump in. Sure, you ideally want to unleash on a hero, but if you need to, you can kill the egg when you're low level. So I think there's going to be such an emphasis on G2IG. As soon as Morphling's online, they are so scary. And the Naga pick, I think that is a pick to go, we don't really have ways to deal with this aggression, so let's keep the lanes pushed out so we can play around that aggression, just try and keep the game going, because I think items are going to be Aurora's friend now.
Absolutely. I feel like this Naga is... I'm not sure how I feel about it against Mag. I mean, Naga is also a lot about how you can execute it, right? You put the map in a state, you play these pickoffs like Falcons have always shown us. So this Aurora last pick, I feel like it needs to... Today, they need to hit this last pick. If they go with some Razor again, I instantly want to call GG for them. Because now you have Naga, you want to put the map, like Thank said.
God you're not in the... That would be so boring to watch. If draft finished, GG.
Done.
Has
that ever happened? I don't think that's ever happened.
No. You can't. Because obviously, even when you feel like, wow, this is really hard, gameplay can always trump whatever draft is coming on.
Yeah. But can't predict bad play.
Yeah, what they need to do is you pick the Naga, like you said, you see this aggression, they want to shove it away, open up the map, and find pickoffs. So I'm looking forward for like this mid hero that will abuse the map state with the Centaur to find kills around the map.
Yeah, I think the hero we're looking at right now is most likely Puck for Aurora. You push out lanes quite nicely. If the game does get difficult, you have Naga and Puck skipping every single wave.
No, Puck banned.
It gets banned out, so that was a nice attempt.
Zeus Puck were definitely on the top of the list.
So what do we, because if you say Puck, what do we need specifically from the mid lane? Because obviously when it's Aurora needing their mid last, I always have the Timber Saw in the back of my head as well, because at the start of the group stage, they had so much success with that. Is that hero not good in this situation?
I could see, like, instead, I would prefer more like some Puck. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. Pango. I meant to say Pango or like Storm. I'm just looking for anything that I don't want Jabs to be in this position again where, okay, guys, I will first pick my hero, and hopefully you guys later will make up for the fact that I'm getting countered. So I would like a mid hero that gives you teamfight, can maybe rotate once or twice, and then you play the open map of Naga Siren. Any hero that does that, there's plenty of mid heroes, I will be happy with.
Okay.
I think, the Timbersaw, potentially, I think Timbersaw easily could be picked here. I think Pango gives you the teamfight that you want, but if you want a hero that just forces G2IG to react heavily, that's what Timbersaw will do. Because the time required to shut down the Timbersaw early will always allow Naga to get to her 3-item timing to enter the game. I think if you go for a hero that has maybe a slightly more delicate entry to the game, you could then get shut down. Naga needs to farm. Phoenix Rubik can't make rotations. So I do like the idea of a statement mid laner that forces a little bit of reaction, because then it kind of gives the greediness of Aurora time to come online. And that's where, of course, the Lauren of Timbersaw has come in time and time again. But with the Dazzle ban, they then instantly they go for the Timbersaw. So yeah, I'm not opposed to this. I really like the concept of what it will bring. And it's less about the lockdown and more just the time needed for the draft to come online.
How long is that time? And is G2IG able to pick up a hero that will basically not allow Aurora to get to that timing?
I would argue for Aurora, it's pretty much when Manta Orchid is ready for Naga Siren. to then start making moves and pressuring the map. And ideally, Aurora shut down Morphling enough to delay him getting to like his Manta timing quick enough, or like as he gets Manta, you want the Naga to already be entertaining the idea of Orchid. So then you have that kind of item discrepancy.
Also, with the Timbersaw picked up, do you want to rotate the Magnus to be mid?
I would be happy with, well, it depends on what I think is most valuable. But
Yeah.
I would be happy playing Mag into Naga. I think you're totally chill in that lane. You can now pick a new mid laner, because if you feel like you can shut down this Timber's tempo, I feel like Aurora's early game could be very awkward. So now it is more up to G2IG if they can find this pick without really hurting their like draft integrity. You know, there's some teams that would be looking at maybe like some Huskar mid here just to like fully shut down what Aurora want to do with the Timber, which I can see. I wouldn't really love it because I feel like your draft is good enough that you don't have to take such an extreme pick on the spot.
I'm trying to think I'm trying to think of Timber counters. For mid lane, like TA with the Mail Strike's pretty good, but then I'm looking at your draft, it's like your draft then looks so underwhelming because you have Morph and TA against a Naga. If the lane doesn't go as well as you expect, then suddenly there's no like playmaker. So I think G2IG ideally does need a hero to start the fight, because then mid jumps in, Marcy Mag can then utilize that to then enable everyone else. Like there's so much jump and just execution style built in, like waveform, sharpshooter from Hoodwink, you got Mag, Marcy. Like you see a hero out of position, they're gonna get jumped and killed once G2IG are online. So I kind of like the idea of the 5th hero, kind of bringing that as well. And if Kunker's available, they could also just go for a Kunker if they want to.
Or a Brewmaster and put Mag mid.
They are going to do the switch, but okay. I like how when the pick was coming, I was like, oh, quickly say Kunker just in case.
Okay, so you get the Brew against the Naga. You're going to have a Radiance as well to kind of help you deal with that. You have the mid-Mag against Timber, I would assume, is very farm-heavy. Timber eventually has a lot of pressure, but Mag probably also has like chance to just out-CS you with the Empower.
Yeah.
I would actually say that both drafts are very good. They both have the tools to like kind of do what they wanted to do with their draft, open up the map with the Naga, get all your items with the Centaur, and play the map with the Orchid. But I will say that I like what G2IG have cooked. I slightly prefer their draft, but it's all up to execution for me in this mid-game. T already mentioned the Orchid timing. I think this 15 to 20 minutes for Aurora is so crucial to how they play.
I think I prefer G2IG's because when I look at Aurora, Timbersaw has to make all these moves, but when Centaur gets Blink, he has no one to like Blink Stomp get a kill with. Like to kill Morphling, you need him just to be low with a Stomp and Timbersaw. If they're not in play, the support's never really killing Morph, and I think that will always allow for G2IG to scale. There's no real major map pressure, again, outside of Timbersaw. So I expect G2IG to get online and be very aggressive with what they have. So if Aurora are to win this, it is some like incredibly like 35, 40 minute type game where they found this like Song disengaged, then turn it around with an egg. So I'm leaning G2IG just a little bit.
All right, we'll see if they can get an early lead, and indeed if that, 15 to 20 minute period, if Aurora can make some moves there and turn the game over to their side. But it sounds like we got a pretty even game on our hands, so looking forward here. Game 1 of this best of 3 elimination series with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into an elimination series, it should be exciting. IG, Aurora, Lacoste. It's the first elimination series. Are you excited? Are you having thoughts about this draft?
Very excited to see a team being eliminated right now. I mean, looking at the drafts, I do like what Aurora drafts for themselves. I feel like this Timbersaw, the damage that G2IG have early on is not going to be enough. So I think that he has a pretty free reign, like first 20 minutes. And so far, we've seen Lorinov pop off. He's one of the guys breaking the records in terms of his, kill participation, how many kills he has in a game. Overall, this guy is all over the place. He had one bad game yesterday. That was one of those games where he couldn't really do much, but this guy pops off pretty much in every single game that we watch him play.
Yeah, he's been playing really well, and we'll see him go up here against a very tough opponent in Nothing to Say. And what was that? It was Good Morning Bro from JT.
JT already starting.
Good afternoon.
It means that G2IG, they woken up pretty much right now. And Aurora, they been practicing already. They woke up at 4 a.m. local time and then managed to get 4 scrims in, considering it's afternoon for them.
Man, playing Dota that early. I thought about it this morning. I went to bed early. I woke up pretty early. I thought to myself, do I play some early Dota games before we got here? And I just wasn't sure. I'd rather watch good Dota, and that's this. IG against Aurora. Put the big map on there for a second, and it looks as though Aurora might want to pressure for these bounty runes. Xnova just trying to collect one as it's going to be picked up by him, and 3 for IG to the 1 of Aurora. And it was the graphic on the screen during the pregame, the familiar faces. And Ali, he used to be with IG. They were talking about Super with IG as well. It's definitely, you know, like we saw yesterday with IG and Xtreme and IG and even Aurora, a lot of players that really have played a lot together because C and China really do end up mixing a lot and used to with a lot of the tournaments that used to happen.
Bobica did a little bit of a body block, used Dispose, and now the lane's going to push in because they are playing 2 melee heroes. Marcy early on doesn't really do that much, paired up with the Brewmaster. And we did talk about Bobica and Jinkyu having pretty similar hero pools. They love to go super greedy. Yesterday, Jinkyu, he was the real carry when he was playing that position for Marcy in that 60-70 minute game that we covered. Bobica expecting to do the same thing in this one. Try to go as greedy as possible. And also, they do have AoE. It's like Naga Siren for 23, but Radiance from Brewmaster, Empower, and also Morphling later on with his talent, Waveform attacks targets. Cooldown on 25 if it comes down to that. Marcy with that extra damage. They do have AoE to deal with Naga Siren illusions before they become too tanky.
And when they had the Marcy in that game yesterday for Xtreme, it was with a Magnus as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's that same opportunity, and I think there's a lot of influence definitely from that last series here for IG. This Magnus, however, going to be played by Nothing to Say. I believe it was XXS who was on the Magnus in that game. It was Zinq on the Marcy.
He also played a game of Magnus yesterday on Nothing to Say.
Yeah, Nothing to Say has a very wide hero pool. He is definitely one of those guys who loves a new patch, loves to add something.
He's the guy that has the biggest hero pool at the tournament. I had to double check. It's him and Bobica with 11 different heroes played so far.
Ooh. And Bobica, there was a time where in China, especially with Bobica and Zinq, they were almost fighting each other for biggest hero pool. They were playing things like Void Spirit in the 4 position back a while ago, like a year or so ago. They were playing Ember Spirit in the 4, things that maybe aren't your normal 4, but they do play pretty greedy, and that's why you'll see something like that. Lornoff getting body blocked under the tower. We have seen some great body blocks. Granted, this is a Timber. It doesn't really matter. He eats a lot of that damage. And is still here with half health after coming off 3 tower shots that hit him. But still a good job there, putting the harassment in from Nothing to Say. 3 minutes in. See who's getting some Lotus Petals. 23 picks up the one over bottom.
23 having a pretty free reign in this lane, even though he's paired up with Phoenix, not the strongest position 5 in terms of securing the lane for your carry. But 18 CS on him. Getting close to that 20 already, 3 minutes into the game.
Monet here on this Morphling. He's had a couple of really good Morphling performances.
There was this one game that he played, I can't remember the hero, but he had 1.8k damage dealt total.
That was the Luna game.
That was the Luna game?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right.
That was game 1 yesterday. Yeah, that was a rough performance. Usually, though, I will say the baseline for Chinese carries playing Morphling is Bobica running with these Fire Spirits. And
needs another hit.
Will die and burn out to them. I was going to say the baseline performance for your Morphlings in China is usually Fly, as top lane Xnova. He'll also die. The Blood Grenade thrown there. Jab's working with only level 1 in the double edge, but having that stun, having the level 2 in Fable from the Rubik is more than enough damage. So anything Monet can do on this Morphling is shown recently to be much better than the baseline standard in China.
So far, so good for Aurora. Things are looking Pretty nice in the side lanes. Jabs continues to farm up. Bobica making a move.
Go for Q. Q also having a similar style to Bobica, as they'll rebound, stop that TP, and get the kill on a Q. So IG finally get on the board. Well done there. And JT, he seems to be getting harassed a lot. He's 24-4, so before I say he's struggling, the CS is nice. He's just eating a lot of damage at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's in a good spot. Level 4 already.
Yeah.
Leaving some of that solo XP, because he's playing, as we said, into Naga Siren and Phoenix. Phoenix does provide you, as he gets levels, with, of course, more damage, doesn't have that blood grenade. And if you do have stance, which he's maxing out, 2 points in Drunken Brawler, and Snare with status resistance is not going to be... Like, you can always TP out. You're way too tanky to be killed from 100 to 0. And we can see some of the stats from JT on Brewmaster.
2 games, 2 wins.
100%.
It's the best percentage you can have. So, JT on this Brew, he's going into the Radiance. We saw Jab struggle with this hero yesterday.
Yeah, because he had Lifestealer in the team, didn't go for Radiance, and then your scaling is not going to be there. So definitely needs to pick it up. I also wouldn't mind, because they had it queued up for a long time. Double Radiance, I would be okay with that, where your Lifestealer can disassemble it and pick up the item that I always forget the name. Nullifier, there we go. Took me a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I thought it was a good plan. We'll see how JT, how quickly he gets to this Radiance. Now this lane has really opened up for him. 1v1 against 23, who's going back and forth from the jungle, just gives a lot of open farm space here for JT, and we've seen how effective these Brewmasters can be. So the timing on that Radiance is going to be pretty crucial here to IG's pressure. And Bobica going into a Bracer early, we'll see if he does the same similar Marcy build where it's BKB early so you can rebound in, feel safe, and unleash onto your enemies.
You're having a hard time farming with this hero, so getting any kind of kills, your ulti is relatively long cooldown, minute and a half. JT is level 6,
yeah,
Xnova making a move, that should be the kill.
Bushwhack in, Primal Split, no 6 here for 23. Void Panda, if he runs, you can just pull him back in. They've also got the stun ready to go, and JT will get that kill on a 23, pushing him closer to that Radiance and slowing down that Agasar.
Bobica making that move, allowing them to...
Ooh, right before he forms back, gets the Cyclone off onto the Phoenix. Ollie, Icarus Tive back towards the tower, but they've got creeps here. So they're going to take the aggro from the tower. They're not going to get hit here on the side of IG, allowing Bobica to rebound, dispose, and
into
get...
Centaur stun.
Oh, the Centaur griefing. Centaur stunning 2 heroes, griefing him up, and now with Lornoff here bottom, Bobica dies. This is a rotation that came out. 23 was just coming back to lane, but having the mid show up, well, makes good things happen for Aurora, and that Centaur... I mean, 23 thanking him the best way he can by making him into gold for his progress. 23
still close to top of the net worth, continues to farm up. Split is going to be available again in a minute. We're going to see that Centaur.
Yeah,
Jabs not going to be happy that his younger brother did that 3-man stun.
Oh, man. And gets the kill. Really well done. Neutral creep getting that kill on Ollie. Yeah, a bit unfortunate, but then backing off, I think it gives a little bit of confidence just going forward. Lornoff going in, and he had a good mid lane, so he's happy to get that kill. Although I say good, he's a little bit behind. Nothing to say, he's fine.
Yeah, Lornoff will be, I would say, a bit more active on this Timbersaw. We'll try to make the moves. Right now, they are clearing some of the stacks. He should be the one grabbing those. Jabs thinking about maybe getting one, and there it is.
Tax.
Kills the Centaur out of spite.
Always got to take some of it.
JT.
Ollie?
Not sure what Ollie's doing.
Oh, I guess just being a nuisance with fire spirits, hurting the CS. I'm so down for fun banter. There's banter that is a little
I don't
rude,
consider
but
XD or a smiley banter. This is just like low effort. But JT, he's a big clown. Love his personality, and he's always funny.
Like, I would love to be the teams be across from each other. You give a little XD and smile over. I'd love that. But JT always looks like he's having a fun time playing. Even when the games aren't going that well, especially with the in-game typing. It's always been a joy. And they will throw a sentry down, catch this OBS, and that OBS was placed because of moments like this, where Xnova comes in through the Twin Gate. He made that rotation last time. You got to stop that, and that's how you do it. Granted, that gives money over to the Hoodwink, and that's one of the things that I've noticed with a little bit of these drafts, is they'll give Xnova a greedier 5, but know full well that Bobica is going to be greedy no matter what he plays.
And that's how they play. Bobica is only level 4 right now. We'll need some XP. You can see the number of camps stacked. 6 on G2IG, managed by legendary Jack Chen, and
missed the bushwhack
on Aurora.
Oh, still a good skewer though. Xnova gets the kill on Ollie. Half expecting him to take
They really hate
JT.
this guy, huh? Yeah. JT called for the move. He's like, bring in the numbers. We gotta kill Xnova.
This has left Monet farming free top, but jabs as well. Monet sitting at about 5K net worth. So are the top 4 heroes on the net worth right now.
JT is owning. He's on top of the net worth. Continues
free.
to farm up with Empowered level 3. So this Radiance is going to be like 13, 14 minutes.
What was the old 25 talent for Brew that made him hit so hard?
Well, we got to double check that. I don't know if it was his 25 talent. His,
or was it
his Earth one had a lot of building damage, and that was the time when he was paired up with Invoker, so people were just slow sieging with Invoker Alacrity plus Brewmaster.
Because I remember there was this game where General played Brew. He picks up a Divine Rapier, got that talent, and then he just cleaned up everybody in one hit. I think it was like the crit rate or something like that. But Brew still feels like such a strong hitter. Especially with that Empower. Like, there's some good targets here. For nothing to say to put the Empower on.
For sure. The game is slowing down, which does benefit G2IG. They do have Magnus, who continues to farm up. You have completely uncontested Morphling in the top lane, so he's going to hit an earlier timing than this Nagasar. Nagasar usually needs to have 2 items, that's Manta Style plus Orchid, and that's when you threaten a kill on an enemy carry who doesn't have a Dispel mechanic, but it will be a pretty fast Manta coming out from Monet.
Monet happy with his time up top. Sacred Relic for JT. He's just 470 gold away from finishing off the Radiance. He's happy. We're going to go over and maybe make a move on to jabs, but he is quite tanky. IG maybe remembering from yesterday to not go after the tankiest hero on the enemy team as they did with Ame a bunch of times.
Killed that Bristle multiple times.
That was
a lot of attempts, but never managed to succeed.
Definitely. So, JT just farming up a couple stacks here once again. He's happy with this. Really just getting so much out of the game. As he sits 3rd in the net worth. And, you know, all that being said, top of the net worth right now is 23 and JT. So 23's having a great time, and there's that Radiance, and this is a big timing for the side of IG.
They already killed the tower in the bottom lane. Ollie again, JT calling in the whole team to get a kill.
Bushwhack.
Even RP,
oh,
are you
RP
kidding
for
me?
Ollie. they're really showing that they kind of hate this guy.
JT with the smiles on camera. We've seen him for a second.
So I found out that the level 25 talent was plus 175% crit damage on Brewmaster at level 25. So that was, you know, that point you buy some big damage item, you crit heavily. That was the old one. Now, of course,
this hero has been changed. Each patch, there's a wall of text. I'm like, oh god, I have to relearn Brewmaster all over again. Move from Aurora. They do have a Blink Dagger on jabs. Can they get a big kill? They
Monet
see him.
shifted pretty heavily, and
One hoof stomp. He was broken. Hit with a fade bolt. He's dead. Wow.
That was quick.
Yeah, that's that full Agi life. But, I mean, that's the risk of being in that full Agi mode, and you have moments like that.
JT's ready to go.
Yeah, with Radiance, he's got Primal Split at the ready. He'll use it, Stampede to try and disengage, but Xnova's here in the trees, avoiding that hoof stomp. Maybe they'll try to catch vision on him to throw him up in the Cyclone, but instead, 3 Panda will go after Jabs, and the other one will look for a Cyclone target. But with the song, they're in a little bit of trouble. JT back to form. Now the Cinder Brew on a 23. Wait for him forward. Manta pop. Monet taking some heavy damage from Lorinoff. They go to the Supernova. Ollie might get some revenge, but it just breaks as Jabs and Ollie will fall. Timber chain onto this weird cliff over there in the pond on the left side.
It looked like a good dead
TP out
until Bobica popped that Unleash. So he's going to be the egg hitter in most of these fights. Aurora tried to disengage. They have 2 big disengaging tools with Centaur ulti and also Naga Siren ulti. So they can choose where they want to take a fight. Still losing 2 heroes, 1 core, 1 support. And I believe they didn't get anything out of that one. So yeah, another good fight for G2IG. They continue to farm up. Bobica farming the jungle with Empower. That's going to help him get to his BKB. And will turn into a core. Manta style about to be completed on Monet.
Turn into, always was. Bobica with a BKB soon, and that's a good fight there from IG. It's only 6-4, 6,000 net worth lead. Like, IG have just had a perfect laning stage. One that I would say the laning stage didn't even get broken up till that last fight, right?
I also want to see if G2IG, this is something that they do the best from all the teams so far at PGL Wallachia, is feed random kills. When they are ahead 5 up to 10k gold, they have some like random deaths on the map. It happened every single game that I watched them play.
See if it happens again. So Bobica just farming top for the moment. Where you've got Xnova. What is this Hoodwink just going for?
Spirit Vessel.
All right, Vessel Arcane Boots. So this might be the first Hoodwink in this event that
you
has
can't have 2
not going
Bobicas in
Maelstrom.
the team. If Bobica is not playing Hoodwink, your 5 Hoodwink can't just go for Maelstrom as the first item. But Spirit Vessel, a lot of value. Stop the healing coming out from Sunray, which is only level 2 right now. Great against Timber, great against Centaur, of course, canceling his Blink Dagger and dealing current HP percentage base damage. Monet also now continues to farm up with Manta style online. We'll have that Dispel mechanic against Orchid, which is going to come out pretty soon, 23. Still in a good spot in terms of net worth, but JT is on top. He's popping off. And this is the, I would say, newer old build from Brewmaster, where people are going back to Manta style with Radiance. So you can have a Dispel and also become super tanky. Being Universal Hero Manta feels really nice. Allows you to get even more farm. Now with bots, JT, split ready. He's ready to go.
Smoke breaks, Blink up on the high ground. There's the RP used on a 23 Skewer, but actually the Bushwhack stops the Skewer from getting all the way down. They go to the song, Sunray Spirit Vessel. Ooh, stunt thrown at JT. He'll get that finishing blow. Ollie with the Icarus dive didn't stop it to go on the low ground. They'll find Lorinoff and they'll chase. As Brewwings going back to a singular Brewmaster in just a second. And there's JT just pushing mid, and they'll get this tier 1 while the rest of Aurora should disengage.
It seems like they don't have enough damage. Lorinoff has been pretty quiet in this game. Does have Kaya Sanj. Also the spell that Rubik gets to steal. He needs to steal. We don't have that like one small spell that he can steal, something cheap, you know. It needs to be a big ulti. Even though he stole RP in the previous one, it was still on 1 hero. Brew split could be a big one. Maybe like a big Bushwhack could make a difference, but it's only level 1. And
right now
with no split available, no RP, they're gonna make a move. Scan connects, they know something's cooking.
Thing though is they don't have Song, they don't have Stampede. I'm a little worried about this attempt if it's not perfect.
This is a big kill if they can get it.
JT's pretty tanky though. Can they get him without everything? JT gonna start to run. He's got that Radiance, he's got that Drunken Brawler. They'll even Supernova for this, but it'll go the other way. And finally, they get this kill on
Revenge of
JT.
Ollie. He even gets the kill. Why kill me? There we go.
And Ollie's even laughing.
You're rich, the most farm hero in the game. He got 400 gold from it.
Sad. Too rich, man.
And the big smile in the end. Thinking what he wants to write next time after he kills Ollie.
So, nothing to say. He's just farming here. Sitting third in the net worth, even with that 23 Naga Siren, who finished off the Orchid. Going into the Eternal Shroud, we have really just spoke about this item seemingly every game.
Yeah, very good item.
One of the best items in the game. It's Wind Waker, Eternal Shroud.
I think Eternal Shroud is really up there. Very close to Mage Slayer from the previous patch, or 2 patches ago. Because you just have so much magic resistance. We've seen people pick up Eternal Shroud as their 5th item on cores. Now it's Roshan time. Doesn't seem like this one's going to be contested. They have more than enough sustain, sidekick, Morbid Mask, more than enough damage with Empower. Roshan's dropping pretty quickly. This is going to be BKB for Bobica.
Yeah.
One more
so now
creep wave.
4 cores on the side of
have
IG.
it. He gets the last hit, so does have it.
Conda next for Monet. And then we look elsewhere as Primal Split committed for Q. Void Panda just pulling him back. Cyclone keeping him within the range of that sentry and making it so they can see him. And they get the kill. JT, solo kill there on the Q. Simple as simple gets. JT, no comments. It's not Ollie.
It's not Ollie, so he's going to keep being focused.
Lordoff also going for Eternal Shroud. We've seen this a lot. Multiple Eternal Shrouds.
They are building 3 Eternal Shrouds at the moment on Aurora.
Okay.
There's a lot of magic damage. You're playing into Hoodwink, Morphling as well, Brewmaster with his Radiance.
Yeah. Seems a bit excessive. 3.
Definitely needed in this game.
All 3?
Yeah. These are your like natural item progressions. They caught him.
Stampede, nothing to say. Oi. RP,
First time.
he's still alive. Nothing to say is gonna survive. Ollie jabs, all getting caught. Lornoff's dead. Nothing to say, doesn't even die.
He's so tanky, sitting at 2.3k HP. They get on top of him. He fakes the RP first time after they moved and then gets it the second time. I want to see that again. That was beautifully done by NTS.
Wow. Just feinting that RP. Really well done.
Fake it till you make it. And another big kills coming out from Monet. I think he got a bit of a solo kill as well onto Q. They kind of missed the timing. We're going to see that again. There's the Manta style into fake, into catching 2 of them, and then Bushwhack connects just for a second.
Nothing to say. Just on the edge of dying. With the double, are you kidding me? This IG team, a lot of smiles.
Good vibes in the team. I mean, it's no surprise. Legendary Venomancer player Jack Chen is the one who's managing the team, so I think his vibes are also felt during, like his presence is felt during the gameplay as well. You can feel it definitely.
Yeah, that guy loves Dota. Plays a lot of it. 13,000 net worth lead. 2 minutes left on this Aegis. As Bobica going into the Gleipnir. Interesting.
You say it differently every time. Gleipnir, Gloipnir. You had Gleipnir the other day.
Well, all right, to be fair, I said Glopnir.
Glopnir?
Yeah, that one was a little bit
I
of
don't
a
know.
meme.
Swedish people are not going to be too happy about that pronunciation.
But it, I usually stick to Gleipnir.
Yeah, Glopnir were really good against the Naga Siren Illusions, even though like Naga Siren Illusions are having a hard time dealing the damage. 23 has been pretty silent, playing into Empower, playing into Radiance, and also the spell, which deals insane amount of damage to Illusions from Brewmaster.
Brewmaster, speaking of which, 15,000 net worth. This has just been the very fun brew game for JT. Just a super open lane, and it turned into this. And I think it's one of the things that I was realized yesterday, I would say. There was one good brew game, and then people realized you can't give them that space or it turns into this. So maybe Aurora have to learn this lesson if they are to let brew through again. Primal Split used. Immediately going to the song,
The only
trying
one
to
who
avoid
doesn't
that
care
panda.
is the Earth Panda, but they're still chasing. They're going to be speedy. I think he's going to find him.
Oh, they went in the wrong direction. Meanwhile, Q dead again to Monet. Monet, he's focusing Q. JT's focusing Ollie. But just not as much talk between Monet and Q. 30 seconds left on this Aegis. They're starting to chip away at the high ground here. Backdoor turning off with the creeps coming in.
Not a chip damage. This is Morphling with 350 plus damage. Kanda already finished with Empower's sidekick.
They back away, knowing this Aegis is going to expire.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Aurora, they lost the early stages of the game pretty hard.
Yeah.
Missing the timing where they were supposed to be strong. Should be the ones controlling the fights with this early Orchid from Naga Siren, Timbersaw popping off. But that didn't happen.
I thought maybe Bobica would go for that Daedalus that we saw yesterday from Marcy.
Needs a little bit more time. Right now, continues to farm up. And speaking of farm priority, he's the one who's empowered a lot of the times. Like, look at his farm. He's more farmed than Jabs already. Almost as farmed as Lorinov.
And I think it kind of makes sense, right? Like, if you're about to fight, you empower Bobica. He jumps in with the BKB and unleashes. You just do so much damage. We've seen Marcy's with Empower, with the Unleash, able to clean up so quickly. So it does make sense when they were pressuring right there. And I do wonder if IG are going to be taking this time to wait. But this smoke says otherwise. And wait for the next Aegis is what I was getting at.
Still a minute and 50 seconds. This might be like 5 minutes if it's a longer respawn. So they're going to go. They feel they're super strong right now. JT, his shard also available. Primal Split duration increased. Ollie.
Ollie?
He's going to type something.
Yeah, still getting chased here. 23 going to throw that Orchid. Goes into the Supernova. The RP is going to come through. They need to start focusing that egg. They'll scramble it up. Get that kill. Bobica pops the BKB. Song used. 23 disposed. Pulled back. Now the BKB runs out.
Song
they have the stun
running out.
Panda, the Earth Panda. They get the kill on a Jabs. Monet getting a solo kill on a Jabs while all this is going on. So they have the control. Pull him back with the Void Panda and take out 23 while Lorinov nowhere to be found as he continues to farm.
This game is donezo. I mean, G2IG, they're in full control of the game. They have way too much damage. Aurora, they can't kill a hero. And
no.
Now, we talked about Rubik not having any of the big abilities that he can steal. He does have Unleash, but you don't have enough damage. And speaking of damage, Monet, look at his damage.
A lot of it.
400 plus now.
Last kill.
That's their last glyph.
Last kill for Aurora came at 18 minutes on JT. He's now got that Octarine core. And we see this a lot where the teams on the backhand, like the back foot, just can't seem to get any kills. They can't get anything started. And I wonder what's changed that seems to happen.
Teams are also playing much more cautious.
Yeah.
This is elimination series, so they're going to choke them out on the map as much as possible. Also, having no displacement tools on Aurora makes things a lot easier when G2IG are sieging the high ground. Roshan in a minute, but G2IG, they want to take the fight. BKB from Monet.
Great RP coming in from nothing to say. Ollie's dead again. Monet cleaning up. They go after 23. GG's already called mid-fight. Kaka style. And IG will take game number 1 over Aurora.
What a clean execution. Aurora They didn't really feel the presence of them after the first 7 to 10 minutes. They got some kills from the laning stage, but afterwards, everything was super slow. Nagasaren, not the hero that wants to make a move. Phoenix as well. Timbersaw, I think Lorinov needed to be the one making the moves, him and Q, but they also got shut down in the laning stage, and pretty much a perfect game from G2IG.
Yeah, the lanes went perfectly for them. JT gets an open spot to get the Radiance real quickly. Overall, great performance from IG in game number 1. Send it back to the panel to break it down. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Bikup and Lacoste. And we did say it was going to be hard for Aurora to get through the early stages of the game, to get to that later part where they could be the ones playing their game. But they were not given the luxury of playing Dota. Kezu, this was exactly what you said would happen.
Yeah, I just...
And Tiga also said this would happen.
I hate going back after the game and then just like saying that I hate their last pick, but it's the same story as yesterday where I just hate their last pick. I don't think it brings the game together with the Timber. Or at least if you do it then, I need it to like kind of look better. Because I would say G2IG, they laned well, they have like a lot of purpose with all the heroes, they get stuff done, they rotate where they need to be, they do what they have to do, and then like they kind of play the quote-unquote script. They know what they need to do, get some ages, keep playing forward, and Aurora, it's so hard again when they're not in a good position to come back in a game.
It feels like Aurora's way of dealing with the Magnus, I think, was somewhat wrong. It was a bit outdated. Like going for the double support combo to deal with the Magnus, it isn't really the answer. You want to have like active cores that make the Magnus feel under threat. Like don't allow for the RPs to just feel simple. And like nothing to say, like he finishes the game, no kills, 0 deaths, 11 assists. Like it wasn't really as if he ever had any cares. And I fully agree. Like when I look at this draft, when I was calling the Timbersaw pick, it's like the Timbersaw is I might try and set some pace in the game to accelerate my ability to not have to scale for so long, but it never really happened. Like Timbersaw can't do that by himself. The Phoenix Rubik can't really play behind him. The Centaur needs farm, the Naga needs farm, and on the flip side, you have such incredible scaling. Hoodwink wants to be an aggressive 5, Marcy's an aggressive 4, you've got a Brewmaster to play on, the Morphling was able to get to Manta Kanda very early to also contribute to the aggression. It just felt like a only scaling lineup from Aurora, which was very out of pace for what G2IG was presenting.
What it kind of shows me, I feel like the Aurora draft, you could say, is like there's a lot of Falcon-esque stuff in there, like Naga, you have some map play with Centaur Timber, you know, Malrine Timber in the mid lane, but it just goes to show you, Falcons aren't playing OP heroes. They know exactly all these small timings they need to do that this draft works. And I feel like Aurora didn't have the right pieces to the puzzle. Their supports probably need to be different, or their last pick does, or something does, because G2IG had all the right answers. The Morph against the Mag, good lane, with the Marcy with the Magnus, like Xtreme did too. Like so much layering that for Aurora, it's just really, really hard to play this game.
Yeah, and they kind of couldn't, but you're saying that it's mostly a stylistic problem rather than outplayed.
It is also, I mean, you can always make up for it, like perhaps they can get more pressure in their offlane somehow, right? And then play from that, or make better moves where the Naga frees up the support so they go mid, but no one really got going. You have this first pick Centaur, everything relies on him. You don't want to do that, so maybe you can help Lorinov to activate him. Like, I don't really know where to pinpoint.
I mean, they also ignored Shadow Demon in this game. Like, when they have the Centaur opening the next phase, they easily could have gone for a Shadow Demon pick, because then you have the whole Dispel against the Empower, the saves. It's more of a solid lineup, but they went for Rubik Phoenix, which was maybe their style, not the tournament style. And again, it's the support thing. If you're trying to look at it, it was all about the supports, and we are going to compare a couple supports here. And why I believe Marcy is probably going to get, you know, nerfed in the future, because when you think about the support comparison, you have at 22 minutes, it's a Marcy who has phase BKB, and she can kill an egg, she can kill a core, she can kill literally anything on the map.
It's one real item.
It's one item, that's it. And then you have a Rubik who has Aether Lens, soon to be Glimmer, backline support 4. Like, there is no real kill threat, damage over time. Like, just the fact that a 4 position like Marcy only needs a single item with a couple cheap, you know, Wraith Band, Brace, or whatever. Like, this is her best timing. Like, anything after is a bonus. A Basher, that's cool. Chrysalis, cool, nice, great. But the fact that you only need one item to do hundreds of damage per hit is insane on the hero.
Yeah, like Marcy's net worth to impact ratio is like insane.
It's
like
the highest on any 4, I feel.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Okay, so we might see removed in game number 2.
Or respected,
Yeah, or like maybe they want to pick it too. The hero just looks very strong. I'm not going to say it's OP, but in the right hands with the right heroes, it looks incredibly strong.
Well, it looked like Baboka were definitely having the right hands to handle that Marcy. Will he get his hands on it in game number 2? We'll find out after a break.
It's time for Dota Surprise. I've got Heroic KJ with me here, and he's ready to give it a challenge for sure and seeing what you can build. You've got to build your ultimate Dota team using our Dota capsules. So it's a bit of a surprise. You can't just choose a team you want, but you will have a selection of players. You ready to be a manager type person?
Yeah, ready to play Dota Manager 2024.
That's a new one we can see come in. Let's get your first capsule opened up. Let's see which team you're going to have here. This is the building block of your...
Team Spirit.
Oh, okay. Spirit's a good one to start with. Who do you want from Spirit?
I want Collapse.
Collapse. Okay, so you're going for position-free Collapse. Now, as the manager, you can also change their position if you want to mix things up. You want to force him to learn something new, but you are the one in control. So let's get your next capsule and let's see how it goes. Let's see what you grab.
I can make Collapse play Magnus Carry. Nouns.
Nouns.
Okay, from Nouns, I pick Gunner.
Gunner, okay.
He's going back to mid. Stop with this. Stop with this offlane. Shopify. Okay.
You got some good stand-ins in there.
Shopify, I go for Sumail. And
Sumail.
he's going to carry. I just changed everyone.
Everyone's changing. KJ's team's going to be new learning.
They can't flame, you know, because every time they're going to be like, no, it's a new rule.
Yep, they're going to excuse.
But they all played this role before. No, Collapse off. Sumail played carry and Gunnar was very good mid.
Okay, so you're going back to where they know and love. Let's say that.
Yeah, they're going back to... I mean, Sumail loved mid more, but he's going to do a good one for Gunnar. Aurora.
Ooh, okay.
I picked Jabs and he's playing 4.
Jabs is moving to 4.
He was a 4 before, wasn't he? Now,
I'm the wrong person to ask, bro. You're the manager.
Yeah, but he can do it. I'm pretty sure he played support before.
Well, if not, you know, you give him some time. You say you've got 3 months. You must learn this position, and that's it. Otherwise, you're cut from the team.
I'm giving them big salaries in my team. PGL KJ team.
There we go.
Team Liquid.
Ooh, Liquid. That's nice. I don't think we have seen too many Liquid players.
Team Liquid, what? Okay, Team Liquid, I pick Boxy, 4, and Jab is going 5. It's fine.
Okay. We quickly changed at the last minute, and that's how it works.
Yeah, I needed support. So.
Okay, so this team, you've changed their positions around, you've moved them about. If we enter them into this tournament, starting from the group stage, how far do you think they would go?
So the thing is that, oh my God, the boring answer is that Dota is too much professional right now. You know, you need to train, you need to blah, 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 blah. But let's say this team is trained for 6 months and then they are playing this tournament. I think they will go pretty far, just if they don't. I mean, they're gonna face the teams that they don't have themselves. They can't do some clones, you know? So the other teams will be worse right now.
Imagine this is a multiverse and they've had a year's practice. This is a full team, you know? There's other players for the
years practicing, yeah. If they had years, they're gonna win. They're gonna win this tournament.
They're gonna win?
Everyone here is good.
There we go. You built the ultimate team. I like what we're seeing there, KJ. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll never know how far a team like that would go, but he is correct. Jabs has played as support before. I'm sure he will do fine as his position 5. As Jabs is one of the few players that has played every position at any one of Valve's official events. So he's very versatile, and he's stuck with the offlane. I think that's the lane that suits him best. I also would say, Tigov, that he has shown, you mentioned him already at the very start of the day, but in case people have missed it, he has been a shining star for the squad.
Yeah, it's difficult you say that after the first game we just watched.
We are gonna forgive him for that.
Yes.
And also, he gets his first pick. He gets a little bit thrown to the wolves.
Yeah, in that draft, sure. But no, yeah, he has had a little bit of a glow up, I'd say, from the offlane.
Yes.
And I would like them to utilize that a little bit more coming into this series, right? Like, I don't mind the Centaur first pick. Supports need to be a little bit better. Or you go for a strong support opening to then give Jabs a little bit more understanding before you lock in his hero. But I think it's not as specific as that. I really am just a little bit lost watching Aurora in that first game.
Yeah, like I want to go with that point of that Jabs has been a rising star. He's going up. He's doing a lot better. You give him the first picks, and as T said, that is okay. Now, help him out. Stop leaving him alone on this first pick where he gets dumpstered by 2 counter picks, and then no one can go to him. He has a Naga carry in a mid lane who's going to be counter picked or can't really move. So I just want them to help each other out because G2IG, they're doing that in the draft. They're doing it with the gameplay, and they just make it very easy for themselves. Whereas Aurora, they are failing at that because we know that they can do it. They're an amazing team.
Yeah, we do focus a lot on Aurora because we are just basically expecting more from them than what we just saw, because yesterday they had a fantastic game against Team Spirit. They did lose the series, but the game we saw from them was really top tier. I do want to focus a little bit more on G2IG because, yes, they had Marcy, which is a very overpowered position 4 on the right hand, which, you know, it was. But overall, I felt like they crafted their draft, Kazu, very, very well.
Yep.
And I think we should credit them maybe a little bit more about how they were able to be so dominant in
No,
this
absolutely.
game.
They get this Magnus, which they have played many times before. They hold the flex until later. They found a great pick with the Brewmaster that they can play through. It helps them against the Naga. I really think that
0-0-11.
he
That's
was
pretty cool.
He was owning. You know, the silent guy in the back, throwing out empowers, using his spells well. But where I really think the draft was heavily won for them was the 16-17 with the Marcy into Morphling. There's such a high chance Aurora were looking at this hero. So not only do you take it for yourself because it's amazing, you pair it up with the Baboka Marcy, which is amazing in their own draft and against the enemy. So just like this double pick was beautiful from them.
Yeah, it feels like if you're locking in your carry in the your offlane in the first pick, some teams are confident enough to go core plus support in that second phase to then just take it. Like, who cares if you have a counter? I value it highly. And at least in that previous game, Aurora did not have the confidence to lock in the core early enough to then kind of just give strengths to G2IG. So coming into this next draft, like they've done it so many times before where they are in this pick position, but they just overreacted to the Magnus. Like, coming into this, we were talking about how Magnus is going to, of course, be important. Every single time G2IG play, it is at the forefront of our minds, but they did just answer it poorly. Like, so they have to accept that game 1 prep, it was off, it wasn't good, and hopefully they've come to some good conclusions after that game 1, so that in the second game, we don't have this same kind of awkward, highly punishable lineup that is not fit for a top 8 lower bracket run.
Yep, we did swap everything around. So G2IG is now a first pick and Radiant, where Aurora, of course, was that previous game. So we will see some changes for sure. And we do have some respect bans instantly coming out. That Magnus is removed, the Marcy is removed. Does mean we get some extra heroes left in the pool.
There's still the Slardar, right? That they have to think about.
Yep, Slardar as well. Aurora, you can't ban all 5 heroes from the previous game. And they've banned out only 2. You can ban 4, but they've decided to ban 2.
Other heroes that come to mind are Chen and Doom. Both were banned out previously. And now Primal Beast is also still banned. Enchantress was also banned in the previous game.
Yeah. So the Slardar is being left in the pool, which means that I mean, Aurora know this. There's a high chance that G2IG would pick it. Okay, they will go with the Doom instead. I mean, this is at least the funky part sometimes when you react to one of the games you just played. You ban out like multiple heroes that usually, aren't really. Now there's Doom in the pool, there's a Slardar, some Shadow Demons are in as well, but G2IG will take a little bit of a different script. They'll go with the Doom.
Yeah, it feels like they kind of banned the combos, right? Like the idea of if we only have one ban enter in the second phase, if we ban out the Mag, we ban out the Marcy, these are the ones that we care most about. When it's like, oh, we only have one ban and they've already set the foundation. There's so many that these empower, right? Because of course, Mag literally does that, and same tip with Marcy.
Yeah, and there's actually so many heroes still left in the pool that were banned previously that would be on the radar of these teams, that this is where Aurora is going to use a chunk of their bonus time to decide where they're going to go, because this pick could set the whole tone. This is a lot of bonus time used for a first pick.
Yeah, I could see, I was going to say bad, because it's good for them. They play it very well. I love when they play it. Both Q and Ollie are very capable of playing this hero. And just to make sure that, the game doesn't become a Doom chooses his fight all the time with some Zeus ult or whatever. Haha, Doom! And then they run down and take the fight. Now it's like, I have Bad Rider, I can take the fight on our terms, so I like this first phase from both teams. It's a very good setup to just, have a nice draft down the line.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, well then it's time for some bans. How are they going to protect these heroes? I mean, we see Doom.
Yes, Doom, Boom.
We will see Boom later.
We'll see Boom later.
Doom now.
But we see Doom not that frequently because he gets banned a lot. Is there anything in particular that teams need to ban out to protect it?
They're already banning out the Slardar out of respect, because if it's not picked first phase, if it still could be in play for both teams. I've seen them ban at least, like when they pick Doom in the second phase, Clockwork and Venge have been some support bans that they sometimes go for. Clock for the laning. When Doom wants to chase down with Scorched Earth, Clock can match up Battery Assault and go back towards him. And also Venge, because of the shield, it is a way to deal with Doom in some capacity. You can't heal for it, but doing that, and instead they look for the Shadow Demon. If you can banish, like, any support that buys time in the Doom is pretty high value. Like we saw Abaddon time ago be a good answer. Venge has cropped up a couple of times. Of course, Shadow Demon is like the S-tier version of that, just because of your 2.5 seconds or whatever.
I'm a bit surprised that no one has really tried to like look into one game. Oh, this looks like a Venge game. We'll try it.
Or, just any kind of shield type hero.
Another shield type hero with Mr. Shield Crash Pangolier coming in. It's a hero that some teams just don't really seem to play as often, but I like the small switch up here. Jabs can also play it. They did ban the Bloodseeker, so they covered it. Another thing that stood out to me is that G2IG banned the SD. I would have actually blundered here, not banned it, potentially given it to them, because I would have been under the impression of, oh, Aurora want to ban it because they have Bad Rider. But they would even have to pick out of the phase so they could take it. So, you know, nicely done by G2IG.
And this is very refreshing to see from Aurora. Like, based on the previous game, it was like Timbersaw or bust, wait for 40 minutes. Like, the entire game plan was so scripted that it felt awkward to look at. But this time around, like, you got the bat for the laning, Pan go for the early defusal and go fight. Like, it is very in your face. And now G2IG, one of the rising stars. I think if you think about core rising stars, Bristle. Support, easily Grimstroke.
Like, Marcy Grim.
Marcy Grim, very strong. Grimstroke by itself, incredible. The Soulbind against the Pangolier stops the roll round. I think it's less about the anti-Pango aspects, but just the fact that you push heroes forward so easily. You have the hard dispel of your shard. You like heroes who initiate. I would like to see G2IG make sure they have at least one or two other heroes that like the Grimstroke. I think Grim thrives when he doesn't have to focus on my one hero is in position to go. Like I like him being able to throw his spell on anyone. Go fight, lads. In you go.
Oh, this is I feel like very scary.
I want to see, Soulbind, double Doom,
the double
finger,
Doom, the double finger, the double hex, the double stun as well.
Double Earthspike. It will look beautiful. That is a highlight. That's a YouTube highlight.
That's a YouTube highlight right there.
Now, Jabs, what is your counter highlight?
Yeah, Jabs, what's your YouTube highlight gonna be? I mean, do they have any wombo combo potential with the heroes that they have?
Let me see. What do Aurora want to go for? I would assume you want your other. So they want to hold a Pango Flex potentially, which means if you do want to do that, you need to pick your carry here and your support. So for them, they have to check, okay, 23, you see Doom, you see Lion, this is the lane. Do you feel comfortable enough to man up here and pick your carry?
And it's, no matter what, like right now when I see G2IG's lineup, I like the idea of having combo break heroes against it, but it's pretty hard to do that. Because like you don't want to pick Abaddon into any of this. Grimstroke's really good. You have to run into melee range. You get hit by Soulbind stuns. It's just awkward. SD's already banned out as well. Core-wise, you could argue like, oh, you can go for like a Lifestealer, right? But then you have the Hex, the Lion, the Doom as well. It's a really obnoxious three heroes that layer over each other that just prevent the perfect. This is the counter.
I would like some high damage. Like when the Pango rolls or the Bad Lasso is a hero to me, I am destroying Doom or whoever like really is there. So I'm looking at like maybe Sven who goes BKB in like the mid game. I was eyeing Weaver a little bit, but I think Weaver into like Lion or if your Lincoln gets cancelled,
that's
Doom,
scary.
that can be scary. So Sven is on top of my list. Maybe there's something else.
I like the idea of like a strong initiating offlaner and then maybe hold your carry pick to last just to understand a little bit more. Because there could be a world where I like Sven. I think I was looking at maybe like a TA just for the laning aspect.
I like TA.
Like TA is really nice for the pressuring, but picking TA in this position, giving two counter picks in play could be a bit awkward, but I like TA.
I guess the good thing with TA, because I like it a lot, is that it gives you like another layer of flex. Now your Pango can be 2-3, your TA can be 1-2. So it might be very hard for G2IG to like find this pick that covers like all the bases. Like it's really tough.
TA is like because Lauren can play at mid, like TA was on my mind, but we'll see if they do go for it. The trap silence as well against backline supports is always really obnoxious.
Or they go for the Viper.
I mean,
it has
a lot of I would say a lot of magic damage in the supports. Of course, Doom is pure, but like the fact that your Viper can stand his ground in the initiation, that is at least somewhat important.
I brought it up yesterday. Maybe there's also flex in it. Ollie has popped it. Maybe Bad Rider can be core.
Yeah.
Pango can be core. So there's like some, you know, multiple things going on. Well, this makes all of these heroes going to the offlane a lot worse.
This is miserable for you.
Viper can't really go offlane against Weaver.
Oh no.
Pango doesn't like it either, nor does Bad. So this pick is, I was maybe eyeing for G2IG to close out the phase with a Void before I saw the Viper. This must have been the best pick they could have closed out the phase with.
No, I love the Weaver pick. There's no real major stuns for Aurora. You cannot lean on Lasso to be your key anti-Weaver spell, and on top of that, you utilize Inkswell very nicely. Even though you're a ranged hero, you put the Inkswell on, you Sakuchi right on top, get that stun, then you get the follow-up after. You can itemize for Lincolns and BKB if you really care about just not dying in that regard. Again, Weaver players probably play on a little bit more limits, so don't need to go double defensive.
Yep.
Well, is there potentially a flex potential? Maybe with, I don't know, it feels disgusting saying it, like Viper safe lane, Pango mid, and then, you know, pick something off lane that can lane against Weaver.
At this point on Aurora, someone will have to take the L.
Okay.
I think Jabs has been very accustomed to doing that over the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Which means they are banking on this last pick, 23 Savage, that, my bro, this is elimination game. You get the last pick. Do it.
And you put him on C tier earlier this morning, so if he wins this game for a squad, will he move up a tier?
If he does it twice in a row and he wins the series, yes.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah. Simple. That's how easy it is.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Sorry, T, you had a point, please.
No, I'm thinking Aurora, at least in this series, have shown that they've looked at other teams a little bit with some of their logic. Could this not just be, like, Lorinov just played a Viper mid game yesterday. Like, he finished his series, he played some pubs, he played Viper mid. Like, the same logic could be, they just want the Viper mid to be obnoxious, to force the draft in some capacity. You put Pango off lane with a Hoodwink, batch your 5. Like, I think that world at least looks somewhat logical if you use other teams as for their draft structure.
So now if you're, at least one of the things that we also mentioned yesterday, I think it was Xtreme, they had Viper, they also picked it blind, but they had like a lot of jump. So maybe this is similar for Aurora where like, okay, we pick Viper, it makes it a lot harder for you to pick a mid, and the mids you want to pick, they struggle against like a Bad Rider.
Sniper and Carlo banned out.
Sniper is banned out. I think the Carlo ban I like a lot as well. So it's kind of on G2IG, what do they want to cook in this mid lane here? Because Viper is just incredibly annoying when it comes to the draft and wanting to pick your hero.
I mean, the big three are Sniper, Lina, Kotal against the Viper. High-ranged heroes that don't need to play the lane, and only Lina's available. We saw it yesterday get picked up, and it was all right.
Was pretty good. I think there was another game where it looked even better. Yeah. But let me see. So Lina is, as you mentioned, first one that comes to mind.
Think of the YouTube highlights. Now you have Soulbind, Finger, Laguna, and Doom. That's a lot.
Let me see.
But I like the bans from G2IG. Like, there's a lot of aggression coming out from the first 4 picks that you want 23 Savage to be on the I am the carry of the entire game. Void against Weaver, it's a timer. Medusa against Weaver, it complicates the Weaver. You need to survive the other heroes. You need to try and eat through a butterfly. You don't want to buy MKB that early on. So I like the 2 bans. A lot of respect for the type of draft Aurora's presented. And they do just go for the Lina. So.
Which I think that can't be any surprise to Aurora either. They must have known that this is coming.
I mean, it's the reason why I think Viper's quite an interesting mid-pick nowadays, because it is just 3 heroes that you play against it. So draft-wise, it does kind of simplify it. And yeah, now for Aurora, I think I kind of still like the Sven idea. Just buff up the armor to deal with the Weaver. It's an explosive jump, so if you find the Lion or the Grim, you are just going to 100-0 them.
How about a Monkey King?
They want to play on high tempo. I don't really mind it. I do think that they have picked a few heroes that are very like, they have a very fine line of how you're allowed to play, right? If you play Viper and Monkey and you do 1-2 small mistakes in the lanes and the early game, your game can kind of fall flat. But I like that they're taking a different approach. I feel like the last games, it hasn't worked out for us. Let's play more aggressive. We have Roll, we have Viper, we have Monkey King. We go together through some gates. But for me, what Aurora have to do to win this game is do well in these lanes and play from there. Because I feel like Lina and Weaver, who get items in this game, can be incredibly hard to like really be caught and like make them have a hard team fight if they get like 1-2 Lincolns. Like, who's really going to initiate? Then it's Jabs again on his own who has to really come through.
Yeah, especially for Monkey King, he doesn't have that perfect hero to help contain inside Wukongs. Like Batrider can, Pangolier in the correct position with Ronnie Fonda can do it, but it is a lot of, I think, momentum-driven play from Aurora. But you look at G2IG lineup, that is strong lanes. It plays the entire game. They can poke out. So I think I prefer G2IG's lineup. But I'm very happy Aurora looked at that previous game, ripped it apart and gone, we're not going anywhere near that. Like, this is the complete opposite.
But
the
did
type
they
of play.
overcorrect? Because that's sometimes a risk in these situations.
Honestly, I think they may have, but I still feel like they have better chances in this game than they had in game 1. And I like that they just, like T said, rip it apart, try something new. They can do it if they execute. I do prefer G2IGs. I think it's a bit simpler. But Aurora, let's go. Like, they can show me a good game because they're capable of doing so. And the last games were not the ones.
I mean, they just stole Viper mid. They never touched it, and they've seen it. Run off played one pub, and now they're doing it in a game 2 elimination series. That's a lot of confidence. That's a lot of respect for a team to try and do it in the important game as well.
Well, yesterday they had a very important game, and it was one of the games where we said, oh, if they can execute, they got this. And they were able to execute that game, that one game in particular. The question is, can they do it here? Because if they don't, they will be eliminated from PGL Wallachia. We're going to find out who's going to take it together with the B-Cup and the cost.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, Aurora looking to change their tide, and we'll see if they can avoid the 2-0 elimination to G2IG. But what do you think? I mean, the draft feels kind of favored for IG in my opinion.
Most definitely. Something that Lorinov played against yesterday, and he was on the receiving end, was Lina and Lion.
Yeah.
And this time around, they do have 2 same heroes, and they also have Grimstroke. So they could potentially experience that Lina Grimstroke combo onto 2 different heroes, and we've seen the exact same matchup a couple of times with this Viper being counterpicked by Lina, where you can, close, keep the invite me to vetting. 23 says JT best Monkey King, a bit of XD action.
What else was said here? Yeah, best MK, just a little good luck, have fun. I like the casual banter. It's. When it happens, if Soulbind connects and you go double finger Laguna
blade
Doom, does the game just turn off?
Yeah, pretty much. It's too powerful. You don't even need to use all of these things. Most likely you're going to be looking into double Doom, Laguna Blade. Things are going to get much more difficult for Aurora. And Monkey King as a hero in terms of, like, some of the carries, these heroes get really involved early on. Both Weaver, we're going to probably see if Monet finds an opening that he's going to go and try to gank 23 through the gates. Monkey King also one of the best heroes in the game that he can do the same thing. Weaver not the easiest hero to gank, to be honest, but his rotation through the gates, he jumps on a tree, immediately goes through the gates, and suddenly he's there ready to backstab.
So just a question, I think the obs was showing us the talents for Grimstroke because have 15 plus 25% soul mind spell damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Inkswell movement speed is nice, but I think in this one, you play for the other talent. you have Lina Lion in the team.
All right, somebody give this Grimstroke some farm priorities, some experience, get rid of 15 as quickly as possible. Let's see it happen. But I'm interested to see these matchups. Like the panel was saying, Lorinov coming in here with a Viper's a little bit shocking.
Not the typical Lorinov hero. I'm also a little worried for Aurora in terms of how they're going to make the plays. Viper is not that hero. Pango from the offlane, he can be shut down. He doesn't like to play into Weaver. This is also Grimstroke plus Weaver. When the hero was first introduced, people were pairing it up because you have Phantom on you and you have the Swarm. So you got to decide which one you're going to kill. Don't have enough attack speed for both.
That's really frustrating. Not easy to handle all that.
And also one of the best heroes in the game to be paired up with the Grimstroke, because you have max movement speed with Shikuchi, so you can easily utilize that Inkswell, get on top of the hero.
Yeah, Grimstroke, one of those heroes that's really good when you have communication, but not as good when you're alone in pubs. I think the Inkswell combination of just knowing when to pop and who to go with is so good. And we've seen it with like Centaur before in previous games where you jump, hoof stomp, let Inkswell continue, pop, and then just keep that CC as long as you can. And Xnova on this Grimstroke just eating some harassment from Jabs and Q, and Jabs really trying to turn his fortune from what was his last game.
Yeah, didn't really enjoy it too much. Offlane Pango, we see that more often recently where you're using it as a flex pick. Pango, I don't know, just doing Pango things. I think as a caster, it makes things a lot difficult when you have one hero being the first pick for the last 3 years or something. Like, oh, can't wait to talk about Pangolier.
What could I say I haven't said for the last 3 years? Well, if you didn't know, his swashbuckle, his strike count got changed from 4 to 3, but that was, I would say, more recent than everything we've spoken about with Pango, at least. So there's that. Inkswell, not gonna stun, but there was the swashbuckle with the blood grenade. Xnova running away and will survive on a fraction of health. So no first blood just yet.
Ollie again.
And
in the old chat, JT.
Boundless strike. Ooh, worse spike, and now a dead 23. They really wanted to try.
Oh.
Okay.
He has it. He
has it balanced.
Copied. Yeah.
And look at JT in his camera. He was laughing. Ollie, not so much anymore.
Yeah, this is a really strong lane from G2IG managed by Jack Chen because they have stun, they have control for Monkey King. Jingu Mastery is level 2. This is where you're going to start to feel strong, but you're also playing into Doom, this damage over time and also having a bit of a control.
Swarm, Inkswell
going in.
Monet wants this kill and it will pop on the Q.
Ollie.
Oh boy.
No, I'm just saying, you know,
oh,
Ollie.
Okay. Or you just
somebody dies.
JT's
ready to go. Oh, he's thinking about diving, turning into Clarity. Somebody should pick it up. Free mana.
Is that just how we have to cast the game now after every kill, Ollie?
Ring of Vassy dropped. He's pinging it out. Q will bring it to the bottom lane for Jab so that he has some extra mana regen. Offlane Pango does consume a decent amount of mana, and I think Monet should be fine as long as they can catch this squirrel off guard. Q has been playing pretty greedy on a Hoodwink as a position 4, more greedier, I would say, than other position 4 players. And looking at the mid lane, 14 denies, 14 CS on Lorinov. So, yeah, he's really struggling. Nothing to say dominating this matchup. A little surprised that they decided to go with Viper in an elimination game. This is like the second game. They lose this one, they're out.
It forced, he's doing so poorly that it forced Viper in a 2 points in the Nether Toxin, not going in any of the Corrosive Skin. So
he knows that he's going to lose the matchup, so preparing for the jungle. Nether Toxin is going to be your way to come back into the game.
Seems so. There's nothing to say, is just 31 and 16. That is the same amount of denies. He now has more denies than the entirety of the Dire side. That's pretty nuts. 23 gets into the trees. Will Primal spring away and back up into the tree, but Ollie, he'll be spotted with the Infernal Blade coming through from JT. Not enough damage to get the kill. JT actually losing his career to Ollie.
They know something's cooking. X-Noah did go through the gates. Monkey, Boundless Strike ready.
Not going to use it.
Because you can leave Monet alone in the bottom lane. There's no way that he's going to die.
Yeah.
There's just not enough stuns, no silences. So X-Noah can't afford to go through the gates, waste a little bit more time, even if this gank was not successful.
So X-Nova will pull. Just try to keep this creep wave nearby the tower so Monet can just farm up casually, going into the Dragonlance now. So he's happy with everything. The domination mid continues. You do have Laguna Blade available. Usually we see, nothing to say, make that first rotation when he does hit 6 to pop somebody. And if you're Ollie, you might want to be careful, because that is definitely one of the targets that's going to be easiest to get the kill on with that Laguna Blade and the stun up top. So Jabs will stack the Ancient Camp while being forced to pick up that Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, being
with him
forced.
only being level 4. Well, I mean, kinda. Boundless Strike, Flame Break, Viper Strike, but the lockdown is gone. It's not going to matter, and
let's see if
they get the
Ollie...
kill on JT. Unlucky. Unlucky T.
Oh, Laguna Blade onto a creep. Speaking of unlucky.
Uh-oh.
TP dead. JT, also known as just TP, is...
It's okay, bro.
It is okay. They're still going for Monkey.
Yeah, Hex.
I would definitely love to have that Laguna Blade. Instead, it was used on either Troll or a Skelly Bro.
Just not the right target at all. Some may say unlucky for Lina, some may say lucky for Ali, where he doesn't die there. So nothing to say with that. He'll continue to stay towards top. At least he stayed there for a little bit longer. And he's still continuing to elect to stay, so let's see. Oh, he
It was a...
He didn't even get the kill.
Ooh. Wow, he really nailed it there. God, I don't think he even got the last hit on the creep.
Didn't even kill the creep with Laguna Blade. This spell needs a buff. Can't kill one neutral.
Needs to be able to... I mean, how does Laguna Blade not one-shot the creep, but Dagon does? I guess because you have to spend gold. 500 damage.
Oh, immediate Hex. Phantom's Embrace. They go to the Viper Strike. Flame Break. Bobica on the run. He's dead. Boundless Strike to get that kill. Viper Strike was on to JT, but they don't kill him off. Good movements here from Aurora, but Aurora aren't focusing Monet at all, but Monet's not farming as well as he did in game number 1 with all this open space.
Yeah, he's going to catch up, and he's not too worried about getting initiated on. The only way they kill him if he is playing like super greedy, gets hit by a bushwhack, some Rolling Thunder combo, or if they get lasso on him. Not going to say, continues to farm up, does have Boots of Travel now available, needs to use the Courier, and then he's going to have a bit more global presence.
Going Ags next, no surprise, early Ags, or first non-mobility item Ags.
Definitely needs more damage to be able to kill those creeps.
Flame Cloak has been the first choice for a lot of Linas we've seen. And despite the early advantages for IG, both their supports still looking for level 6. Only 2 kills to their name. They'll move over Bobica. Smoke breaks while Lornoff is focusing on some stacks, and this is some trouble. Laguna this time on a Viper. Inkswell hits, but from the low ground, the right clicks. Nothing to say, we'll get the kill. Sharpshooter misses, and Bobica will end up getting burnt out by Ali.
Bobica was sacrificed. Inkswell, go in. Not the hero that you want to run in with.
Yeah, we're not going to put it
on
on
Lion,
Lina.
but they did not have a melee hero in that engagement. Monet continues to farm up in the bottom lane. Seems like he's going to be going for Deso. We've seen Yatoro go for that item. Most of the time, it is just Maelstrom into Gleipnir. That item build seems really good because you have something to stop the TP with. But also the Deso plus Shard build makes it slightly more different how you play the fights and how you're going to move. It makes you slightly more predictable, so enemies can go for the gank because they know you're going to use Shikuchi. You need to get in the middle of the creep wave, so you could get surprise stunned by some like random bushwhack or Rolling Thunder with the Blink Dagger.
So level 6 available now for Bobica. Speaking of supports, though, looked over at Q, and he's super farmed. He's way higher than the supports on both sides, making some huge stacks. He's getting the benefits of that gold, and also looking to go into the Maelstrom.
Lornoff with clearing this stack, he's going to be able to recover. And it's also Jabs getting some of that farm, so only a recipe away from his Diffusal Blade. Don't see too much different item build from offlane Pango. You still want to get that Diffusal, maybe a Blink Dagger, so that you can get the better Rolling Thunder, especially if you don't have enough lockdown like Aurora right now. And I think it's going to be pretty important that Ollie gets some farm as a position 5 Batrider, so that he can be the initiator for the team.
Yeah, and he's been involved in all 3 kills. He's got 2 of them, actually, so 1,300 gold. The blink time is going to be decent here for Ollie. Because it looks like he'll just go Brown Boots Blink. Cleaning up stacks again here for nothing to say. JT joining in to maybe help out a little bit, maybe take one or two, as he does. Usually takes attacks.
Gotta love to see 3 heroes clearing the stacks together. It's been stack Dota for quite some time now.
Oh, yeah.
No fights happening, only 6 kills in 12 minutes.
That's half a kill a minute. Bottom lane. Bottom tier 1 is just taking some damage from Monet, who hasn't really moved here. And this is something we saw in game number 1, right? Like, the laning phase didn't really end for 15 minutes. And it's sort of similar right now.
All right, I want to see the amount of stacks done in this game. It has to be like 15.
I'm going to say, never mind.
So,
oh, whoa, we got
9.
totals now on the bottom.
We do, all right. So 15, I was not wrong. Thank you so much. And then 9, so we don't have to do the math immediately. Even though we did not have the problem with that. It was pretty quick and accurate because I was doing it.
Yeah, I was about to say, you didn't have a problem doing the math. I usually stay pretty quiet.
I could have said 66 and we'd be like, yep, that's the right number. 3 minutes into the game, 66 stacks for G2IG.
Hey, that's what I'm here for, to just yep you up. You can say anything to me. I'll give you a yep.
So more stacks being made.
Yep.
Everybody is in the outer ring. Jabs ready to go. Same goes for Bobaka.
Nothing to say. 1,000 gold away from hitting this Ags. Going into the Shard afterwards. He wants that upgrade of the Fiery Soul to go with it. Diffusal finally finished there for the Pangolier. JT going into the Shivas. He hasn't really been touched at all, and we're still kind of sitting in this laning phase with the way the game's been going. And both these teams, similar styles of play, I would say, that don't really interact much early. So, not surprising that the games have kind of come out like this. 23, meanwhile, he's in the jungle. He's going for the Gleipnir, also known as the Glopnir.
First component finished. Maelstrom now. That's going to increase his farm.
Yeah, almost there.
I expected G2IG to be more active with the heroes that they have. We haven't seen Doom. We've seen one good Laguna Blade on that Satyr creep. And then they stopped. Like nothing to say. Hands are shaky. When he finishes off Aghanim Scepter, has Boots of Travel, because they have relatively easy setups. Inkswell on top of Weaver. Weaver runs in. But never mind, stacks are more juicy looking than any of the heroes from Aurora.
Yep. So they'll both take stacks, and well, they moved a couple heroes down here for Aurora. I was talking about the Batrider having that quick blink, and it is here. 13 minutes, he had about 1,300 gold. Now we're at 15. He's got that blink, so he's ready to go. If they could find Monet, that would be the best for him.
Monet.
But they feel this.
No, they know something's up. Even using the scan, so playing the top part of the map. A lot of heroes have been missing for quite some time. They feel like Batrider could have enough money to buy a Blink Dagger in 23.
Uh-oh. In some trouble. Swarm. Mischief. Wukongs. He is sitting there and will finally TP out. Nobody with Monet there. Despite them all sitting right by the tier 1 tower. All 3 of those heroes have lockdown, by the way. The one hero that didn't went after the Monkey King, and he just TPs out. I'm kind of shocked, honestly.
Gentleman's agreement.
We won't kill you if you won't kill us.
They can kill towers, though.
Towers are fair game. Tier 1 top dies. It's only a 1k net worth lead for IG. Q. 500 gold away from that Maelstrom. I like it. That's the difference between the X-Nova and the Q build.
In a game like this, you don't. What do you need Atos for? You're not fighting. You're not trying to go for the kills. So,
yep.
Maelstrom is the scaling item. Smoke. Ollie.
Blinks away. Bobaka also has Blink, but they miss each other. Specialist Array picked up for Q. One of the better neutrals to pick up for this Hoodwink. There's that Orb of Destruction for 23. And Ollie, he's smoked. He's got Blink. We saw it just a moment ago if he wants to go for that Blink lasso. But nothing to say. Through that Dragon Slave, didn't hit anything and realizes that they're farming that area of the map on the side of Aurora.
I think it's time to stack slightly more in the triangle to get a little bit more farm. 6 kill, JT.
Oh. Ollie getting that lasso, trying to get some revenge here on JT, but the sharpshooter comes in. He's broken. Rolling Thunder doesn't hit JT, so he survives, and lasso was used. Blink to try and leave. Ollie, though, he's going to be caught by this ink swell, so there will be a kill. This one onto Ollie, and
this time Centaur did not steal it.
Waiting for JT's words, but
didn't say anything. But
yeah,
JT is super tanky, continues to farm up. Devour maxed out, has Shiva's guard ready. Shiva's plus Doom available. There's not gonna be any healing whatsoever.
Wukong's again, 23. Will TP out with the Earth Spike this time. Finger, Bobica comes in. He's standing in the Wukong's taking a lot of damage.
Woo. Didn't get that finger stack. Doesn't matter as much, but they got the kill. So that's the second kill that they managed to get. JT also holding on to Purge as his neutral ability.
Thanks, Purge.
So that's going to be great against Batrider, great against Viper, even Monkey King. Removing the lucky shot, so might keep that one for quite some time.
Shard picked up for the Lina, so having that extra Fiery Soul upgrade that we were talking about before. JT still sitting here bottom. I don't think we've seen a Doom yet.
No, saving it for the late game.
Saving it for Torment. Blink, lasso, sharpshooter, another gank attempt here by Aurora. Rolling Thunder and the Flame Break. This is successful. Nothing to say will die to jabs, and that's a good amount of gold going the way of Aurora. So finally getting a kill with that Blink lasso combo. We've gone from 3-3 to 5-4. Whew. Bloodbath.
Yeah. Calm down, lads. We're missing all those kills. T-Tors, he's in.
Lord
There's
off
the
doomed.
Takes up the region as well.
Shivas, and there's the Stroke of Fate with damage from Monet, and now it's 6-4. We're starting to really ramp up here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As they get that kill on a Lordoff who had been very quiet. His mid lane did not go well. That being said, he's only 1,000 gold behind the Lina. Bushwhack Sharpshooter X Nova dies. And now the turnaround with the Hexer Spike Mana Drain, but Balance Strike, Wukong's command. We saw Bobica die quickly from this before, and he'll go down to Q. 6-6 as the Swashbuckle connects on to the Weaver and sends Monet packing.
Monet, pretty difficult to kill. He's very elusive. They don't have any silences whatsoever, so they need to get the lasso on top of him. Otherwise, he's not gonna die. Lasso available in a couple of seconds. Ollie, they're going different direction. Nothing to say. Bobica's drawing on a minimap saying get back away from the top lane.
A lot of Atos there for Q. Now that they're getting kills, this Rod of Atos feels very useful. I'll have that extra bit of control. Nothing to say going for the Aether Lens, just looking to deal some damage from a distance. As they're going to go for this tier 1 tower. Lordoff doesn't have his shard yet. I like that shard a lot. Obviously, when you want to get after BKB in your first set of items,
it's really good when you are like so far ahead that you might want to buy it if you don't have enough damage, but otherwise spending 1,400 gold, there are better items to buy.
Yeah.
Now into the Roche pit they go, but seems like they're changing their minds. Smoke, I want to see the big combo. Everything besides Doom is ready. It's going to be up in 15 seconds. Grimstroke, Doom, Laguna Blade, Finger, let's go.
Yeah, they want that, but that smoke, unfortunately for them, right on top of the ward.
Yes.
That is just the worst feeling. Obviously, they don't feel it. It's
guys, they're cheating. They know. They went back.
Hobbs down here, and I think IG starting to realize that maybe they saw that. That's the real question. So this Hobbs sees Laurinov. This Hobbs sees Jabs and Q. Blink in. There's the Doom. Coming through on a Jabs and the Laguna Blade finish. They go and land that Earth Spike with the finger on the Ollie. He's not dead just yet, but both supports drop so quickly on the side of IG. They soulbound Laurinov over to Q, but it didn't matter. They didn't quite have the
do
damage.
much. Monkey King in Wukong's command deals quite a lot of damage. And again, you can feel that Q, he's starting to scale. He's going to be the damage dealer. A lot of the times, Jabs doesn't get the priority. Q's actually the carry of this team. He's getting closer to even 23's farm. Sentry Ops plays down. Their lineup is not that good at taking Roche immediately. So no Doom. And it seems like they still want to take the fight.
Blink in. Infernal Blade, and they go and hit the LSA. They'll get the kill into 23. Viper Strike onto the Doom. The tankiest hero doesn't feel so, as he'll end up dead to Laurinov, but Monet cleans up 2 more, getting more charges out of that Desolator.
3 seconds.
He's got it in 3. He's trying to survive, but ends up falling to Q. You said the damage dealer. He says the carry.
He's popping off. Does have Crystallis finished, and seems like they need to reset. Roshan going back to almost full HP. There's a tier 1 tower to TP2 for Dire side. Radiant with the outpost if they want to keep continuing to battle it out.
Dude, Q is...
Yeah, he has more farm than 23.
Yeah, he's the second most farmed player on his team. These 4 positions, man.
Last couple of days, we've been talking about him being super greedy, getting the farm priority, but this is his peak, I would say.
I think, yeah, this is just amazing. Core players in pubs, take notice. Us 4 positions, we're going to carry the game.
Has that level 15 talent to Acorn Shot bounces, so gonna be even more damage coming out. Monet did not have BKB. There it is, JT. He's bored out of his mind. Oliver, I wanna doom you.
Smoked? Are you? Maybe. Xnova dies to Q, who's unstoppable.
This is big Monka moment. Q is getting way too much farm. Gleipnir, Blightstone, and very close to Daedalus. This is gonna be like 28-minute Daedalus. He's easily one-shotting the creep wave. He can also farm the Ancients. And he's pinging it out. He's like, guys, if you want me to fight, I'll join, but I have one job to do, and that's get more damage.
Yeah. He's gonna pass Laurinov, I think. He farms quicker, right?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, especially if he's gonna be outside of the base. Keep playing like this, because he only died once so far. Laurinov does have 2 deaths. Has a little bit of extra protection now with the BKB. Still yet to see the combo from G2IG, managed by Korean Barbecue.
Famous Venomancer player.
Yeah.
Love that, by the way, they were showing the webcam of Q, and he's farming the triangle, and the whole time he's just one hand on the mouse, stretching. Now not doing so, but he's very casual about taking the farm from his cores.
Yeah, might need to see chiropractic after this game, because he's been carrying pretty hard in this one.
So, even in net worth, as JT looks for the BKB, he's top of the net worth for his side, and it looks as though it'll be a double BKB timing, as Monet already has his, so it will be 3 potential 9-second BKBs for IG. And also looking for damage is Monet going into the Crystallis. BKB almost finished for 23, and now Roche is top, and Aurora looking to get this Aegis. They're going to TP up the Lion, but nobody here for IG. After all those fights bottom, IG aren't going to be the ones who get this Aegis. It will be the side of Aurora.
That's pretty much a freebie. They already placed down Observer Ward. Scouted Bobaca. Let's see if he's going to stick around.
He did TP, so he doesn't have a TP to leave. He has a Blink Dagger. But the rest of the team is kind of there-ish. And Lina has Boots of Travel, so can be there in a split second or so. Bottom pushing in a little bit. But Aurora not pushing this creep wave top, and Bobica will blink away, and he's in to safety while they start to split up on Aurora. Tormentor?
It is available. Lorinov is the one holding the Aegis. Super tanky, 3,000 HP on him. With some status resistance. A lot of magic resistance coming out from his level 15 talent on top of it.
And Shard for 23.
It's the same as ET Shard. So you swap position on your ability. Boundless Strike. This one auto cast.
Oof.
Hey, big.
That is so much gold.
Big kill. 700 gold for him.
Man. I was going to say, why did Pango get that shard? But he was bottom 3 the net worth on his team at that point. And Pango already has his, so the 50-50 avoided Bat Rider and gave it to the Monkey King.
They are pretty happy about that one. Bat Rider not having a shard. Like, the worst combo of the heroes when you have on the team is you have Tiny 4, Bat Rider 5. You kill Tormentor and they get it 2 times in a row. You're like, oh man, we shouldn't even do Tormentor at this point.
I always say Tormentor's worth it.
It is worth it, but the value that you get from some of these support heroes is pretty bad.
Just tell him to buy it first before you do it.
Yeah, tell Bat Rider to buy his shard as
so
a
he
support.
can't, yeah. Exactly. Waste your gold so we don't have to. Q, now knowing that he's the damage dealer, going for that defensive item in the Lincolns.
Also has Nemesis Curse.
Yeah, that's a real standout of when a 4 is trying to carry.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Applying a Nemesis Curse with Acorn Shot onto multiple heroes. Sentry Ops down.
Place down, blinking from Ollie, misses it. LSA is going to be off the mark as well. But the Earth Spike finger, that'll get the kill with the BKB pop by Lorinov. They'll go after Bobica, they'll take the Lion, they've got the Wukong's command down with the right clicks coming in, nothing to say, they'll take the Lina. So, 2 heroes dead on IG. Buyback coming in from nothing to say, they want to go for this. Lorinov trying to TP out. Buyback also committed from Bobica, but with the Primal Spring and every single bit of movement here from Aurora, they really do have a good way to disengage. Q gonna scurry, throw a Bushwhack out, that connects the Acorn Shot, slowing them down, almost killing Bobica! Oh my god, one Acorn Shot was enough! It bounced back to Bobica 3 times!
He's gonna die here. We'll get doomed. This is a core hero, so they want to kill it off immediately.
Yeah, it's worth it.
I'm not sure about this one, boys. These buybacks coming out, like, you're not gonna get any value. There's no tier 2 tower in the top lane. There is no Roche to contest. There's still Aegis on Lorinov, so a little surprised that they decided to do it.
Ooh, holy hell, one Acorn Shot takes out Bobica. That was
the one who bought back, so his itemization is not gonna be there. Only holding a Blink Dagger, the least farmed hero in the whole game.
Yeah, he's the other position 4, and his net worth is almost getting tripled by Q. That's rough times here for Bobica.
They haven't managed to execute a single combo with the Grimstroke. I want to see, you know, double, triple ulti. Mostly Doom.
He's almost level 15. So
he needs some item that he can get close. Does have Etherlands, had Blink in his quick buy. I feel like Blink is kind of a necessary to be able to execute. Your Doom does have a Blink Dagger. This triple BKB timing hasn't achieved much for G2IG.
All of a sudden, Lorinov finally fits into that top 3 net worth, which was occupied by all of IG for so long. But with the buyback coming out from Nothing to Say, his net worth dropped. And Lorinov now at number 2. He's been in these fights and kind of forgotten about. He just BKBs and he's throwing out a good amount of damage. That'll happen when the focus is on a 4 position, just spitting damage.
Lorinov is doomed, he's not gonna die. If they want to kill him, they need to drop the Doom, and also it needs to be Monet on top of him.
Whew.
This is the third time that Q died.
They're
It's
really
worth a lot of
hating.
gold. I can't really complain about these kills because they're worth a lot of gold. Going into Lincoln Spheres, they want to have some kind of protection against Viper and mostly Blink initiation from Batrider. Same goes for Aurora. They are building into Lincoln Spheres.
That double nuke, though. Finger Laguna. Where is
Lotus Orb's going to be a big pickup if Jabs can farm that quickly. Gives you protection for almost 10 seconds.
It's a long time to be protected against this targeted lineup. Ags for 23, soon to be finished off. With Q dead for another 20 seconds. A lot of damage out of the hands of Aurora.
There's the obs. It's been spotted. Gem on Jabs.
Just worried about jumping for it, but with IG finally backing up, they'll throw a sentry down just to stay safe. And we'll grab that obs. This time, Gem now bought by Xnova. So, net worth is even. A lot of that because Q's got a lot of farm. We talked about how quickly a Hoodwink can farm. I think we've talked about it quite a bit, about how well this hero is doing right now. But switching from the Lincolns, by the way, to an Aeon Disc.
It's a cheaper one, playing against Lina, so you can get one shot. I believe he did the same thing yesterday, because he was playing against Lina Lion combo, when they were playing Team Spirit.
So they smoke as Roche. 55 seconds till that's back up. BKB's being built elsewhere, and there's that Lincoln's for nothing to say. But a little bit of time of fight, and now, while waiting for Roche, definitely time to farm and keep it a little bit quieter around the map for Aurora, but IG thinking otherwise. So, Daedalus for Monet next.
Q again.
Not going to allow Q to out-damage him. Ooh, Earth Spike off the mark. But they've got the double nuke.
The red and the blue.
They are really trying to make the squirrel extinct. As they'll go in with Boundless Strike, the Wukong's command, zoning them a little bit. The lasso comes in. They get the kill on JT. The Soulbind is there, but they already used the double nuke. So, no Finger, no Laguna. But it does stop the roll from going forward onto the IG team. So it's worth it to Soulbind to escape.
They would definitely love to have that Doom right now, but he's the front line. Might need to use Monet as a front line, considering that he does have Lincoln Sphere, and there's nothing to break the Lincoln Sphere, at least now on Batrider. There is no Force Staff, so he can't blink in. He's relying on somebody else, and looking at the other abilities that can't break it, there isn't much. There is, what, Force Staff / Spike on Viper, Viper Strike, but I don't think he wants to use that just to proc the Lincolns.
So it's really tough to break it, get through to these heroes, but they did trade 1-1.
15 seconds until Roshan spawns. Somebody should stay inside.
Well, the 23 for nothing to say. He's closing in on 25. So we'll see what he takes for this.
Oh, I really wonder what he takes with this spell damage build. Going into Refresher, wants to lower the cooldown on his Laguna Blade. Monet is about to finish off his big item.
Ooh.
That's Daedalus.
Yep.
With level 20 talent, 90 Geminate attack, plus amplified damage. This Roshan should drop down pretty quickly. Everything is ready for G2IG.
That being said, Aurora, they're the ones who are over here by Roche. This time it looks as though IG are setting up to respond. Last time they only had Bobica nearby and nobody's there in Roche. They'll throw a napalm stack in just to pull Roche out and check if anybody was in there. But JT showing and pushing up with Xnova right behind him. They're just trying to get these creeps pushed forward so they can go towards Roche.
JT, he can be the front line. The problem is he doesn't have a TP ready for 20 seconds. Buyback is available. There's tier 2 tower, no tier 1. So needs like 10-15 seconds to come back into the fight. if he uses buyback. We've seen this so many times, hiding in these outer rings, trying to find position. Aurora, they do have Observer Ward planted down near the gates and the sentry. Q, killing the creep wave immediately.
Has that armor corruption talent at level 20, so even more damage coming out from this Hoodwink.
Give me that Soulbind spell damage, 15 talent. Want to see the combo. Lincoln's dropped on X-Nova.
And a pause from Lorinoff. So he'll pause for a second. Hopefully a quick one. But tension's high right here in the game. Lorinoff is ready to go. He'll call G. And
Oof, that was close. If he dropped another one, game ends.
Just automatically.
I still can't believe there are players who do have a good game well played.
Bound?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never. Wukong's and the Boundless strike in. They're going to try and go out of the Doom with the BKB being popped. Now, they've caught themselves the Grimstroke. They'll get the kill on X-Nova. He never got the Soulbind off. The chase here with the Rolling Thunder, but the timeline from Monet goes back towards Lorinoff. He's back by Bobica, who will throw the Earth Spike out, but he doesn't have the survivability to get away from the side of Aurora. 3 heroes dead, make it a 4th. The buyback committed from the Grimstroke, but nobody else able to get back into the fight. And with Aurora winning that one, they'll get their treasure, which is this second Aegis.
Yeah, Jibs did one hell of a lot of damage, and also the control, exactly what they needed. Execution from G2IG, the plan was good on paper. Using Inkswell immediately to break the lasso on JT. But still not enough, and this Wukong's command with Shard, where he can swap position. Uh-oh, nothing to say.
BKB doesn't have TP. I was going to say didn't TP, but doesn't have it. So he's now in such an awful spot. Ogre Seal Totem getting him some distance. Will take out a courier before he dies, but the Lincoln's is popped in his life as well. Will be taken by Aurora.
Last couple of minutes, it looked pretty rough for G2IG. Not able to find a double Doom a single time in this game.
I don't think we've seen a double anything, really. There's been some Soulbinds,
We've seen double feed when they buy back and do nothing, especially from Baboka, who... And there's that replay one more time, just making sure.
X-Nova's positioning, he's just so far forward in the fight, and this Rolling Thunder allows him to get seen.
You can't fight inside Wukong, so there's like a lot of damage on the ground. Look at jabs rolling, and then time-lapse in the middle of all these heroes. Gleipnir, it also gives vision. I don't think they have any sentries around, but yeah, Gleipnir providing vision against Invis units. Monet needs a little bit of extra lifesteal or something. Had Satanic in his quick buy, but now swapping things around, going for Hurricane Pike, which is going to be a little bit of extra protection.
Tormy taken. Bobica gets that shard, but while that's happening...
Lorinoff does have shard available now. Holding the Aegis, has silence, and also about to become universal with all these stat items.
Uh-oh. They still have Soulbind. Nothing to say did for 45 more seconds. Yeah.
Last 40 minutes, but still unable to execute. There's the wraparound.
There goes that tier 3. They're looking at a wraparound without Lina. I just don't know if you want to fight.
He's going to buy back. Ooh, Dire using Scan. They know. They're having a good read. Ollie in a good spot to break the smoke.
Uh-oh.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
JT. There's a shield rune available that he's going to pick up, Monet. He needs to really watch out.
JT hasn't been harassing Ollie in the old chat in the past 10, 15 minutes.
Things get real. You stop typing. 14,000 net worth and lead now for Aurora. As the mid-set racks were taken, Monet has that Daedalus, now wanting that Hurricane Pike to create some distance.
It's a good, I mean, maybe he can go inside Wukong's command, and if 23 is on the edge, he can push him out of the Wukong's.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty nice.
It'd be
easy
slick.
to say, difficult to execute.
Oh, yeah. So, while this is going on, Aurora, they'll back up towards their Torment.
This is the face of a man who's about to become universal.
Yeah. Just one creep away. Universal. It must feel so good. Just get that boost to Universal. So, See how this goes for IG. Buyback situation for IG is grim, in that just Lina and Lion have it.
So with all these items, I was looking at his damage. He received 140 extra damage, becoming universal.
Eesh.
And that's before Lincoln, so that's going to be even more stats.
Yeah. Certainly better to be Universal than be Disney, so good there for the Viper. Timeless Relic picked up for the Bat Rider. Cheese hulked on here by 23. Aurora still pressuring the other side of the river, and they are really looking to make something happen with the last minute of this Aegis. But with the last minute of the Aegis, if IG time this right, that could be a problem. Triple Ninja Gear for the side of IG. And there goes that Tier 2 tower. Smoke from Aurora. 45 seconds remain on this Aegis. So they're going to
going for a little bit of a split push. But look at that.
Yeah, he does not have the access to that
and
shard.
Also minus armor from Viper. Q did pick up Deso. Does have A on disc.
Glyph was used. Tier 3. That got taken to the bottom lane. They look over at Bobica. They're going to use the Doom. They've got the Wukong's command. But it's a lot of trouble here for the side of Aurora. The Soulbine's going to finally connect. They've got the double Laguna Bleed. They get the kill onto Jabs. They lose Bobica. 23 on the outer edge of this 25 ring. The bottom center racks were taken by Monet at the same
still
time.
not done. This is the play. G2IG.
He's
they
just
got
committing.
a lot from this one. Xnoa dispels it off immediately. There is buyback available.
He takes that effigy and he's trying to make it so the creeps push in even deeper.
They take a big L from this one. This push not really working out for Aurora.
Finally seeing a double Laguna and the strength of it.
How much damage was that from Lina? 4,000 damage. Double Laguna Blade, level 26 right now. Laguna Blade on 25-second cooldown going into refreshers. So we might see, this is the combo. Still yet to see the big one, but double Doom, 4 Laguna Blades, and 2 fingers.
That's like...
And double Hurricane Pike from Monet. So that he can
can't forget
do
that.
something. Yeah, that's very important. Monet about to crack level 25. That's a big damage increase. 1 Geminate attack.
Yeah. Even more damage for Monet. He's still looking at that Hurricane Pike. I was going to say, he had 5,000 gold. Whether or not he wanted to buy it was the question. Putting up a whole creep wave real quick. So Pike Satanic in his future. Buybacks starting to come back and be affordable for the side of IG as well. Viper and Monkey King do not have buyback. And 23 is 2,300 gold short of his.
Not even close, but he does pack a punch. 4,000 HP on Monkey with level 25 Wukongs. Make things a lot difficult. They have no repositioning tools, so they can't really drag him out. We did talk about this Pike from Weaver, which is probably not going to happen.
JT, Shivas, and Smoked. Thanks to having that Ninja Gear. So many heroes having Ninja Gear on the side of IG, it feels like they're popping a full smoke, but it's just 3 separate Ninja Gears. As JT just moving lane to lane, cleaning up some creeps. He's also going into a Lincoln's. One of their biggest issues right now is finding Monkey King. He hit that level 25, and he took that additional Wukong's command's ring size, and we saw it in that fight, where the ring extends all the way to the racks, but he's sitting on the low ground by the steps over near the jungle.
They can still kill him. Like, if he goes in, he gets doomed. Monet's gonna feel a lot more, I would say, safe coming into the next fight, having a BKB, having Lincoln's, and also Hurricane Pike. Satanic Divine Rapier queued up for him. Satanic definitely needed, especially with this build. When you go with Shikuchi, Shard, you hit onto 2 heroes, go back to full HP immediately.
He's got to get the gold there, so somebody show him the money, and he'll get there eventually. But I don't even know what you replace in this entire 6-stack. You just get rid of treads, right? But to get Satanic and Divine, What are you moving?
Yeah, you just upgraded to Hurricane Pike. Usually you sell Dragonlance. If it's a good game for Pike, you're going to keep it, but we'll have to see how it plays out. He's sitting on 5,000 gold for now. It matters that he has buyback available. Bobica hitting level 20. That's a big one. This AoE Earth Spike.
And that cone effect.
Yeah, the cone effect.
Oh, yeah, brother.
Very important in the next fight. Let's see if he's going to be able to get multiple stuns off.
Ornoff. Off to the side. There is a tree that's got a cloud under it. Definitely normal. 23. Oh.
He scouts them out.
Scouts them all out. They've got the obs. They have the vision. They'll go to the blink as well as the last of the Wukong's command coming up for 23. They've got themselves the Gleipnir with the damage coming through into the Grimstroke. They'll take out Xnova with the BKB be popped by JT. He's hit with a Viper Strike, but BKB TP out. Rolling Thunder. Jabs looking. Nothing to say is gone. And Monet will run away.
No, not too bad of a fight considering that Monkey King scouted 4 of them and immediately jumping Grimstroke, knowing that if he doesn't jump him, there's going to be Inkswell, so Lasso will not be there. Roshan about to respawn, that's the big one. Third Roche on Dire side with the Aghanim Scepter.
Buyback from Grimstroke. They want to commit. They can't let this go the way of Aurora. We're up 15,000 net worth. Primal Spring, the damage is going into Roche pretty quick, like you said. Are they going to get there in time? Doom's going to go forward. And there's the BKBB pop. They got the Doom on a Lornoff, though. The Wind Waker up into the air, trying to stay in the Roche pit so he can take himself the Aegis. The LSA is going to hit. They've got the Aegis on a Lornoff. Oh, he snatched it. The finger there, too. It's just not enough damage to start. They get the kill on Ollie's going to buy back immediately. The Aegis is going to be used here by Lornoff. JT, he's trying to stay forward on a Lornoff as well as Jabs. The LSA comes in with 23 going to the backlines with the Balance Strike. They get the kill on Xnova. Right clicks from Lornoff. Looking over at JT. Ollie's going to die a second time. They get the kill on a Bobica.
He needs to get in with that amplified damage, still running.
Q coming over. You know that Q's got the damage. Monet gets the kill into Jabs, but nothing to say, just absolutely melts. Monet comes in with a time lapse. Had the silence for a second. JT on the run now. Has 3 heroes from the side of Aurora looking over and searching for these IG heroes to kill them off. Ollie's Courier dies with a gem on it. Not sure if somebody picked that up, but they've got the Gleipnir. Silence. BKB popped here by 23. Balance Strike with the shard. He jumps over to the other side. Fuels up in the air. I think it's the Wind Waker that came out from JT, but they've got the Wukongs. It is too big to get out of.
He does have buyback. Mid lane is approaching. They did kill off those barracks earlier. What a clutch play coming out from Lornoff again. Coming in, stealing that Aegis, and also Aghanim Scepter was on the ground for a really long time. Jabs was the one who picked it up, so he has double Aghanim Scepter. He can give one. I believe Viper should take it. It's also good on a Batrider, because he has Timeless Relic, he has a BKB, so he can be the one controlling 2 heroes, potentially.
Yeah, Nosedive would be great against these heroes.
What a stupid spell ability.
Nosedive?
Nosedive, yeah.
Oh, I like it.
We don't see it as much. There was a time when people were playing Mid Viper with this Bloodstone, Kaya Sanj, Aghanim Scepter build, where you can't die, you're life-stealing off everything. But this Viper, 400 damage with all the minus armor.
Woo! Top set of racks, just like that, gone. Mid is pushing in with a lot of creeps, double catapult wave, and they're looking to get megas. Aghanim Scepter dropped here by Jabs, 25 seconds till they get Monet back into the fight. Nothing to say, we'll try to defend. They go to the lane because they've got the Wukongs once again with the cone, though, from that Earth Spike. Wind Waker out of the circle, but Bobica not so fortunate. He will die. He does have buyback, and the tier 3 tower will drop. Lornoff doing a lot of damage and keeping this Wukong circle active.
He's going in. He
trying to get
kill
mega
that
creeps.
Bottom melee barracks. 1 hit from Deso, couple of right clicks from Viper.
70 seconds till they have Doom back up thanks to the Octarine core that's on the Doom. He also wants a refresher soon. But it's a 25,000 net worth lead here for the side of Aurora, 51 minutes into the game.
I think Monet needs to buy Divine Rapier, and there it is
on the Courier.
He had Satanic, but lacking damage. He needs to lock onto a target and immediately blow it up. A lot of buybacks that can come out from Aurora. 4 available out of 5. I think eventually you're going to be playing against Mega Creeps. With next Wukong's command, they can run in. There is no glyph available for another 4 minutes, so they can get the Megas.
Yeah, it's pretty simple for them to kind of slow roll this, right? Wukong's is just so big. It's difficult to put yourself in a good position to even find a way to get in.
You're not getting in. Also, this damage on the ground, if Monkey's standing inside Wukong's with Aghanim Scepter, it's way too much damage that you receive. If you're blinking on top of him, you're already down to like 60% HP.
And they've tried their hardest to try and wait out the Wukongs get out of the circle, but then there's that follow-up from Jabs, there's that follow-up from Q, the Rolling Thunder, the Bushwhack, the Control, the Lasso, everything there that makes it so difficult to run even after they use that Wukongs. And you can see that 25 Talents picked up double Acorn Shot. Hey, 30 minutes ago, an Acorn Shot killed Bobica in 1. So 2 of those
will kill 2 Bobicas,
which is almost the whole team. Doom applies mute now at level 25. So we're back.
That's the normal Doom. This ability is still very good. One of the best abilities in the game. You get Doom, you're like, well, there's nothing we can do. At least before you could try to get a deny.
28,000 net worth lead for Aurora.
Let's see if he kills the courier.
Refresher. I mean, this could be...
Never mind. Q.
Pretty massive.
Lincoln's Aeon Disc available on him, plus a Ascetic Cap. So there's going to be a lot of status resistance.
Oi! And even this late into the game, he's taking that Purge creep. BKB TP out. And he is back to base. IG kind of stuck in their own base for the moment. Swift blink for Lorinov, who, may I remind everybody who's been watching, if you came in a little bit late to this game, he got demolished mid. And is now the top of the net worth, the hardest hitter, and the biggest pusher. So he is recovered. Whereas you could see Q has 30,000 net worth. He is still tripling the net worth of Bobica.
And Bobica having a rough time. 10 deaths on him.
So IG in a position where they need to hold. There have been moments where Chinese teams have made some spectacular holds on the high ground.
Rapier is available. So 700 plus damage with the Geminate attack, Shikuchi attack. That's going to be a lot of right clicks coming through. He can kill some of these heroes in 2 seconds. Even if we're talking about Pangolier, Hoodwink doesn't die as easily, considering that she does have Aeon Disc. But Batrider can definitely die. Doesn't have... He needs to put this Ghost Scepter in his inventory.
So we'll see if IG can do it. And the moment of high ground hold that I was alluding to was with Alina the last time I saw it from a Chinese team. It was RNG, Somnus Helt with Lina just absolutely blasting out damage.
That was the right click, Lina.
Yeah, that was old machine gun Lina, but maybe Weaver can imitate history.
They're going in. This is what I wanted to see long ago.
Base,
23 with Refresher. They can take these barracks. No
Wukong's
Glyph available, and that's going to be mega creeps.
Oh, for sure. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder, LSA as well as a Dragon Slave, but there's not much they can do except the fact that they are up against Megas, JT and Bobica. Where are you? Bobica bought back last time this happened. He got the Doom out onto Ali, but now JT has to run.
Windwaker buying a little bit time.
JT trying to get out of here, and he gets invis thanks to the ninja gear. Finds himself some space, but almost finding himself in the grave.
You're in a lot of trouble now. Another Wukong's is available. Refresher has been used, but they can try to replicate that. They also have mega creeps coming in now.
Seems like potentially one of those moments where we do get to 60 minutes because Roche could be 2.5 minutes away, which would put it at 59.
Let's see.
But with a Divine Rapier and the advantage that Aurora have, they might feel comfortable enough to just run up the high ground, especially knowing that Bobica's not back for 60. Which, I mean, that is Earth Spike, that's the double finger. Not as effective as the double Laguna, but we really haven't been seeing double anything.
Are melting.
Even through backdoor protection, they're putting the
Double
hurt
Lincolns.
on these towers. There
Make
goes
it
one
triple
tier
now
4.
from Jabs.
LSA, Lincoln's pop. Jabs comes in with the rolling thunder. Monet trying to find his moment to get the damage out. He looks over at Jabs for a second with the Wukong's command being committed to this one. Monet with a divine rapier kills off Jabs. He's got buyback. Roche back up in 10. They took only one of the tier 4 towers. But Aurora, with the poking and prodding, they are getting there. That she was on the edge connects onto Q, but there is no follow-up. And Roche is up again.
Problem is, how do you leave the base? They don't have the best heroes to deal with mega creeps other than Monet. JT, he's pretty slow in clearing those, has limited damage with Scorched Earth and Shiva's Guard. There's the gem on the ground. There's another gem near Warpine Raider.
Yeah, that
Monet
was...
does have a lot of gold in the bank, 7,000, almost 8,000 gold. If they can get this Roche, pick up Aghanim Scepter on Doom, these Lincoln Spheres are causing issues.
Problem is, it's Batrider already there, and they see that Monet is trying to push these creeps, but even with the damage he deals, killing a creep wave isn't exactly instant for him. Everybody from the side of Aurora, 4 heroes have TP'd to Roche. So Monet here alone is a dangerous proposition, and he should understand that these heroes are probably camped up here for the side of Aurora.
Monet's bringing bots too. He wants
Courier
to be the
flying
one
over.
pushing out this bottom wave and TPing to his teammates so they can, you know, at least have one lane pushed in. Because right now, it is nothing to say with bots too, but still having a hard time pushing that bottom wave in immediately. Monet
killing creeps. Xnova, I believe, saw the courier. It was Monkey King's courier flying over to the Roche pit. I thought he caught a glance of it as it was on the edge of the trees, but they won't try to fight this, even though it was 4 heroes on Aurora at the initial moment.
There's too many stuff on the ground. Jeez.
Warnoff now going to have Ag's Blessing.
Still
and
there.
Nosedive. So Nosedive with that AoE for 4 seconds, disarming post BKB could be huge to put on a Monet. Take away all of the damage that IG have. As it's Aegis on Lurnoff as well.
Block of cheese being made.
Interesting.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it.
Blink in, Lincoln's LSA, that lands on a 2. JT in some trouble with the Wind Waker back onto the high ground, looking over now. He's got the right clicks, he's on the cliff right now, but he's gonna go to the low ground. Now they've got the Wukong's command, they'll start to evade this, but the damage coming out against kill on a Bobica as well as Xnova. Monet on the run with the Lincolns, that's getting popped on with the rolling thunder from Jabs and the BKB from Monet. He'll just leave.
6-minute items
on the
in
table.
5 seconds. So they're gonna get some here. 23 still killed the creeps before 60-minute mark, but
there's
found
one.
it. Lucky.
Yeah, we
see
saw
what he's gonna get.
Stygian Desolator. The thing is, too, 23 doesn't even need to commit. He's been sitting, letting the Wukongs do the work for him.
Yeah, he does have Divine Rapier of his own. 750 damage plus with critical strikes and minus extra armor from this. So it is
Viper.
time. It is time. Oh, of course. Let's see his damage now with Apex. 450. Whew. Has 69% nice physical resistance and 65 magical on Viper.
I believe Ags purchased for...
Now 72. Never mind, he swapped something out. Moonshard flying out. Does have buyback available. I think it's time. They should commit. There is Glyph.
Buybacks
for both
available.
of the teams. We have 9 out of 10 buybacks.
Yeah. Hey. Stygian Desolator now for Monet. Again, if he can get the damage out, they have a chance. You see that he gets Jabs down to about a 1/3 health in one shot.
Jabs needs to be careful with that Rolling Thunder. Stay away from Weaver.
Still 7 seconds left on this BKB cooldown for Monet if they were to catch him. JT off to the side and 23 laying in wait. Just waiting for somebody as he's got the trap.
Apex and Hoodwink.
Seer Stone for Lion. Monet still holding onto the Timeless Relic. Book of Shadows for Jabs, so he'll try to survive a little bit longer, not only with his own Timeless Relic. Lornoff casually walking onto the high ground, nose diving. Stunned for a second, has the Aegis. You see the damage down to half health.
Immediately. He's level 30. Viper Strike now with another level 25 talent, down to 15 seconds.
Glyph available for both teams in case of panic. Break glass and press Glyph. Magic Lamp for Ollie. Rolling Thunder comes in, now they're going to look over. Monet with the BKBB pop, they go after 23 with the damage coming out though. The Laguna Blade, he'll go into the Mischief for a second. Force Staff out of the Wukong's command, they get the kill on another. He's going to be forced to buy back. Monet dies, Divine Rapier on the deck. It's Sharpshooter being charged up by Hoodwink.
Lorinov picked it up.
And Lorinov has the Divine Rapier. This is looking grim here, as another Divine Rapier is here for Monet.
He was so ready with that one, but no buyback. Also 23, he used his buyback, so a little bit of an opportunity. Doom still available. That's even pre-refresher. I think JT should invest all of his gold, buy that refresher. He's smoked up with Ninja Gear. Go to the enemy secret shop before they can get there, because double Wind Waker, double Shiva's, BKB, and the Doom, most importantly, and he's gonna buy it out.
They swapped Divine Rapiers, I believe.
Because Monkey
23 died.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, you lost yours? Give me yours. And they both fought back, so Monet caught by the Bushwhack. E-Blade, Monet, Rolling Thunder, needs to be careful. Looking at the throne, they'll go to the Doom. They finally get it on to Lorinov. Now do they have the damage? Boba gets in by the lasso. The right clicks in. The Age is going to be taken to the hands of the Viper, so they got to kill him off once again, but they go after Jeff.
Oh, refresher in a second.
There's the refresher. Looking over. Can they get anything more? Aurora start to leave with the creeps pushing in. Sharpshooter misses on a Monet. They're keeping the Lincolns on him, so he's safe. But man,
no real
they show
commitment.
that they can kill Lorinov.
They can. They definitely can, but he does have buyback, so maybe they need to wait it out. With the next refresher to have double Doom available. Octarine Core lowering the cooldowns, but yeah, still anyone's game to take. If Aurora, if they make a mistake, but they could also, you know, close it out with double Wukong's refresher coming off cooldown in 50 seconds for Monkey King. Also Monet, he did sell his Deso.
Yeah, got the Stygian Desolator.
Yeah, you don't need two of those, even though they do stack.
Got the Stygian Desolator, so Monet, see what he can do. Divine Rapier being built again here for 23. Long time ago, I watched 23 play a game as Arc Warden, buy 3 Divine Rapiers, never use them.
They still need to find some neutral items. There is one missing for Doom and one missing for Lina.
Oop. Reconnect to the game. So, gonna be going to camera for a second. How are ya? And
How you guys doing? I got my cable stuck, and we'll unstuck that. Use the option.
We're here the entire time. We were just standing right here looking at the game.
I'm gonna be playing as Monkey King. You are the throne, B-Cup, and I'm gonna bam, 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 try to kill you. Having some connection issues. Hopefully that's gonna be resolved soon. But this game, 60-minute plus, another one for Aurora. They love to push it.
It was pretty
super
good.
late game.
Yeah. How many of their games? We were talking about a couple series ago, BetBoom having a very long duration on their games, but now it feels like Aurora's games are all 60 minutes plus. And IG too, because they had a long series yesterday as well. Even though it was only 2 games, I think their second game was 60 minutes plus.
Yeah.
We've been seeing a lot of tier 5s, and I'm the game right now, it's just the throne. I'm really excited to see what the next fight
They
is.
do have Glyph available, but double Wukong's command coming off cooldown. They do have Deso 2 on Monkey King. They do have Viper with his shard. Don't know if they want to like straight up commit to try to kill it, but they can use one Wukong's, try to see what happens. Maybe they can get a kill, start focusing it down, get a Glyph, and then with the, because I believe 9 out of 10 heroes have buybacks available. So.
Yeah, just the Grimstroke doesn't have buyback.
No, 23 actually used his buyback.
Oh,
so he doesn't have it, so that's the big one.
Yeah, we lose our eyes on the game, and all of a sudden we forget what's what. But yeah, buybacks
Can't even
used by
remember all
Monet.
10 heroes that we have in the game.
So nothing's happening in the game right now. Players have also disconnected, so you're not missing anything. But We're trying to figure out a solution at the moment. So while we figure out a solution, throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's been a bit of a moment, but we're ready to go. We're getting the lobby as close to what it was when the disconnect happened. It seemed like all of Dota just died for everybody, so nobody could reconnect. Everybody got kicked from the game immediately, and we have remade it as close to possible from where we were. So we're 65 minutes into the game. Let's get hype.
Yeah, let's get hype.
We're jumping into a 65-minute game.
Cliffs are ready for both of the teams. Refresher ready for Monkey with the double Wukongs available. Doom has
his
double. He ate his creep. He was missing a creep, but JT did manage to get something. So War Stomp is now available, potentially ×2 with that refresher. Divine Rapier, 1 available on Weaver. We also have tier 5 neutral items, Stygian Desolator. 51k gold lead for Aurora.
It's like we never missed a beat. We're back at where we were. Everybody at home, just take a deep breath in. Get excited.
I want to see Aurora. I mean, it's been a pretty long pause, so they probably discussed what needs to happen, whether they want to wait for the next Roche.
Ordered some food.
Yeah, Icon says Roche is ready, but on my screen, but it's gonna respawn in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So 2 minutes until the next Roche. They don't necessarily need to rush anything. The one who doesn't have buyback, who used it in the previous fight, the big one, is 23. So they're probably gonna wait until that's gonna reset, so he can eat his Ags, unlock another slot, and then wait for Roche, pick up the Aegis.
Yeah, so we have a lot of time probably to regroup, remember where we were. Everybody just close your eyes. Imagine a 62-minute game where chaos was among us. Everybody was hitting each other. Divine Rapiers were falling.
Yeah, problem is they have 2 supports who don't deal well with mega creeps. They die so quickly. You get inside Wukong's command, you're mostly gonna die in a second.
I forgot Q was a core in this game. I'll be honest, it's been a while.
Yeah, level 28 on Hoodwink. Hitting for 400 plus, double acorn shot charges, Apex as well available. And it's quite a lot of damage.
Viper hitting for 808 currently. Now it changed, but I did the math right prior. Really hitting hard, so it's almost 60,000 net worth on the Viper, because he's got Sanjin Yasha and Butterfly in the backpack.
Yeah, so most likely what he wants to do is keep 1 slot if he drops Divine Rapier, keep his buyback. His buyback cost right now is 4.7. Also almost 5,000 gold for a buyback.
Almost
and
all
also,
of Ryan's net worth.
Yeah, he can also pop a BKB, put a Butterfly in, or put that SNY. JT having a lot of fun in the bottom lane. Amplified damage did spawn top. Let's see.
Tier 5 token he hasn't used yet. Might not like his options. We got back into the game, JT was like, why are our barracks gone?
Big troll.
He's like, this isn't right.
So yeah, go back to supports. Lion level 23, Grimstroke level 22. Still yet to see the big Vombo combo coming out from Grimstroke. Double Doom, double Laguna Blade.
There's Roche, but was that 2 minutes already? I feel like I've lost my ability to tell how quickly time happens.
Yeah, there's Aghanim Scepter available. The only one who doesn't have it is Ollie. So when he picks that one up, we'll have Flaming Lasso, double Flaming Lasso available. Eats it immediately.
Yeah, I was going to say, did they give it to him? Or were they just going to have Monkey King sell his?
69 minutes into the game. Nice. We're going to have to see if they go in and try to go for the end. Lordanov is going to be the one holding the Aegis.
Not going to see that amplified damage that's in the river. Both teams have their glyphs ready to go.
It is time to go. Drop those Wukongs, double BKB, focus the throne, get the glyph. And then with the next one, maybe even buybacks, you can focus down the throne. Monet needs to be the big damage dealer in this one.
You can see the damage already on Lordanov, who's now got this Aegis, but they look for the kill on a Monet. They've got the Rolling Thunder with the BKB pop. They go to the lasso. It's going to be through onto the Doom. JT's in a little bit of trouble. LSA, that lands on a Lordanov. They go to Wukong's command. The Doom's going to be thrown out. That's onto the Monkey King. Jabs back with the Rolling Thunder. JT low, gone, dead, has buyback. So, Wukong's down. Lasso, Rolling Thunder, Sharpshooter, all down. Doom also down.
23 eats the cheese, ready for another round with the refresher. Doom needs to buy back.
Has his refresher ready to go. He's going to hold it because Doom's not on the longest cooldown, so if Aurora don't commit, he'd like to have the double Doom for another fight.
He chose the magic lamp. That's his neutral item of a choice. He's been holding that token for 10 minutes or 40 minutes with the pause, deciding what he wants to do with it. So having a hard dispel against Batrider can be really good, getting that extra heal so that you can get your BKB Wind Waker off. And now, no buyback. He's the only hero in the game that doesn't have buyback. Lion's gonna reset in 10 seconds.
Yeah, Lion, his buyback is worth about a Hex. Maybe an Earth Spike. Oh, JT, nothing to say. Boots of Travel, level 2. Now they've got the Earth Spike, E-Blade, Laguna, and the Finger. And Jabs is dead. They wander out here. It doesn't cost them. They get this kill. Lion now, 4 hours into this game, has 7 stacks on his Finger.
Hell yeah. Level 23. Speaking of level 25, that could be a big one. If he gets the AoE Hex, you don't care about those Lincoln Spheres.
That could be big, but he's only level 23, about to be 24, so a Wisdom Rune is not going to be there, because it should be there at 70 minutes, but I don't know if it was taken a minute and a half ago. Oh, Knave.
Another Divine Rapier.
Run.
Nothing to say. Has one on the Courier. Locked. His buyback available.
There.
Well, not anymore. Pirate Hat.
Did that Wisdom Rune just spawn? I don't know.
Didn't see.
I feel like he walked past it. It wasn't there at 70 minutes, and now it's 72. But Divine Rapier and the Spell Amp form. So we got both Divine Rapier types. That Laguna Blade, the LSA, the Dragon Slave, boosted.
It's going to be a lot of damage coming out from that Laguna Blade.
In a perfect world, they would love Soulbind, double, or quadruple Laguna, double Finger.
He doesn't have a refresher. He did want to go for it a long time ago. That was like 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, but now he's going Axe, which against Lornoff would be good. Use a Dark Portrait on Lornoff. He's only 500 gold away from it. E-Blade now picked up for Lion, so he's gonna pop some people with the Finger. Potentially a little bit.
Look at Lornoff. He's ready to go in. Lincoln Sphere thrown on him.
Monet wants that Moon Shard, that Courier coming out and around on that extra wide map that we had since that patch. 40% bigger. LSA lands, Lincoln's no longer on him, replaced on him, Rolling Thunder coming
Shield
through
Rune as well on top of him. He's focusing it down.
Looking at the throne. Oh, that Earth Spike hit just about everybody. They're going to go in with a Laguna Blade, but it's not going to be enough damage with the BKB pop by Monet. They go to the Wind Waker from JT. He gets out of
Another
the circle.
Wukong,
the
JT.
double lasso. Now they've got the Wukongs once again. They get a kill on a JT. He's there for 2 minutes. Lornoff trying to focus the throne. He's got the Aegis on the Lornoff. They get the kill on Monet. The Divine Rapier's on the deck. They've got themselves the Glyph. Earth Spike on the ground, but doesn't stun up enough.
This is what they wanted. They got the Glyph. They got the buyback out of Monet, and Doom, he does not have buy, so 100 seconds. They're going to need to lifesteal. Lornoff putting in Satanic in his inventory to go back to almost full HP.
There's that Ags on Grimstroke, so maybe the double Dark Portrait, but Aegis is running out. So how willing are they to go without the Aegis?
With next Wukongs, they still have a little bit of time. They have good 45 seconds with no Doom available. I think that's going to be the timing.
Well,
Try to poke,
80
see what
seconds
happens.
Without Doom at all.
He's going in.
Q scurrying, being an annoying squirrel. 24 seconds with Wukongs on cooldown, 70 seconds without Doom. It's going to be a long minute here for IG. Gleipnir onto 2, Bushwhack on both. Now Inkswell going to take that off. Jabs goes in with the Rolling Thunder, the Boundless Strike on a Bobico who's trying to get in, but he's dead immediately. He has got buyback, double lasso. That is on nothing to say as well as Xnova. Xnova doesn't have buyback, he bought it on the Axe. Sharpshooter comes through with the Rolling Thunder, the right click's coming out from Lornoff, trying to take the throne, and it's going to game 3 as Aurora tie it up 1 apiece. They got that Glyph, they went back in.
It was just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Playing against Mega Creeps, you don't have heroes who can deal with megas. Eventually, you're going to get pushed in. Double Wukong's command, having the Aegis and getting the buyback. You have this Blink Lasso available. You get a pick off. They don't have buy, and it was time to close out the game for Aurora.
Yeah, so after a long one, Aurora take it. We're going to a game 3. Hopefully we'll see you soon on the game 3, but for now, we're sending it to the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Beacon Pentecost. Yeah, server crash kind of, wrecked the momentum a little bit, but at the end of the day, it is still Aurora that take this game. They obviously already were having a good shot at it, T-Cup.
I'm just going to say, hands down, that is potentially the best remake I've seen in a long time. Like, yes, we had to hold the pause, but that's the type of moment where, like, if they have to replay the game, it is terrible.
Yes.
But the fact that we have a full remake, Roshan spawns, there's no weird bugs.
Everything is correct.
Everyone's correct. Sure, there was like a buyback time there to like accept mutually between them, but they played it out very cleanly. I think that is refreshingly the best remake I've seen.
100% agree.
I remember the Singapore TI remake. It took like maybe 2 or 3 hours. I don't know how long it took, but this one, it was quick. Everything's on point. And
there was only one Roshan, not 2.
The stats on Dota before uploaded. Like the full game's now loaded on stats pages too. I don't know. Again, I'm just so happy that we didn't have to awkwardly talk about the Aurora having to, concede what was a 50,000 gold lead potentially.
Yeah.
We also have highlights.
Yeah, let's talk about how they got there, because at the end of the day,
I remember that
the remake did happen when Aurora was already incredibly far ahead, and it was very likely that they were going to take it, barring some potential comeback from G2IG. But they didn't do it the way we thought, Kezu, because we thought that if their draft was going to have success, they would have a very early lead and high tempo. And
I know it happened like 2 hours ago, but what we need to highlight is I feel like Aurora were incredibly clutch around both the first and second Roshan. Like Q and Jabs with their positioning and their team fighting. I would say this is really where it came down to me, where they did bring this game like into their winning position. Of course, then, all the shenanigans happened, but they played really well. Also, this Viper, there is definitely more to the hero. You also touched on it in the draft. Like, it is probably annoying to draft against, but this 25 talent where you become universal, it's a joke. Or I don't want to say if it's a joke. Mainly what I want to say
is illegal.
Talent is incredible. It's illegal. Absolutely. It's way too good. It changes the entire hero.
I mean, I know you... Actually, I can't make that joke. Anyway, so with Viper as well, I like the fact that the Shard, it is just so bonkers to play into, because when we talk about high ground being an issue, if you have a hero that's already innately very tanky, able to put himself in the position of reducing the armor of a tower, bringing it from like 16 down to 9, then also doing the damage required to kill it off, like you actually have a way to chip down. I think Viper is annoying to draft against, annoying to play against when you get the Viper into an aggressive position. So that's pretty cool. But no, I will say for G2IG, they were doing a lot of pickoffs really nicely in the early game, but they faltered when they needed to go for the team fight. I rarely saw Soulbind double Doom. I didn't see the Soulbind into double Earth Spike, double Hex, like none of that. It was always just pickoffs. And then, like Keza was mentioning, the fact that Aurora was able to go to Roshan with 0 contest and play out all the team fights in their capacity, it is props to them, but I'm a little confused how G2IG never really mustered the team moves. It was lacking a lot.
Yeah, their mid game was definitely not as clean. I will give a lot of credit to Aurora because they swapped up their draft a lot. They swapped up their gameplay a lot, and that's what we wanted them to do. They did it nicely. They win, even with it did take them 2 hours. But
it took them so long. It was, The coach will have to talk about that just a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, guys, come on, like, do this faster.
Yeah, just come on.
No, I hope they're using this time to get some well-deserved rest, because I would imagine, I mean, during that break, they are confined to their, you still are trying to remake the exact same game, so they can't actually go anywhere other than escorted, obviously. But I want to talk specifically about a hero that Kezu also just mentioned, Viper. Tigov, I think you in particular want to highlight the illegalness.
That's true.
Of the hero. Isn't that true?
That is true. Yeah, we have the graphic. Oh,
yeah,
that's
I think we might
hope
have.
This is like minute 12.
But we might not have. But either way, you wanted to talk about it.
I think to further my point earlier, it's just the fact that Viper is so obnoxious to think about. It is one of the rare mid heroes that. How can you deal with it in lane? Like, if you're having to pick a laner against it, now you have a laner in your draft. The laner beats it in laning phase, but after laning phase, it doesn't really become a perfect matchup. Like Viper, you can itemize. Like in this game, Lorinov went for, oh god, his late game items are so long actually, it doesn't matter. But like some Vipers can go for Blink Dagger, so they can go for like Manta into Blink. Some go for like Axe build if they see it. Like there's a lot of build options for this mid laner that other mids who are so draft annoying, they have one-dimensional approaches. Like a Pangolier, for example, it's a diffuser, it's an Axe, it's a Blink, you know what's coming. But with Viper, there's actually like 5, 6, 7 different variations of the hero So even though it's a very default sluggish mid laner, you can still play into quite a lot of unknown counters.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that those heroes that counter the Viper, I feel like they all share the same thing. They're long range, which means if you have heroes that get on top of them, you kind of now cover this one weakness of the hero. And honestly, it just looks very strong because there's more than what we see. It's like this feeling in the draft of like, oh, well, now I'm Lina, Sniper, or the Caudle that they banned out. It's not the best position you also want to be in.
It's not the best position that G2IG is in, neither for Aurora actually, because going to a third game means only one game away for either of these teams for elimination, because that is where we're at. It's the lower bracket here, Series 1 of the day here for PGL Wallachia, and Game 3 coming at you after a break.
We're about to play Dota 2 Surprise. I've got Chrysalis with me here from Team Secret. How are you doing today?
Doing good.
Are you ready to become a general manager or a coach or a leader?
No.
No? I've scared him with this. Well, let's see how you're doing it. You've got a bit of luck on your side to find the players you want. The first one will start here. You take it out, read the name of the team, and you can pick a player, but you have to build around that and see how it goes. So let's get your first one done, and best of luck on the draw.
All right, let's see. Oh boy. Wait, no, I'm getting scared. Okay, there you go. There you go.
Easy.
Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, I'm obviously not going to choose Arteezy. I'm going to choose Saberlight. Jonas Volek.
Saberlight, nice. Okay.
I love that guy.
So you're going with position 3. Why do you love him?
Who doesn't?
He is a good interview as well. I've enjoyed making content with him. From Arlington to now, Saberlight has been a go-to. So I'm with you on your first pick. Let's go for the second. Let's see what you're going to get. You're building around Mr. Saberlight for now.
I don't know if he's position 3 yet. Do I have to choose?
You can also choose his position if you want.
Yeah.
At the moment, he is position 3, but you can have him wherever you want. You are in control.
All right. Wait, I have 5 players here. It's BetBoom. Oh, it's on the back. I can see the players. That's good for me.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you just in case you didn't know.
That's good. There was a good chance I wouldn't have. No, I'll pick Nightfall. Nightfall, best carry player after Yatoro, of course.
Nice.
Pretty good. All right, let's see. Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, it's getting really easy. Actually, it's kind of hard.
Really easy now, it's hard because there's too many good choices?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I can get like Tolfor Celery as like supports. They're pretty good. But then you have Quinn mid, who just destroyed us twice. So, you know what, I'm going to go for Quinn instead.
Okay.
This has become like an actual good team, I don't know.
This is what we want. You're building a team to go and win the whole thing.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. This team will, I think, like this. Oh my
Hell
god.
Yeah.
Right, who's now? BetBoom Esports.
Okay.
We lost against, oh boy. I know. To be honest, I don't really know any of these players that well.
Okay.
I don't play pubs with them, so I don't have like a personal beef or anything.
What about one maybe you heard some good things about?
Yeah, I haven't heard like much about like, you know,
Okay.
like Pakaz, but like I already have Nightfall. It doesn't make sense just Pakaz. So I'll just take Panda, you know.
Okay.
Was it Panda Moo?
Panda's name, you should go for that in the happy days.
Yeah, I just got Panda 5. Why not?
Panda in the 5 position.
Yeah.
And one more to find here to complete the team. You've been blessed pretty well so far, and it ends.
Heroic.
Ooh, an eliminated team, sadly.
Schofield or KJ. You know what? I played with the Vailama 5 once, so just for fun to mix up a bit, I'm going to put the Vailama on 4.
Okay.
Play 4 with Jonas Volek, yeah.
I like it. So the Vailama is the piece that rounds it out. You move in position. I'm going to ask you this question. You're the general manager, maybe you're the coach. We put this team, language doesn't matter, communication doesn't matter. They've been in a team now for a year, and they're competing at this event. How far do they go? Where do you think they finish?
They win it.
They win it for sure.
Of course, I made the team. I'm the coach.
You're the big brain for it all.
Yeah, for sure they will win.
I like your confidence. I like your style. It's an easy GG, he says. And you got a good set of picks in there. Thank you very much for playing, man.
No problem.
You are watching PGL Wallachia, and we are in the middle of our first series of the day. It's a long one, yes, through various reasons. We did just have a 75 to 80 minute game finishing that had also about an hour-long break in between. The question is, what's going to happen in Game 3? Because it's now 1-1. We got Aurora, G2IG, and Kezu. These players have obviously also been in the series for such a long time.
Yep.
They have had so much time to theory craft everything, to take every little thing of the previous draft and like dissect it properly, you know? Where are they going to go?
The problem is, honestly, for the next draft, they've only really had the time since the game has been over. Because I feel like in the last game, when all the stuff happened, it's like, okay, where were we? What was the thing? What are we going to do if
You're
they
so
do this?
disconnected, right, from the actual game.
You're like, what's actually going on? You're like in the game, but not really. So I don't think they thought like too much ahead.
Okay.
So now it's on the
But
coaches.
the coach would have.
Yes, the coach probably thought about, the game could have gone like this. But now it's on the coaches in this break to be like, okay, next game, it was good, but we need to fix this. Or maybe that this pick we change and this is better. So it's on them to set the foundation of the emotions for the next game.
I mean, it's complicated because you couldn't see it, but I could see lobby chat. You know, JT, 23 Savage, they both asking just to eat some food. They were asking admin, please, can I eat? I'm tired. I'm sitting at my PC forever. And
JT was like, I don't mean my hero.
No,
I mean in real life.
He's like playing Doom. I don't want to devour. I need sustenance. I need something. And no, I think this will be one of the harder transitions, especially because it's one game away from elimination.
Yeah.
Because like the coaches and managers, they're there trying to work out if it's a remake and stuff. And then once they get back into the game, like if you're Aurora, you already expect the win. Like there's no logic behind it. But the players, of course, it's a very rare scenario. So this is going to be such a test to see if the players can just refocus into the whole system of the best of 3. Like they have to remember what happened in game 1, why they won game 2. Because if you forget that, then suddenly it's game 3. It honestly feels like a best of 1 type logic.
Yeah. I did like how Aurora adapted from game 1 to 2. I hope that they stick with that, with like good lanes, play more for each other rather than some guys sitting back. So just, you know, putting all the blocks together that it works out. Whereas G2IG, I think that draft was good enough. You talked a little bit about their mid game. I would agree with that. That would be my main takeaway as their coach. Be like, okay, guys, this is our timing. You need to think ahead. There's going to be a Roche fight. How do we do it? Be set up and then go into the next game.
The fact it was uncontested as well, that first Roche, and it felt
that was a bit cringe. That was a bit
very cringe. Yeah.
Well, they've had plenty of times to recover from that, and I would imagine that also during the game probably, probably not discussed, but it would probably cross people's mind. I would imagine you don't discuss stuff on hindsight, hey, we should have, because you're focusing on the now. But I can't wait to see what's going to happen, because it is a pretty unique situation that the teams are in. Server crashes don't happen very often, and especially not during a competition, and then also during an actual game.
Yeah.
A 65-minute game.
I mean, honestly, I was sitting here and I was like, let's just go replay the game. You know, the remake is going to take too long, but then all of a sudden they started cooking, you know, they just cook it up. And in this game, I want to make sure also, you know, we talk about the familiar faces before the game. I want to see Ollie and JT, you know, keep all chatting, you know, keep the spirits high, keep going Ollie all chat, he misses a flame break. You first blood 23 Savage, you go like, Ollie, question mark?
Just to clarify, you're talking about, this is like the most wholesome level of chat we've seen. Like, compared to other teams and how they utilize it, we are just seeing like two friends talking in the game, like memeing a little bit. Because like even when they made the remake, I don't know if the stream caught it, but JT's like, guys, the server remake's wrong.
What happened to our
What happened to our racks? I think we need 3 sets of racks re-put into our game. Like, I don't know, JT's just popping out jokes even when they're behind. I don't know, it's just nice having that kind of like brotherly love style of play between the two teams.
Both teams accepting that the situation, you know, is nobody's fault, and you can just, you know, they can roll with the punches basically, and they're making the best out of it, which I think just in general is a really cool Dota player skill, because obviously that's what you need to do in game as well, right? If something doesn't go your way, you need to be able to just reset and continue on with the current status.
You need to deal with the things that are thrown at you and then like control everything you can. Like control your game and then control your game in a way where maybe someone else needs to do something so that your game can actually work. So just take control of what you can, the stuff you can, you know, just gotta deal with it, move on. And that's what the best players are gonna do.
Yeah, so let's see how they deal with it and how they're gonna try to take control of game number 3. Elimination on the line, of course, advancement on the other side. Don't want to only focus on the bad and the scary, but moving on through the lower bracket, being guaranteed top 6 here at PGL Wallachia is obviously a lot to play for here. As we are in the draft, we got Aurora on the Radiant side, we got G2IG on the Dire side, and they will be the ones with first pick.
So we have the Magnus that is banned out again. Who was first pick last game? It was also IG. They first picked Doom and Aurora went
I will tell you, first pick last time was G2IG on the Radiant side.
Okay, with Doom.
And they picked Doom, and they banned out Razor, Io, Centaur.
Right, so there's already a switch up here, as we do have the Bad Rider being banned out. So we'll have to see how Aurora want to overall respond in their ban phase, because if there's a Doom opening, of course, you will not be able to do the same response.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to know if Aurora are going to look at Viper potentially again. Maybe being second pick, it's a little bit harder to draft because you don't want to pick it first phase into one ban. Picking it second phase, they can instantly respond with any of the 3 heroes that we mentioned. So I kind of like the idea of like Viper being a strong first pick hero. Again, that's kind of like a thing to look out for, but.
Yeah, I guess the cool thing, like from first pick, it's more like you laying the foundation, like you making it harder for the enemy to draft. So in a way, Viper will then...
You close second phase, 2 bans and go. But from second pick, it's a bit harder.
Yeah, it makes it really annoying for the enemy. So we will have to see, because for now at least the hero has looked very strong. But yeah, we have to see which hero kind of goes through here, because Doom is banned, Bad Rider is banned out as well, which means there's Slardar, there's Io in the pool as well.
Chen, but Chen was ignored previous drafts as well, so...
Which is fine. And I think that hero is, of course, very good, but of course, team player specific.
Well, there it is. But also Primal Beast is one that is coming to mind as one of the heroes that got banned out quite frequently.
Well, it is a rare case of the Chen right now.
Yeah.
A lot of teams actually just skip it, especially in a lot of these Chinese games and also the C games that I have seen from Aurora. I mean, I kind of like it. It's now going to put the... I mean, Aurora need to respond well to this hero, right? We all know what Chen can do.
Well, I will say, there might be a lot of people at home that don't know what Chen will do because he's been banned so often. So why don't you give us a crash course?
Right, I think Chen is one of the most OP heroes right now because of what it can do to the game. Dota is generally, it has slowed down a lot, but Chen is one of the few heroes with like Io, maybe Caudle, Bristleback, that can really speed up the game. You get these neutrals, they're very strong. Every time you take a creep, you get gold, you get like your mech or drums really early on. And you can honestly threaten to force games in like 20-25 minutes. There are very few heroes that can do that right now in Dota.
Yeah, it's not only that, it's the fact that you have the lane securing aspect.
Yeah.
You know, bringing the jungle to the lane as well, securing that, utilizing the strengths of the creeps. And I think the key point is why on earth do you get all the gold when you take over a creep?
Yeah, I don't.
You get.
It should go.
Yeah, it should go, or at least like scale in some way. But the fact that you convert a creep and then you get full gold, and you're getting like they don't even go mech anymore. They can go for like a drum or anything. So you'll carry free farms. You twin gate to offset. Like you basically win at least 2 side lanes. 9 times out of 10 with this hero, if you get like the correct jungle set.
There's also a giga amount of small camp creeps, so you have multiple chances of like getting a harpy that also used to not be.
You can't block all the camps. There's so many camps.
It's incredibly hard.
So this is something that obviously teams know is coming. So how's Aurora going to deal with it?
It always falters to tankiness.
Okay.
And as I say that, I see another tanky boy picked up.
Yep.
Like Chen likes to play the game where it's like he's deciding what's happening. He picks up his creep, it's a high value creep, he goes to the lane. But when he's laning into a bristle, you creeps walk in, they're gonna die. If he goes to a primal, there's a trample, it's gonna die. You also can't gank these heroes as a Chen too well.
I honestly feel like that this is going to be a really cool draft because you have like strategy 1, like tempo, I run at you, I want to take you over, into Aurora who are showing you, well, you run at us, we're going to present our beefy boys here. Then we have the bristle, the primal, and now it's like both teams need to build on top of what they have.
Yeah.
And like G2IG need to find this amplifying tempo, you get the break from the Hoodwink, the amplified damage from the Slaughter to try and get through these heroes. So if you're Aurora, maybe you look for heroes that can dispel, give you more team fight, to just like make sure that when you put these heroes in the front, that they don't get broken and ran over, because that's how you beat this Chen lineup.
Isn't this like the Enchantress style game that we'll see from Aurora? Like when you have so much frontline in your cores, you just want to have like insane damage coming out from your backline. But go back to G2IG quickly. I like the fact that they have Slaughter Hoodwink, because with the style of Bristle and Primal, they like to go so far in that sometimes they're by themselves for a brief window of time. So if you have explosive damage, the amp from the Slaughter with the break of the Hoodwink, like that can really, you know, just 100 to 0 some of these super tanky cores. And maybe G2IG need to lean on that with at least one other core pick that can go, oh wait, Primal's slightly out of position, double jump kill. Now you're not as excited to go forward. Of course, Phoenix behind this, Sun Ray will be super high value to enable this aggression. Other than Slaughter, you're never really catching the Phoenix, and also Phoenix likes playing into Slaughter.
Yeah, I'm super happy about this Phoenix pick. Like, not just the spirits against all the summons, the Slaughter potentially in the lane. The Sunray to keep your Bristle and your Primal like strong or to deal more damage is gonna be very crucial. Let's see, so they need another support. Let me see.
I'd like to, if it's pos 5, I know that Q's played, no, sorry. My bad.
You mean
Mr.
Phoenix?
Mr.
I know.
Ollie.
Ollie's playing 5 on Phoenix. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't mind a Dark Willow 4 here. I think any nuisance into the fights would be really nice. There it is.
Cool.
Like, I like the idea, like, again, against Chen, when you're bringing your creeps around, if you're having to, like, micro around roots, plus trying to gank, it's chaotic. Like, Chen is now, I'd argue, a really bad hero in this game, based on the big team fight aspect. He's going to be good for the aura, the armor, the utility he purchases, but for the raw aspect of my creeps are in this fight, that's pretty much null and void now. Supports don't care about it, they have ways to disengage. The cores are tanky enough.
They need to look at heroes that will make sure that you keep the Chen's game going. Because if you're just going to now, oh, you have a whatever Chen in your team, like they need to keep building heroes that will answer this Aurora draft. This is a pretty clear-cut, like perfect lifestealer game. He can build good items. You can get an AC later as well. You're going up against 2-3 of the tanky heroes. You have the Rage against the Phoenix. But I don't think, like it's more, yeah, sure, he's good against the Aurora heroes, but they have a lot of fight. Like they can pulverize him. You have a lot of physical damage from the bristleback. So I don't think they mind too much, but both teams are picking exactly what they need. Like these last picks are gonna be so important. Like one of the drafts could just instantly fall flat if they mess it up.
Overall last pick for Aurora, and I know that they have in the past disappointed you with their overall last pick. We'll see if this time around it will be better.
I feel like they disappointed more when their first pick and they need to pick this last pick blind.
Okay.
Yeah. When they have like all the info, I feel like they're actually fairly spot on with what they're doing. Like here, the bristle into the Chen. So hopefully that should be okay.
Okay.
In this position, they've got so many high-value options. They can go for the Keeper of Light if they want to go for damage pacing. They got Sniper if they want to go for backline scaling. They can go for the Timbersaw if they want to go for just additional tankiness and just have the triple tricore that do not care about Slaughter. Like there's some really cool options available for Lorinov to go for.
Let me see. So G2IG will have to open up first. They can. I mean, there's a very high chance that the bans will now tell us what's going to go on. Like if they do want to put the Slardar mid potentially, like perhaps it's going to be a specific ban they have to go for. Because if not, they need to now ban for their next hero. If they want to cover Slardar going there, I feel like there's probably some specific hero you need to take out. If not, it's very likely that they're just going to go with a new mid hero.
Yeah, we know JT loves the Slardar.
Yeah.
For the Primal Beast, is it guaranteed that he's going to be played by Jabs and not maybe in the mid lane by Lorinov?
He could go mid, but that's not a great matchup when you may go up against a Slardar. That's like one of the best counter picks.
I like the Primal into Lifestealer anyway, because like, even though sure Lifestealer is going to be able to kick you down, you have a disengage spell, and the Willow will. Yeah, it's a fine lane.
You can also like creep skip pretty early on against Chen Lifestealer. Like who cares? You go some fast phase boots. Suddenly you play in between mid and top. You can threaten the mid hero that G2IG may have as well. So yeah, I would be pretty chill with some just offlane Primal.
Also, we're talking about Kotl for Aurora. Like, it could also be for G2IG. It's a vessel buyer that can be utilized. Like, vessel's kind of a dead item based on the timing you get it. If you get it like post 20, it's pretty redundant. But if you have a hero that can get it in that first 10 to 15 minute mark of the game and use it instantly, I like it a lot. So, could be an option.
Let's see. So the Zeus was already taken out. Because yeah, we have to again think about the fact that G2IG will pick first out of the phase.
It's why they're banning Sniper for Aurora, even though it's good for both teams. Like the Kotl, the Sniper that I mentioned, is good for both teams. As they have such a nice front line, any of the backline high damage dealers are insanely good.
They ban out the Shrek as well as the Sniper on the side of Aurora. Does that teach us anything more?
Not all that much, because I feel like they're just taking out these heroes. Sniper is just, well, high range, he's good against some of these, and Lesh just kind of fits the bill of tankiness, keep going in.
Tempo, yeah.
Yeah, that's overall just what G2IG are looking for.
Could it be that we might be looking at another Lina from the side of G2IG, also because it's good against the egg?
That's something to consider for sure. I kind of would like to see their mid laner just find the backline with some type of positioning. I think Lina's are maybe a little bit too... I mean, it's a 50-50. It really depends on what type of game they want to play. Like, I kind of prefer the concept of like the Lesh to take the towers to get into the middle of the fight. That sounds really cool. The Sniper also is pretty cool because it gives you the eventual, we win the super late game. I don't know if Lina is as strong as that. Maybe they do it because it's a generic hero that can win most lanes. But they
Keeper
do go
of
for
the
the
Light.
Yep. Nice.
That is some high tempo right there.
Yeah,
very
mentioned
good
earlier,
tempo.
it's very, very good here. Very, very happy they went for it.
Okay, so Aurora need to look for... I mean, they need an answer, I feel like, to this call at least a little bit, right? When this guy makes his moves, that you can try to maybe answer it a bit.
So what is an answer to?
I would actually,
Kunkka.
yeah, I feel like
Go back
Kunkka
for
is
Kunkka.
your way to go. It's usually a very good hero against the Caudal. You get the Torrent Storm. The only hero is like Lifestealer, but you have so much other teamfight stuff that you can answer him with.
And you have the Primal as well to deal with the lifesteal if you need to in the fights. And no, I think Kunkka is really nice here. Like, Kotal plays on high move speed and hates heroes that mirror his movements. Hence why Puck is often banned out. But Kunkka is also the hero that fits that bill.
Yeah.
When Kotal makes that TP, you X-mark him, he now can't disengage.
I can see like Kunkka, TA, Storm. I don't know. I feel like any of these heroes are kind of interesting. If they want to like also amp up the pace a bit, there could be like you play some mid TA against Caudal, you know, have Bristol TA.
What's he going to go for?
Yeah.
He goes for TA.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's kind of nice for them. So we were kind of on point with the last picks for the two teams. I do like the tempo that G2 IG have with the, like, you have the Lifestealer, the Slaughter, you have the Chen as well. But this is probably the first time that I definitely prefer the Aurora draft. I really like all their answers. I think the Phoenix is very good. Because I'm under the impression that if this Caudal doesn't go really ham in the early game, his mid game is not that good. TA can dispel later. We have Melt Dispel, level 15 talent on Primal, you dispel yourself as well. You can get some Lotus Orbs. So I'm really looking at like this early game plus the first Roche to really tell me what's going to happen in this game.
Yeah, Caudal TA, both are going to farm equally as well. The Caudal will transition to kill items, whilst the TA will transition to farming and eventual scaling to then enter the fight. So I think it really is, there's a large window where Caudal needs to try and make as much noise on the map as possible. Because when you enter the mid game, silence from the TA with the Shard.
Yep.
Bristle will have Axe Bloodstone. Prime will have BKB, maybe Blade Mail. It'll be so overwhelmingly tanky and strong that G2IG, it's like, do we have Infest and Slardar Crush? Ooh, you know?
Yeah. It's like very tailored what they're going to do.
Exactly.
Right? Like very, like it's very obvious.
I agree. I'm leaning Aurora and all on nothing to say to just break open this game and accelerate the timings of Slardar, Lifestealer, and just push forward. Go.
Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing a Chen in action that is supposedly to be super strong. Might be slightly countered in this game, but just how countered is this potentially overpowered Chen? Anyway, we're finding out. Game number 3, elimination on the line is Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 3, IG Aurora. They've been playing this BO3 for a while, but they're still energized and ready to go.
I hope 23 got some food in his belly. Same goes for JT. They've been very hungry in between, you know, while we had that big pause, while we're trying to settle it up. And the G2IG, they do have Caudal. Bristleback, I believe, is 8 out of 9 games. He won 8 out of 9. The only team that did lose is MOUZ Esports. And we haven't seen that many, you know, Shiva's Guard, Scotties, especially Spirit Vessel. Panel did talk about Spirit Vessel. You need to get it early on. Otherwise, it's not going to have that much of an impact. But in this game, this is Keeper of the Light we're talking about. That's his core item, getting it between 6 and 8 minute mark, depending how much farm you're going to get. So looks good. You're going to have something against Primal, something against Bristleback. And every single time I see Caudal being played, this hero does so many things in the game. One of the few heroes who comes online super fast. He makes side lanes very difficult to play. And you're also going to have Spirit Vessel to stop the healing coming out from this Phoenix, and also something to deal with refraction. So Keeper of the Light, he needs to pop off. I feel like nothing to say, needs to be able to get stuff done in this game. Also planting down Observer Ward. I also want to see either Sentry, or I want to see them play around that camp that Keeper of the Light can't stack. You also have Chen in the team. Xno, one of the best Chen players out there, starting with double Sentry, wants to have multiple camps available. It is like one of the reasons why Chen is near 100% contest rate is this hero just does so many things. Buying into aura items, whether you need drums, whether you need some solar crest, mech of course, and also the map is so big, which means that you're going to be able to get the creep no matter what.
And the creep that he wants is the Hill Troll Berserker. That one going to give him break. So 3-second break if he gets it. Would be nice to have against this Bristleback and the... I love that set, the Abominable Snowman Primal Beast set. And a little bit of early Illuminate damage. Monet going to back off 2 Bounty Runes apiece. And you said it right, you know, the pace is needed for the side of IG. Good luck, have fun, specifically to Ollie from JT. Into the Shadow Realm, Q forced to TP out. So we'll see how the pacing works here for IG. he even tips him.
Ollie can't catch a break.
No, not at all. It continues to just be tipping back and forth. They love each other. That's the thing, though. You just got to understand it's all in love, right?
Most definitely. They do have also a break mechanic. You did mention the troll creep that Chen can pick up, but having Hoodwink in the team also helps out quite a lot.
For sure.
Having that burst damage against Bristleback, and also Lifestealer later on. This hero doesn't come online as fast if you're also going into Armlet compared to some other carry heroes, but once he gets to his fourth item, Lifestealer we've seen it multiple times, he can 1v3 if the heroes don't have enough to deal with him, and also amplifying damage, Slaughter with Corrosive Haze. So this time around, it's not going to be that easy of a game for Bristleback.
Would you ever switch an item build up here for Slaughter, or
Slaughter does have,
to say, like, get Silver Edge or something?
I don't think it's necessary, at least not early on. You have Spirit Vessel, you have Corrosive Haze with these two combo of an item plus a spell. Should have enough to deal with him before he can get the spell mechanic. We've seen Lotus Orbs being a good pickup on Bristleback, BKB as well to have that dispel mechanic, and Wind Waker. I think that's the biggest one.
Yeah, Wind Waker is usually like the third or fourth item for a Bristleback, just to make sure that they're able to survive a little bit longer, throw some quill sprays out there. But right now you can see that Ags is early in the quick buy for 23. Now I'm looking over mid, just keeping an eye, because in the last game, Lorinoff, he popped off, but in lane, he
got
was
shut down.
getting shut down pretty heavily.
The thing about this matchup is you have refraction. As soon as you start to get more levels, even if you get hit by a blast, you don't care about it. All the damage is going to be soaked in. And Lorinoff pops the stick, goes back to full HP, full mana.
Stands here to throw out that Illuminate. Needs to be careful about what Lorinoff is throwing his way, because that is some high damage when you're a Coddle, a 1v1 like that, if you just stand still. And Monet, he had a free game pretty much games 1 and 2 in lane.
Yeah, he did. Should have a decent laning stage in this one as well. Having Chen does help out a lot. This is not a killer lane for them by any means. Nothing to say.
Gonna buy a Salve.
Yeah. Not something that you want to do early on, but you don't buy into bottles, so bringing in some kind of extra region is definitely needed. Lorinoff knows the matchup really well, playing super aggressively, getting on top of his hill. We could talk about stacking for Coddle, definitely needed for him to be able to clear some of these big camp stacks, small camp stacks as well. They haven't been blocked.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. He's just, every time there's an Illuminate being charged up, Lorinoff is stepping up on Nothing to Say and just hitting him down pretty heavily. It's forcing, yeah, Nothing to Say to be in this odd area where Illuminate's kind of hitting on the edge of it, so he could stay far enough out from getting right-clicked, and these quill sprays are starting to stack up. Good tree break there from 23 with the Quelling Blade. That
turnaround
JT's
play.
out of position because they don't get the bushwhack, and Ollie gets first blood on JT.
Let's
if
see
there's
the
not
old
a
chat.
tamper in all chat, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, the great turnaround play. They did cut down the branch. Bobica might try to go for a kill maybe with the bushwhack, try to surprise him, but not gonna be as easy. Good start for Aurora.
Really well done there, too, to just have the wherewithal. Quick little break on the tree. Because I think if you're held up for even a slight moment, JT gets bashed back up and you probably end up dying. Not really about the damage there for the bash, because like we've talked about, it's usually Slithering Crush that is the main pickup for Slardars these days. It's your farming tool, and it is honestly some decent slow and stun duration.
Yeah, it's the one ability that really scales. So want to keep 1 point in bash, Guardian Sprint, lower the cooldown of it. You can move between the camps much faster. X-Nova, maybe he can be the one when the lane is pushed in. Monet's farming underneath the tower to make a move, and there it is, making the move with the Chen creeps, trying to backstab Phoenix. Not the easiest hero to kill, so they're gonna go for Bristleback.
He's got that Hill Troll Priest. As they're gonna go for 23. He's also got that Ghost with the Frost attacks, but with the TP back from Q. Oh, IG are gonna give up on this. Going for it under the tower is a little bit risky. Good idea from IG to back off. You don't want to give up unnecessary kills to a Bristleback. We've seen how that works. IG did that against Ame in their game, where Ame got about 3 kills over bottom in a heartbeat and was able to really pop off from there.
Gotta be careful. This hero has a lot of turnaround potential to get hit by 2-3 cold sprays. He turns his back. One coming out from Bristleback, the other one coming out from the spell. 23. Clearing some of these here, creeps, and looking at the jabs in the top lane, he's pulling the creep wave away. Doesn't have much mana to work with. Lorinov is the big winner in this one. Keeper of the Light really suffering. Will need a good amount of stacks to come back into the game.
They'll go again on to 23. 3 heroes here. Bash need to get in front of him. Blood Grenade turning around, starting to throw out a lot of quills, and they just cannot kill this guy. Nothing to Say finally shows up. They're going to need a 4th. The Illuminate's finally what does it.
What is this hero? He's level 4. Needs 4 heroes to be killed. Can only imagine what happens at level 5. Level 6, they're not going to have that 6th hero to join.
So Keeper of the Light, Nothing to Say makes that switch. He had Boots of Travel queued up, but since he got that kill, got a decent chunk of gold, got 2 charges on that urn now, he'll go straight to that Spirit Vessel. So they really want to continue to punish Bristleback. On top of which, what I really like here is from Xnova, because of the damage that they're taking from the quills in that constant spray, he's going mech first, and that's going to enable some early sustainability where they can continue to go for him and get that kill.
It's going to be a lot about sustain. They can reset multiple times. Keeper of the Light with the heals, Urn of Shadow / Spirit Vessel, and Chen with ulti plus mech coming out. So damage from Aurora, it needs to be explosive. They need to use Bedlam on Bristle or Primal Beast, who runs in, get the kill. Lorinov definitely not going to lack damage at the early stages of the game, considering that he is at the top of the net worth at the moment, and will take an early tower.
This makes things a little bit more difficult for Nothing to Say, as he won't be getting Boots of Travel, so his mobility is a little bit to be desired. He'll probably get Boots of Travel after the Spirit Vessel, but if he can get to this Vessel quickly and get a couple of kills, maybe losing that tower doesn't matter as much, where he gets gold from kills instead. But we'll see. And this entire time, Monet is doing well too. He's 55 and 13. He's going into the Armlet as well as the Radiance. So with his lane being pretty open up against this Primal Beast, he's fine with where he's at.
A lot of the times we will see Radiance straight up coming out from Lifestealer, but in this one, picking up Helm, having that extra armor against TA, against Bristleback, can make a lot of difference. Your Radiance is delayed, but you also have an item to play off early if necessary. And they might need him to join in some of these early engagements, because Chen, he's a bit of a slower one. Things did slow down for him, unable to get the ganks going on these tanky heroes. Ollie as well on Phoenix, not the easiest hero to kill.
I need that extra control, and Chen, 300 gold away from finishing off that mech. Bushwhack misses. JT, we're seeing it again that he's going into the Soul Ring, and right now he's on the run. Onslaught, Pulverize, Sunray on a JT, 2-man Slithering Crush. Will walk right at Ollie with purpose, but just
high
die in
five
his
Ollie
face.
or something. Right in front of his face, as you said. 1k gold lead for Aurora.
So yeah, Kato got this.
Oh, big stacks. Being cleared by Lorinov right now. That's going to be his Blink Dagger. Skipping Dragonlance completely. I think it's still a good Dragonlance game / Hurricane Pike, and the Illusion also dragged the creep wave to him. So Lorinov net worth is through the roof. 5,000 net worth.
That is
for 10-minute mark.
Min-maxing. So let's see this again. Going after JT. And Pulverize the Sunray on him, and then JT just, before he dies, goes to Ollie and just...
Can't believe Ollie didn't tip him or anything. That's why he's so upset.
Solarbind, Ollie, Slithering Crush, instant revenge. I always take a, I love that we click on JT every time he kills Ollie, just to
it's
see
mandatory. It's the law, okay?
That's really, I love that. So that'll push Coddle closer to the boots travel. He's only got 500 gold at this point, though. But back to the Dragonlance for Lorinov. So going into the Blink.
Yeah, it's really good pike game against Slardar, against Coddle, and of course Lifestealer, so that you have some extra protection on top of a Blink Dagger before that Radiance kicks in.
Smoke picked up here for Bobica, and he's the one to keep an eye on, but uncharacteristically...
Oh, what are you doing, Bobica? He's not going for Maelstrom immediately, instead getting rid of Atos. Maybe, I mean, I can't really blame him. This is something that Crit does, not playing super greedy. You can stop the dive, you can stop Primal Beast, dive from Phoenix, and it's also a setup for your combo.
And he kind of has to not be greedy in a game like this, because Chen kind of wants a lot of gold to start. And you could see that Xnova is getting more farm priority than he is to get that early sustainability with the mech. So it's not too shocking that he's taking a little bit of a back seat, but just not something you see often for Bobica. Onslaught with the Bramble Maze and the Bedlam on jabs. Nothing to say, gets caught here.
That's going to be such a powerful combo throughout the whole game. We've seen Xtreme Gaming in the couple of previous tournaments using Dark Willow and Centaur as a combo.
Yep.
Anything that can run in, anything with a Blink Dagger. Throw that Bedlam before jumping in.
TA really pulling it away here. 1,000 gold up on Monet. It was close previously, but that big stack, as well as the efficiency in farming, is really well done to get that extra boost ahead of the Lifestealer.
An attempt from Aurora to go into enemy triangle and steal some of the stacks, but all the stacks have been cleared already, I believe. JT, he's been the one who didn't have that much farm. If you go back like 2.5 minutes when he died, he was sitting at basically 0 gold. Just bought that Soul Ring, but he got a kill, he got a tower, and now about to pick off his Blink Dagger jabs.
Onslaught when he's solar bound, so he's really slow. 23 comes in, they go to the Supernova, they're gonna pop the egg quickly, but that's the light of jabs.
23 denied the egg.
23, he might die, but the Bedlam on top of him, throwing those quills on a Monet, doesn't do enough damage. They end up getting jabs, they take out 23, the deny on the Phoenix, the TP attempt, but there's the Acorn shot in the Bushwhack. IG. They will get 4 heroes here in a very good fight for them.
Took them a little bit more time to kill Primal Beast. He did have Shield Rune available, so 23 at least getting a deny on Ollie. That's something that you can do, but some big damage numbers, and we wanted to see Monet playing slightly more aggressive, playing with the team, and he did join, getting involved in some of these early kills.
I would say that's the major difference between Monet and Ame when you compare the two. I feel like Ame is very willing to get involved early on, especially in the days when he was playing Spectre a lot. He was just in all the time.
But Ame, you know, it really depends. If what you're playing as a Lifestealer, you don't expect them to join as early. Monet still had Infest available, so there's going to be a lot of turnaround potential. Somebody gets jumped, mech plus Hand of God, Infest. If you don't get the kill, you might be in a very difficult spot.
Blink, Slithering Crush, they're trying to shut down 23. This is what they need. They've got the break, Illuminate, and the Blinding Light to push him back.
Third jet. Not having Aghanim Scepter yet, 14 minutes into the game.
I mean, this is something that the panel talked about, right? Like the pace of game. It needs to be quick.
Yeah, you also have Templar Assassin in the team who did clear massive stacks, so Bristle didn't get the priority. That also means that Lorinov will need to do something with the farm and priority that he has gotten so far.
Do you think there should have been a shift in idea there where you should have given it to the Bristle to get him, say, this 14-minute Ags or this 13-minute Ags?
You have Coddle and Slaughter. They can clear those stacks, like not the fastest, but if they're here, if they take one of those good fights in the triangle, and look at Monet, he is stealing their stacks.
And they have no idea. Although I say that, Jabs pings it out, and Monet wisely backs off. That's really well done. He's going into the Radiance, almost has enough for the Sacred Relic. Stacks being made again. 3,000 net worth lead here for IG. Nothing to say, looking to get that Force Staff next. So mobility items for him as well as that Vessel.
Needs something. He needs some kind of a protection.
Just clearing up these creep waves, Illuminate, Blinding Light, TPing towards top again where the rest of his team is at. Jabs and Monet see each other, but there they go. The ult popped by Nothing to Say, trying to get a solar bind on somebody to slow them down.
JT wants Ollie.
Jabs for a while, and yeah, JT started to see Ollie, and he can immediately see the tunnel vision. So, off that, Aurora smoked themselves. Not with the TA again. Bobica, though, scurrying away, pulverized. Bedlam, some trouble with the Supernova, the Hand of God, but they can't save Nothing to Say. Onslaught, Solar Bind before he died, so now Jabs is quite slow. They get the Sharpshooter turn around to get the kill into Jabs. They'll look over at Q. Monet with the Rage, lasting a second longer, but now needs to back off as 23 shows his face, and so does Lorinov.
Keeper of the Light, very squishy hero. If you get on top of him, that was a blink reveal. From Jabs, locks onto a target, another Bedlam combo. Looking at Chen's creeps, he does have a lot of armor. Love his itemization. Buckler providing 2 extra armor. Ogre Frost Mage, aka Vampire Mage. For now, it's going to be 4 armor, going to start to scale, and Toughness Aura, so extra 3 coming out. So that's plus 9 armor for the whole team, pretty much.
No Hill Troll Berserker yet, though.
Yeah, and also Divine Favor. This is just level 1. Here you go, 9 armor. In the previous patch, it has been nerfed from 12 to 9. I still don't know why it's 9 at level 1, but okay.
Yeah, level 4, 18. That's a
Big
lot
numbers.
of armor. Yeah.
And he also has Arcane Ring for himself, so that's going to be...
It's such a good spell that you can keep it at level 1 and still make it feel so strong. So, Arcane Ring for himself going into the Guardian Greaves, still wants to have that extra sustain. IG, the pace of the game for them has stayed pretty high. That last fight, though, with Jabs getting the kill and Nothing to Say, slows it down a bit. Not only do they want to have this pace of game so they can have the advantage, but sure as hell bet they're hungry.
Yeah, and love this move. With Slardart, level 2 Corrosive Haze. Chen, you definitely have more than enough damage. You have sustain coming out.
Scan from the Dire connects, but they're not really moving towards Roach.
They should know something
They back
is up.
off.
There is Observer Ward for both teams. One's going to expire
Now
for
they start to
G2IG.
group up. But I think they kind of had the time, but they backed away with the scan connecting. They'd rather fight.
JT.
OBS is here, though, for the Radiant side. They'll pop the dust. They don't find anybody just yet. Icarus dive. No
Got him mid-dive.
Got him on the back end of the dive. And they get the kill into Ollie.
He has buyback available. No tier 1 tower to TP2. Infest has been used. And now going for Roche. Aurora, they want to take the fight. Only with the buy.
Need to be careful. They don't have Sharpshooter.
Our creeps are dying. He killed them off instantly.
Bushwhack. Illuminate doing some damage with the Solar Bind. Sharpshooter still on cooldown for 20 seconds, so they need to kind of hold out a little bit so they can have this break mechanic to kill off 23.
Ollie is bottom. He's thinking about going through the gates. That can be a really risky move. For now, this fight is 4v5. Ollie is AFK, afraid of JT.
JT buff when hitting Ollie. So they'll back away from where the twin gate is. They get the scan, so that's probably the go button.
Ollie's not moving. I'm watching
Ollie the
hero
second
bottom.
they step in. But they got Sharpshooter back. There was a 20-second window where I think Aurora, without Sharpshooter, found themselves in a decent spot to maybe fight with 23. But again, the infest into JT. 23 is going to be the one who spotted. They go to the Blake as well as the Sharpshooter. They have the damage, and 23's dead.
You
Even
only need
with that trap with the silence, they can't do anything.
Yeah, you only need to charge a Sharpshooter for a short period of time. Any kind of stun, blink stun from Slardar will do the trick. And now Roshan belongs to G2IG. Ollie didn't even go through the gates.
No, never did. He always waited at the starting line, at the gate, and never made it there. But Blink, Swithering Crush into the Shadow Realm with the Bedlam Force Staff onto the high ground, but the Blinding Light sends it back into the river. Looking to terrorize, but will still die to Nothing to Say with the Illuminate.
Last couple of minutes have looked really good for G2IG. Getting a lot of stuff done on the map. Even though Lorinov is the most farm hero in the game, Monet is online. Having Armlet, having Radiance. Aegis just picked up. It's going to be time to open up the map slightly more, kill off this tier 1 tower in the mid lane so that they can get another entrance to the enemy triangle. And this is where Aurora is going to be farming, trying to stack up as much as possible. You have good heroes to clear the stacks with. Chen getting the shard. Now you can use ancient creeps.
Yeah. 20 minutes into the game, I mean, that's a good shard to get that you don't have to buy. And he's looking to bolster his team even more, going into the Solar Crest. So, quite happy with what he's got at the moment. Bobica not going Glaive, so no Maelstrom, but looking Orchid.
I don't know if he wants to fully commit to that. We'll see. It's great against Dark Willow, and looking at Q, we did mention that he's one of the greediest fours so far in the tournament after finishing off 4 staff so that he can get out of trouble. Going back to Hand of Midas, he wants to scale.
I do want to know how that talk was with Bobica, though, because it was clearly like, hey, Bobica, this game don't do what you normally do and be super greedy, and it's just... It must be so unnatural for him to not farm as heavily as he has with this Hoodwink, especially. Ancient Black Dragon creep for the Chen.
Gonna have another one pretty soon. You need that level 2 to control 2 ancient creeps.
And just going onto the tier 2 tower. So Monet, they need something to stop him. And what they do is with the Dragonlance, at least clear up the creeps and try to activate that backdoor protection and make sure Monet can't really hit through this. He's going into the Manta style next. Has enough for that Diadem, just trying to get the gold to finish it off.
Jab's going for enemy XP rune. We'll snatch that one.
Enemy XP rune a minute and a half after it spawns, still available.
G2IG classic at this point.
Yeah. Shard for Q was also picked up with the Tormentor being done for Aurora. And I like this shard. The Curse Crown upgrade gets you Bramble Maze, even more brambles around after it pops. Talked about JT. His lane wasn't amazing, but he did get a lot of farm with the open space that he was given afterwards. And he's going into the Heaven's Halberd as well as picking up that shard.
I've seen quite a lot of Heaven Halberds on Slardarts lately, especially when you play into this ranged Templar Assassin hero.
Right.
You get a disarm off. That's going to be nice, having some mischance on top of it. Some status resistance. Slardar is that type of a hero that tends to scale pretty well, especially when you have Lifestealer in the team. You two are playing off each other. Most likely going to be the carrier of Lifestealer throughout the whole game. More enough. Thinking what he needs, has MKB in his quick buy, some extra burst damage against Blinding Light, against Radiance, that mischance. Even Hoodwink. That's quite a lot of evasion coming out, 35%.
With the scurry, man.
Yep.
Slithering Crush now with that shard gives that Corrosive Haze for a short moment of time, and it's just about having that minus armor and making sure you can burst through these heroes quick enough, because like we've seen with Bristlebacks previously, if you can survive the initial burst, you can do a lot of damage and turn it around.
This tower is gone. They're not going to defend.
They lost the mid-tier too as well.
Are already in position, and I love itemization. AC, it's going to be like a quicker AC on Monet. Knows that most of the damage is going to come from Bristleback and TA, so it's very easy to itemize, knowing that most of their damage is physical. That's why we see this Solar Crest being built, Guardian Greaves as well, extra armor coming out. Monet sieging the high ground.
Curse Crown not going to go off with the Rage used, thinking about the Terrorize. And put some damage onto the tier 3 tower. 8 seconds remaining on this Aegis, and with that, they'll back away.
Look at Lifestealer's armor, 40 armor. Make it even more, 43 right now, has 70% physical reduction. So things are gonna get even more difficult. Aurora with this Bristleback lineup and Templar Assassin, these heroes tend to slightly fall off compared to some other heroes.
IG know the pace they want to set. They smoke after backing off when the Aegis expired. Good scan, though, connects from Aurora and catches IG that are smoked up coming across.
He knows something's up.
Yeah, 23 can't commit to farming that ancient camp, and IG should get an idea at that with those creeps kind of being out of the camp that he was around. So, Xnova, happy with what he has so far. Nothing to say. Has that Octarine core. We'll see what he queues up next. Still that Heaven's Halberd for Slardar being built, but he's got 1,800 gold. And for the side of Aurora, I'm looking at items that are coming out, and I'm not sure really what's going to be the massive game changer here. Maybe this MKB.
MKB is going to be a lot of damage. Bristle is not going to be as tanky. He does have Plate Mail for Lotus Orb, now full Lotus Orb completed. So we'll have the spell mechanic, which is nice, but you don't have the Bloodstone yet.
So there's that Sanj. As these teams kind of taking a break a little bit and fighting, knowing that Roche is up in a minute 32 potentially. IG not really pushing the risk yet. They were smoked. They were looking to fight and catch somebody off guard, but Aurora positioned around the map really well to avoid any movements that are coming through from IG, and the scans have been really on point there too.
JT, he needs the TP.
Right as I
They do
say
have
the
an outpost.
positioning was great.
He's
Lotus
broken,
Orb
he's dead.
Not going to be enough to save him, so 23 ends up dead. Q falls to JT, and Aurora try to save 23, and it forces a second death on the team.
They're going to go for high ground.
Yeah.
No Bristle for 50 seconds.
Boy.
They do have sustain. They have pretty much all the items. 1,000 gold away from AC on Lifestealer. These are going to be long 40 seconds. Monet starts to munch onto that tower. Dragon Scale, damage over time, definitely helps.
Thing is, they don't really need to commit on the side of IG after getting this rack set. They don't have to push for more, knowing that Roche is going to be up soon. So if you feel uncomfortable while Bristle gets close to coming back alive, you just back up. You go get Roche. You don't have to force anything in the moment.
Especially if it's going to be an early Roche spawn.
Yeah. Well,
on the Dire side, she's much more valuable.
Hard for
and
them
Aurora, they know something is up. Also, them being able to steal Aegis away from Bristleback and TA lineup. That these heroes, they rely on it. Observer Ward plays down.
The three-man crush! They've got the Illuminate coming through. Icarus dive off the map as well as the Sunray. Ollie trying to get out of here with the Pulverize under nothing to say. Sharpshooter being charged up. That's going to land onto this Primal Beast. It doesn't hit 23, so he's not broken. Terrorize, what is happening to GT? He was stuck in the tree. So Monet pops out of him, and now Rage TP out, but Aurora want more. This time's well with Roche.
Roche about to respawn. Aurora, they need to use this.
Oh, Chen out. Whoa,
very limited
whoa.
lockdown. It's time to go. Somebody needs to check the Roche, and they're also going to be able to kill off this tower. Lorinov is going in. They've been blessed by the Roche spawn.
This completely turns the game. The high pressure, the high pace from IG. Now
I love when a hero can get out of the map. He can get outside and can't be targeted.
And that Terrorize was huge. That's what made JT just kind of... I don't know what happened to controlling the hero, but even with the Terrorize, the fear, it put him in this weird up-down pathing.
Yeah, I still feel they should be taking the fights. There's going to be a big item, that Heaven's Halberd on JT. Would definitely love to have that one in the previous fight. AC about to be completed on Monet. I don't think they should wait until Aurora give them another 4 or 5 minutes to utilize this Aegis to continue to farm up. Bristleback finds a really good item for himself. Craggy Coat, toughen up. That provides you with extra 20 armor when you pop it.
Whoa. Yeah, I usually don't take that item.
It's a really good item. Like this, he's going to be sitting at 50+ armor.
Yeah, solid toughen up active ability.
Maybe they should also wait for Keeper of the Light to finish off his Aghanim Scepter. 1 component away, even less, 600 gold. I just want them to speed up the tempo a little bit because this 8k gold lead that they have, they should utilize it. And I feel like they could fight into Cheese and Aegis.
Yeah, they need to be careful just about the positioning, but I agree with you. You can't let Bristleback get to his Bloodstone.
Bloodstone, Yule Scepter, multiple ways of surviving in a team fight.
And giving a full Roche duration, if that's the idea to sit back and wait, would put them in a pretty poor position. So.
You wanted to see Silver Edge. Monet has one queued up as his next item. That's going to be pretty much his final item before he can pick up the shard, Aghanim Scepter upgrade, sell his armlet, go for the bigger item. There's still a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, you know, especially in that last fight where Sharpshooter ends up hitting the Primal Beast instead of the Bristle, they have trouble killing 23 at that point. I really do see that this Silver Edge kind of feels needed for Monet if they don't want to just lose their timing completely, right? You need to be able to have that continuous break.
They have those 3 big items that we did mention. AC, Aghanim Scepter, Will-O-Wisp upgrade on Coddle, and Heaven's Halberd on Slardar. So time to make a move, make something happen. You can see that Aurora, they still are not being the ones who are crossing the river, trying to utilize this Aegis.
Yeah, they're staying on the outer skirts of the map. That extra 40%, trying to farm up these camps as best they can. Also, Bobica, he switched it up. He's going into the Gleipnir, or
yeah,
at least that's what he's got queued up.
I don't think he would get the value out of Orchid. So wants to scale, wants to be able to clear the creep waves with 1 Acorn shot, level 15 talent, getting close to that.
So there's the Ags finished for Keeper of the Light. Ignis Fatius is now available in the Will-O-Wisp. So, nothing to say, we'll have that. A little extra control. As IG, like you said, they're the ones looking, they're searching. But at the same time I say that, you've got Hoodwink farming as they start to group up near each other.
Hoodwink is always farming. This hero does have the toolkit to do exact those things. Go greedy,
killing
as much as you
farm.
can.
Killing heroes, farming. There's the Bloodstone. Pretty quick on that Bloodstone before this Aegis expires. I'm a little worried that IG, the more and more they allow 23 to get, the less and less this net worth advantage is going to matter. He wants this Yules, and he wants Yasha after that, but I wouldn't truthfully be surprised if he just goes straight
Wind Waker.
Wind Waker.
I think you want to upgrade your Sanj to something, have another way of dispelling things. With Yules, you already have Lotus Orb. Now Spirit Vessel is not going to do as much. And this lineup from G2IG, managed by legendary Jack Chen, doesn't build into Scotty, doesn't build into Shivas. So the only way of
reducing... Pulverize on a JT. They're looking for the Terrorize, but the BKB's going to be popped up. Go after Jab.
You got the G's off.
The Illuminate comes in once again. It's going to be the Sharpshooter that gets the kill onto the Primal Beast with the help of Monet. And they look over at 23. They don't have the break mechanic for the moment, but they land the Terrorize on a Monet. Still the Illuminate, the Solar Bind, the Gleipnir that was finished off by Bobica. They go to the Lotus Orb. That's going to Solar Bind back onto nothing to say. Blink, Slither and Crush coming out from JT with the Rage being used by Monet. He's running in. These clothes starting to stack up a little bit, but Monet dealing with a lot of health. They go after 23 for a little bit, but realizing that they just don't quite have the damage without the break and the Sharpshooter, which was used on the Primal Beast.
And they don't want to commit too heavily. Aegis was about to expire in 20 seconds, so no real commitment. They did go into the fight. They took out Primal Beast, got the cheese off, but still dies. Lifestealer, level 20 talent. He's going in.
Southern Crush, worn off, able to blink away. 23 running at these heroes, but there's the Will-O-Wisp.
Is ready if necessary.
That pulls 23 face side as the Aegis expires, but they'll take out the Will-O-Wisp. The Ignis Fatuus does not do enough for IG to want to jump in again.
They don't have any big cooldowns on their team. Like the biggest one is what? I don't even know what's the longest cooldown that they're really want to have, so I expect them to take another fight. Sharpshooter, 45 seconds, that's it.
Or well, Panda God.
They still have that available, so everything is ready for G2IG.
Infesting into JT, smoke up here from Aurora. 23 shows himself with that hairball. Smokes break. He's there alone for a second, but the trap pops onto a couple. Blatant here on a 23, but he is just a little bit too far for them to want to commit. A lot of traps on these steps. As JT's gonna wander that way, see the brambles. Hairball also hits him.
XP rune.
Towards that wisdom rune, picks it up. Will-O-Wisp down again, but nobody locked in it anymore. Still navigating this maze and taking out all these traps for 25 gold constantly.
XP rune is on their side of the map. Someone can TP and get recalled by Coddle. It's a good amount of XP. This is 35-minute rune we're talking about.
If it wasn't IG, I'd agree.
It's all about that armor. Xnova, 50 armor, pretty much. Now has Defiant Shell as his neutral item, going into Lotus Orb. So that's going to keep them even healthier. Things are looking really good for G2IG. We did talk about some Dispel mechanics for Aurora. Level 15 talent for Primal Beast. Bristleback has his.
Avoids that Slithering Crush, but they've got the Solar Bind. There's the break again, and even with the Aurora, he can't get away.
Yeah, that's a good one. And yeah, speaking of those Dispel talents, Mel Dispel level 20, ready for Lorinov for the last minute or so.
Lorinov, he has all these damage items. He just needs the moment to use them, because he's had this Deso forever. It's only got 2 charges on it.
Yeah, could we see the damage dealt? Because I feel like his damage numbers shouldn't be as high.
They might be
He's been farming a lot, but I don't feel like he's been utilizing that farm. 10.9 compared to Dark Willow, who has 8,000.
How much of that is traps, though, from TA?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I want to know. 10,000.
9 out of 10.
So, Hurricane Pike. Next here for TA. As the Ancient Black Dragon is searching. And Xnova, yeah, he's got this shard for a while. Going for the Lotus Orb next. All utility. I feel like we don't even see heroes just go all utility like this anymore.
No.
So rare.
I'll be honest. Feather now for JT. 25% evasion. Getting close to his Wind Waker, so he can go in. I don't think he gets bursted unless they lock him down with Primal Beast on top of it. I still feel he should not die. If there's Guardian Greaves, Solar Crest, and Hand of God, he should be able to survive the burst.
So, TA with that ninja gear. Trying to find somebody. Roche up in 45 seconds, so these traps, by the way, are being spotted. I don't know if that one that was further down was spotted as it was placed, but that would definitely give them the information.
Bobica has gems, so he can take care of that, but he also wants to keep the distance. Smoke and smoke action. This third Roche, very important. That's Aghanim Scepter.
Centaur, little Centaur was in there. Centaur Sun. IG wrapping around, look for 23, find him! Link Slithering Crush, but Yule's up into the air. Monet committed to that. He also took out 23's Courier that had the Yash on it, but with this Yule's, he was able to make sure that he survives a little bit longer.
I like that Bobica's being very patient. He does not want to use that Sharpshooter immediately.
Illuminate flies 23's
Silver
way.
Edge,
Link
he's broken.
Crush once again. They've got the Silver Edge as well as the Sharpshooter, but the Lotus Orb's on him. The Will is not going to let him get away. The Pulverize is going to be through on Xnova. They get the kill on the Chen. Chen has buyback if need be to have that Hand of God. He'll use it.
It's time to go in. There is no Bristleback. It's a lot of their damage, and Aurora will concede to Roche. This is big.
All get out.
Yeah, I want to see who picks up that Aghanim Scepter, because Slardar doesn't have one. Lifestealer, his Aghanim Scepter is really good, but maybe they think, okay, JT, it's time for you to pick it up, because that Aghanim Scepter is really good.
Making that giant
extra armor
pool on the ground.
Extra 15, and he's going to pick it up.
So we'll swap out the Soul Ring for a moment. And there it is, so.
I want to see the armor when they are sitting close to each other with all these auras.
Pool.
Yeah, Divine Favor. It's going to be like 60, 70 plus. Monet, he's in. This Silver Edge pickup allows them to have a second break on 23.
they recognize that the Yasha was killed in the courier, so they know he doesn't have buyback. Will-O-Wisp, once again, the damage on the jabs is overwhelming, and he's dead for 80 seconds, doesn't have buyback either. This could be the beginning of the end. They're up 21,000 net worth. Will-O-Wisp protecting them, but they'll glyph. This is their last glyph.
This is the beginning of an end. Potentially no Primal Beast for 60 seconds.
Slithering
He's
Crush,
in
popping
again.
the Infest. They'll go after Lorinov, who's trying to get away with the Gleipnir there, but they've disarmed him, they've rooted him, and they've killed him. No Lorinov for 90 seconds.
He's going ham. Wind Waker, Cheese, BKB at ready.
All are healed as JT in the pool. Monet moving forward, 23 Savage in trouble even with the Lotus Orb. It's not looking likely that he's going to survive this one with the Will-O-Wisp pulling him further and further in. They've got more and more control. They'll get the kill. 23 dead for 90 seconds. And IG, JT is guarding you from coming back into the game. They'll call GG and IG eliminate Aurora 2-1.
Second loss for the Bristleback at PGL Wallachia Season 1. IG finding the way to deal with Bristleback. They had an early Spirit Vessel. They did kill him 3 times pre-10 minutes. And this slaughter with Corrosive Haze causing a lot of issues for Bristle.
And I think the itemization for G2 was really
It was on point. Everybody, like, it's very easy to itemize when you're playing against 2 cores that deal same amount, like same type of damage. So physical damage, you've seen a lot of armor, some, Solar Crest, Mech/Guardian Greaves coming out, and everybody else also the AC on the Lifestealer. So making everybody super tanky.
Yeah, it was really well done. I think the Silver Edge was on point. I mean, it was the early aggression where they had the mech on the Chen. They knew they needed that sustain. It looked really good from IG, especially after that long game, too. They recovered really well. So they took the series 2-1 over Aurora. We'll send it back to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Beakup and Lacoste. Yes, this was a game where Chen was victorious. Maybe not as strong in the first 10-15 minutes, but I think Kezu, once the pushes started to happen, not really much that Aurora could do.
No, honestly, it ramped up really fast, which tends to happen with Chen lineups. I honestly thought Aurora could do more. Like, I really liked their draft. Maybe my read is wrong. Maybe some gameplay didn't pair up. I'm not fully sure, but G2IG did all the things right. Their movement, they waited for the right timings, built the correct items as well to furthermore amplify it, and just overall, I feel like their slaughter just looked so freaking strong.
Yeah, I think they've kind of understood the levels in which they need to go. Because I think Slardar is a hero that some teams would be scared to go for due to the volatility of that one wrong initiation. Like in this game, at least, there was that one fight at the top tormentor where they nearly get a slight struggle on the way to GIG. But realistically, there was never any problems for them. The early game, Kotal brought some life to the game. Of course, the Chen scaled with the ability to push him forward. He has a drum to help with the attack speed. He's got the Solar Crest as well to throw into the Lifestealer. He's got the Greaves to keep people going forward. The Kotal as well with the HP from his toolkit, plus the Vessel. Then you have the Slardar Lifestealer combo. Lifestealer's going for a Silver Edge. Like, everything screams momentum, crush the map, keep going. And every highlight we see here, Bristle or Primal, they die within a matter of a second or 2. That's how quickly they get explode. So the tanky frontline that we were praising in the draft, due to the state of the game, they weren't tanky at all.
I do feel like there's a problem with the items on Aurora, because it was 23 Savage who bought a Lotus Orb for himself, but I feel like it needs to be someone else building it, because they need to break him free. If G2IG go on him, he's going to be stunned by the Slardar, by Bushwhack. If someone else has the Lotus Orb, you can dispel the haste from him, you can dispel the Hoodwink Break as well, the Vessel, but if it's on him, it's so hard for him to really use it. Like maybe Jabs, he can dispel himself already with a talent, so you can swap out the Shiva for a Lotus Orb, maybe help him. Because the moment Bristleback is broken in this game, Aurora's draft will die on the spot.
And the speed in which G2IG was killing heroes, look at the scoreline for Lorinov, 0-1-2.
Yeah.
This is a Templar Assassin that finished the game with Blink, Hurricane Pike, MKB, Deso, Daedalus. Every single one of those items screams, I should have at least 4, 5, 6 kills to my name, but not a single time was he really able to enter the game with confidence, because G2IG was just making statements after statement, because if they see a hero, it's dead. There is no chance Aurora wanted to take a fight after already losing a hero so quickly. It was not the type of game I expected in a Game 3 after the journey to get here.
Yeah, was it maybe also because it's the gamble to let the Chen through, right? So I don't necessarily mean that Chen is a strong hero in itself, which it is, but also that it basically changed the whole game you're playing. So there's not really that much to learn from in terms of from previous data that we have.
It's really hard, because I feel like they honestly had a good draft. Maybe you can swap up the TA. Maybe the TA isn't as good as I thought because eventually they're going to have some AC, divine favor from Chen and like all this ball up. But overall, I feel like I don't mind them actually letting Chen through because I like the plan that they were going with.
Yeah.
And until this point, Aurora were doing really well. They made a lot of cool moves, but this is a cool smoke. Like from G2IG, they invade the enemy triangle. Like this is very deep. The moment the egg drops, they go around, they use all their timings. And here is one of the first times where 23 Savage's game, it really slowed down a lot. He TPs into the outpost, he comes in, he dies. They lose like 3 or 4 heroes and a lot of map control. Like from this point onwards, now G2IG started owning. Before then, it was actually Aurora who had a very good grasp on the game.
Before then, we thought Aurora was going to take it because we thought the tempo wasn't coming in yet for G2IG, but Tiga, that turned out not to be the case.
Yeah, it was more like we felt there was a lot of pressure on Koddle to perform early on, to bring everything to life, and he didn't really get shut down, right? Like the TA took the mid tower, Koddle then gone, all right, sure, you take my tower, but I still make moves, and I think it's just impressive at how quickly JT and Monet wanted to play together. I think other teams might have chilled a little bit more, but it is refreshing to see how quickly they wanted to play as 5 and break the map compared to other teams. So again, commendable stuff. They read, and I think going to your Bristle point, I think Bristle as a hero, you die once or twice in the mid game, it kind of feels as heavy as like the Alchemist dying. Like an Alchemist death, Bristle death, you're like, oh god, I'm not as tanky as I want. Like my Bloodstone isn't as good as it should be.
Because it's not just the fact that you kill him and slow him down, but it's also like this confidence. You do it once, you're like, the next time this guy comes up, you're like, yo, we can just do it again and kill him. Because a lot of the times you're on this line of, can we do it, can we not? You fail, you lose.
At the end of the day, G2IG, that moves forward. They are our winners. Aurora, they are eliminated. They are obviously gonna be sent home. Now, normally we have a winner's interview and then an exit interview, but already before the series started, we highlighted the special relationship between JT and Ollie that have been through championships and TIs together, and a lot of teams, or mostly IG, they were in for a long time together, and they want to share this moment together as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate Oli joining me and JT because we saw the all chat and I know your guys' history, but I was hoping that maybe you guys could share your history. So I already asked Oli, but JT, I want it from your perspective. So my understanding is you guys kind of came into the competitive scene at the same time, 2017 on Geek Fam. How does that sound accurate?
I mean, yeah, we compete at the Geek Fam, right? At the for almost 2 years, 3 years. In the Malaysia, Geek Fam is Malaysia team, so we kind of like, it's our hometown, so we kind of like very close to each other. And then after that, because the result wasn't so good during the Geek Fam, I mean, it's acceptable, but not so good. So everyone's like, we have to part away for looking for chances and then try to get a better result. So by the time we leave each other, so try to seek for a better opportunity. Yeah.
Which you said that it was around him leaving Mineski after Geek Fam that you were like, okay, now I need to find another opportunity. You guys were apart for maybe like 6 months, and then you reunited on IG. So you guys reuniting in IG, did either of you vouch for each other? Like, did you say like, did you get picked up by them first and like, yo, I know this great offlaner from back in the day. You gotta get JT. Was that how it ended up, or how do you remember how you both ended up on IG?
No, it wasn't me to look out for the offlaner because that time we are not doing very well in the IG, and we saw JT is in newbie, and my manager asked me, "Is this guy okay?" Then I say, "Oh, he's okay." I mean, it's
Oli
okay.
doesn't like me, so he never think of me. Holy crap, this guy.
Would you have vouched for him if you were on IG first? You're like, yo.
Of course, dude. It's brother Dota.
No, he went to Miniski and I didn't have any team to join. He didn't bring me.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I said that you were cheated on him. You left for Mineski and you left him behind.
I mean, Mineski doesn't lack of position 5. But that time IG lack of position 3. He never think of me. That's the different thing. Mineski doesn't need a post 5, right? But IG need a post 5. But he never think of me. This is the difference, right?
But regardless, you guys buried the hatchet for 5 years you spent together on IG, and then ultimately you went your separate ways. And now you are still clearly very much brothers. He said it, Oli, this man's your brother?
I don't know, it's a plastic brother or what. I mean, he has his own time. I mean, I have my own time also. We know each other quite well.
and it shows thoroughly. JT, I'd like you to say one nice thing about Oli, if you could look back to the good old days.
Can be a very good friend, I would say. He's very nice. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, fine. Say anything you remember from the fond days of JT. And it doesn't actually have to be anything nice. You can be mean if you want to.
He just like to do memes.
This man's a memer. Congratulations to him. Condolences to you. Could we get a handshake from the two competitors? Come on. Come on. Be friendly. Yeah! There we go. I love to see the sportsmanship. Oli, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. And we'll send it back to the panel.
Oh, can it get any more wholesome? That's just so nice.
That was the best interview we've had. It's just so good. I like hearing the you didn't bring me, but you brought me, and then you did. To be fair, JT's such a character, but Oli, he's still keeping himself composed.
No, I love how offended they got at each other. That was way too great. This is one of the best interviews, especially the best loser interview I've ever witnessed in my life.
I didn't even realize. I kind of forgot that they lost the tournament. It kind of felt like an upper bracket.
Yeah, they both won.
Yeah, they both won.
We did have, it was Oli and all smiles, right? At the end of the day, Aurora did come top 8. They fought brilliantly. And at the end of the day, also, it was not enough because G2IG is the one that moves forward. That was only Series 1 of the day. I know! We've got 3 more best of 3s to go to. And this was 1 elimination series. There will be a total of 2 elimination series today. So our second one is coming up after a break.
I'm never chasing a sound. I'm trying to chase an emotion. And it happens to be with sound. You know, when a chef cooks for you, he's trying to do it with obviously presentation and taste and all that. For me, it's really capturing an emotion with sound. And when you do it with the right equipment, then something special happens. We here at Verse, we want to be the best at everything. We have the best monitors, we have the best drum kits, the best amps, and naturally we had to have the best mics. And I remember walking around and thinking, man, I like this song. I wonder what it is, because I curate the playlist and I didn't remember putting the song on, right? And I look over and it's a band playing. I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a record. And I go up to Steve and I'm like, man, that sounds so good. And I noticed that he was using Earthworks and I was like, oh, okay. Hearing those drums was incredible. I had never heard it in here.
There's a spiritual thing that happens when you get a whole bunch of human beings together in one room. And the artist is using that energy, and that energy helps to inspire them to keep going. One of the first things I notice about these microphones is they're solid, they're rock solid. You can tell they're just high quality when you pick them up. And so then you plug them in and you throw up the channel and it's like, oh my God. Because the articulation is so consistent across the entire frequency range, it doesn't have to be loud to be in the mix. I have so much confidence in what I'm getting is accurate and what's happening is accurate. I don't have to use any of the RAM in my head up on, oh, do I have to compensate for this or compensate for that? No, I can put that energy to creativity.
When Earthworks talk about a fast microphone, they're alluding to the capsule in the microphone moving really fast. How fast it reacts is going to determine just how accurate it is, how fast that capsule can move in response to the signal that it's presented with. So the faster the better. You know, the quality these microphones are putting out is something that, you know, needs to be heard. It's really great.
Once you use these, you just simply can't go back to anything else.
My name is Manny Mariquin.
My name is Steve McGuire.
My name is Kevin Madigan.
And I'm here to talk about Earthworks.
Welcome back. You're watching PGL Wallachia, and if you've been with us for the entire day, then you know there's been a slight theme to the day. The theme being carry players. We earlier today looked at a tier list from Kezu and T-Gov, and one person at the top of the tier list, it was Skeeter. S tier, Kezu.
Absolutely.
And you have something to show us to prove.
Yes.
That
I
he
have
is.
to furthermore enable that he is S tier. So everyone, follow me to the station of S tier.
Are we going? Yes.
So what is happening here is I want to highlight. So I was watching replays yesterday of Boom, and I found this game that they played against Falcons. So they played Dawnbreaker, which is the kind of hero we're going to focus on. We have the Dawn, we have the TA. So that's going to be the start for now. So we see Pakaz, you know, he's playing his TA. He's having a good game. Everything's fine. He's going to die once. It's okay. He has TP available, which means there's a very high chance he will TP again to the bottom lane when he respawns, especially because his offlaner is a Dawnbreaker who is very close to level 6. Now, what we're looking at is Skeeter's perspective. He is currently already preparing to go bottom because he knows that the TA will TP to the bottom lane because of the Dawnbreaker. Now let's take a look at his player perspective. He clicks on Sacred up top. He sees that the Dawnbreaker is level 5 right now. And he also spots this and this creep, which means these two creeps are very important. Believe it or not, because if we look at Sacred's XP, look at this. He is so close to his ultimate at the moment. The problem is the moment, I'm going to slow it down. He drops this hammer. Somebody glyphed this goddamn creep wave because of this, he can't get level 6. Now, this is the exact moment from Falcons' perspective. The moment they move in here, someone on this Dire team glyphed this wave, which now means this Pakaz TA is straight up dying because look at the Dawnbreaker. He's still not level 6. Someone literally got his team a double kill, a teamfight win, and a tier 1 tower kill, killing the carry back-to-back because they're using a glyph so the offlaner doesn't get his ult. And now you may wonder, well, who used the glyph? So I did some more detective research. There is, for some reason, there's a website called Who Used Glyph. So you can put in the match ID, and look here, Skeeter, at the minute mark of this game, he looks top at the Dawnbreaker. He's like, oh, he's very likely very close to level 6. He uses Glyph so that he can't get ult, so that they kill the TA bottom. And honestly, this game ended on the spot. You can watch 1,000 replays. You will never in your life find a clip like this. And this is why T-Gov and me have the perfect tier list, and that's why he's an S tier carry player. Back to you, Shiver.
No, that is some top tier stuff. I love that there's a website specifically dedicated to who used that glyph.
That came from like a 5-stack, and one guy kept wasting it, and he kept saying, no, not me, not me.
Who was it?
That's great. Honestly, that's a banger website.
Yeah, because I was checking, like, okay, how do I know it's not just like random? You know, snaking, it's like typing, like some timing, like press his eye on the glyph. No, one of my subs, you know, said, oh, there's this website, bro. Just use it.
Just use it.
And you're like, oh,
and then it all, because I was just watching, you know, there's glyph, there's tower diving. I'm like, oh, it's random, and somehow it's all connected.
It is all connected, and that was Falcons beating Boom, and that is how Boom is in the lower bracket as we are about to witness them going up against Gaimin Gladiators. Let's focus our attention on Boom. This is a team guaranteed top 8, and this is a team not a lot of people thought would make it this far, T-Gov.
Yeah, I think they're coming out of group stage. They had quite an okay time, right? They lost to Xtreme, they lost to Gaimin already, but they were able to beat out Heroic, Secret, and Shopify. So you could argue that the journey to getting to playoffs, they had maybe an easier
not the hardest road perhaps.
Compared to having to maybe play up against an Xtreme and a Falcons or an Aurora Spirit. Like they seem to, they got it, they're looking good. My only concern is that upper bracket showing yesterday, it was the weakest showing of, I think, of all 8 teams in the playoffs so far. So I'm really hoping that coming into today, they are utilizing the fact that they did take a game off Gaimin in the group stage. Yes, they got smacked down here yesterday, but I'm hoping they've shown us some improvements. I'm a little bit worried.
This is the first time that we have a rematch.
True.
Which is quite amazing, actually, because Gaimin Gladiators has already faced up against Boom. It was a 2-1, so there is some experience between the teams already. The question is, who has learned more since then? Because Gaimin Gladiators yesterday, they obviously lost to Team Liquid, and it was a close series. It was a 2-1. But they're still here, Kezu. They're still lower.
I really like, or like yesterday, I feel like Gaimin in the third game against Liquid busted out some magic with some last pick dazzle to like buff up their bristleback. So I feel like Gaimin, you know, they kind of got God in that draft and like overall in the game. They are for sure the favorites coming into this match. I also wonder how much they have this Pakaz Medusa in their mind, because I believe that is the one game that they did drop to Boom in the group stage. So we'll have to see kind of how we go about that. But the last series, or all the series of this tournament, blending into this one, you have the Chen being banned out. We did just see it. Bristleback keeps going up and up in value until finally he's reached the state of no more.
First phase banned.
Just get him out of here.
Get him out. Is there anything else in particular that makes it through because of it? Shadow Demon comes to mind, but I don't know if either of these teams are really so much prioritizing it.
Doom SD, but neither are like the go-tos against the Centaur.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the fact that Gaimin, they started banning Sniper against Spirit in the group stage, and then they themselves first picked the hero. And because of that, now it's a first phase hero that teams consider to ban against them. And that alone, like you were saying, it pushes through so many other heroes into the draft. And yeah, Gaimin, they're not going to shy away from picking their carry if they see the matchup, right? Like Centaur has zero flexibility unless your puppy want to play at 5, but that isn't going to really be the case here, so yeah.
They also only have one ban to potentially protect it.
They did actually flex it yesterday on support and then played an Enigma, which against Falcons it didn't necessarily work out. Because I also looked at the draft, I was like, oh, it's some support Enigma, but no, it was played as a core with the support Centaur, so surely Gaimin saw that, so if they feel like Enigma's a problem, they can ban it, so they do have to be a little bit open to that.
Was that were they 5 or 4? Let me double check.
That was I think it was 4 Centaur, because Knight played it.
Oh yeah, he went 0 and 8.
It wasn't great, but it was against Falcons, so
true.
Take it as you want.
I think for me, like the Centaur flex, it's like
it's not great.
It's like it feels unnecessary.
Yeah.
There's so many supports that can bring Centaur to life. That a strong 4 that can right-click the life stealer. Sure, you can rage the stomp and keep going, but you can play out the lane, a Lion, an SD, like any of this to give some sustainability in the lane for aggression, and yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, because I think you can just you can deal with it. You have the Stampede in the game. Like Centaur, the reason why he's picked so much anyway is because he's so open. He lanes well. He gives you stuff in the game. Also, again, if you want against Lifestealer, you can always look to creep skip. Unless there's a stun with him or the mid will rotate, you're always going to be chilling. But Gaimin should keep that in mind. You know, potentially he's just not a core.
And look at these double bans as well, Ench and Veno.
Yeah.
Like they understand the fact that Lifestealer, of course, is good into lane. So if you take away some of the really aggressive supports that Celery has been playing, just to further give some life to this first pick Centaur, we don't often see this level of ban, like a Veno second phase ban. That's a high value one to go for.
I mean, it does make sense at least, right? Like Lifestealer wants to like run down people. Centaur is very slow in the lane. Ooh, a quite early Caudle, at least for them. I know that Quinn has played it. I wouldn't. Of course, he's very capable of playing this hero. I wouldn't say that this is my favorite hero for him specifically, but what I saw just now from G2IG, they used these two heroes in the mid game very well. They kept chakraing the Lifestealer, so he had his rage more often, and also the open wounds from the shard. So all in all, I want to see how they complement this Caudle later in the draft.
Tofu's also played it as well. Christ, this is 2 teams. Just really, this is a lot of cores getting picked up. And yeah, there's the SD that we often see with the Centaur, but I'm intrigued to know if Gaimin have some life with the Caudle going to 4 position.
Yeah.
I know Tofu has enjoyed playing, like, of course, Bristle's banned out, but like the Caudle Bristle, if Legion was viable, like Caudle Legion, these type of combos, because it gives Ace like a slightly off hero pick, but amped up by the chakra.
I don't know if it's because I have the previous series still in my head, but that sniper ban early on from Boom, and the fact that we've been talking about Viper a lot having 3 counters only, and one of the 3 now being very early removed, has me gotten Viper on the radar. But is it on the radar for these teams?
Probably not as much. Since Boom already, like, they blasted out the God, right, with Zeus, he's most likely going mid. I would also say that T is already on the money that this Caudle, I want to put it 4. I don't want to put it mid anymore against SD and Zeus.
Like Beastmaster plus a Celery hero could be really strong here, because then you keep the Caudle flex alive, where it could be 4 or mid. It pairs nicely with Beastmaster. You pick up a strong laning 5, because you know you're playing into SD Centaur. I think that'd be quite an interesting way to get through this phase.
Yeah, I would like a Beast. I would kind of want my mid laner to man up here a little bit and maybe look for, I had 2 heroes in mind. I think Kanka and Storm, or if you feel like you only have 2 really good options, you should take one of them now, maybe with the other support, as long as you don't have the idea of, oh, we need to keep the Caudle flex open. If you do, then you can do exactly what he said. Go for some Beast plus the other support. Looks good, it's chill.
Yeah, it's like Beast or Slardar, I think, are the big statement offlaners here. You go for Bane for now. Okay, hold.
Hold.
Oh,
Holding.
no instant snap pick. So they were, resetting the clock, getting additional, free 20-odd seconds to be able to continue the discussion. But yeah, Bane, just a position 5 to continue the game.
For some reason, I like the idea that you take your mid here because you see the matchup against the Zeus. And I think Coddle loves to have the better matchup. So giving your offlaner the last pick, which then allows the Coddle to be more free, like stack, run around, go help your mid, who should already have a good matchup because he sees it, would make the most sense, at least to me, but let's see.
They go for the mid.
Okay. It fits in the same style. It's, of course, not the hero I mentioned, but it gives you the jump, playability. I would say it's died off maybe a little bit. It seems like Puck needs better games than it used to, like a couple weeks or a couple months ago. But still, I mean, he has a sick win rate.
Yeah, you just need heroes that like to get on top of the fight once you use that coil. I saw some highlights of the Liquid game yesterday where Niche was hitting some big coils, but there's no one else who wants to really jump on 3-4-man coils due to the state of the game. And I think here at least, Coddle can throw an Illuminate. Lifestealer naturally would like to get into the middle of the fight, so it shouldn't really be too much of an issue. And it's just great to be able to find someone. Centaur or Zeus, if either of them get coiled with Lifestealer clicking them, they're going to be dying relatively quick. So yeah, overall, general nice draft. And I'm excited to see what the Coddle plus offlane pairing is. Like I've already mentioned Beastmaster, but there's some good options available for, like because of Coddle pushing out the wave in the 4-roll, you can go for slightly quirkier offlanes because the lane's never in a position of you getting run at because your creeps are always underneath their tower. You're getting levels. You might not be getting the best farm because Coddle is taking some, but you can play really hard matchups if you have Coddle in your lane.
I mean, I'm looking if there was any like gacha pick here for Boom, like to entertain the idea that maybe the Centaur is flex, but I don't really see anything incredible. So they'll just go close out the phase with their TA carry, most likely, unless they want to be very quirky with the Zeus. Should just be the Pakaz TA.
Again, the big offlaners, we mentioned Slardar, we've mentioned
Beast is what you mentioned.
They banning out Brew as well. This is also like a position for Gaimin that they just need.
The Doom is still in as well, by the way. Just want to point it out. Unusual.
I would probably prefer the other heroes over it. Like, even though it's in the pool, you don't really have to like really rush to pick it because the Boom heroes for now at least they're fairly well equipped against this hero. I still don't really see anything wrong with the Slardar. They've played it really well. They're sure the SD Purge is maybe a bit annoying, but you have super high armor. The Axe is incredible. You have the Lifestealer, seen it many times.
Gaimin Gladiators.
Let me see. I'm gonna have to open up my Dota 2 page here.
They ban out the Elder Titan. So respecting the flex potential of the TA still.
And so we have the...
Nah, they also just look for a position 4 on the side of Boom.
Yeah, 4 or 5. SD could easily interchange, but just looking for a strong laning support. Yeah, TA is the carry, Zeus is the mid. Again, I'm really intrigued to know what the offlane is going to be for Gaimin. Of course, Boom, like we said, still need their 5 position.
I cannot really come up with a better one that we've mentioned, but also for now we could just focus on Boom first, as they do have to open up the next phase. Because for them it's also still open between like the Centaur where it's gonna go, but I could just see some follow-up damage on the 4.
Because of the TA, technically Centaur being a 5 is
he could be the
fine.
5. Yeah.
Okay.
But I just I could see it because of the coil and stuff like that, but Centaur SD offlane, perfectly fine. Strong position 5 for TA to play with, also good. Like you could go for like a Techies or something for Boom, and then you play on like Techies TA going aggressive in safe lane, SD enables Centaur top, Zeus farms out mid. They do actually ban out the Beastmaster, good ban from Boom.
Yeah. But what is this? I cannot at least see a new offlaner that would like wow me, you know, that like makes the Centaur support then like kind of be a W. So my money is kind of on just a support being picked here that they feel like brings their draft together, maybe has some counterplay to like the grip or gives you some more follow-up damage.
To utilize Coddle support, I like Slardar Magnus now for gaming the most, I think, for the offlane. To utilize just the laning aspect, additional crushes from Slardar or the shockwaves and skewers from the Magnus. But they go for a Sky.
Unusual.
I mean, Ancient Seal, instant silence to Puck, a thorn in his side. You force the Puck to have to think about either a Yules or an early BKB. So even against Lifestealer likes to go Radiance. Now you're forcing him to think about Mantle or BKB. Not a
it was
traditional
played
pick,
once,
but
I think, by Antares. And I mean, there's a reason that this hero is not picked a lot. He has a lot of weaknesses. First of all, I feel like Bane should be pretty good against you in the lane. And I usually feel like the only way to make Sky work is point-click stun. Like, if you smoke and you go on a Puck, it's still really hard to catch this hero. So I understand the silence and the follow-up damage, but I am definitely on the fence if this is a good pick or not.
Yeah, I feel like Gaimin's going to cook up some insane offlane pick here, and what's it going to be?
Slaughter.
Yep.
The insane one that we said already.
Yeah, like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. Okay, I was kind of hoping if, like, part of me was like, I had the anticipation of, like, as much as we've said Slaughter a million times, they were going to go, okay, here it is. This is what we find. But no, they just go for the tried and tested, the stable.
It will actually be Sky 5.
Yeah, that's...
Okay, so maybe there's something different. Like, I don't know how the Caudal plays into Sky in the 5. Is there anything different?
No, I think it's going to be quite difficult because the lane's always going to be shoved into you, so you're not going to be able to play on the side of the tree line to poke back, and there could be a way where you concussive into meld strike and you might be able to punish Slaughter a little bit, but I'm worried for Boom that like the Sky needs to find those Ancient Seals, but the only hero that sets that up is either a farm TA or Centaur blinking in, so there's a little bit of a heavily momentum-based aspect of their draft, or they just get ran out and obliterated by Puck, Slaughter, Lifestealer, hundreds of zeroing heroes. Like if TA shows, she's going to get crushed into damage amp, can't hide away with her invis. I think, I prefer Gaimin's lineup a little bit here.
Yeah, like Boom have 2 backliners in the TA Zeus. They share the same counters. Gaimin have 2 jumpers and an Infest Bomb, so 3 cores that can deal with it, and good supports. I feel like for Boom, need to really outperform them in the lanes, have a lead, and go from there. Otherwise, huge favorite to Gaimin.
Yep.
Oh, huge.
Yeah.
And it really is the laning stage then where you'll look towards.
Because if the mid game is even, team fighting for Boom is super hard. Like then they have to perform on like hardcore mode. Whereas if they do well early, they can at least give themselves a better chance to make it simple.
They have to use their smokes really cleanly this game. If they waste a couple 5-man smokes and don't find anything, this game can get difficult. Again, I'm a little bit worried for Boom. I want to be wrong because I want this to be competitive, but I'm a little bit worried for Boom.
Okay, a lot of pressure on Boom for game 1 of this elimination best of 3. Let's see how they do with our commentary team. It's BK Pelagos.
Thank you very much. This is Boom coming up against Gaimin Gladiators, a very strong competitor to them, and Boom's trying to get pretty far in a tournament in roads that they really haven't traversed before, and we're going to see if they're able to accomplish that. It's not an easy-looking draft, that's for sure.
Definitely not. This is Scarlet Mage last pick. There's a reason why the hero hasn't seen much of a play. He's been picked once so far in the tournament, didn't win a game. And this is also last pick for your position 5. They wanted to have something that instance silence that can mess up with Puck, can mess up with Lifestealer before he get the Manta style. So now you have TA, now you have Scarlet Mage. The thing is, you need to execute this. So you're going to be forcing Puck to buy into these like early defensive items. I assume like it's not an item that you want to buy, but the Yule Scepter in this one, it does feel definitely good. Because it's also a safe lane TA, so a bit of a different item build. You still want to get the shard, but you want to get Deso before most of the time, because you want to have the damage.
So how does it feel to have Sky in the 5, though?
It feels as bad, even worse than having Sky as a position 4. This is the hero that can get a lot going. His toolkit is very easy to execute. Concussive shot into blood grenade, so you can always get something. The problem is this hero doesn't trade that well. You have 0 mana, and you're going to be playing into Lifestealer, and you're going to be playing into Slaughter. So, Celery.
Concussive shot slows him down. Quinn's going to be here, and they're going to eat a pretty big Illuminate if they stay on these steps. Lands onto a couple heroes. They should be able to still secure first blood, and they will hold it for the Zeus. And he'll get that onto the Bane and have an advantage over mid. Happy with that, that's for sure.
The battle
As Boom already out of the gates, really rolling. Wallachia is going to pick up that bounty rune. He was there just in case Quinn had something like that happen. And the other bounty rune, 3 for 1 in favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, we have these 4/5s, very weird ones. Keeper of the Light has most exclusively been played as a mid laner, so he needed to be paired up with something that's going to utilize the mana. Slaughter nowadays, with putting more points into Slithering Crush, does do exactly that. So good start for the mid lane. Slotums will bring his bottle as soon as possible.
Especially when you're playing Zeus, that's going to be just an extra jolt for you. Because as well as Panda in the top lane, it's not exactly a killer lane immediately, but a couple levels maybe so. You get a good melt strike, you catch Kato out of position, concussive shot.
Yeah, they can definitely get the kills here. Kato, not the... Because this is the spell that you can get on top of him. Concussive shot, slow him down, blood grenade. And this is how Pakaz also came into the pro scene. I would say Templar Assassin is his best hero. This is what he's been known for. So expect him to do good in this game.
See how the TA gets out of the gate here on this one. And Centaur we've seen be so strong. Panda gonna lose that courier. And we've seen this combo a couple times, right? The Shadow Demon with the Centaur in the bottom lane. As you've got the disruption, hoof stomp, you get double edge to level 2, or we've even seen the 2-1 build. And you really do have a lot of damage.
Yeah, multiple double edges, then some body blocks. You're probably not going to go for Doraccio. Doraccio is saving a point for now. You want to get into early rage. Target that they want to go for is Bane, and they're already going.
Yeah, so hoof stomp, double edge,
There's
celery.
That body block.
A lot of damage on him, and the Shadow Poison starts to really build up. 3 stacks there, a couple more right clicks, but not going to be enough damage. Should leave him at about 100, especially now with the Tango going even more. As that Tango works out for him. And we'll pop that salve to get back up on health, but you can see how easy it is to really get the Bane looking quite weak, especially considering he's now got to position himself almost perfectly unless he wants to get disrupted and have that happen again.
It's a good amount of commitment in the bottom lane. Shadow Demon needs to have good amount of mana to pop those Shadow Poison sticks, and Knight already using a Mango immediately. Disruption 120 mana, 45 per Shadow Poison.
So he'll clarity up. So that they've already got this bottle here on Slotums as he's going up against Quinn. See, a lot of these matchups where it feels like long-time veteran against somebody a little bit newer. Last matchup, it was nothing to say against Lorinov. This one's Quinn against Slotums.
Yeah, new blood coming into the scene. Exactly what we need. Keep things fresh. Also to keep things fresh, it's mid-May. It's coming. I feel it's coming.
You feel it?
I can feel it coming.
Next week?
Maybe.
You promise?
I can't promise anything, but...
Gonna promise in front of a lot of people if you did.
Hopefully, it's gonna come out. Doraccio sitting at only 13 CS in this bottom lane. He's getting pressured a lot. Sacred about to crack level 3. Also, Knight thinking about what he wants to get. Disruption has looked really good, getting that extra damage from the illusions, extra 50.
Bringing over Bane to try and help secure these water runes at the 4-minute mark. So we'll see what Quinn can get, as they really want to keep this Zeus from having any mana. Water rune going to be bottled by Zeus, though, and he outclicked him, and Quinn doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but he does have that illusory orb to get back to lane.
Knight made a move.
Yeah, Knight picked up the other one.
Nightmare, yeah. With the illusions, he can unsleep himself or wake himself up.
I mean, that was the situation for whichever mid didn't get that water rune is Slither and Crush. Again, Panda gonna fall for second blood here. And yeah, so I was saying Quinn has to walk all the way back to base. It would have been Zeus had Quinn picked up the water rune himself, so big stakes there for that water.
Sky might TP mid, refill Zeus bottle. Let's see if he... Oh no, never mind. He does have Bounty Rune to work with, so we'll come to the top lane. Sky level 3 doesn't have a point, just a point in Concussive Shot. Now puts 1 into Arcane Bolt and 1 into Ancient Seal. You can't really be spamming. Uh-oh, he's in trouble because...
Has to back off. They were stacking while he was
in a lot of trouble here.
Up forward in the lane. Concussive Shot, the silence is in, but the blinding light. Tofu trying to keep eyes on Kaz with the Illuminate. Still staying alive for a while, but the Slither and Crush, they also drop down that Sentry Ward. Ace taking a lot of damage. The Refraction, because the right click from Tofu, but they end up trading Ace. He was so low on health, but somehow just survives long enough to at least get something out of it.
Magic Wand, Power Treads on Strength. Meld buying a little bit more time until refraction resets. It looked like he was going to die almost immediately,
yeah,
but prolonged that fight for another good 10-15 seconds. Zeus, Slottims is level 6, has Mango to work with.
That would have certainly helped 10 seconds ago.
And that's why we said, don't underestimate Pakaz's Templar Assassin.
Really knows his timings, really knows the intricacies of the hero. And right now he's going into the Dragonlance. What's the differences between mid and safe TA, man?
You want to pick up Deso before you get Shard most of the time. It also depends how much farm you're getting. As a TA, you're most likely going to get a lot of farm, considering that there's going to be stacking. No ancient stacks yet, but Shadow Demon has been playing the lane, securing the runes, and stacking the big camp.
Pause from Pakaz. Couple of pauses we've had so far. Nothing in that big camp. Ancient camp, I believe, was not stacked.
And the big camp is blocked.
Yeah. And there's stacks in this top end of the jungle, though, for the TA. If you look above the lane. Some stacks being made there by the Sky. So doing everything he can to boost up the TA game, and in their own triangle, they've got a big stack in that big camp, too. So things looking good for Boom. I like where they're at so far. And if they can make a move with this first Thunder God's Wrath, it could start to get the ball rolling.
They need to stay ahead with a lineup like this. Want to utilize Zeus ulti. Slottims doesn't have much mana to work with, even if he pops his Mango. Will not have enough for ulti. Another rune available on his side.
Bounty rune available. Sacred level 4 on the Centaur. A little bit ahead in experience over the Slardar, but they're just about even if you compare the off to off. And Pakaz is going to clean up that stack, but they brought over Celery. They were looking for an Illuminate. And with Doraccio coming in, there's creeps to be had. He comes all the way through. They bail on bottom lane. 4 heroes up top for Gaimin Gladiators.
Well, they can't clear the stacks with Bane, Lifestealer, Coddle, Slardar. They can. But if they don't respond, this is going to be a tower. You have 4 heroes here. Bottom lane is not pressured at all. Sacred did pull the creep wave close to his tower.
Really shocking that they're just kind of looking at conceding this. It may be slow, but Doracchio's going to take that stack in that small camp, so that's not great for the TA, who had to back off. Also, with the pressure on the tier 1 tower, they just allow the tower to go down. No response at all. A little bit surprising, considering. But they don't have Stampede. There's no 6 on Centaur. Your supports don't really do a lot this early on in the game.
You would need Zeus to rotate, and it seems like he has other priority right now. Farming the stacks, the big stacks in the triangle. Doraccio
slowed him down. They've got the silence, and Thunder God's Wrath. He walked into that. He wanted to abuse Pakaz, but you paid for it. That's really bad for this Lifestealer. Not sure what the idea was when he was there alone. Ace not over there immediately. Quinn has to go back over mid as he was smoked up, trying to go and find something with Tofu. Celery comes back bottom, but now they've got the Stampede, so they'll have that gap close a little bit more.
Celery could be in trouble here. Knight can set things up.
Doraccio here again. Even he needs to be a little bit careful. Hoof Stomp, Rage. Quinn comes in. Dream Coil, Stampede. The Dream Coil will stun at least wear off as Sacred with the rest of the Stampede trying to run and juke out of Quinn's eyesight. And he does a good job at the beginning, but he's back under the tower and will die.
Buying a little bit more time. Panda on Skywrath Mage about to crack level 6. Not too bad for a position 5 Sky. They do have the burst damage coming out. The extra 30% magic damage coming out from level 3 Silence. With Zeus, could be enough to take down some of these heroes from 100 to 0.
3-3 early on. TA top of the net worth. Pakaz up by 300 on his Zeus. Up almost 1,000 over the Lifestealer. And like you said, Deso earlier, that's going to be the case. So if you can get there with some speed, definitely see Boom starting to play across the river, play aggressive, and look to make smoke moves constantly to shut down this Gaimin Gladiator side.
They need to be able to stay ahead, keep the pressure going. You have Zeus, you have Templar Assassin, Skywrath Mage, the burst damage. Panda is level 6 now. Quinn.
Concussive shot, silence, Mystic Flare, but the damage isn't quite there. Shield Rune for Slotums, but they go and they find the disruption, so he's not jaunting away, but he does have the Waning Rift to get back up out of the high ground.
He is relatively tanky. Safety Bubble, Magic Wand, Infused Raindrop, double null.
So not quite the damage they would have wanted with that Mystic Flare. But the control isn't really amazing for the side of Boom.
Before Sacred gets his Blink Dagger, things are going to be much more difficult to control this puck.
I assume eventually Sky wants Rod of Atos?
I don't think so in this one. This is more of a position 4 type of a build. Maybe some Glimmer Cape, some Force Staff to push people out of trouble.
Just seems like such a tough...
Oh, never mind. He changes to Road of Atos. We'll see if he commits to it. It's a greedy one.
Yeah, it really is, and I was definitely agreeing with you when I'm thinking about it. Like, how does Sky even farm that much?
Yeah, he doesn't. I'm looking at the top lane. There were 7 CS underneath the tower, and he missed every single one of them. He can't. He just cannot.
Nailed it.
I've even moved the camera away from it.
Don't show that. So, Sacred backing off as that Radiance is being built. They found Celery. Mystic Flare is down. You may not see it on your screen, but it is there. Panda gets a kill. That's how you could get some more farm going your way when you're missing 7 creeps onto the tower. And another stack. Tofu and Ace are going to work on this with Slither and Crush and the Illuminate. And a good amount of gold going the way of Ace. This should be enough to finish off.
And they stack it one more time. I think like, nah, they're stuck in the box.
Yeah.
But Ace will finish this one off and have a Blink Dagger ready. 12 minutes into the game, double Bracer, Wand, Soul Ring. Almost on top of the net worth. So this is going to be the timing where they will look for a fight. Probably trying to find Zeus because he's the one sitting in the mid lane.
Tofu's super farm, by the way. And I like that he's already going for the Force Staff. He wants that force. He wants to make sure that even if and when Sky gets that Rod of Atos, it's not going to matter. And I think if
they want to
Panda
break the
sees
combo,
that,
you get initiated on, buy some TA, Blink, Centaur, push him out of the trouble.
Thunder God's Wrath.
Look at the damage.
Stampede, the damage is high. The Mystic Flare is there, and Ace is dead. Quinn Illusory Orb the other way, but still heavy damage on the Quinn. Will phase shift and jaunt to that Illusory Orb, but man, you can see the quick damage coming out from Boom.
2,000 damage from Zeus instantly. Combine that with Ancient Seal, now 35% more magic damage.
Oh, Celery trying to go through that Twin Gate, but the Nightmare pulled off by Panda, so Celery gonna walk away. Sacred doesn't quite have the damage to do it alone. Double Edge or not. And Picaz went back for the Blink Dagger.
It's also a farming tool when you think about the Blink Dagger jumping between the camps. But we'll pick up that Deso, so for the next 2-3 minutes, he's going to continue to farm up. XP Rune spawning in 25. There's been a lot of stacking going on, not just in this game, but throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah, it is a stacking patch.
It's been like that for a while. 13 on side of Gaimin and 16 for Boom.
I love the totals on the bottom.
Makes things a lot more easier for us. Duraccio, also we've seen Lifestealer going for like 2 different builds, Armlet into Radiance or straight up Radiance, and also 2 different builds when you're going for the Radiance, picking up Talisman of Evasion, so you can have a bit more survivability in the jungle. Ever since we added 5% more to Talisman of Evasion, the item feels good to buy.
So, it's just about got that Radiance, and they see Celery. Sopkins was invis. They get the kill onto this Bane again. That one for the Zeus, who's going into the Shard, has that Phylactery already, and has the Diadem of Manta.
because you have too much farm. You want to buy something. Diadem gives you a good amount of stats, +6, and then you can get that 15-minute shard almost immediately. Radiance about to be completed. Wallachia, 15-minute Radiance.
Not bad. He's had bottom all to himself. But he did go top and end up dying that one time. Didn't really slow him down too terribly, but also it is Radiance before Armor, so it does feel a bit timed earlier. Shard flying out and smoke up here for Boom. We've talked about how they got to keep their foot on the gas, and if they can get Quinn with a silence, they already threw the illusory orb.
There's the silence.
Forward. They've got the silence. Now they'll look for the hoof stomp. They miss
Another
it.
silence.
The Ancient Seal, the Mystic Flare. Pakaz has the damage for the kill. And it's Pakaz who's got that shard with the initial silence, and once he saw that illusory orb go towards him, they knew they had that kill.
I like that Pakaz is also changing his item build. Instead of going for Deso immediately, picked up that Blink Dagger, saw the opportunity, no dispels whatsoever on Puck, so he's going to be that initiator. Secret, Blink,
Crush.
ooh, manages to get it out.
The Crush was in, but could not stop that Blink out from Sacred.
Yeah, Blinks out. No casualties.
No casualties for Boom as they'll stay grouped up. I wonder if they're going to just smoke again and try to make something happen. Bottom lane right now, it's just Centaur, and there is that Ob's getting vision for them, so it does see, of course, the Lifestealer, and you can see the illusory orb bottom, just cleaning up these creeps and getting a tier 1 tower. Despite the fact that Boom, they gave up that tier 1 tower top for free, Pakaz has found his farm.
He's been all over the place, farming those stacks. The most farm hero in the game. That's why TA is so popular as a hero right now. And it's one of the fastest farmers in the game. Insane toolkit.
Have not seen a Fiend's Grip just yet. Celery, though, with this Obs, sees both heroes. And now we'll start to back off. They didn't want to go for it, potentially not trusting their damage in going for the Blink, having the control, and not just having it get disrupted by the Shadow Demon. So it gives more time for Boom to farm, but everybody's farming to the point where it is an even net worth game, despite Boom having a 7-3 lead and having some big kills under their belt.
Gaimin Gladiators, they feel comfortable slowing things down, waiting for some dispel mechanics to kick in. Lifestealer going immediately into Manta Style. Might be the reason why he skipped Armlet, so that his Manta Style comes in earlier, knowing that he's going to be playing into this instant long duration silence from Panda. Panel did talk about the importance of the smokes from Boom, that they need to utilize those correctly. And let's see if they find Quinn before he can get enough money to buy his Blink Dagger. Seems like that's going to be enough, this creep wave. Got it.
Got it. Illusory Orb buys it out, but now in trouble. Hoof Stomp, no, held it on the phase shift. Dream Coil committed Mystic Flare with the silence. There's the Thunder God's Wrath, and Quinn is dead. He got his Blink, so he doesn't lose much gold in that death, but it is a good kill for Boom.
Most definitely. This is his second death. We said that there's no dispel mechanic. If he wants to live, he needs to be playing, or Tofu needs to be playing close to him with the Force Staff, push him out of the trouble, going into Glimmer Cape. Tofu, as you mentioned, he's getting a lot of farm. The most farm support in the game. Getting him close to Centaur.
Getting close to Centaur, he did get that Force Staff, and I think that's what Skywrath saw, because now he's going into a Sword Crest.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Road of Aethos from 5 is just way too greedy.
So tough.
Like, you're playing for yourself. Instead, you need to provide some utility to the team.
This is a good move here from Gaimin Gladiators.
Love this one. Stealing away Roshan from the Templar Assassins lineup, who just finished off Deso, so that could have been timing for BetBoom Esports to go in and try to take it. Slardar with level 2 ulti, minus 15 armor, will be enough.
It's slow, but effective. It works. Still 1K net worth lead. That'll go back down to 0 once this Roche is taken. 20 minutes in. I mean, this is going to be timings. Roche to Torm to Wisdom Rune. It works really well for Gaimin Gladiators, truthfully. The timings. Actually, they can fight. If they even want to fight bottom, they have that Obs vision. They can find a fight bottom, steal the opponent's Torm, get their own if they go that direction. there's a lot of options here for Gaimin Gladiators, and they are
Will
going to
TP in.
bottom.
Not going to go through the gate.
Link, Slithering Crush, Sacred with the Stampede. Demonic Purge will slow up Duraccio, so they won't be able to get the kill on a Sacred, but the idea is there. Celery down, TPing out, and the idea is definitely to push them away from this point to get to the 20-minute mark.
Steal their Tormy.
Steal Tormy, steal their Wisdom Rune, get your own Wisdom Rune.
They have really good shards. I wish Keeper of the Light gets this one. I mean, they're probably going to get both. Celery's going to be the one picking his up, which means that eventually he's going to get some good amount of farm. 3 points in Braid Sap, stealing some of their stacks, and also holding on to Philosopher's Stone. So Celery is going to catch up. There's going to be a big difference between two supports on each side. The reason why I would love Coddle to pick up that shard is it allows them to play the map differently.
Yeah.
Lifestealer and Slaughter can play it together, get relocated to one side. Suddenly you have 3 heroes in, and with Slaughter Lifestealer combo, you can basically blow up any hero on the map.
They didn't stick around. They left, so no Wisdom Rune stolen. Boom will still have the opportunity to get that. A little bit surprising, but staying there for too long could have cost them something that they didn't want to give up, which is fine. BKB next for the TA, who has this Dessa with 0 charges on it. They kind of hit this stride where they were moving and moving and moving, and now it seems like their lineup stagnated a little bit, as in terms of getting kills, they've been kind of stymied out and are losing net worth compared to Gaimin. Like, they are just falling behind. The farming is just way better.
And also in terms of scaling, this lineup from Gaimin definitely outscales what Boom have running. Puck from the mid lane, well, I mean, most exclusively has been played from the mid lane, but this hero scaled so well with his shard that Quinn just picked up. He was waiting. Maybe there was a 50% chance that he gets it from Tormentor, considering that Slaughter is more farmed than him and already has his. So 4 shards already on Gaimin.
Eternal Shroud picked up on Sardar. Using that Southern Crush, Celery spotted, silence, killed off with the Thunder God's Wrath. This is exactly what Boom need to do, but unfortunately for them, it's not on a big target.
Allows them to farm even more. Quinn did pick up a big rune. Usually Illusion Rune is kind of the worst one. Sometimes Invis also sucks, but in this one, playing into Sky, playing into Trap Silence, so you will have the spell mechanic to remove that long duration silence, get out of trouble. Having Infest, having Glimmer Cape, Force Staff should be enough until he gets to his own item. Seems like he wants to pop a BKB as the first item of a choice to be able to get rid of those silences.
Concussive shot on Duraccio, who will just rage and take the tower. Tofu, we've said it time and time again, he is just continuing to farm here, as he's got as much gold as that Centaur. Net worth sitting pretty even. So now with that shard, like you said, Tofu can recall a couple heroes at a time if they're infested. So we'll do what they can as Pakaz. Let's try and save the Sky for a second. Quinn, though, in. Blink with the Infest being popped, with BKB being popped here by Pakaz. They look over at Panda, they get the kill to the Skywrath Mage. The Fiend Script's gonna be used here on a Sacred. They get the kill to the Bane, so that will release him. Duraccio even looking to dive even further with this minute left on his Aegis, which does get used. The Soulbind slows up Kaz as well as the Illusory Orb, but not jaunting to it is Quinn. Duraccio and Ace looking for potentially another moment to jump in on. However, Boom have retreated all the way back to the high ground.
Yeah, good usage of the Aegis. They get a kill, will deal some damage to tier 2 tower.
Good amount of damage there from the Lifestealer and the Puck.
Zeus, of course, kind of hard to have more damage than Zeus early on. But the jump is what Gaimin Gladiators needs to do. They need to be able to lock onto a target. Ideally, you want to jump Shadow Demon, who is... Knight has been having a really good positioning, keeping the distance, using Demonic Purge onto Lifestealer when he jumps in. Even Slardar, you can completely ruin Slardar. He jumps in, Guardian Sprint, it gets dispelled, so he can't run away.
So let's see if Gaimin can continue to knock down Boom. Feels like they have the items to do some damage here. Finally getting some stacks on this Deso is Pakaz. but they need to find a little bit more here to feel effective, and it's just not coming out yet. They have the Pavis finished off on Sky. Sloxmus has had a decent game where he's third on the net worth. As that Manta has that Phylactery with the Shard, of course. Kaz looking for the MKB next. So will that be enough?
Yeah. Sees Ace with his neutral item. Gossamer Cape, if they can lock onto him with Demonic Purge, as we said, dispel that sprint, and then kill him, because the first strike is gonna miss, and also against Radiance, you gotta need MKB. Lifestealer with Radiance build offsets a lot of matchups.
Yep. So, see if this continues the trend that is for Gaimin Gladiators. Roche is gonna be up in 2 minutes, potentially. See what the extra timing is. As things have quieted down, knowing that Aegis expired on game and they were pushing bottom when they had that Aegis. Without it, they're just gonna sit back safely, farm for the moment. Again, they can kind of be in a lot of places at once, depending on where the Coddle is.
We did mention offsetting some of these carry-to-carry matchups. Lifestealer with his Aghanim Scepter makes things a lot more difficult for TA. Getting inside of her, disarming, infesting, also being at a lower cooldown. So you might have even 2 charges available in a fight.
Jesus.
20-second cooldown only.
That's kind of scary, because these fights have been lasting that long. So, with a minute left till Roche, next items are going to be potentially coming through. TA's MKB is a bit far away. But maybe the Blink Dagger from Knight shows its face. Solar Crest could be finished for Sky before that next fight. So who's really looking like they've got themselves in a spot to be the higher percentage of taking Roche?
I would say Gaimin. They are going to start playing top lane as soon as that fast Roshan timer could be expected. Just to make sure that, oh, there's an Observer Ward, half HP.
That'll be killed.
Celery will get the money. Ace finishes it off. They take that Roche now super quickly. Corrosive Haze, level 2, as it was last time. But Dyrachyo does have much more items, and they also have Gem. Very important to get rid of these traps.
To be able to keep yourself from getting silenced in these fights, that's what helped Pakaz get a couple of these pickoffs earlier on. We're sitting at about even. It's a long Roche. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. So that actually puts it bottom. That's really rough. But moves it bottom here, and with it being a long time, I know both teams are going to start to migrate over. The side of Gaimin Gladiators have been here the longest, and how much of the map are they really getting if they're just sitting around waiting for Roche? That being said, pucks over mid, the rest of Boom not really farming. TA showing, but getting the creep wave, and that's pretty much it. Throw a trap in the pit, see that Roche isn't there, continue to farm, and see what they can get set up for the next Roche fight. Psychic Headband is chosen there for Panda, so he'll have the silence from a little bit further away. He can stay out of the eyes of Gaimin Gladiators. Wants to be as far away from the Blink, Slither, and Crush from Ace as possible.
They still have trap inside a Roche pit, so they can see exact timing when Roshan respawns. Gaimin Gladiators, they don't know, so Dyrachyo with that gem will get rid of the trap. Remove that vision. Oh, Panda. He plans down Observer Ward, but it has been spotted. Immediately gets dewarded.
It just gives them this opportunity with the MKB now to maybe take a fight on Boom. They know the information. They see Dyrachyo right there. Can they kill him? The rest of the team sitting behind Pakaz in some interesting spots to stay in these trees. But GG doing the same.
A lot of scouting. These illusions, traps. Zeus has ulti available. They need to get the jump. Clock with the BKB now. 9-second BKB available on Quinn.
Roche in 40 seconds, and I think
very interactive gameplay. Everybody playing top for the last 3 minutes.
And nobody doing
Nothing
anything to each
happening.
other.
Yep. I mean, Roshan is going to respawn now. It's one of the longer spawns. And seems like they're going to give up on it and play the bottom part of the map. They're prepping. They see 5 seconds.
Yeah, they'll start to withdraw from top and go to bottom. Boom, kind of have to get the memo that this is going on. And the only one who's got a TP right now is the Sky. So
Dire are scanning.
that's kind of rough. But the scan hits. They know that Gaimin Gladiators are here, so let's take this.
Yeah,
let's
they
take
didn't
this
like
stalemate
the top part of
bottom.
the map to take a fight. Take it to the bottom. Looks much better. Now they need to set up some vision.
And it's daytime now. Doraccio sees Pikaz, who's got the refraction. Blink, Hope Stomp on it too. They look over. They've got the Thunder God's Wrath with the damage, but now the right click's coming through on the Centaur. Mystic Flare not doing enough damage because it was anti-synergy with the disruption. They look to try and get the kill onto Sacred. They finally get him, but they end up losing Doraccio. Doraccio does have buyback with the BKB, running out on Pikaz. They look over at Ace with a blinding light thrown from Tofu onto the TA. It's not going to be enough to stop him from running down Ace and getting the kill to the Slardar. They find themselves Celery. They've got him signed up with the Ancient Seal. They'll buy back on Doraccio, which seems like
I don't think they're going to get anything out of this buyback.
Yeah,
You
with
have
Ace not having it, I feel like it's a wasted buyback if they don't fight Roche.
Let's see if they're going to reset or if Boom. Speaking of damage, Quinn trying to buy time, wants to get something out of this buyback so they can reset. 40 seconds without Ace. Zeus scouting things out. Doraccio, he needs to fall back.
Kaz not doing the damage yet, but we know that 2 heroes are dead. They're not committing to this Roche just yet. Now they'll have Bane up, and in 15 seconds they've got the Slardar. Boom. Thought they might have committed a little bit quicker, knowing that they've got the Desolator and the minus armor and what it takes to take this Roche. Albeit not too fast, but the earlier they would have taken it, the better, as Gaimin Gladiators are now setting up back in position.
He can be relocated immediately by Tofu. He's doing that.
Recalling in, bringing Ace over, but
down.
it's not going to be in time. Roche's banner picked up. Do Gaimin Gladiators choose to fight this?
Pikaz, not the one who's going to hold the Aegis.
It's going to be the Zeus. Maybe they trust that Pikaz is not going to die in this. Slotum's also not a lot of mana. Ace jumping in. Nightmare for a second. Avoid that concussive shot. Tofu throwing the Illuminates over. Doraccio spotted. Rage avoiding the hoof stomp, but Doraccio's in a really bad position.
He's purged already.
He's in some trouble. Infest into Ace. Thunder God's Wrath stopping the blinks. They want to keep up with these heroes. BKB popped by Quinn, doing some damage on the Slotum, so he doesn't really mind if he dies. He'll come back full health, full mana with the Aegis in his hands. Blink Slither Crush coming through from Ace with Doraccio infested in him. Celery's going to be silenced up. They get the kill on the Tofu. They'll end up losing Knight. The right click's coming out from Pikaz, but the Slither Crush once again. Now they'll get Slotums, but he's coming back full health, full mana. They lose Quinn. Doesn't have buyback. Pikaz doesn't have the Aegis. Slither and Crush, Sacred in trouble. Double Edge once again. They've got the silence on Doraccio, who's going to pop that Mansion to try and get on to this Templar Assassin.
He's doing a lot of work.
Ace doing a lot of work to try and get Panda. Will finish him off there too. Pikaz left alone. Slotum doesn't want to help to fight.
Refraction.
And the Radiance is burning. The Infest is popping. They get that kill on Pikaz, and that works out somehow for Gaimin Gladiators.
Ace is doing way too much in these fights. He's getting multiple crushes off. I want to see how many times did he use that Slithery crush?
It is on my screen.
Six times. So quite a lot. And he can't be focused. They try to focus him down with Aghanim Scepter, with Shard, and Craggy Coat. His armor is through the roof. He has 50+ armor if he uses Toughen Up.
It felt like with the second life of Zeus, 6 times. It felt like with the second life of Zeus, he didn't want to fight. Sacred was dead. They'd lost Panda, but didn't even try at the end of that fight
Very disconnected fight. Zeus was already down to almost no mana, no HP, so Knight getting focused by Doraccio. This is the crucial point, not allowing him to get multiple saves off in a fight. And yeah, look at Ace. He's sitting there in the middle. They try to focus him down and figure out, well, this guy's not taking damage. He's in the middle of 2 heroes, and Doraccio with the slow Radiance burn, that mischance, You can see that they had no mana left on 2 supports. Panda also dying off immediately. If you get caught inside of 1 stun from Slaughter, you're basically dead, and Pakaz unable to TP out.
At this point,
by
Zeus
TP out,
is full health, full mana.
Yeah, blink out. Zeus did not want to take part in that one. As long as this game goes like late, super late, Gaimin Gladiators, they're gonna outscale them.
So with a fight like that, Gaimin Gladiators don't really lose much for losing the Roche. They actually kind of gain from that. So Pakaz, Arcane Blink next for him, or at least that's the thought at the moment. We'll see how this kind of goes on, because technically with Aegis, it was a team wipe. Obviously, Zeus has that second life. He's able to walk away, but everybody died on Boom at some point. And for the most part, Quinn died pretty early in that fight.
He did, yeah. Quinn also deals quite a lot of damage, having Parasma, having Enchanted Quiver, level 20 talent, lowering the cooldown. They do see him.
Will-O-Wisp, Slither and Crush, Knight's dead.
Will-O-Wisp is such a good tool to deal with Centaur Stampede. Like, you might get it procced 2 times. And also, speaking of control, Slardar with his level 20 talent, Slithering Crush damage, he one-shots creep waves with his shard. And now, I'm
jumping in, Slither and Crush once again. Pab is going to be placed there on to Sacred, but he's solar bound. Right clicks from Pakaz trying to do the damage onto Duraccio. They'll force staff back Sacred. They've got the Demonic Purge, the Infest into Ace. And Ace is the one who's the biggest problem right now. When the attention is on Duraccio, it almost feels like he's a bit of a decoy. So they'll take the Will-O-Wisp. It's going to make it even harder for them to run away with the Shiva's finished for Ace.
Love this Shiva's guard pickup. They don't have anything to reduce the healing. It's more going to be for a vision, because they don't have any vision whatsoever. They want to be able to get that jump, find these supports in the back lines, kill them off immediately.
Blink, Slither and Crush coming through into Pakaz. He'll pop the BKB. Duraccio hitting away.
Not dealing the damage.
Help. Force staff back. Now the silence.
Never mind.
Duraccio low. Thunder God's Wrath dead for 2 minutes. You got to remember, he bought back in the previous fight. Can Ace salvage this one like he did the last? Dream Coil on to 3. Ace getting away from the right clicks coming out from Pakaz. Slither and Crush once again. Nobody dead on the side of Boom just yet, but they've got this Will-O-Wisp with 3 more shots. Ace trying to TP out. The Hope Stomp's not going to be in time, so he escapes.
Hurricane Pike. Duraccio's going to be dead for 100
A while.
seconds. He did buy back in the previous fight.
Yep.
It looked like they were dealing no damage, and then Hurricane Pike from Templar Assassin, those raining Desos. It's time to make some
Tofu. Or did they? Tofu just runs away. Sacred stampeding and just kind of ran in a circle while being stationary.
Zeus with double ulti, Refresher now available on him. If they're the ones getting the jump, they should have better vision. Did they lose the gem?
Yeah,
they don't have the gem now in Gaimin Gladiators, so that's going to be a problem.
They just bought a new one.
Not going to be a problem anymore, apparently.
They heard you.
You need to see the
this
traps.
Going to be a problem. Quinn getting away from Kaz. Arcane Blink. Courier going to the secret shop.
Pakaz thinking about what he wants to pick up as his neutral item. Would love to see the choices.
That's the one thing. In the next patch, hey, Ice Frog, just let us from an observer position just see the choices that they have. Yeah. And he goes into Aviana's Feather.
Not sure who Aviana was, but this item, this feather is pretty good. Might be some like random city pigeon. 25% evasion.
Just flying above. I don't know, maybe Aviana was an eagle.
That sounds like the name for an eagle.
Yeah. Sharp talons. BKB for Sacred next. Daedalus is what Pakaz has his eyes on. Bane picked up an axe.
Philosopher's Stone has been holding the shard. He's the one that received that shard first.
God's Wrath. Sees Quinn. Trap not in time, but Panda gonna stick with this illusory orb. Quinn, he's got TP. Not using it yet. Risky, but... Oh. Silence, Dream Coil. Risky or baiting? Looking for Panda.
trying to get this kill. The Dream Coil lasted forever. They find a way up the silence with the Mystic Flare with the BKB be popped by Quinn. Now, can they finish him off?
Can't
got the silence from the trap. They'll get the kill. They'll take out Quinn.
They just lost the gem again. It's
right.
going to be a problem that they don't have a gem.
I've heard this one before.
Nobody picked it up, though.
Super recently. So, Four Staff.
They have the vision of their own gem. Somebody is on the mission. It's going to be Quinn with the courier to try to go and pick it up.
And nobody picked up that gem. Not going to be a problem anymore.
Yeah, all good.
Nobody's going to be here.
Sacred could land a two-man stun here.
Disruption, setting up.
He's waiting.
Holding the hoof stomp, gets it onto 2. Now they've got Sawtoms coming through. Will-O-Wisp is going to be committed to this early because they need to be able to get the control. Ooh, hits onto the Templar Assassin, but it doesn't matter. Tofu's dead. They've got the silence with the Ancient Seal with the Mystic Flare, but it was in front of him. The damage is enough still with Sacred right there. And he's got no buyback. Neither does Quinn. Boom up out of the high ground now.
They might even want to go for tier 4s, deal some damage. They still have double glyph available, tier 2 tower in the mid and top lane. So that's going to buy them a little bit more time. But because damage, he definitely has it.
Unless they
I don't know if they want to glyph this one. Probably needs to save it.
Boom try to force the glyph by going for 4s. With backdoor setting in, now being off. They'll have this set of racks at least, but Boom, knowing that Roche is up soon, may not want to put too much on the line. So Tofu pinging that gem is now dropped again. So Quinn has it in his arsenal once more. So Roshan, 40 seconds. There's a trap in there. No Sardar for 30 seconds, but he'll be alive and will have probably a similar situation to the last.
Can't recall him. They need to push out this bottom lane. They killed bottom set of barracks, so that lane is always going to push in.
Mid being pushed out. Ooh. Dota plus probability.
63%.
Oh, okay. 57%.
Okay, what happened? The Radiant
yeah, wait, what
happened?
happened?
They got 4% win. Scan didn't even connect.
That was a huge shift. For losing racks, I mean, gaining percentage feels pretty good. Interesting.
Butterfly now available on Pakaz. He got rid of the boots. Was thinking about getting Daedalus, but evasion plus Aviana's Feather should bring you up to 51% evasion.
Silence of the trap. Sacred going in with the hoof stomp. Oh, found Quinn. Pop of the BKB, but they get the kill on Tofu. They've got the Fiend's Grip with that egg, so this is going to be a lot of control to Pakaz to take him out of the fight in terms of damage, but they still were able to get Celery, so both supports died. They buy back at Tofu. They've got themselves a Slither Crush. The Mystic Flare, the Disruption save. Pakaz back out. Will-O-Wisp down. Force Staff on the edge, but he's not out just yet. They'll look over his Sawtoms. They get the kill to Sacred. He's going to buy back as well, with the right clicks coming in from the Hurricane Pike of Pakaz. Sacred needs to find a way back in. He goes over to the outpost. Quinn as well as Ace and Duraccio don't have a lot of life to work with, but there's the waiting rift forward. They get the kill to once more. Pakaz starting to put the damage out there. Quinn ends up falling. Duraccio might be next. Ace is here to try and help him. There's the Infest into Sacred, but it's only looking like it's going to deter the inevitable as they look over at Ace. They look over at Duraccio. This should be a full team wipe, but Quinn comes back into the fight with
another
a
Hurricane Pike.
Sacred, double edge, right clicks. Pakaz, ultra kill. Someone give this man a rampage. It's going to be the illusory of the buyback for Duraccio. That might stop him from getting this, and the TP's not going to be committed to. And Pakaz just absolutely output so much damage in that fight.
I wanted to say 15,000, but I always lie. So 11,000, almost 12,000 damage coming out from Pakaz. He can't be focused. Having this refraction plus level 25 talent, 13 refraction instances, and having 7-second cooldown on that arcane blink. Every second hit does miss. Having Butterfly and Aviana's Feather, plus also having Shadow Demon with the Demonic Cleanse on top of him, plus also providing a little bit of a save, buying time with the Disruption.
And they almost got him. The Force Staff didn't quite get him out of the Will-O-Wisp, and that was their opportunity, but they just could not capitalize.
And now it's Roche time. This Roshan belongs to BetBoom Esports. This is Refresher. This is Roshan's banner. We talk about Refreshers. I want to see who's going to pick it up.
I think
already has his. So probably Centaur, double Stampede, double BKB Shivas. Sounds nice. It could even be Pakaz with the BKB if he wants to swap something out.
Yeah.
I was even thinking maybe Knight with the double demonic purge.
He can. He was also going for Aghanim Scepter, but decided to buy Aeon Mist. Wants to have a little bit more protection.
So Refresher picked up by Pakaz. He's also...
He's like, yeah, I need to get rid of this shitty item. Drops it on the floor immediately.
So let's take a look at this replay once again, and you'll see on the edge of this Will-O-Wisp that ends up coming through the Fiend's Grip too.
They were not ready immediately. 2 TPs are coming out from Gaimin. Tofu already had to expand his buyback. Died immediately. And this is the
close it gets. The disruption, you can barely
like
see it, but it's there. And then just on the edge, but look at the damage. They just don't have it.
And then he blinks on top of it, playing,
I think,
around the Will-O-Wisp. Not getting in. These traps, small instances of silences, and then he's going to start to focus down even more heroes. Tofu again getting 2-shot by him.
If I saw correctly, I think Panda had the Psychic Headband at this fight, and that's what pushed Ace away from Pakaz as he tried to go in on the edge of that Will-O-Wisp. So that pushed him far enough away where he doesn't get to commit to going for that kill. Because now he's got the telescope, but before he did have the Psychic Headband. I didn't quite see it there. But Roche's banner. Pushing these creeps forward. 2 bones on that banner. Like, that is a banner that shows hard.
Such a cool item. Spell immune, by the way. 24 HP.
I just know you
This creature does not feel the effects of most magical spells. Level 0, it says.
You love Roche's banner.
It's time to go for the high ground. They even gave Aegis to Sacred, so... Not just that, they also gave him Refresher. Pakaz is pretty happy with his items so far. Can still build into Aghanim Scepter, Moonshard, Refresher, a lot of gold that he can spend. His buyback is also super costly, 3,000 gold.
Top tier 2. My Stouter Tower here for the side of Gaimin Gladiators is done. Eggs next for Quinn. And he's almost level 25, so he's going to kind of hit a pretty solid timing. With the upgraded Dream Coil and the Dream Coil piercing debuff immunity. It's a big upgrade to that. Low down 16K. It's kind of rough. Amplified damage on Pakaz.
The big one is Corrosive Haze is undispellable. Level 25 talent. That talent is super good. So you're going to keep vision off the hero. Multiple Manta styles. What a time to be alive. 2024, Zeus with Manta style, and then Shadow Demon creating illusions, pushing the high ground.
We used to have, what, 4 years ago, the illusion meta? It was just Luna, Shadow Demon.
Illusion meta seems to be meta every single time. Dragonite with Manta style. It's been popular for the last year or so.
Do wonder what all the quote metas are. There's Zoo, Illusion, Stacking, Snowball, Deathball. There's a lot of different metas. Which one do you fall under?
This is high ground meta as well.
That is true.
Pakaz is bringing something on his career. Moonshard for now.
So while we wait for this last push, potential last push, I don't want to speak so definitively. Rude of me.
25 on puck. Now he didn't go for Dream Coil, goes through debuff immunity.
Quinn, Blink, Hoof Stomp. Used phase shift, so Quinn's gonna be able to walk away. They drop down the Will-O-Wisp. They've got Ace waiting for his moment to blink in with the Slithering Crush. Kaz taking out the Will-O-Wisp and Sacred on the high ground. These illusions will push. Not the lane they really need to be going for, but Sacred was looking at Quinn. Dream Coil even committed. The damage being done here onto the sky. With the Yules, though, the disruption, they've saved him. The hoof stomp out of the backlines. They've got the silence on a 3. Uh-oh, that's going to be a BKB popped here by Quinn. Going to the back to get Tofu. Fiend's Grip on Pakaz again. Taking this damage out of the mark, but he's got himself that Wind Waker. He's going to blink out of the backlines. They've got Sacred with the BKB, but that runs out. Thunder God's Wrath once again. The silence on a Duraccio as he's going to try and run away, but he's in some trouble. Stunned up. Right clicks, raging, trying to get onto Sacred and take out the Aegis. And even with the rage, he just survives.
So
Quinn, though, is dead for 2 minutes to Slotums.
He does not have buy for another minute. Looking at his gold, he does have it available. Only level 19 on Keeper of the Light, 25 on Puck. He doesn't even have, never mind. He needs some extra gold, so might be time for BetBoom Esports to close out this game.
Ace with the Infest looking for a Pop Nemo moment, as that will be a meld strike coming his way, but he's Infested looking for the right opening. 20 seconds till they've got Kato back, but this is the mid-center axe gone. Top lane looking like it's next. And it might be Mega Creeps that they're going to be going up against. Instead, they go to the back lines. They take out Panda. He's dead for 100. Terraccio needs to get out of this one, but they landed the disruption on Ace. They go to the Stampede. They even silenced up the Bane. Celery trying to run. Ace trying to stand his ground. 4 heroes around him, and now it's going to be rough as Pakaz goes up onto the high ground, uses that Hurricane Pike on Terraccio. They've got themselves Fiend's Grip once again. Terraccio now trying to put some damage in. They've got themselves a Will-O-Wisp. Is it going to be enough? Not looking likely, though. Santos ends up dead. BKB popped by Sacred, focusing his attention onto the Bane. The Infest was used. They've got the Abyssal Blade that's going to lock down Pakaz. They get that kill on the Templar Assassin. Now they're going to look over at this Centaur. Sacred trying to get away from this, but there's nowhere for him to go. Knight trying to TP out. There's nothing to stop that. 4 heroes dead on the side of Boom. And somehow, even without Quinn, Gaimin Gladiators hold.
Oh, this nullifier making a lot of difference in a fight, allowing them to focus on the target. So Wind Waker, all these 4 staffs, it's not going to come into the play. And again, it is Ace and Terraccio carrying these fights. Tofu using multiple times Chakra Magic onto Slardar so that he has it almost immediately ready.
How is it that Ace is surrounded?
Yeah, he's not dying. He has way too much magic resistance holding onto Martyr's Plate. And way too much armor. 51 armor already. What's his magic resistance? 62% magic resistance.
Knight. Nullified, Infested. Uh-oh. Will-O-Wisp as well. Knight needs to get away. Blinding Light. The Illuminate. The buyback. They're committing. Uh-oh. Tofu. He's getting low. They've got themselves a Hoofstomp out of Terraccio. They're bringing Sawtums. This Will-O-Wisp isn't going to be enough to stop them from getting this kill with the Thunder God's Wrath. They will also take out Tofu, who had left, but he didn't have a lot of life to work with. Both those heroes, however, for Gaimin Gladiators do have buyback, and with those buybacks extended from Boom,
I want to see if they go mid and try to force a buyback, and then maybe if they could get another kill, try to close out the game. But this is anyone's game to take.
Buybacks all available, but Quinn's.
And
for Gaimin Gladiators, they have the advantage.
Ace is super farmed, holding onto this Moon Shard. He can lock onto a target, and you're not going to move with all this attack speed.
Boomer pressuring for this, but Kato uses the buyback. Terraccio, they want to force his.
They want the big one.
But Roche is potentially up in 10 seconds. Going for Mega Creeps is so risky when you don't have buyback. They drop down the Dream Coil. Not doing a lot at the moment. The Will-O-Wisp was there. The blink. Oh, the instant silence! The hook stop, the buyback for Terraccio. And now Sacred gonna force BKB out.
That's what they wanted. Away. They wanted to get that one out. That's the big one. No Roshan for 2.5 minutes.
So buybacks used. Now Roche, it's a long timer. I want to say that it doesn't really benefit with where the buyback numbers are at for Boom. It doesn't benefit them for being even longer away because going to the Divine Race here.
Switching. He's switching it out. What does this do?
Ooh, it's cool and blue.
Going for the damage, more damage. Deso still gonna keep that one. Doesn't have buyback available for the next 6 minutes, just in case he wants to swap something out. Put the BKB in the backpack. Have Deso available once he pops the BKB. And it's also going to be good for the finish for killing those buildings quickly. Roshan.
Minute 45.
Minute 45. So that means it's going to be on Dire's side.
Yeah, it's back top. How often do you have games where it switches spots so much?
I just want to know, Quinn, he didn't pick up that Dream Coil goes through debuff immunity. This
that's
is
a little surprising.
This is the big one.
The Waning Rift radius and max distance. Okay.
They also have means to break the coil with Blinding Light, so it could be pretty big.
With Blinding Light?
Yeah, maybe we could get an interview if they manage to win the series. To ask them about it, because that one's definitely interesting. Or if we can have percentages of talent choices.
Ooh.
I don't know if we have the technology to see it, but I believe it's 95 plus. to go for that other talent.
Boom fully committing to going top through the twin gate, which is a little bit shocking because if it wasn't max time Roche, then this could be so risky to go top. So they are staying. They threw a couple through the twin gate. I was a little surprised that they would commit to that because as long as it wasn't full-time Roche, it would stay down here bottom. But because it's the longest Roche, it's going top. Because this is going to be Ag's Blessing for Roche. Whoa. Ace. Wolf Stomp, BKB, Duraccio looking for his opening to come through. They got the Slither Crush on a Sacred as well as Mikaz. They're looking for the Dream Core, but they got themselves the Hex off the Thunder God's Wrath. BKB's going to be popped by Quinn here. Now they look over Duraccio, but the Dream Core is going to be hitting onto the Templar Assassin. They'll infest in onto Mikaz as well. The Thunder God's Wrath comes out once again. They're going to bring over Duraccio off to the side with the Lotus Orb. They're going to get themselves the Abyssal Wave bouncing back onto Duraccio. The Silence hits onto 2. It's going to be on the Ace. We'll throw that Slither Crush out, but the damage coming out from Mikaz is way too much for them to handle. Duraccio ends up falling. Ace on the run. The trap hits. He's silenced for a second. Needs to get out of here. Meanwhile, Knight collecting Lotuses while Quinn's gonna go after him. Feels a little bit like multitasking, but he does end up staying alive.
They got the big one. Duraccio does not have buyback for another 4.5 minutes, and they're drawing on a minimap, thinking about going. Who was that? That was Sacred. Thinking about going in and maybe taking the fight 4v5. Not many buybacks available. 4 out of 10.
So Roche up top with Aegis Cheese and Ag's Blessing. It was funny that Knight was, while they kept chasing, Knight was collecting Lotuses.
This is the Templar Assassin Aegis. Last time it was Sacred who picked it up.
Ags for Slotums.
Double Nimbus available. I thought it was going to be cart for Centaur. There was a game yesterday or earlier in the morning. This day has been pretty long. So
was that today?
Was it today when they used the cart and the game just ended? They saw. Was it yesterday?
That was yesterday.
Yesterday. All right.
Today's been long, but not over 24 hours. Knight, Ags, Slotums, Ags. So yeah, Knight's level 24 as well.
He wants second Divine Rapier. It seems like.
Let's see.
So on the card, no, it's Daedalus for Pakaz.
Will Wisp will die. Ace looking for an opening, trying to hold for 30 more seconds to wait for Duraccio to be back up. Double gem for Gaimin Gladiators. They want to be able to see all these traps, making sure that they don't fall into a silence that gets them killed. But the Ancient Seal as well as the Hex, they've got themselves the Mystic Flare. They look over at Quinn.
Gives him enough time.
BKB. Oh, Quinn! He's not gonna live! Sacred gets the kill! Was it Sacred's Retaliate with the Dream Coil that killed him? Quinn's gonna be forced to buy back anyway, so he comes back into the fight. Duraccio is gonna be respawning, and now, boom, they're starting to leave.
I think he hit him with this 2 hits from 2 melts, actually, so he bashed him for 2 seconds.
Oh
and then Retaliate.
Yeah, the Retaliate finished him off. He was in the Dream Coil.
All right, I want to see that one again, if possible. Now they're going to be playing against Mega Creeps. Buybacks.
Oh God.
They don't have it. Duraccio, 2.5 minutes. 1 minute 20 seconds for Templar Assassin. Still holding the Aegis.
3 minutes. Seeing how much that Divine Rapier damage does. Amplified damage. The blue sparkles on Pakaz, only adding to how much hurt he puts on the Gaimin Gladiators. Blink, Slither Crush, Blinding Light. Got the Will-O-Wisp. Rolls up into the air, trying to get the Stampede. Pakaz with the amplified damage still. Illuminate not really doing anything. The right click from Pakaz is starting to really annoy Gaimin Gladiators. It's level 30, he's got everything available to him, so a 1 second melt
Look at all
bash.
this stuff. Solar Crest, Echo Shell on top of him. And all these refraction instances, 50% evasion. Very difficult to hit him. MKB in quick buy for Duraccio, but that's going to be a long time until he can get it.
So it's going to be 60 minutes again. So let's take a look at this. I'm almost certain he gets Dream Coiled here.
There's the bash.
And then their Retaliate once he jaunts out is going to get him. Yeah.
Yeah, he got him with Retaliate. That was pretty cool. Like,
Yeah.
Sacred. I mean, it's not like he did much. He just existed. But Quinn killed himself there.
Sometimes existing's enough. Never question the existence.
Ooh, level 25 Shadow Demon. 2 charges of Disruption. 2 charges on Demonic Cleanse, Demonic Purge. A lot of buttons to click for Shadow Demon.
30 seconds, and we will have tier 5s again. Bring back Fallen Sky. That's all I'm saying.
TA with Ballista. Let's go.
See what they end up getting. 8 seconds here. So, cleaning up the creep waves, but Boom are going to have all the aggressive positioning. They do have Bane out.
He's going on
top.
a mission.
Did he buy a Midas this time? No, he does
doesn't
not have the gold for it this time around.
Smoked himself with the ninja gear. Let's see what he's going to be able to find. Oh, good camp to farm.
Let's see. Brain Sap going to wait on that. All right. Nobody pushing yet, so we're good. Mirror Shield for the Zeus. Nothing there on that one. We've seen somebody go the entire length of a lane and not get anything from any of the camps. So I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again. Just saying. Thundergod's Wrath. Oh, Quinn. They might have him. The hoof stop. They've got him.
No buy on him.
Oh, no. Quinn just killed. I thought this was just happening to farm there.
Deso 2 on Templar Assassin. This is 4v5 for 2 minutes. Pirate Hat now on Lifestealer.
Arcane Blink in. Duraccio might be next. He's going to be Hex for a moment. Infest.
It's time to focus
into
down
the
tower.
TA. Blink, Slither, and Crush. Now the Yule's up into the air. He's got the Lotus Orb on himself, so it's hard to really get in there and try and get this lockdown. One bash coming out from Ace. He's trying to right-click away. He's going to be silenced up with the Ancient Seal. He's popped that BKB. The Slither Crush once again, but Sando's doing too much damage. They're trying to finish him off, trying to finish off the game. Pakaz jumps in. He's got a kill on Ace, who's going to buy back. They take the tier 4, and now they've got this huge creep wave coming in. Duraccio trying to do all he can. He's starting to right-click down Sacred pretty heavily with BKB. He's standing his ground. He's so tanky. Gaimin Gladiators, they've got themselves Glyph. And it's now Sacred going to be pushed back thanks to the Blinding Light, but Pakaz focusing the throne as well as getting the kill on a Tofu. He throws some shots onto the throne, throws some shots out of Gaimin Gladiators. Duraccio now going in with the Infest, but they should be able to get the game and will. Boom! With an upset over Gaimin Gladiators in game number 1, we'll have a series lead at 1-0.
This has to be one of the best TA performances, not just this year, but I might even say ever. Like he's popping off completely. I can't believe how much he was able to get. Like his positioning, his itemization, everything was on point for Pakaz.
Yeah, it looks so good from him, and everybody on the side of BetBoom Esports really meshed together in this game. We're going to throw it over to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
Oh, we got a lot of thoughts on this one. This was a fantastic game. Boom take it 1-0. Kezu, we were wrong. Teagup, we were wrong. Boom proved that they should not be underestimated.
You can go first.
Oh, you want me to go first? Okay, I'm going to hold the big point until the very end. But first of all, for Boom, I think they utilized their toolkit very nicely. I think Pakaz had quite a splendid TA game. He was always in the nice spots, and it does feel like the MVP for me has to be, I think, Sacred on the Centaur. Like the way in which he was like leading from the front, like pump faking some of these systems to bait out the puck. I think, yeah, Sacred was at the pillar of most of their engagements, and yeah, even in these highlights, like so many highlights after it, that Sacred is just leading the charge.
What I saw this game from Boom is that they played
also the pause before the coil break. Sorry,
yeah.
continue.
No, like they played incredibly well together. I love that Pakaz also changed up his item build. He was at first going Deso, but then he swapped it into Shard and Blink to like play faster and earlier with his team. I also think Knight on the SD played incredibly well. Like, at least, you know, from this game, Pakaz played incredibly well on his TA. You know, maybe I'll take a bit of an L for putting him in C tier, but it's just one game.
Yes.
They did beat Gaimin one game in the groups as well. But yeah, I guess we'll get to the bigger problems later, because Gaimin, some of them, I feel like they played incredibly well. Like Ace on the Slaughter, he was, in my opinion, the one hero that kept them in the game. With how, quote-unquote, poorly they played in this early mid-game, without him playing this well, Boom would have ended this game like 20 minutes earlier.
Yeah, and this is the type of game that I think both teams are really happy at sitting back and hitting some creeps. Like when we look at it, like 15, 20 minutes, neither team was really trying to overly force the limits, right? Of course, Boom had quite a nice start to the game. Gaimin was farming, waiting for their time, but it never really felt like there was that moment where we saw the Sala Lifestealer really break open the game. Like we just finished a series where Sala Lifestealer was crushing the entire map, but yeah, there was just something really off with how Gaming were approaching this, and Boom, of course, with their lineup, they weren't again, they weren't too, in a hurry. Like when we look at that, we're scared that a TA might fall off against a Lifestealer and a Slardar, even a Puck to some degree, but it wasn't to be the case. They respected the fact that they would be able to outplay in the team fights, and they waited until they had multiple items to then make the move. So I think they showed some discipline, but I think Gaimin, they played pretty atrociously for how they got here.
Let's first focus on the point that Kezu said earlier, the Slardar. He had lane together with the Keeper of the Light, and that's something you wanted to highlight.
I really like this combo. I feel like Ace Tofu, they party queue together, they figure out a lot of new things. I like this combination of the Caudal and the Slardar together. Like Slardar lacks farming capabilities, right? So the Caudal, he helps you push the lane, get through there. He can stack Ancients because of the Chakra magic and you maxing your stun first. You can now actually, instead of moving forward to kill heroes, you can move backwards to get pretty fat, farm the Ancients, farm the stacked like Tricamp. And this hero's like mid-game sustainability, because the way people play it now is they go Ags into Eternal Shroud. You put down your puddle, you have a Caudal healing you as well. Like these Slaughters just turn into such a menace in this mid to late game. And I really feel like it's him, it's really Ace that kept him in this game. Like look at his items here, Eternal Shroud, Aghanims, also the Ags on the Caudal. Like these heroes work really well together. You have the physical amp, you have the magical amp from the Caudal as well. So this combo I really, really love. But even with this and them doing this well, they didn't even look honestly that strong after the 35 to 40 minute mark.
They did not. It's, well, the one thing, the issue that T-Gov wants to talk about might tie into that a little bit because, yeah, they didn't, do that well in the fights that were in the later part of the game, T-Gov.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I hated Duracho's item build. I'm gonna say it. I think the fact that this Lifestealer, he doesn't go for an armlet to give him the additional armor against a TA in the early fights. Like Meld takes 8 damage away before the talents. Armlet gives him 6 armor, so it gives him all the confidence. He doesn't buy it. He goes straight for Radiance and then Manta. Of course, Manta against Scarif Mage. And in this fight as well, he enters the fight by walking in. He uses his Aghanims to jump inside a Centaur. He then runs around in Rage, kind of watching the fight, hoping his team's gonna carry him, to then later on return to the fight, jumping in Centaur for the second time. It's like his item build, I personally hated. His playstyle, multiple fights, like 30 minutes ago, outside of this highlight, he was like running in, he tried to jump on TA, didn't get him, then he kind of scurries deeper into the fight, just kind of runs on and dies. He buybacks to then contest a Roshan that they can't contest because they've already lost the fight. I think of all the carry games that I've seen Duracho play, this was the one where he needed to step up, he needed to be the carry player for the team. He fell flat, he made so many mistakes throughout the game, I feel. His item build also wasn't very good, and I think if there was a different player in that position, they'd have itemized better, they'd have made better plays, they'd have made cleaner jumps, and I think fundamentally he was the weakest link in his team.
Key point in your
and I feel passionate about this. I had to hold back.
There's a key point.
Which is?
He changed his item build, but he had to go Manta because of the position 5 Skywrath Mage.
Well,
Kezu, it worked out.
The thing is, Radiance Manta, I'm okay with it because you go up against the TA traps and the Sky Science, but even then you could still go on Armlet after. Like you don't necessarily have to build it first item. I think it's fine. But also later, there's just a lot of stuff that didn't match up. Or if you do go these items, then at least it needs to allow you to play the fight the way you want, that you infest the TA twice in one fight instead of the Centaur, and that you just play better. Because I agree with T. I feel like even an even performance, or like an average performance, could have been enough to catapult him to a win. But this was a bad performance.
Bad performance from Gaimin Gladiators, top tier performance from Boom. Can they repeat it? Will we go to another third game of a series? We're finding out. Game 2 coming at you after a break.
We're doing the Dota Surprise Challenge once again. I've got Boom's Panda with me, and he's ready to take in the ultimate goal of building the best team he can to try and win events. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Right now, you're going to try and win in the luck. It's the game of luck of which teams you'll get and how you'll build this team. So you ready for this one?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, take your first capsule. Let's see which team we're going to get in there.
I have my own team.
Oh, perfect. Okay, do you want yourself or do you want someone else?
No, I'm trash. I'm going to pick Pakas.
I don't think you're trash. I don't think that. You're taking Pakas, yeah?
Yeah, I'm picking Pakas.
Okay, Pakas in your position 1. He is your starting piece in here.
Yeah.
Why did you choose him over the rest of your teammates?
I don't think there are many better choices than him.
Wow, okay. That's it. So he's the best in his position, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, put the egg back in the other one and then we'll take the second.
Okay. Team Secret.
Oh, okay. Secret's in next.
I think I will only pick Papi from this team.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Pap is a legend. There's no way I cannot choose him.
Okay, Puppy in position 5. So we've got 1 and 5 decided.
Okay,
Let's
I think
see.
that's a good safe lane.
Yeah, this is, you know, you're in a good spot right now. A lot of experience, super skill as well.
Oh, Falcon.
Falcons. Okay, that's really nice. You're cooking.
I think it's Amar.
Amar, yeah?
Yeah, it has to be Amar.
Why did it have to be Amar?
I mean, I would either choose Amar or Malring, but Malring is not playing in this tournament.
No, he's not there. His name's not there.
And I think I think Reed is really good, but I think there are gonna be like other position forwards. Like maybe I get Tofu from Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't think there are many better than Amar.
Okay, Amar right up at the top for there. So for now, you've got a really good, strong team. 2 more to find.
Xtreme Gaming.
Okay, Xtreme Gaming in there. So we're moving over to China. But language doesn't matter at this point. We're in a multiverse where everyone can speak English. It's all going to be fine.
I think Xinkyu.
Xinkyu, nice. Okay, Xinkyu in position 4. He's quite a deadly character, right? He's like a babyface killer because I see him, he looks so sweet and innocent, and then in game he's devastatingly good.
Yeah, I think if that's my team, I get to draft for them. He's gonna be playing Monkey King every game.
Okay. And the final piece of the puzzle.
It's BetBoom.
BetBoom.
Okay, GPK, one of the best meets.
There you go.
I'm winning TI with this team.
Hell yeah, there we go. Straight away, he's winning TI. And you will be coaching this team because you didn't pick yourself, so you can be in the coach role. I've got a question for you though. We take this team, they've had a year's practice, we're in a multiverse, they're all speaking English, maybe they're all speaking Chinese, I don't know what it is, they'll speak all the same language, right? And they enter here into Wallachia Season 1. Where do they finish? You said winning TI, do they also win this event?
Yeah, I think so. They could win it. If they all speak the same language, they could.
Okay. I like what you did here, Panda. I like the effort you put into it as well. Didn't even pick yourself, but I do not agree. You are not trash. There's a reason you're here, so we're going to ignore that part. But thank you for playing, man.
Okay, thank you, guys.
I love that Panda was able to find a team with 1 player from each of the top 5 regions within Dota 2. We'll see at some point maybe how far they can go. But for now, Boom is doing it. They're 1 game up against Gaimin Gladiators. Boom is coming in here as an underdog, but they have shown time and time again that they have what it takes to learn and adapt. The question is, Tiga, can they do that as well for game number 2?
I mean, at least in game 1, it felt like they leaned on exceptional teamfight choices and how to bait out the engagement. And if they can replicate that again, then sure, teamfight-wise, they were crushing it.
That game gave me quite a bit of confidence for them. Like, when I look at Gaimin now, I wouldn't necessarily say they have to, like, wake up or, like, slap someone to, like, yo, dude, it's time to play. It's more like they need to play better. Sometimes you have a shit performance, which we have now said the Ratio did have, because the drafts were both good enough. Whoever played better was most likely going to win, and that's exactly what happened. They just outplayed them throughout the game.
It is just that simple. So how much, when you go back into the draft of game number 2, how much are you going to be wanting to adapt? Because, you know, if you're the coach, you don't think like, you know, this is fine. We didn't do anything wrong. But adaptations, obviously, there needs to be something.
I think Boom just need to make sure they don't fall victim to the last time they played Gaimin, where they get too comfortable with winning game 1. They did that again. Like, they had the Medusa strategy. This time they've got the TA protected by the sacred aggression of Centaur. Like, if they get too comfortable and then Gaimin make all the adjustments, there's like one team who wants to do the same thing, one team makes every single adjustment, and then it's like now we're talking about game 3. And I really hope for Boom's sake that, you know, come into this. Of course, they are the underdog. I wasn't really expecting them to be able to. Like, I don't think they should win the series, but after game 1, I now see them being able to win the series, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, anyone definitely can, but right at the right time, the right day, you're feeling it, you have the right draft. What really stood out to me is that I feel like they were very much on the same page and they understood at what times they wanted to go together and like move forward and really play as a team, and when they needed to step back. Whereas I feel like Gaimin definitely were on the opposite side. Like, some people in the fight, they were running in, the other half was running out, then they run in while the other ones are running out again. So this is something they need to definitely talk about for the next game.
Yeah, and for this game that we just watched, game number 1, Boom was first pick.
Yep. So this, as this statistics kind of show, is that they are more comfortable on first pick. I don't know who had choice in the first game, because then also leading into the series, if you know as Gaimin that you have priority and they're really bad on second pick, you could just put yourselves on first pick, because Gaimin, they kind of don't care. They have a good stat line from both sides.
I don't know who had priority in game number 1, but I do know who has priority in game number 2, which is Boom. So they get to choose what they prefer, whether that be first pick or side. Which one of the two? These are the stats from Gaimin Gladiators. They look a lot more even.
Yeah, I mean, if we also look at the most played heroes, the one that stands out a lot to me is the Klinks.
Yeah,
at least
the Klinks,
for the ratio, it's like by far his most successful hero.
They played it obviously on Tofu and on Ratio, so it's a little bit of both. But I at least want to see the most played heroes. It is like constant aggression. You've got like Hoodwink with a clock, Ench, Slardar, Klinks. Like all these heroes scream, play together, get kills. And that's why I'm so confused by the previous game, because they have Lifestealer with a Slardar and a Puck. They have all the heroes. Yet it was like 20 minutes of farm into a 30-minute fight where they blunder, Boom get Aegis, the game's now fully there. So it's like, for at least in the journey to get to this position in playoffs, that was the most disconnected version of gaming that I've seen. And that is where when you talk about the coaches and what they need to bring in, is well, we played this style to get here. Why today did we not execute on it? Like, what's wrong? So I do think that we are going to see a very different gaming coming into game 2, unless they are really on a major off day. But it's the worst day to have an off day, because this is the lower bracket. And
and I will say that we talked about Ace a lot after game number 1, because his Slardar was obviously top tier. His hero pool also pretty big this event, but at the same time, it was Sacred, whose praises we sang more, because his Centaur, Kezu, was top-notch.
I mean, his Centaur just kind of owned in the last game, and as we can see, I think this is T's graphic, kind of where you figured out that these two players have like unique heroes to themselves that they don't really shy away from, right? There's a Pudge and a Brood on one dude, there's no one else who will play that. And Sacred was like the Tiny and the Dawnbreaker.
Exactly,
like, no one else is playing these heroes, so that's just really cool.
No, I think coming into this, I was excited to see if these players had the depth of like maybe some additional quirkiness. But after the first game, I'm like, I don't really want to see that. I just want to see Sacred play Centaur again. Like, it was just so comfortable. Like, every motion, he made it look as if Hustom didn't even have that awkward, like, he doesn't have an awkward animation too much nowadays, but still, like, it just felt so beautiful watching him play it. And if anything, I just want Gaimin to match the aggression of what Boom had, because like Boom had all this fight, but they just chilled and farmed for 20 minutes. They didn't force it. Sometimes with that lineup, with a Scarif Mage support, you want to over-chase for moves, but they just sat back, bided their time, and secured the most important Aegis.
Yeah, this will be, by the way, Boom. They chose first pick, after which Gaimin chose Radiant.
I feel like it kind of makes sense. Like, Boom oftentimes have, like when I look at Sacred as an offlaner, he's like, I would say, he plays the stable, I will give us team fight. He's your Darkseer, your Tide, your Centaur, right? He's going to do his job. He can pick his heroes blind. It's all very good. They usually have a very good foundation of their draft. But what I saw a lot just in the last game, to like kind of close it off, I think Boom were just very clutch, and like when it came to these team fighting. Whereas Gaimin, usually we see them do that. I would say 5 fights in a row, they fail to deliver. Maybe even every single time.
There wasn't even like a fight in which they had communicated what to do to fix the fight. It just felt like 5 fights where they just quietly accepted, not defeat, but it's like they hadn't changed the script on how they wanted to take the fight. And often like teams like Gaimin, you see that adjustment throughout the game where it's like, okay, they jump this guy, next time they'll do a different smoke or use a different ward to open up the fight and jump someone else. And it just felt a very one-dimensional game. And again, I'm just excited to see if Boom can do this level of team fight they did in that previous game. Like Pakaz on the TA, how much discipline he had to like kind of bait them onto him to then blink out, and then it's like, well, Lifestealer, you've wasted your rage, you've wasted some key component, I'm going to make you look like a fool.
Yeah, what Panda said in the interview, though, was that one thing they learned from Gaimin was that you lose game 1 and then you win the next 2 games, because that's what Gaimin does. Sure. And that should imply that they are very good at recovering.
So maybe Gaimin let them win.
So that they would win the series.
Maybe we're going like next level now, they're swapping sides. But I at least like what Boom are doing here, I think. So you're up now this one game. I think you have the confidence. Do something that is like somewhat unusual. If you're Gaimin, I think it's very unlikely you go into this game and you're like, yeah, they're going to first pick Zeus.
Yeah.
Right? So you just kind of, your first pick, you throw problems at the second pick team, try to let them deal it and kind of vibe check them if they're going to succeed in the problem solving or not.
Yeah, it's the first time that they've even entertained the idea of a first phase Zeus from first and second pick.
Yeah.
They have fully ignored it the entire time. Second phase, yes, they pick it up, but yeah, to go here, and again, I wouldn't be too opposed to it. it's like you pick Zeus and now look, Gaimin, they're very comfortable going for a big core like this. Like the Lifestealer after Centaur in game 1, the TA after the Zeus, like other teams, they'd pick up like a value support. They'd just go, you know what? We're not going to instantly react to it. We've got plenty of picks, but yeah, Gaimin really locking themselves into something very early on.
I've got 2 questions. How does this matchup work in the mid lane? And I know that there's obviously the flex potential by putting TA still on the safe lane, although I don't really see a lot of the retro on TA. I know he can play it. And is there flex potential for Boom to put the Zeus somewhere else?
I'd say Zeus is too good to just not really put it mid. Also, if this is the mid lane matchup, both people just farm.
Oh, they're happy with it?
Yeah, I think they're both happy. Nothing really happens. Zeus just has no real pressure on the TA mid, but Zeus doesn't really care about that anyway. He gets 6, he farms ultis for his side lane, so they're both happy.
I think the difference between the mids will be TA will use the free farm to go like Dragonlance, Blink, Shard, and join the team to fight, while Zeus wants his side lanes to be aggressive, to use Thunder Gods to get free kills, and then accelerate his timing from like the Phylactery into Manta to utilize his Shard himself. So Zeus kind of goes global pressure into a little bit of poke damage into farming, whilst TA wants to go farm, kill everything, right? So
there is maybe one way or something that Gaimin could think about right now. So we talk about that Zeus wants pressurable side lanes. Yeah. But you're picking it from first pick, which means the second pick team could look to easily amp up their side lanes. Not like, not so they don't have received too much pressure there. You put a TA mid, which doesn't die to Zeus. You have side lanes that don't drop too much HP. Suddenly Zeus ult doesn't kill them either. That's something I saw Spirit do against BetBoom when they had Caudle. Suddenly this Caudle got 0 kills and he looked a lot worse. Just to like throw it in perspective, because the pick side from where you pick these heroes, it can matter a lot. Okay, so they go with the Phoenix again. Always love this matchup when it comes to the TA. Yeah, TA can like blink in and out and you have the refraction, but Egg is generally fairly annoying. Fire Spirit is annoying, gives you more team fight. And I'm just a big Phoenix lover.
I like when you have TA, who's like quite a one-dimensional hero. Like, I get my blink. If I blink to fight, I can't then disengage. Like, sure, I can Hurricane Pike or something like that to get away, but I'm in the fight or I'm not in the fight. And if I ever miss-execute, if the enemy has ways to punish it, it's super difficult. Like a Zeus, he can jump out. The Phoenix can egg. Now the Tusk can snowball save the hero getting jumped or punch the BKB TA. So I think Boom actually have quite a nice set of heroes for the fights to see the TA, to deward the traps, to kite out the fight. So an instant response from Gaming with TA, but it isn't like the perfect TA. You can't expect that from the fact that it was a first phase pick, reactionary pick to Zeus.
I kind of wonder where Gaimin want to try to take this here. Because similarly, when you play Zeus, it didn't really change from game 1 to game 2. You want and need to jump this guy. You need jumpers, you need backliners. Maybe Centaur is something you can think about, because there's also the egg. Now you can stampede everyone in and kill it, stampede everyone out, and just really get the hell out. Do they want to? I was expecting them to potentially not want this hero, specifically because I feel like Tusk in the lane can be annoying, but Zeus overall in the game is not nice for Klings to deal with, unless you're the one catching Zeus out with some invis into Gleipnir.
Yeah, and they need to pick most likely their position 5 here as well, and they go for clock. So they just go for the old range carry melee 5 lane, and we just looked at the team graphic, right? These were some of the most played heroes that Gaimin's played in the tournament, and it is a lot of hunting on the map, right? You've got rocket flares and Klink's invis, hoodwink in the tree line, TA traps. It's a lot of see the heroes, pick who you want to jump, then you get to decide based on a lot of information. Like, they don't have to be jumping blind. There should never be a point where Gaimin is running up into a high ground with no vision because of all the tools they have available. And I'd argue for Boom just a little bit. They actually can deal with it quite nicely so far. The only hero that could be awkward is just the Phoenix. If you waste an egg because Klinks walks up but then disengages. But other than that, they do have some tools to go counter-aggressive.
Like if Sacred plays Mars, I will just want them to jam this hero here. You can protect your egg against Phoenix. You can just have the Phoenix lane with you, put the Tusk into the safe lane with a range carry. I think range carries are generally fairly happy anyway against TA and Klings. You can outrange them, then you enable the Tusk in the lane. That's something I could see at least, because right now, I see Klings TA want to be very aggressive. You can protect your egg. Your Zeus is going to deal all the damage in the world. So I feel like you don't really need to counter the Klings, because it's already not the easiest Klings game to begin with.
I will say it's one of the few games that we see where there's only one offlaner banned in Slardar. I guess maybe you can count Pango as an offlaner too, but It's quite unusual. We do have the Darkseer now coming out, though. We've seen the strength of the Darkseer.
Yeah, Darkseer against ranged tier is always quite fun, because once you get on top of them, you vacuum them into the wall, then as they're running away, their own illusions hit them from range, and sure, in lane you might argue the clock plus the barrage of not the barrage, but the tar bomb could be quite annoying, but yeah, I think Tusk Darkseer should free farm in that lane, and I like it. I like the concept from Boom. It's really just go, 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 and the carry pick, it can just become whatever Because wants, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, it's going to be a lot of mid-game fighting, that's for sure, right? You have this Darkseer Phoenix on one side, Kling's TA, very mid-game-centric heroes. I have not seen this matchup too often between the Klings and the Darkseer. I would assume that they can both farm, but at least Klings can every now and then. You can eat the Iron Shelled creep, so maybe you want to throw it more on the heroes.
Do you have to ban Sven if you're gaming? Like high armor to deal with the Klings and the TA? Good burst, amped up by Darkseer. I think it could be a nice hero.
Yeah, if now the lanes are Tusk Darkseer, which most likely it will be, I'm looking more so towards like, the melee heroes with the Phoenix. I feel like Sven would be up on my list for sure as well.
I could also see a world where they could technically go for the Medusa because of the butterfly value. Like Manta Butterfly force the Klings to TA to have to go to... Like, they ban out Morphling, but there's like... In this position, because you've shown face value that Klinks and TA are your 1-2, there are so many good options for carry here. Like Morph Band, Medusa's available, Sven's available.
That's a really good drawing, but I don't know of what it is.
Me neither. I feel like it's some mixture of the Pinecone creep and like some hero.
And the Tonberry.
Yeah. But let me see. I'm kind of browsing like through the list. So Sven is still on top of mind. I did take out the Morph. I'm looking for like a very... Like just an open pick that makes sure that the Phoenix doesn't like really get overran. Because we need to remember that last pick is going to be Ace's hero. Very likely he lanes with a Hoodwink, which is already an incredible hero. And this mid game for Gaimin can be very explosive. You need to make sure this Boom carry isn't super exploitable.
That's why, of course... Oh, they even banned out Void. Oh, true. We kind of forgot about that hero, but it's the same concept of like melee hero that's amped up by both Darkseer and Tusk with the protection of the backline, and it also secures your late game a bit. So yeah, I kind of forgot about the hero, so good thing Gaimin didn't. Good ban.
There's a Tidehunter ban coming out as well. All right, what would we like to see from Ace, though? Because we put some emphasis on the offlaners for this game. Obviously, both of them had a great game previously.
Let's wait and see what the pick is. And
it's a troll.
Okay.
So we have a troll. I mean, yeah, it's almost like just a troll Phoenix lane. Fairly good, very open. So now let's see for Ace. I mean, for Ace, I'm looking for a team fighter. Like, I feel like you want lockdown for your TA, for your Klings. A hero that comes to mind against trolls sometimes, if you want to be spicy, could be an Axe. Maybe not the easiest because there's a Tusk save.
Yeah, we've seen Axe attempted, but not winning.
Like some beast Axe. Is Doom in the pool?
Yes, everything is in the pool.
I think Doom is very strong. I don't know how much Ace has been playing it lately, but that hero destroys Darkseer and Troll.
He's dabbled with it. They need a hero. They have 5 seconds left. They need a hero that allows them to just follow behind, and with a single second, they do pick up the hero. And
It is an Axe.
Go for the spicy one.
That is a spicy one.
It's the like. I feel like right now against Morph, against Troll, like these are the heroes that Axe has some playability. Because they play on that like fringe level of HP that Axe can whittle down and use the dunk against.
But do you like it enough to force out a game 3? He gives me the shrug, by the way. You can't see it, but he shrugged.
I did shrug.
I actually like it. I think against the troll, you want a nuclear answer. That when he ulties, or either he doesn't get to ult or he dies in it, which would have been like both the Doom and the Axe.
Yeah.
I would say your lane is good. And the only thing I'm not sure about is the snowball save. It's very annoying, so his other players have to deal with that. Because if he blink calls Pakaz, he can die. I slightly favor Gaimin's draft, but the mid game is like super up in the open. If he blinks in and his teammates don't follow up nicely, suddenly there's some 3-4-man vacuum into an egg, some Sunray coming out, and it can be very hard, but I expect Gaimin to do well and get the first Aegis and take it from there.
When we praised Boom from game 1, it was like their team fight aspect. Like they have so many layers of it that I think they have ways to kite around the Axe to not only have the Axe versus Troll situation that we're talking about. I do overall think the Axe is a big burden for Boom, that if they make mistakes, it will become a problem, of course. But there's something about Boom's game 1 play with this draft that as long as Troll doesn't just sit back and farm, and if he wants to join early fights, like Darkseer, Tusk, Troll, running out of farming TA, Clinks, and Axe, like there's a lot of farm needed for Gaimin.
Yeah.
I just hope to see Boom be more aggressive. Like they waited 20 minutes in the last game to then break the game.
But it worked.
It did, but I kind of want to see them at least try and break down use the twin gates a little bit more. I don't really know which way I'm leaning, honestly.
It's okay. That means we've got an even matchup on our hands, and that's fantastic. What's also fantastic is that we're going to hear some words from one of the coaches.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by CY of Gaimin Gladiators, where I want to bring up some history between Gaimin Gladiators and South America in general. The last time that you actually dropped a series against a South American team was in Lima Major group stage against Evil Geniuses. So it's been a long time since the South American team gave you guys trouble, but now you're facing off elimination against Boom. So what do you think makes this team special that's kind of throwing you off a little bit?
I think they play like very South American. They play like very 5-man. They will like bring a lot of numbers. I think Picasso is a really good carrier. I think like they kind of are good at playing around him. Like he has a strong timings and he wants to use them, and they're a bit sacrificial. Like Sacred is very sacrificial, I think. Yeah, that's hard to say. So yeah, I think it suits them very well to play like that.
So then is part of that the reasoning behind going for an Axe, where if a bunch of people are going to group up, why not throw in a hero who loves grouping up?
Yeah, and also like if Troll gets low, he kind of just chops through him. So in theory, it should be kind of cool. So
I look forward to seeing it. Then if it works out for you, let's go to our casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, as we are getting ready for this second game here, but we're paused for a little bit. You got thoughts on this draft? I feel like there's a lot going on. You finally got the Troll call right. You're sitting here this time, Troll, I bet you. It worked. You finally got the Troll.
First pick of the tournament. Really glad to see it. So that means we're going to go to game 3. No, this is a really good Troll game. I feel like playing into Clinks, playing into Templar Assassin, we've seen something similar in the previous series where you can easily itemize. These missed chances are going to be really good. They had to get something that's going to work out against Troll, so they picked up Axe. He plays really mean Axe, so you also need to stay on low HP. They have a little bit of healing, which is going to come out super handy with the Sun Ray and, of course, the Snowball save. So want to see how that's going to be played out. But, yeah, because he's been popping off. We mentioned that he played really mean Templar Assassin in the previous game, and I know that this guy loves to play Troll. So this game, all eyes on him. It's a bit of on a slower side. He goes for, most of the time, this Battle Fury build, no shenanigans. We've seen some Mjolnir pickups, full Mjolnirs, as we like to call it, into a BKB. That build comes online slightly faster, but Battle Fury preps you for super late game, and then you get SNY. This is the core build. You're playing against Axe, wants to have that status resistance against Berserker's Call.
Yeah, Picasso saw that tier list and took it personally.
Yeah, they put him on a C tier, and he had the best TA performances. I don't recall seeing that good of a TA game. Somebody that popped off completely.
Yeah, they might have to revise that list after this series. Definitely could be the case here, as we do see the Darkseer 4th pick. It was maybe a little bit unexpected with the Darkseer with what they were up against in Hoodwink, TA, Clock, and Clinks at that point. But do you like the Darkseer pick?
Darkseer paired up with Tusk, a lot of kill threat, making illusions of these range heroes is gonna feel good. Quinn has been pinged out. After seeing that TA performance, Quinn was like, okay, I wanna bang it out. Ace, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Let's see if they have anything to stop the TP with. Zeus has Bolt, potentially, if he wants to go for it, but nah, gonna lose too much out on the XP. Needs to run back to the mid lane.
They already showed shards with the Tusk. Kai's going to block a little bit here as Slotum's ready to take on Quinn again on this Zeus. So they saw it work game 1. They'll come back to it game 2. This time they're going up against TA. Some battery assault coming through onto these Boom heroes, and Wallachia on this position 1 Clinks. The shards are in a really decent spot. Forces Wallachia to TP to the tier 1 though. So he didn't go back to base or anything.
Once they hit level 2, with either Tag Team or Snowball, it is very mana costly for Knight, so he needs to bring some extra mana regen. But Clinks can be very difficult hero to kill. He is super tanky, death pack once you get to those 2 charges, but even 1 charge plus a magic wand can make a big turnaround play.
So we'll have to keep an eye on the bottom lane, see how that goes. And then position 1 Clinks, what are your thoughts on that?
Really loving it. Doraccio did mention it in an interview that he stole it from Chinese teams. It looks really good. You're building into Gleipnir, some Dragonlance, you become super active early on. You have tower damage. Knight, he's in a lot of trouble here unless he gets some help. Sacred's gonna help out. All right, I got a question for you, B-Cop.
Yeah,
how many axes are in the top lane?
Whirling Axe, the 2 axes that Pakaz are holding, the axe that Axe is holding, and Axe, so 5 axes.
What about Axe as a hero?
Yeah, Axe, the axe he's holding, the 2 axes that Troll is holding is 4, and then the Whirling Axes is 5.
And Quelling Blades. You're wrong.
All right, so
2 Quelling Blades, so the answer is 7.
Okay. It's a blade. Does it say axe in the description?
Does that look like a blade or an axe to you?
I concede. I concede. 7 it is. I thought I was smart for a second. I really caught on. Whatever. You got me. So level 2 here for Boom. That's where we were kind of expecting maybe a move to come out.
Yeah, one of the toughest questions I was ever asked. How many stunts does Earthshaker have? So then you start counting and you're like, wrong. Whatever you answer is kind of wrong.
Good bushwhack. Panda now in trouble. The battle hunger is on him. He'll die for first blood.
Oh, he's gonna be very close, but not gonna die. That extra stats that he brought. Circlet, double branches. Good start for Axe.
To get to lane at all. That was pretty rough. Couple of shots through onto the Zeus. He's 15-0 to the 18-1 of Quinn. Quinn, as the game kind of progressed, it was a little rough for him on that puck. So we'll see. Doraccio on Clinks, 4 Radiant wins, 6 picks. As they get Tofu, but Pakaz now on the run. Battle Hunger. Is it going to be enough to kill him? Not looking likely as Ace now. He'll spin once, but start to walk away.
And he does have Healing Salve available. Didn't even pop a Fairy Fire. So, in terms of CS, they're pretty equal. 13-6, 14-6 on Troll. Quinn is the one having that extra CS in the mid lane, playing against Zeus, of course. So you need to stay a little bit further away from Templar Assassin. Both of them will refill the bottle.
So we'll see when this gets to level 6 for Slotums. As we saw in the previous game, that he wanted to throw out that Thunder God's Wrath as quickly as possible. Knight and Sacred, they're going to cut the creep wave now, feeling confident with 3 levels.
Knight doesn't have anything yet. Puts a point in Snowball. Still has another one available.
Doesn't really have the mana for everything. But goes to the Snowball, avoids the battery assault.
That's
now
level 2
Sacred.
battery. Quite a lot of damage.
Is gonna be
Ratio.
enough. Surge. Oof.
Oh, Sacred.
He surged the Tusk, but now he's kind of off alone here. And forced to TP back to his tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
Battery Assault doing more work than the Ion Shells at the moment. But still, Darkseer's got 24 CS. Axe only 19, but not too far behind. Not terrible. Another bushwhack on a Panda. Kind of frustrating this Phoenix.
Yeah. Tofu having a trouble landing the bushwhacks. Too many axes in the lane. They cut down all the trees.
Okay. I looked over your way and I couldn't not laugh. I try to keep it straight face sometimes with you. But 7 axes up there. I don't know. How do you juggle them all? Cogs around on Sacred. This battery assault is killer. And by killer, I mean Ace dead.
Actually killed him, yeah.
I didn't think that was going to be enough. Wow.
So, solo kill for Celery. Getting some extra XP from that one.
And getting a lot of extra XP for that one by himself.
Sometimes it's all you need on this 5 Clockwork. A lot of the times you'll see Clockwork 10 minutes in, not having hook shot available.
Sotums picks up that bounty rune and will heavenly jump away, but Bushwhack, Blood Grenade, a Meld Strike, and that'll do it. Gaimin Gladiators coming out of the gates roaring this time around. Things looking way different than game number 1. Boom. In game 1, they started with a heavy pace, and this is...
they can't play aggressive with Wallachia in the bottom lane anymore. He does have 2 charges of Death Pact, 2 Healing Lotuses, Magic Wand, so that's why they're playing so aggressive onto them right now.
Forced to surge away that Tusk again.
Tusk might need to forfeit this lane. Might need to pick up the XP rune, stack the Ancient Camp, and make a rotation somewhere else. Because things are not working out in the bottom. Or they need to bring somebody to the bottom lane, try to fix it.
1,000 net worth lead already. And Panda, he's fine. He'll pop a salve, but that was close to being another death for him. And they're going to wrap around Sacred again, but he'll surge. Wise to this. Celery's just being such a nuisance.
Want to use Zeus ulti, but bottom lane is a bit too tanky to be killed.
This is just falling out of favor pretty quickly. Battle Hunger again on the Kaz. They'll bring the Tusk top.
Sacred again, bottom is going to drop.
Yeah, he's going to die here, but they're going to go for the axe. Good 2-man Bushwhack. But Thunder God's Wrath will get the kill on an ace, and that means they can focus the rest of their attention on a Tofu. Good shards and a kill there for Pakaz. Desperately needed for Boom, especially with the off lane of theirs not going well at all.
Yeah, as we said, Knight needs to make a move, try to make something happen on the map, and they need to make some stacks for Sacred, because right now he is level 4.
Trap slowing down this Zeus. Celery. Rocket Flare is annoying too, and they try to chase him and get cogs around the Zeus, so he needs to be very careful. Sacred at only level 4 really needs to be in a position in which he can get to 6 quickly and really start to get in that first item if it's going to be sustained from him.
Yeah, we'll definitely love
Celery
to be
finds Knight. Trap, Bushwhack, and gone.
On Darkseer right now, he's farming the Ancients. This is something that has been done recently. You can't really lane, you go to jungle, put the Ion Shells, because everybody's stacking. It means that you're going to get more value from your Ion Shell, but would definitely love to be level 5 at least for that one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
TA. Top of the net worth. Slotum's working without a tier 1 over mid. Quinn. They're going to see him, and maybe they could get this kill. Great shards. Quinn in some trouble. They have the damage, and even when he melds, he'll still burn away. Slotum's gets the kill on a Quinn, and that is big gold going his direction. Like that from Boom, because they really need to respond to the overwhelming presence from Gaimin Gladiators in this game. Otherwise, they're going to start to get washed out.
Yep. Good kill for them. A bit too deep from Quinn, and maybe they can make something happen in the top lane. Knight doesn't have his TP available because he's DP in right now, level 5, trying to get to his level 6.
Celery also trying to get to 6. He'll have that hook shot soon. Well, 6 finally for Sacred. He's going into the early mech.
Oh, no.
Celery comes over, and he'll slow him up with the wall, but it's wall committed. Now looking to just leave here. Ion Shell's not really doing enough. Battery Assault better than Ion Shell. Slotums, by the way, chased down by Quinn.
This time around, no help for Slotums. Knight has amplified damage, but Quinn doesn't care too much about it. Nice shards.
Bushwhack, though, still connects, which means Knight, he can extend his life with this snowball. All the while, bottom, Sacred's also getting chased. So Quinn trying to get that Meld Strike kill. Tofu not going to have the attack range.
Fire
Sacred still chased here. Celery with a blood grenade slowing them up. And that will be a kill for Dyrachyo after throwing the tar bomb on top of that Darkseer.
Yeah, Slotums is also the one who's really struggling on top of Sacred.
This is really rough for him.
Troll is not the hero that can be active early on, unless you go for that different build. Maelstrom / Mjolnir into BKB. But for now, he's gonna need some extra time. They need to pair up the Zeus. Knight Only level 5 still. There is Supernova available. That Supernova needs to come in. Uh-oh, not again.
Going again, bottom looking for Sacred hook shot. And a lot of damage there from Drachio. Kaz comes over to try and maybe answer, but there really isn't much he could do in the terms of answering. Celery gets that 6. They immediately go. 4,000 net worth lead here for Gaimin Gladiators. Boom are going to need a lot of time to feel like they could be in a spot to make things happen. They'll go for Celery, but this is a 5 position that they're committing on. That might be all they get, if they get it. Kaz committing with the right clicks, and Knight gets low. Doesn't matter. They finish off Celery, and now maybe they work on the tier 1 tower, but Drachio not leaving just yet.
Drachio level 9 on Clinks. Oof, that's going to be a huge issue because this hero comes online super quickly. He wants to join in these early engagements. Deals ton of damage with Tar Bomb. Maelstrom, he did find Spark of Courage.
Now Tofu's also got that 6. Queen level 11. Whoa. Zeus is only level 8. Knight looking for that 6. Of course, Satom's on this Zeus trying to get Manta. But it does feel like Boomer an item behind for each hero.
1,000 gold, pretty much.
So, Blink Dagger soon for Ace. The key to victory was keeping this Axe from getting out of control. And I think with that Blink Blade Mail combo, they might have missed that. And that could be really rough for them. Maelstrom there for the Clinks. This Gaimin Gladiators pinching. Hook shot. Satom's again. Meld strike, heavenly jump towards Tofu. Survives for a moment longer. They've got
still alive.
The sharpshooter. They go to the Thunder God's Wrath to get the kill on Tofu. They'll also take out Celery. They're looking for Quinn. This might work out really well for Boom. There's the Sunray. If Gaimin end up with nothing, oh my.
And
how does he survive?
He isn't even that tanky. Like,
no,
in terms of neutral
it's a
item, he has
Zeus.
Royal Jelly, Magic Wand, Phylactery, but manages to jump out with Heavenly Jump.
Oh my.
Oh, that's a big issue. These are some freebies that Gaimin Gladiators just gave away.
Yeah, that is...
Like, this was perfectly executed in terms of hook shot, break. I didn't deal as much damage, and Pakaz is dominating again, giving him free lane, 5-0 and 2. He's been heavily involved.
I mean, on that mega kill streak.
It says Battle Fury. This guy's like, oh, let me check what the item does. Battle, so he joins some of these early engagements. Continues to farm up, going into SNY next. And another smoke from Gaimin.
Now that Battle Fury's an Axe. I was kind of proud that I counted another Axe. I was like, is Dad proud of me over there?
I think there's a lot of Axes in the game overall.
Axe, Ace. Oh, Rocket Flare saw Pakaz for a second.
Celery was the root of the problem in some of these early engagements. Getting the hook shot, getting the jumps in, did cause a lot of issues, but now, at the end of the day, you're still a 5 clockwork.
True. And he wants that pipe next, but that is far away. Obs placed by Panda, sentry down, but Drachio, they see this Phoenix and they'll blink call, and will they get this kill before he's able to get anything off? But now, Walrus Punch, the damage on the Ace, they'll get the kill. That's a good trade for them to get. Sharpshooter lands on a Pakaz, who sits at about half health. He's got his ult just in case.
They're becoming tankier and tankier, diving 3 times underneath the tier 2 tower. They have extra HP, they have extra armor. And now with the mech, that's gonna increase even more. They drop down, Seeds of Serenity. Gaimin, they feel like I feel like they've been forcing a lot of these fights unnecessarily.
And the trades they are making are not as beneficial as maybe they'd like them to be. Huh? Tofu, by the way, going Arcane's Rod of Atos, so not that normal scaling hoodwink that we use.
Are we calling that normal now?
If it happens 95% of the time, I think that's the normal. I would hope you agree.
Yeah. He's in trouble here.
Tofu chase, snowball in, and they will have the Walrus Punch with the Thunder God's Wrath to get the kill. Because we'll get credit for another one.
Something that Boom could go for is early Roche. They do have Troll, so you have the damage, and also all that attack speed, of course, works really well with the tag team. So if they take another good fight in the top lane, they kill off 2 heroes, Troll, Tusk. If they survive, they can easily take Roche. Quinn, something's being delivered on the courier. That's the big one. His shard has a haste rune in the bottle. They better make something happen with this.
Guardian Greaves for Sacred finished. He's not had the best start, but he now has that big sustain item for the side of Boom. And now they know that shard exists with that trap silencing Tusk. Quinn, though, coming over. Hook shot connects. Trap doesn't land, so these cogs will push him, but into a snowball. Ace is here. Blink call. Icarus dive supernova. And there is the silence on to Darkseer, so he won't be able to vacuum in anything more. But Quinn turning around, goes for the trap. Sacred's still here. Panda, 1 shot, 2 shot. Doesn't have the supernova. Will Icarus dive away? Quinn, though, sticking around with this haste now running out. Kaz almost has that Sanjin Yasha. Tofu and Ace looking to make the jump. Kaz will show himself. Blink call, that connects. They've got Knight
they
over
burst
here.
it. No, they
So
can't.
they've got the snowball for the save. They'll drop down the wall with the blade mail, though. The damage being done is not going to be enough. They've got themselves the shards. Quinn in trouble. They've got the lightning bolt. They'll get themselves this lockdown on TA and take out a second.
Again, I feel like they need another hero. Celery did not have his hook shot available, and they might still find Tofu. Let's see, they're going into Roche Pit exactly as we said with that tag team and Troll. They should have enough. Let's see what Tofu can get out of this. Maybe some Roshan. Steal, I don't think he's going to be able to get Aegis, but yeah, very nicely done from Boom.
So Boom, they have weathered the storm of an early game that was coming out from Gaimin Gladiators with a 6,000 net worth lead.
Yeah.
And now it's back to even.
Gaimin, they gave them away a lot of these opportunities, not bringing in enough numbers, not having the damage to kill off the heroes immediately. Pakaz continues to farm up. Most farm hero throughout the whole game. Now going into BKB, level 14 on this Troll.
Is it time to start screaming Ga from the highest mountain cliffs?
It might be. For South American fans, things are looking good.
Aegis now to work with here for the side of Boom. There's Knight with this Blink Dagger, and Manta, it's getting there. Has the phylactery. I have to double check if it's getting there. You gave me a look like I was giving the Ags timing, and it is kind of, it's getting there.
It's always close.
Kaz, going to the BKB next. It's Duraccio, Hurricane Pike. Gleipnir, Falcon Blade, Hurricane Pike.
Hurricane Pike always going to be great against Tusk. His Ice Shard and also pushing Troll away. If he loses vision of you, doesn't do much with his ulti.
Yeah, that one's a weird one now. Sacred, he's starting to get back.
Yeah.
His farm looks pretty solid. Knight hook shot. Sacred's here, but not looking to help, although Cogs pushed him out. Maybe he almost had a chance to survive there. They'll end up losing him, but 20 minutes. It's time for Tormentor. This cube going to be flattened out. So Sacred gets the shard. That's that upgrade to Surge. We'll leave that damage on the ground.
Okay, not too bad of a shard playing against Templar Assassin. The ticks deal well with refraction charges.
Blink away, they take the top tier 2. That'll open up the outposts. Celery still looking for this pipe. Deso and 1,100 gold there for the TA. Like I said, Duraccio wants this Hurricane Pike, but we'll see when he gets there.
Shard and Clinks allows you to one-shot the creep wave with your Maelstrom, so you're never really showing, right?
Walrus Punch, and Knight is in here as they blow up Celery. Slotum's getting the kill. And the Thunder God's Wrath gets them some information, but not much more. As Ace, he's going into the Eternal Shroud, which we've seen so many times before.
In the previous game as well, as Slardar wanted to deal with all this magical damage, most of it coming out from Zeus. There's also Phoenix, Darkseer with the Ion Shell. Sacred has been playing very sacrificial. Doesn't get much farm, but as you said, he is keeping up with Axe, so that's good. Now even overtakes him.
Bushwhack control Kaz from second. Tofu scurrying through the trees.
He's out of scurry.
But yeah, he is out of scurry, and now they will see him. Snowball connects, and he'll go for the sharpshooter, but he'll put himself right into the neutral camp as they're still chasing. Sacred's here, vacuum, and dead. Sacred getting that kill. So that is also Gleipnir for Hoodwink being built. We knew that when he was going for the Rod of Atos, that he would get there eventually, but it's not going to be nearly as quick without that Maelstrom.
You're also not getting too much farm if you're not maxing out your Acorn shot. Axe, a lot of items in his quick buy.
A lot of items here in his quick buy. See how quick he can get to this. Sometimes it's in your quick buy, but it ain't that fast.
Wants to get a Bloodstone. AoE on call can be pretty big. Maybe if the game
seems like he's baiting here a little bit, but how much has he baited? Blink call, they've got the wall down as well as the Supernova. They got the Sunray. It's not going to save Knight, but look at this. Ace, Quinn, both gone. Hookshots a little bit late. They get the Kona Panda. They'll look over now at the Clockwork, and they'll take out Celery. Duraccio chasing Sacred, but how long is he willing to go? Rod of Atos comes out from Tofu, but Pakaz is on a Duraccio who will throw his Gleipnir out, but lose his life to Pakaz, who is now beyond godlike already. This troll is taking over the game.
Yeah, he's getting out of control. 16 out of 18 kills, involvement, level 19 compared to... I mean, Klinks is not too bad of a level 17, but things are looking really rough. They didn't even use Aegis in the previous fight. Vacuum wall onto 2, maybe even 3 of them. Holds them in place just enough so that he can come and deal the damage. Also, TA, like I know TAs, they don't want to go and pick up an early BKB. A lot of the times it does feel bad, but because they also have abilities that go through debuff immunity. Egg in the middle of them. Axe did get a dunk, but I
think he got
2 dunks maybe even. So yeah. But Pakaz is the one who's cleaning up, sacrificing only 2 supports. Sacred in the end did die. That Rod of Atos from Tofu.
It worked.
It did work, but
wouldn't have gotten that kill with Maelstrom.
4 out of 5.
Let's see some stress on the face of Duraccio. Telling you, man, Pakaz saw that tier list. the next panel might have to be the apology tour.
Now level 20. Even more armor, playing into TA, playing into Klinks. That extra armor is going to come in super handy. 40 armor on Troll, plus the mischance, of course, going into Satanic. This has been always the build whenever you're facing Axe, to have status resistance. Also back in the days when Satanic gave you status resistance, so you were sitting at 40+. But allowing you to lifesteal and countering the Axe Berserker's Call doesn't last as long, and also having that lifesteal against Blade Mail so you don't go below threshold.
So, not too far away from that, but actually this time.
Gem purchased by Panda. They want to see the traps, they want to see the Klinks. Get rid of those observer wards. Valuable pickup, and they also gave it to Troll, who doesn't have problems holding it. Still has a slot available to put Magic Wand in his backpack.
Sotums. He's fine.
Needs to keep the Manta style. If he's jumped, gets the Gleipnir on him, maybe one more spell, should be able to die. Slatums, again on Zeus, keeps the distance. I believe he had only 1 death in the previous game. This time around, 2 deaths already.
So 18 to 14 with an even net worth just about. Troll, 1 creep away from this Satanic. And the next Roche is potentially in 43 seconds, and Boom could be set up to get that too. Sacred going Ag, so he wants that normal punch. Let me tell you, the least intimidating spell name is normal punch.
Yeah, it's ordinary punch. casual punch. But speaking of other punches, they do have Walrus Punch. Later on, they might have the kick as well, the full MMA Tusk.
I thought you were going to name more punches. How many punches are in this game?
Only 2, I would say.
With Axe not being on that set, yes, I think you're right. But I thought I had you.
I thought there was going to be a punchline, and then it's going to be like, oh, it's 3 of them, by the way.
No, there's not, but there is going to be this Walrus Punch. Duraccio, Force Staff, vacuumed all the way back to the shards. Duraccio's dead, 65 seconds, no buyback. Bushwhack, look at the damage, whoa!
That's the Gleipnir, double Gleipnir now available. We've seen the power of it.
Who just did all that damage?
That's Hoodwink. 3,000 damage. Balanced perfectly in the previous fight. Once you get to that item, you'll feel like you're good to go. Also having Hunter's Boomerang.
I like that one. Cool little spell there. Ags finished off for this Dark Seer, so he'll have that normal punch, and maybe with a successful game, he'll drink some Fruit Punch.
Oh.
Oh no.
It's gonna keep coming, isn't it?
No, that was the... I don't know any more punches. Axe. Still working on this item, man. His farm is slowed down pretty harshly. I mean, Sacred was 6,000 when he was 10K, and now Sacred's 14,000 the other way, ahead of him. It's been pretty rough. But Roche, a minute 15 away. Let's see where Booms start to set up.
Desolator still at 0 charges. 28 minutes in.
Damn. That is not a lot.
It is not a lot. It's not the most important thing, but you want to get that number going.
Even if it was just 2. They want something a little bit more there. Sacred, he's been comboing here with Knight quite a bit. We just saw the vacuum be able to pull in Knight, or pull in back into Knight's shards.
Roshan, 30 seconds. Still going to be on Dire's side. They already have Observer Sentry ready. They killed off the tier 1 tower in the top lane, so with the buybacks potentially coming out from Gaimin.
And they're here for it immediately, which means cheese. Potentially, if they get it immediately on the next one, it could be Ag's Blessing. So important to have the timings if they are in fact able to take this Roche immediately under the daytime mark, but they're going to smoke instead, so that all changes. With them not getting Roche before it goes bottom, that whole Roche dynamic kind of changes a little bit.
Roshan is up. A little surprised that they decided to smoke on a different area of the map. Roshan is being scouted by a rocket, so they know that they're not doing it at the moment. A lot of traps in this area.
How close do they think they are? Quinn, Blink, ooh, the other way. Thunder God's Wrath gets them the information, but too late on that info. Unfortunately, for Boom. So they give up this probably guaranteed Roche to try and smoke. But with that being said, you're 10 seconds away from it being on the Radiant side. So coming across the map means you're still right by Roche anyway. So I think that move is fine if you're willing to not care about cheese, right?
Ooh, amplified damage here. They should be able to see it. Duraccio has been given Bottle. Double Enchanted Quiver, so they have True Strike against Troll necessary if they are worried about Whirling Axe's miss. Slotums, no Thunder God's Wrath, but with the Satanic should have enough sustain. He's not gonna even drop, so can easily go in. Let's see how Gaimin are gonna approach this one. Amplified damage.
Hook shot in really early,
He's
away from
alone.
the team. Celery's in
Not
trouble.
bad
It's taking
immediately.
Kaz's attention. The Bushwhack doesn't connect. They've got the Hunter's Boomerang as well as the blink into the call.
Good
But there's the snowball save. Sunray was used for a moment. Icarus Dive coming through as well as the Supernova. They get the kill on a Duraccio. They take him out very quickly. They look over at Ace as well as Tofu. Celery's on the run with BKB being popped by Quinn. Now out of time. They bought back on Sacred, But Quinn,
he blinked out, but
there's a snowball coming for him. Kaz is stuck via the axe, but he'll pop that ult. They'll get the kill on a Celery. That's with the cleave of the Battle Fury. Now they'll take out Ace. They've lost Quinn, and Roche is theirs.
Oh, Sacred was the one being focused by Gaimin. As you said, very early hook shot from Celery. Roshan was not that low to try to go for the attempt. Rest of the team not ready, not close enough. And again, look at the damage from Pakaz, 7.5.
So much from Pakaz.
Now has Shard available. Shard plus Defiant Shell, it's gonna be a lot of like random hits coming out. You attack him, he attacks you back, and then Fervor.
Yeah, this is so early. Look at where they're at.
And he got the second hit bash. Bushwhack.
Missed.
Also connect. But the good thing about Battlefield, you're always gonna have something in your inventory.
That snowball too, isn't just a snowball hold to go on Ace. It's a snowball that pulls them to Duraccio, and that's huge.
They heavily invested to kill Sacred, who comes back into the fight immediately. Pakaz, level 24, getting closer to that level 25.
Man, this is feeling like Pakaz Legacy Series, where this is one for him that you don't forget, because he is out of control in these two games. He is up 8,000 net worth over this TA and 9,000 above a Duraccio. Stack to take and going Swift Blink. So many more last hits. The GPM is way higher. And the hero damage, 6,000 ahead. Now level 25 and the Battle Trance strong dispels.
I mean, so far, they did not kill him a single time, but this looks one of those games where he might just end up with 0 deaths.
Thunder God's Wrath gets them the info on Tofu. Gleipnir, but there's the vacuum back. 4-staff sharpshooter looking for the TP out. Snowball with the normal punch coming through. And Sacred ends up dead. They end up taking out this Hoodwink, who's gone for 50 seconds. Maybe they could force the buyback. And Pipe is finally finished for Celery, which he's been working for a long time.
Also, Pipe for his team.
Tormentor
gets rewarded with the jetpack. Level 25 on Troll, that strong dispel. Like, you can use it while stunned, while taunted, so can pop it if you're called, so your HP doesn't even drop. You're gonna be life-stealing way too much with Satanic.
So, 5,000 net worth lead here for Boom. They've got this Aegis, but Dust, Walrus Punch, they caught Quinn. BKB, TP out. Nothing to stop that. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is top, keeping this top lane pressured through, but Celery with the jetpack. There's a rocket flare out, and now they're going to see him under the eyes of that Watcher. They smoke. They'll continue to try and chase. The rest of Boom are looking to meet with them, and this will be another Tormentor. Everybody's got their shard on the side of Gaimin Gladiators already, so 280 gold each.
Aegis.
Kaz.
Minute and 30 seconds. This is not the target you want to go
Link
for.
call.
Battle Trance if necessary.
Yeah, he's going to be alive for a while. He might hold the Battle Trance until after the Aegis, but they've got the Blink as well as the Walrus Punch. There's the shard. Supernova never comes out, but Thunder God's Wrath multiple times, and now they look over at the Axe. They'll get the kill on an Ace. They'll look for Tofu. They do not have buyback available on this Axe. Vacuum doesn't connect on heroes, but they are right by this tier 3 tower.
I mean, you lose a fight with no buybacks near your base. You're playing against Troll. You're going to be losing a lot of the buildings, but look at the damage coming out from Duraccio. Enchanted Quiver, Gleipnir, BKB, Hurricane Pike. Now they're going to the mid.
Has to be careful about how far forward he steps up, because you know Knight is ready to just jump in there. Looking for that vision, looking for that opportunity. They've got the Ob Sentry that's being cleared up, and they find themselves Duraccio. That's a problem with the Walrus Punch. The damage in Duraccio's gone. The Supernova, the Sunray, Quinn's going to be dead as well. Both these heroes don't have buyback. Boom! They might have done what many will think has been impossible. It certainly has for
the South American region to beat Gaimin Gladiators in such a long time.
This just might be it. They might have one more fight, but these are long 65 seconds. The last glyph. I mean, Troll is gonna destroy those buildings.
He is ripping through the tier 3. They are looking towards this set of racks. They're realizing nobody's buying back. What do they have? 15,000 net worth lead for the side of Boom, and I don't know what Gaimin's going to have to try and defend against the rest. They're going to go for Megas.
40 seconds for TA.
Blink
he
call.
got bashed immediately.
Trying to deter. Bushwhack's there, but the Walrus Punch comes in. Knight if need be. He had the snowball save, but he'll pop the ult to look over at the Axe. Ace getting lower and lower. Actually, his health staying stationary for the moment, but they've got the Thunder God's Wrath. They get the kill on Celery. The Bushwhack comes and connects. They'll buy back on Celery. Ace is still somehow alive. Sharpshooter lands onto the Tusk, who will be able to get out of this as they take the tier 3, but only one set of racks stands for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and it's up top.
Yeah, Axe, he has, how many is that? 90%, 6 max stacks, 15% reduction, so he didn't deal that much damage. Like, in terms of damage, Axe dealt the most with the Blade Mail, of course, but he's sustaining, pops the Bloodstone. So they're still not playing against Megas. Roshan can be up in 2 minutes. Kaz, a perfect game from him. Going into Daedalus next, finds a neutral item. Token, let's see what he's gonna get. Mindbreaker seems pretty juicy.
Oh, yeah.
Get that one.
Although, if nothing good, Defiant Shell's not a bad alternative. But he got Mindbreaker. So, JK. Felt like Gaimin Gladiators had the early lead in this one by so much, and it felt like this was their game.
15 seconds for a BKB.
Because
ready
blink,
to jump
call,
in.
Knight. Ooh, that rocket flare stops him from blinking in. Now they've got the hook shot, but because he's got his ult ready to go. The snowball's going to land on Ace. They've got the damage on a Sacred. They get the kill, but they'll end up losing Ace. So both heroes gone. Ace has buyback. Duraccio on the run. Heavenly Jump, keeping up with Duraccio. They'll find themselves Celery. They'll get the kill on a Quinn. Slotums with the Thunder God's Wrath. Kills off Queen. Looks over Duraccio. And 4 are dead. Tofu on the run. He is the only one alive here for Gaimin Gladiators.
Duraccio needs to use that
buys back.
No buy on Quinn. Buyback on Axe. He also needs to use it. You can't defend with these two heroes. They do have Gleipners. Axe will use it. Zeus with Arcane Rune blasted themselves, had enough mana to use double ulti, pops the Manta style, and of course having Timeless Relic. That insane amount of damage coming out, that was 7,000 damage in 15 seconds.
Yeah, the last chunk of damage onto Quinn that got the kill was 1,200 from that Thunder God's Wrath. Snowball, the right clicks, the punch up into the air. Ace, he'll spin, but not to win. Godlike here for Slotums. Both the 1 and the 2 for Boom have done so much in this series. It's mega creeps for Boom, and they're looking at the tier 4s. They're looking to kick Gaimin Gladiators out of this tournament. As Pekaz leads the way, looking at the tier 4s. Duraccio trying to do as much as he can with the damage that he has, but it's too little to take down this troll. The burning barrage, the right clicks are through for Pekaz on the throne. The gods are out from the chat, and they're looking to finish off this series. Snowball turnaround onto the clockwork. They've got the damage. Thunder God's Wrath puts Slotums beyond godlike. Duraccio, Quinn, Tofu trying to hold on. They'll use that Glink near the Melt Strike. Slotum on the run, and the Heavenly Jump doesn't get him out far enough. He's dead for 100 seconds, but Pekaz, he'll focus the throw, and the Bushwhack is through, but he'll pop that ult. Duraccio in trouble, great vacuum. Duraccio, Quinn die. GG is called. Boom Esports upset Gaimin Gladiators with a 2-0 victory.
What a performance from the whole team, but the Pekaz is the shining star. This
Move him
last
up to
pick
A-tier.
troll.
Get him to S tier.
This last pick troll, he carried them hard in the previous game on Templar Assassin, but this troll performance, flawless again.
Yeah, amazing performance from Boom Esports. They defeat Gaimin Gladiators 2-0, and we'll throw it back to the panel. S tier for Pekaz, take it away.
Thank you very much, Bika Lacoste. I can't believe every time Boom come into a series, we're like, you know, they had maybe the easier opponents, and maybe, you know, they're coming in the underdog. And do it again, Tikov.
I mean,
why don't you believe?
We're getting blasted.
I mean, I'm allowed to, but not believe. I mean, again, it's been shaky. This is the first time they get to an international tournament. Their journey here wasn't the hardest journey, but now against Gaimin, they show us some of the best Dota, right? Like, I think because this was the best game that I've personally seen from him in the tournament. He's 16-0-15 on his Troll Warlord. There was a counter-picks axe in play, but throughout the entire game, he's like requesting teammates to help him out. He's always in a good position. We never got to see the axe dunk him. Quinn and Tofu just can't believe what's happened. They are both equally in a shocked state. Like, Boom just came into this series swinging. Their team fights were impeccable. Everything that I didn't expect them to be able to do, they did. They made Gaimin look like fools as if this was Gaimin's first time at an international tournament. Incredible stuff from Boom. Great series, 2-0. Kezu, take it away.
I mean, they just played incredible. Like, Pakaz is 16-0 on Troll. He always asked for the right things at the right time. Like, they were far behind in this early game. Like, it's not just that this game was a walk in the park. They had good positioning, good team fighting. I'm not surprised to see the faces of Gaimin after the game. I feel like it was a very disappointing performance from them. I didn't feel like they tried to even put up a fight after the mid-game. Like here, over and over again, they're just diving around this tier 2 tower. What's the gold lead?
No, but
like 5K?
5K.
This fight's uncomfortable for me because, like, at the start of the fight, Daracho, he's like underneath a sentry. The Phoenix is fire spiriting him. He tries to go on him. Phoenix just dives away. Now the entire fight, Clinks is on the right-hand side behind a tier 2, whilst the eggs are. It's like everything about Gaimin today was so disjointed. I never really saw Doratio with the team. And then, like, TA's making, like, the big plays of his team, but then it's like, I don't know, it just felt like I saw, it was like a two separate groups trying to be a single unit of Boom. If it was so confusing for Gaimin.
It was always like a 1+1 instead of eventually you group up with the rest. Whereas Boom, they go mid. You go in with the blink punch, you take the fight, they go take the tier 1 mid, they go to the high ground push. Like, they're always together doing the right things. And they did get to the stage where they brought the game back to being even. You had Sacred with some big vacuums.
His vacuums are so good.
Yeah, like pulling people back from the pike, back into the middle of the fight. They TP mid to like help each other with the fire spirits. Pakaz joining early. I mean, his stat line is...
Dude, 16-0-15.
Yeah.
They picked Axe specifically to deal with this guy.
I mean, in the interview as well, it's like, oh, we pick Axe. If he's HP, we dunk him. It's kind of cool. But no, it wasn't cool at all. I never got to see that moment. And even in mid, when it nearly happened, like, the Axe got dragged slightly away, so he wasn't even in range to dunk him. Then the Troll had the lifesteal to turn it around. Again, like, just the team fighting from Boom in these two games, I haven't really seen it to this level at least. And it's refreshing to see them do it now at the lower bracket, because it's like their journey. Just replicate this again. Next time I want to see them play this type of Dota, please. I don't want this like potential weird draft where it's like, I want this level of Dota. I want Pakaz at the front.
Pakaz at the front, but Kezu, you want to have also, you know, maybe a Knight Tusk to back him up.
No, and this is exactly what I want to highlight. It's not just a carry who gets to free farm. You control your game, not just by what hero you play, but how you communicate. Look here, he's farming the top wave. He's calling for his Tusk. Yo, bro, they're gonna go on me, which turns into this easy snowball save. Wall comes out, vacuum. They kill like Ace, who's snowballing. Gaimin are still ahead at this point of the game. Roshan is also alive. Because of this play, he gets more farm. This kill turns into the first Roshan, and they're still not even ahead in this game. But because of these little pieces, you know, that they do properly and understand, okay, in this game, I want Troll. Right now, I need my Tusk. You need to come here. You need to protect me.
This was glorious.
Yeah, like they start hitting Roche, and again, they force it kind of on Gaimin. How do they react? If they fail the vibe check, the fight's going to be over. I feel like the Ratio, he's off the screen. I feel like he should be able to pike away and live, but no. This, not only does the snowball save his Troll, it kills the enemy carry, and now suddenly, how are Gaimin supposed to take this? By the way, Gaimin are still ahead. With all these things we're watching, Gaimin are ahead in this game. So I think they need to be so sad to have lost this game because of, I really think this is a shit performance. This is a poor performance.
No, you just say how it is.
Whereas at the same time, like Boom, they did so many things correctly and they just made themselves look like, honestly, in this game, in this series, they look like a top tier team.
Yeah, and I think this is where it's like, as much of a praise in Boom, I will agree with Kezu here, for the type of lead that Gaimin had, throwing it away in that capacity, like having 7,000 gold that early on, to then throw it away at some very pointless plays where you
keep diving mid.
You keep diving mid, like you're actually about to come line, your Clinks with like 7k net worth is doing nothing. Like those type of plays, I expect those mistakes in like a group stage. Those mistakes in a playoff, it is like, it's bewildering. I think that is why there was so much shock on their faces.
Bewildering.
Bewildering.
I like that word.
I don't think they even realize like that's how bad they played today. So I think Gaimin,
They got a lot
last
to
in
work on.
Birmingham, this year as well. There's a lot of them to wake up. There's some big tournaments down the line, and they're going to have to either a new patch or some new vibes, because that was worrying.
I had high hopes for them.
I did, yeah.
Well, I'm incredibly impressed with what we saw here coming out from Boom, and I bet we are going to see smiles on their faces at its Tsunami with the winners interview.
That is indeed the case, Shiver, because yes, I am joined by Panda, who will be helping translate for Pakaz. Hell of a result, Panda. I'll keep going back to what you were saying at the beginning of this tournament, which is you feel like things were getting a little complacent from your time on 2023 Dota, and now you feel the fire has been rejuvenated. So I was hoping you could help ask Pakaz about how meaningful this result is, because you guys have not been on LAN in a while, but you're coming back, and you're coming back strong.
Pregunta cómo se sientes tú después de 2023, que ha sido relativamente fácil para clasificar torneos para nosotros y que desde entonces que acabó EG no nos ha ido muy bien y ahora estamos en un LAN y nos está yendo muy bien en este torneo, ¿no?
Un poco triste porque no estaba yendo a los torneos. Me sentía muy triste ver jugar a los equipos y que yo no esté ahí, ¿no?
Feeling really sad to not go to tournaments, watching the tournaments and not being able to be there. Really sad.
I can imagine, but then when you come back like this, definitely brings the energy back. Was part of the energy maybe a spirit bomb, perhaps? Some sort of energy that you brought inspired by Toriyama? What was the inspiration behind the Boo and the Goku pictures?
¿Cuál era la inspiración de haber tenido esto en el draft? Tener a Goku y todo eso.
Esos dibujos son especialmente para Sacred y Slaten, porque su aporte al equipo es hacer reír a todo el equipo, hacer bromas, y eso nos anima.
So the meaning of this is that it was meant for Sacred and Slatems because they're like the clowns for the team. They have to make us laugh. So we just gave it to them because they don't really do much in draft. We just draw, do anything, don't talk in draft.
Just give them some coloring books, keep their mind busy. But then clearly you guys are fans of Dragon Ball, so Panda, I'll ask you first, what's your favorite arc in Dragon Ball?
Mine is when Goku salió. Just Dragon Ball, no sí.
Okay, wait, so you're Dragon Ball or GT or?
No, just Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball, okay. How about could you ask Pakaz?
¿Cuál es tu temporada favorita de Dragon Ball?
La saga de Cell.
I understood that. Wait, so then what? Cell Games, Perfect Cell?
¿Qué dijo? Cuando está en la tercera fase.
Perfect Cell. Well, this was a perfect performance, because I know that he knows about the tier list. Your manager came in, and he was high-fiving him saying, C tier who? So then what does Pakaz now think? Was that a pretty solid performance on the tier list, right?
¿Qué opinas del tier list que nos mostró Mateus?
¿De Kesu? Que hubiera querido que me ponga en tier D, porque como un sabio dijo, tienes que entrenar como si fueras el peor.
He wished that he was tier D because, like a wise man once told him, you need to be considered the worst to get better, or something like that.
Very, very methodical. Well, let me tell you, you are absorbing the powers of Duraccio and all the other carries that you're going to beat at this tournament, because congratulations on this win, Panda. Thank you so much for translating, and we'll send it back to the panel.
I was not expecting that answer regarding the tier list. I thought it was going to be a little harsh towards Kezu.
This guy is a god. First, like, I hear Kezu, like he's like about to like blast my ass.
Yeah,
This guy said this about me. I mean, honestly, great answer, great performance. Because, I mean, I do remember he played in Thunder Awaken. He was like beating my ass in scrims every now and then, but he did have a bit of decline. But damn, his performance today and this answer, whew, I'm pretty sure you asked this with some other ones that we put in C tier. They will blast my ass right now.
He's like showing like he doesn't want to have any ego about it. He's like he wants to just do his performance, do his thing, and let the performance speak for it. And I think this is like, again, that's why I'm so happy that he does this. Where it's like he takes it, he's like, sure, whatever, who cares? I go play, and it's like if anything,
rate me worse, why don't you?
I think he also understands like he hasn't had the best year as well, so he's also like grounded in that regard. Like this one series isn't going to make him some like insane like goat of everything, but it's like I think it's just
I'm just impressed. I respect that a lot.
No,
I respect that a lot.
Well, Boom, of course, victorious means that Gaimin Gladiators is exiting PGL Wallachia, and to get some final words from them, it's Banks for an exit interview.
Thank you, Shiva. I've got Celery with me, and
even though he's smiling at the moment, I want to touch on just this game and how crushing this was for you guys, especially we saw Quinn just looking at his computer, we saw Tova. This one seemed to hurt a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, last time we got last. Now we're doing a bit better. We're definitely not in shape yet, I suppose, but we're feeling better and we feel like we have a better understanding now. So it's very annoying when you lose a game where it's starting really well, you feel like you have it under control.
And in terms of that, where you feel like you had it in control and it did slip away, what do you put it down to? What went wrong?
Yeah, I think it was just too many mistakes. Maybe we got a bit too afraid. I'm not entirely sure, but we didn't play how we usually play, that's for sure. All of us made more mistakes than normal, and then they just played a lot better on the map, and they waited for our mistakes, and they punished us every time.
And in terms of just your performance here, we look at maybe the group stage, right? You only lose out to Falcons. It seemed like we were getting you guys kind of back in shape. Did it feel like that for you? Did you feel like you were back in form?
Yeah, it felt like we're playing better every day. Against Falcons, we didn't feel like we played that good, but every day it just kept getting better. So it's a bit annoying. But I think we took more steps forward than backwards, so just have to keep on going.
And that's certainly positive when you've got Dream League coming up next as well. So how confident do you feel going into that right now?
Well, now a bit less, of course, but just got to learn from our mistakes, keep taking more steps forward than backwards. We talked a lot of good things before the game today. I guess it didn't work in this game. So maybe there were not good things, but hopefully if we refine them, they will be good.
That's the goal. Find the good things for sure. Hopefully you can do that going forward. Thank you very much, man. Panel, back to you.
Thank you very much, Banks and Celery. And yeah, Gaimin Gladiators exiting here. I do like the philosophy, though, Tiga, of more steps forward than backwards. I think that's the way we are viewing it as well.
Yeah, I think it's easy to have high expectations for a team that won so many majors only a year ago. And it is just, human to not be able to maintain that for, multiple years, right? And if anything, they're just in a down spot right now. I do hope that they can use the consecutive losses and poor tournament results to find some footing at some point, because it is a treat to watch them when they're at their top form. But right now, they're just another team.
Yeah, I like at least that it's more of a team thing that, in my opinion, went wrong for them today. They didn't show up as a team, which means that you can't just point fingers at one guy. It's like you need to have a conversation together, figure the stuff, move forward, because we expect more from them. And they expect more from themselves than this, for sure.
True. For now, though, we're going to expect a lot more from Boom. Can't wait to see them play again, but we'll have to wait a little bit because we're leaving the loser bracket. Lower bracket? Whoa. Lower bracket.
You have to lose to be in the bracket, so it's not the worst, but it is the lower bracket.
You have to lose to get better in the future. It's all right, Cheever. We're
it's okay. We're leaving the lower bracket behind us because we're going to go to the upper bracket.
The winners.
That's right, the winners bracket. We'll see. We'll see after a break. Xtreme versus Team Spirit. We'll see you soon.
I'm never chasing a sound. I'm trying to chase an emotion. And it happens to be with sound. When the chef cooks for you, he's trying to do it with, obviously, presentation and taste and all that. For me, it's really capturing an emotion with sound. And when you do it with the right equipment, then something special happens. We here at Verse, we want to be the best at everything. We have the best monitors, we have the best drum kits, the best amps, and naturally we had to have the best mics. And I remember walking around and thinking, man, I like this song. I wonder what it is, because I curate the playlist and I didn't remember putting the song on, right? And I look over and it's a band playing. I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a record. And I go up to Steve and I'm like, man, that sounds so good. And I noticed that he was using Earthworks and I was like, oh, okay. Hearing those drums was incredible. I had never heard it in here.
There's a spiritual thing that happens when you get a whole bunch of human beings together in one room. And the artist is using that energy, and that energy helps to inspire them to keep going. One of the first things I notice about these microphones is they're solid, they're rock solid. You can tell they're just high quality when you pick them up. And so then you plug them in and you throw up the channel and it's like, oh my God. Because the articulation is so consistent across the entire frequency range, it doesn't have to be loud to be in the mix. I have so much confidence in what I'm getting is accurate and what's happening is accurate. I don't have to use any of the RAM in my head up on oh, do I have to compensate for this or compensate for that? No, I can put that energy to creativity.
When Earthworks talk about a fast microphone, they're alluding to the capsule in the microphone moving really fast. How fast it reacts is going to determine just how accurate it is, how fast that capsule can move in response to the signal that it's presented with. So the faster the better. You know, the quality these microphones are putting out is something that, you know, needs to be heard. It's really great.
Once you use these, you just simply can't go back to anything else.
My name is Manny Mariquin.
My name is Steve McGuire.
My name is Kevin Madigan.
And I'm here to talk about Earthworks.
We're all using emojis in our daily lives, but how does that relate to Dota? Azure Ray's Faith Beyond is with me here. Do you use many emojis day to day?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I use that emoji every day.
Oh, every day. Okay. That's what I like to see. Let's see who you think it represents, and maybe which team, players, talent, whoever it represents in the Dota world. Let's take the challenge. And the first one is a trophy.
Trophy, of course, it's Team Spirit and Team OG. They have most TI champions.
Aha, okay, so that's why.
Yeah.
The next one.
First player coming in my mind is ATF.
Okay.
Because in 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we picked Beastmaster at last pick, and he was like,
okay.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. There we go. All right, the next one.
I think it's Seb. It's
Seb.
Because his name is Kimet. He used to use that name as a nickname in a game.
Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. I've learned something as well. That's a good one for Seb. Now this one, biceps, nice and strong.
Of course, it's Fly. He is too strong.
Strong out of game or in game? Or both?
Both.
Okay, you're being nice. I like that. The next emoji, a clown face.
Yeah, also ATF. Because he just changed his name to Professional Clown.
Really?
After losing to Xtreme Gaming at Grand Final in the last.
So professional clown face. Now that makes perfect sense. This one, this could be a bit harder. This is a baby.
Actually, I think this face looks like Notel. And also Notel have a baby face.
It's true, he doesn't really age. The whole time he's been playing all this time and he just stays the same looking. I'll give you that. Next, hamburger.
Hamburger, oh. What hamburger related to me is when I play the Summit 5, it's in 2016, and it's in a big house. Every player in a big house, and we have our lunch is hamburger at the downstairs. And when I finish my game and I go downstairs, there is no hamburger left. And when I return to the player room, and Fly tapped me at the behind, and he gave me his hamburger.
Oh.
So, this will also remind me to Fly. Yeah.
A nice story. Thank you very much, Faith, and also good guy Fly giving you a burger, making sure you can eat. All right, the next one, cool face, sunglasses on.
I think it's Tsunami.
Tsunami, yeah.
I saw he's a model of some their shirts.
Yes,
so he's a very cool man.
I completely agree. I got to spend some time with Tsunami as well, and he is a very cool guy. All right, the last one.
This only reminds me to Techies.
Techies, yes, yes. All the explosions, yeah. Okay, that's an instant win. I love it. That was great, some stories as well. Faith, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Wallachia. It has been a marathon of a day here. It's day number 2 for playoffs, and we're actually only halfway through the series that we have scheduled for today. We just completed our elimination best of 3s, and now we'll be moving towards the upper bracket. But before we look and dive into that, I do want to welcome my panel, my couch, which is a little bit fuller than what we've seen for the past few days. So welcome FNG for joining us.
Hello everyone.
What have you been doing the last few days?
Actually, we were kind of racing a bit because, yeah, we lost, but still spent some energy on preparation, coming here, etc., etc. And then we still play paths, play scrims.
Perfect. That means you're up to date with everything that's going on. We get to pick your brain when the time comes with it. But of course, Fear and Lizard joining me yet again.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, like we managed to get some space. Fear is very wide, but we managed to get some space for sucking FNG in right here. now.
You're just squeezing all that muscle mass together to make space for FNG.
All the cookies down there.
Down there. Well, let's have a look at our bracket. Let's continue our day, get this train moving. Because like I said, those elimination best of 3s happened earlier today. The G2, IG, and Aurora series went way longer than anyone expected. Did go all the way to 3 games, with G2IG eventually taking the win. They'll be moving on to the lower bracket, as well as a very surprised BetBoom Esports taking a 2-0 against Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, some very interesting performance and a very long day already, and we're only 2 series in. This second series, Boom versus Gaimin Gladiators, I don't think anyone expected Boom to okay, maybe win, but 2-0 them, and in such fashion that left both Quinn and Tofu just staring at the screen for like 10 minutes after the game. That was something.
Yeah, I don't know what your brain's sort of trying to take in there, but very quickly that schedule on our screens as well does mean that we have Spirit and XG coming up, and then later in the day it will be Falcons up against Team Liquid. So both of them being in the upper bracket means it's not elimination. Their life isn't on the line, but it is going to be a pretty good matchup. Let's start talking about Spirit and Xtreme Gaming. There's a lot to get through. A lot of history between at least the 2 carry players here, between Spirit and XG. They complement each other all the time, but we don't get to see them play against each other too much, Lizard.
Yeah, they don't really play way too much. They meet in finals here and there of some tournaments, such as TI Grand Finals every now and then. Overall, they just love one another. I feel like it's a love story, you know, between Yatoro and Ame. There's so many streams in which Ame is saying that Yatoro is the best, that he's the Bay. At the same time, Yatoro is saying, no, you're the Bay, you have the best Naga Siren gameplay ever. So, of course, a lot of respect between the 2 of them.
Yeah. What about you, FNG? Do you know much about this love story that goes between Yatoro and Ame?
I remember actually one time Yatoro said something like, okay, it was the best Naga performance I've ever seen, first 10 minutes from Ame. I'm like, okay, let's see it up. And he was just hitting creeps. It wasn't anything special.
The farming patterns.
Yeah, but the farming patterns, I see why Yatoro respected the Ame, but it was a funny moment for me because I was like, yeah, just carry free farming. Well, what can you do?
Well, this is them comparing against each other. I do wonder how much that factors into the respect you give your opponent. Does it change your playstyle a little bit? Does it even change up what areas of the map you're going to try and infiltrate?
Yeah, I mean, I think these 2 carry players in general are very easy to respect. Like, you have Yatoro, super solid. No matter what hero he gets, he is really amazing with it. And Ame, on the other hand, is the type of player where he has really cool ideas about the game. He'll play a hero a little differently, do a different item build, or maybe introduce a new hero to the scene as well. I think recently the Clinks that got really popular, I think was because of Ame. This Bristleback coming back was because of Ame. So he always brings new ideas, which is very respectful for most carry players who want to try something new.
And we're seeing the roster behind us, but we will be seeing them on camera very soon. The position 4 is where I really want to look for Xtreme Gaming. Jin Q has paved the way for a lot of post-4 heroes to come back into the meta as well. Ame does it with carries, but so does Jin Q. The Marcy, the Dark Willow. I'm sure there's another one on the list that I just can't think of right now.
Yeah, sure. He's a different sort of a player, different sort of a beast. When he washes his face, he just dominates. You get something like a Marcy, of course, on that position 4, not being really a position 4, just becoming a core eventually. FNG, how do you deal with that stuff? Like, is there anything that you can do to prevent him from becoming a core, or do you just like, okay, it is what it is. Eventually, it's gonna happen.
I mean, usually +4 puts pressure not on the enemy, but on your team more than like.
Because he farms?
Yes, because he farms first of all, and then you need to play around his playstyle, his heroes. And when we're talking about Marcy, for example, I don't think it's the Marcy itself that makes such a big difference. It's more that you want to get rid of IO Marcy combo, right, in first place, and then. Because of Marcy in game, you can buff. Actually, I was watching some of the Xtreme games and I saw the cool combo that they played, Magnus Marcy, right? And then what happened, he basically buffs Magnus and Magnus can freely farm engines. So if I would be Spirit, yeah, you need to get rid at least one of those heroes.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. I think this Marcy has looked super good on Xtreme Gaming, but then again, everything's looked good on Xtreme Gaming. They have gone completely undefeated. They haven't lost a single map at this tournament.
The only team in this tournament to do that.
Yeah, and like a lot of teams are talking about the best team being Falcons right now, but I would argue these two teams are either the runners-up or potentially even ahead of them because they have their full roster of who might be the favorites to even win this tournament right now.
I actually was wondering, would Xtreme Gaming make a Gamba here? Because, you know, Spirit didn't play Chant so much in the past. They play with it for sure, but maybe they wouldn't ban it next game if they even will win this game.
I have a question for FNG on that one. You play versus Spirit a lot. What does it feel like when you play against Team Spirit? Like, what do they do really well?
I would say they give you this moment of happiness because you're like, okay. For example, in our series, I gave them I was like, okay, I will pick Kotal. Kotal have Vessel, we play early game fast, they lose. And then what happens when I see IO, Clock, Storm combo, I believe, I was like, well, that's already quite problematic. I need to pick some stuns to deal with Storm. I also need to deal with lanes, and then I also need to be good in late game. So yeah, that's like the biggest issue for me, at least, playing against Team Spirit, because they give you this false moment of happiness, and then you like understand that okay, you're not happy at all with your draft, or like maybe in the moment in game.
They're like that meme, you know, when you're grabbing that, I don't know what, and there's a person behind you just holding you back, like no, it's not gonna happen.
And of course, second biggest part about Team Spirit, I would say, is their trio core is like super good when it comes to playing them up together. So for example, Larl, he's like the biggest piece of cake for me because he connects the supports to other core. So Mira comes mid, they smoke, they come to, if they want to kill with Yatoro, they come to Yatoro lane if he plays some aggressive carry, and they can also come to collapse lane and destroy the tower. So yeah, they're just good at early game, good transition mid game, and always strong late game.
Well, look, we've got the draft here, and we're going to see that IO, we talked about it. FNG, you had to come up against it, and maybe this is going to be a moment of happiness for Xtreme Gaming, who get the Bane for themselves. A nice opening pick, and definitely one of those meta supports left in the pool. Would you like to see them pick up?
Speaking of IO, do you think that hero needs like a real combo, or is he fine whenever? Like, do you need some Marcy or Gyro or something like that, or is it fine, just the support, you know?
No, you always get some combo. It's not like you need some specific combo like I am Marcy, right? You can play from mid lane, Leshrac, Storm, I don't know what else, maybe something else I forgot about. You have a lot of heroes on offlane, Slardar, Mars, even like Magnus, IO is not that bad. It just depends on what you're playing against. And of course, you have tons of carry picks. And I would say the moment the IO came to life, it was like the IO Marcy combo, first of all, and then people remember that there is Gyro, there is
Muerta as well, right?
Muerta, tons of heroes that really good with IO. And also another part why IO is so popular is Disruptor ban. Every game Disruptor is banned, and that's why it's way easier to play IO nowadays.
Yeah, and this is the first time they've gotten that IO since playing versus VP. It was on day one, game number 1. They got that IO, and since then, they haven't touched it even once. It's been permabanned.
Permabanned, yeah. Is it a permabanned hero?
It's a permaban hero, yeah.
I see. They lose the Slardar, though, yeah. The Slardar is picked up now by Xtreme Gaming. What's also interesting is one hero that has been picked by everyone else is Hoodwink, right? And she's still in the pool. Obviously, they have different priorities. I've seen people pick hoodwink over Bane. Is Bane that good versus Io? Is it still the same old I sleep one hero, I grip the other?
It's not only about sleep, it's just you have IO and don't have disable, right? So it's way easier game for Bane to do something. Even against Trello itself and also in Feeble into a lot of cores is extremely useful.
So you have to think about your other positions to give that disable, right?
Yeah. Now the question is, will they balance their stance on Spirit side? So they can go like Clock, Storm, for example, or they can go Phoenix route, because you already see Slardar, you can destroy him on lane. But I would say Clock and maybe aiming for Troll, but still pick some mid lane hero. Would be super good for Spirit.
I've seen teams, I think Xtreme Gaming even, yeah, they can flex the Slardar on mid. So maybe that Troll could be a bait. Or we've seen Troll own last game though.
That's why I actually want to start with some mid hero and then see if it's offlane Slardar. Of course, they can hold their peak, but then they will reveal their +1, right?
Well, Dragon Knight is where they're going to go, and there's also the flex in that as well. Dragon Knight can be played from literally every core position, 1, 2, or 3. So you can just make sure that you have the best lane matchup as possible. You're also revealing the least amount. I feel like they're probably just going to go with another support pick here, and then the only core you revealed has the most amount of flexibility.
Yeah, with DK pick, I think Phoenix is way better now. Like, there is less reasons to pick Clock.
You get that instant stun, right? Is that why? Or
not only instant stun, but more of a team fight, right? DK can tank for you. You can also Sun
Ray.
Yeah, Sun Ray on Phoenix, and just double heal from Io, and Phoenix is kind of cool combo.
Yeah, and if you also lane against the Slardar at one point, you can also just use the Fire Spirits to slow his attack speed. Could be nice.
I feel like everyone is still going for Clock. You see Bane, you pick Clock. And I feel that this matchup used to be much better for Clockwork. But right now it's still good, but it's a little bit harder, especially because on Bane eventually you get the Shard. And if you get the Shard, you're going to get the Aghanim's, right? It's like you get
natural
a lot of
item
farm.
progression?
Well, pretty much. Of course, you can go for more utility, some Glimmer Capes and stuff. But if the game goes long enough, you have these items.
What are some other highlights or reasons why they would have gone the Clockwork over the Phoenix that you guys were talking about, outside of just being able to hook shot onto this Bane? What else does he offer in a game?
Maybe they just think that decay into Slardar mid will be fine enough, and then they know that they will 18 Troll. Especially now they see Gyro, I think 18 Troll, or like maybe TB even coming.
Yes.
And, yeah, and I was wondering how Xtreme will deal with DK, and it seems Gyro 1 is their answer, or maybe not.
They're just taking away all the IO combos.
All the combos, yeah, just take them. We've seen one team do this before, and they picked Marcy and Gyro, and it didn't really look that great. Now we get
Razor now great for Spirit though?
What hero? Razor?
Yes, Razor.
Yeah, Razor could be really good, and Genku already played this Murta as a position 4, so they'll probably be laning with either the Slardar or their last pick. That does make it a carry Gyro almost no matter what here. So they are revealing their carry in that regard.
Why would the Razor be pretty good right now? If they wanted to?
Gyro.
Yeah, because it's either Murta or Gyro carry, so it means you can link in them, and on lane you lane with Clock. And also what's interesting that just not sure how to deal from mid lane against DK, right? So Io comes, you heal DK, and where the damage will come from, because either Gyro or Muerta needs to tip a mid. But if Muerta supports, she doesn't deal so much damage early on, and Gyro, it depends on laning. But now he's laning against Io Mars, so they can deny a lot. So DK kind of has a free game, actually.
There's one hero that's still in the pool that I see that dishes out a ton of damage. You guys lost with it. Do you think it's a better Coddle game this time around? Or are you still afraid of the Clockwork?
I don't know. I feel like Coddle is like BetBoom speciality, you know. I wouldn't go into this direction. Actually, Shadowfiend ban.
Yeah, but it's because Xtreme Gaming is the only team to play Shadowfiend at this tournament, and it was versus a DK mid, and they won that. So they're doing their homework here on Team Spirit. They saw that one coming. We saw a Dazzle as well just yesterday against the DK. That looked pretty solid. Just an option as well. Not a lot of heroes can just own DK mid anymore, it feels like.
I feel like you didn't even own the DK that well with the Dazzle, right? Like you won the lane, sure, but it was about the Bristle combo too.
It was the side lanes that really helped
of course.
shut down the mid lane.
But it's an option. It's a good option, of course. Because they're like Fear said, I don't know. FNG, can you confirm this? Because we don't see anything that really owns DK anymore. We've seen even matchups like versus Timber you do well.
Yeah, I mean, DK Meat is doing super well into Timber, actually, because of Breastfire against Universal Hero, and you have high regen, and the Q from Timber removes your HP, right? But you still regen
you
faster.
still regen, yeah. We said the same thing before.
Also saw DK beat a Razor.
We did.
There's a lot of matchups where DK is just fine.
I'm still not sure about the Razor one. I still feel
happened.
The Razor even had first blood, and he lost.
Mid lane DK for sure does fine against Razor. Like, no matter what you do, you still have high regen, high armor.
Also, the Terrorblade being banned out, that's what you said that they might have wanted to pick for themselves on Spirit, but XG take it away. Now is the option or the pool of Troll?
Troll Razor.
Troll Razor. They're the two that they have to kind of decide between for Spirit.
I feel like Troll is the easiest one because you see the Slardar.
No, actually, I think Troll is worse than Razor, mostly because of Finn's grip. Because he will ulti, he will Finn's grip you, so it's not that easy. But Razor, you go triple BKB, it's super good into Slardar, Gyro, Muerta combo. And then you can also just, buy Refresher Satanic and just out HP, or like, what's the word?
Yeah, they ran it last time too with the IO, so that could definitely work.
And if they troll here, I guess you can just put Slardar mid and then pick something that's better into him, right? Oh, they go with the... this is more them, right? Like, they've been picking a lot of Wind Ranger in previous tournaments and in this one as well, so...
Yeah, I was thinking, like, if he wasn't go that route, it would be his Wind Ranger versus Slardar in lane, maybe Medusa against the Slardar. Those could have been other good options, but I know Yatoro, he loves his Wind Ranger carry, so he's going to pick it up here. You can focus fire down the Gyro pretty easily. Slardar can't really attack you. Should be a good laning stage, at least. Especially with Clockwork, if it is your position 5, which it should be, because I know Mirror and Collapse love their IO Mars lane a lot.
Yeah, now, my question now here is, do you... Well, for Xtreme Gaming to decide if they put Slardar off or mid. Like, which one do they like more? Because it's still a decent lane into DK if you want to put it mid and then pick something into
I mean, do you carry Wind Ranger with anything? I don't feel like you punish that lane.
Yeah.
I would say they need to pick something into DK. Still, like, maybe pick Timber, lose matchup, but at least you have cool damage in mid game. Well, Lash is okay, but I feel like Mage Slayer DK into BKB will be such a bad game for Lash still.
Yeah, you don't really seem convinced by this Leshrac. Overly on board with what Xtreme Gaming have done for themselves, even when it does get into that later part, transitioning out of lanes into what they might be bringing as a team fight.
Yeah, I just see that Team Spirit can kill one hero, kill tower, and just progress game like that. Super easy. You don't need to rush anything. Just keep farming, kill heroes, kill tower. Eventually you get rush, get items, and just win one single team fight and win the game itself.
But for XG, it's not as straightforward as that.
Yeah,
not as
I mean, you have Muerta +4. It's already like you need to do a lot on this hero to win such game.
What about yourself, Fio?
I mean, I think the safe lane's pretty scary for them, as mentioned. Gyro, he's going to farm pretty fast, which is good, but Leshrac, for me, this tournament, if you don't have a way to keep him running forward, like whatever it might be, an IO, something like that, he's kind of felt a little bit weak, and there's a lot of that damage that can stop him, and as you mentioned, the Mage Slayer, so I feel Team Spirit had a pretty good draft here, especially with the IO.
Well, very quickly, Lizard, you can share your thoughts as well, if there is anything more to add.
There's this little reset from the UI. Like, he's an amazing Bane player, so maybe with that sleep, unless they can reset some fights, see how it goes. But overall, I'm on board with them.
Okay. Well, I do like it when my catch is in harmony. All of them really enjoying what Team Spirit have drafted for themselves. I'm getting ahead of myself, but let's just jump on over to our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
She was just so ready for the cast. It was going to happen. Yep. Thank you, Nat. Thank you, panel. FNG joining in with the folk. That's right. And now getting to see Team Spirit come back again. Look, I have a little bit of a confession.
Oh.
I think they're going to win the whole tournament. I know. It's
you like the mojo they got going right now.
I don't know what it is. They look like they found their mojo back. They've been looking really solid. How are you feeling about the results from them?
It's a risky pick. A team that won TI. Twice? Wow, you're bold.
I know.
Very
I know. It's a
daring
big
today here from Lyrical.
But Xtreme Gaming, not a slouch either. They've looked really solid as well throughout this.
Yeah, the panel, I think, brought up some serious concerns of the draft, particularly the Leshrac. That's definitely concerning. I think the Leshrac players out there, they're always like, I find that the Leshrac pickers are the ones who are really pinging the other heroes. You know, like, pick Io, or, you know, pick Dazzle, pick Chen. I need a little bit of help here. Doesn't have a lot of help. Lizard, you know you're desperate when Lizard brings up Bane has Nightmare save.
I know.
to keep your
We've
Leshrac
seen
going
some
in the
good ones,
fight.
though.
Of course, but it's so hard.
It is.
That's a tough ask for a Bane player, even if it is DY, and he's fantastic on the hero. That is true desperation mode here. So we're going to be looking for some quality synergy to enable XM here on that Lesh.
And particularly, it's that much more difficult because of all the backline find and catch that Spirit have, right? You got Mars, you got DK, you got Clockwork. Even Wind Rangers, you get to the later stages, can go for that snipe if they want to. So it's not just the fear of going on the Lesh, but also that they can go on that backline at the same time, and they're not giving up that much on the fight. It's a scary draft for XM to be going into.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we're talking about maybe there's some issues for the Lesh, but Xingqiu, he's on this Muerta. And the Muertas, the Hoodwinks, they've been getting themselves in towards like the Gleipnir. They get the farm going the whole game. Xingqiu, of course, being one of the greedier position 4s right now in this patch. Also playing alongside the Slardar, who is quite literally crushing it throughout most of the day. Seems like his stocks are also up high, but he's much like Bristle, going up very high, but not getting banned. So we're still seeing the Slardar.
We did see that Bristle get picked in the first round earlier on. It's kind of crazy. The crush is there, but Laurel, a little bit quicker on the draw, manages to pick up that bounty rune, and it looks like it is going to be a trade-off of 2 apiece. Nothing really to write home about. Let's see how XM does in this mid lane, though. I mean, it's DK versus anybody.
Whoa.
DK is just the most stock standard mid that I feel like we're seeing nowadays.
I've noticed a lack of the anime personas.
Oh, yeah?
Think about it. Think about all the DK games we've had here.
Okay.
Many animes?
Oh, I see. I thought
you
were talking like profile pictures, like the players stopped doing it.
I also don't think the anime profile pictures play DK. That's a good point. You're probably right on that too.
We did just get the Dragon Ball Z references, which I was pretty happy about. I am not an anime fan, generally speaking, but I did watch a lot of Dragon Ball Z growing up. It's my own little confession that I have to make here, besides the fact that I think Team Spirit are going to be winning this round of things. But regardless, other lanes that we can walk and take a look at. Collapse pairing together with Mira in that Mars Io lane. It's a spooky one.
Yeah, this has been a classic ever since the hero debuted. It's maybe not the most aggressive style compared to some of the other Mars combos like the Dark Willow or something, but it's just pure sustain. And you always have to be worried about just the bullying aspect, and you can't kick a Mars out of lane when he's got the IO. Hopefully, at least. That is, you know, a Bane, perhaps, if there's a hero that can at least mess you up. Bane, of course, has plenty of tools to assist between sustain and just control of the Nightmare and everything, but with 2 heroes, you're much less vulnerable to Nightmare plays.
Right, and I think that the only way that this really happens is if Mira makes a pretty big mess up with his positioning as the levels start to rack up a little bit. But DY, he can play far forward, isn't that concerned, and even securing some of those range creeps with the Brain Sap as well. As they get that pull, taking a look up towards the top side, Xingqiu is going to get a little bit of an initiation, but the dead shot keeping him survivable against Miposhka, playing on the Clockwork, while Yatoro will help to just get all the CS that he possibly can. Lane's looking pretty solid so far for Spirit.
And I mean, dead shots like that, I think there is a good reason why Muerta fell off a lot. Just between the various nerfs to try and make the support less viable, despite her still being playable as a support now. It's just very risky. Like, there's so many ways that a play can go wrong with just a tiny little mistake on the dead shot. So it's just a non-stomp risk, but Xingqiu, he hits those, so it's okay. He just hit another one as well to try and drive back from Potion. Potion's just trying to get that perfect spacing to maybe harass him a bit more, but he gets away as we watch the mid lane trade it off.
Dude, it's like so depressing as a Lesh. You're popping Diabolic Edict, your big spell that's supposed to do damage, and DK is just walking at you through it, does not even care a little bit. And because, you know, Lesh needs to secure those last hits, more points than Lightning instead of the Edict early. And that is leading into a lead in mid for Laurel as they manage to pick up both of the Lotuses on either side. Both teams getting one of them. And a Sentry Ward taken away, trying to open up that pull for Xingqiu. But yeah, stock and steady goes the laning stage. Battle over the pull here. You take actually a lot of damage from that flak. And gonna need to sit for a second just to regen up as Miposhka actually manages to dodge some of the silence from the calling, and that means that Miposhka will get the kill. First blood as he takes down XinQ.
Yeah, first one of the game, didn't realize 4 minutes in.
Dude, look at DY. Oh my god, my man DY is going out of control here.
Yeah, and that's the gyrocopter certainly paying off, just non-stop flak cannons. Even at just level 1, getting that harassment in there. Just got to get a little bit of that regen built up here on the IO. Still a bit early for the true invincibility, I suppose. Oh my. That courier is, oh yeah, we got raindrops coming for Bane, blood grenade. He's feeling aggressive.
Collapse playing this one safe for a moment, hides behind the tree to dodge back from the damage, but Ame still pressing forward. And you can see with how much they've gotten early on, and also at the same time, Laurel is chasing down XM. Wait a minute. Doesn't have the mana right there to go for another Breathe Fire. Does have stick charges, but not opting to pop him for the kill. Don't know if it would have been enough anyways. So this is one way to make it work. If they have not been able to get into that early regen, Team Spirit in their IO lane is taking a lot of harassment.
Yeah, I mean, the last hits are still okay. Even going to get himself a big creep there, so that's pretty helpful for Collapse. Spear through as well, very nice.
Collapse.
Cost.
Taking a ton of damage, and yeah, that's going to be a dead Mars. DY is the one that picks up that kill. Not what you would have anticipated out of the IO lane. Just a testament to how strong these two heroes can be on the Gyro Bane.
I guess part of it is that you're not getting that many wand charges on the IO.
Right.
Just because, you know, Flat Cannon isn't that. It's like one spell that does quite a bit of damage, harasses both of you, but it's, you know, every wave, basically. It's nothing too crazy. There's no big spam happening. But you still have to be, like, respectful, I think, of this duo.
Right.
I say that. They're immediately going back on them.
Yadro able to get some separation there, but yeah, they're going forward and keeping the pressure on. Mira gonna get hit by the barrage. DY has Brain Sap back up again, pops it, now the missile out onto Collapse.
Sir, that Bane's a higher level than you.
And Ame is just gonna run down Collapse. Xtreme Gaming coming in looking strong here.
All right, never mind, no respect. That apparently is the key. And Mira's got no way out.
Ame, keep going for more. Why not? Brain Sap for the finish. Bottom lane is a catastrophe. Looking all kinds of discombobulated.
And they even have 2 more bounty runes to scoop up down there too. DY is going to wander on over. XinQ, you can see, is here in the mid lane as there is a walk all the way home for XM. But yeah, that's some pretty wild stuff here. Miposhka looking to put some redemption back on the table here. It's getting close to 7 minutes. He's going to drop the ward. XinQ's coming. XXS is coming. All right, let's see. What do you got here? You got Cogs and Battery Cell. Can you work some magic?
I mean, it's not easy. This is going to be a tough one, but he runs on out. Goes for the calling. Nice play. Miposhka. Oh, not going to be able to get there.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah. No such luck. So they will find that kill. Still 1 apiece for each team.
Space for Yadro, right?
That's what
we'll go for.
Listen, with how much respect Yadro has for Ame, do you think at some point this game, like, it's going to hurt him when he focus fires and kills this gyrocopter?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that's something we shouldn't gloss over is, you know, the love that these two have for each other.
I think they just grow more powerful each time they kill each other, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's actually a good thing. That's how they'll view it.
Well, XXS taking very little damage from Yadro with the focus fire, but over time, he will just poke him to death.
Yeah, it's more than enough there. There's no save there from XinQ. He's a little bit busy getting some stacks on, so can't get a dead shot to maybe drive back that focus fire, get the save, because there was no shackle shot yet, so there at least would have been a chance. Rune's going to spawn down bottom. XinQ was holding the top rune. DY down bottom, so making sure that XM is going to be getting all the help he can. And Miposhka's going to come through here and see what's going on. You know, a couple stacks here, nothing too crazy.
Just trying to keep his eyes on stuff while DY catches Mira heading through the jungle. He sees there's also a stack there. And you have to wonder, might we have an opportunity in a little bit for Gyro to make his way up here? Definitely could be an option. But scary against Collapse if he gets that.
No, they're stealing all of these.
Yeah.
I think with Call Down and a Leshrac, I'm in there right now.
Yeah. XM maybe going for a kill first. They use the call down. Only connects one of them onto Collapse. He tries to run. Mira not going to be able to get out as Collapse, the missile chasing. Io is about to die. Can they bring down this Mars?
Yeah, the split up here. See if they can get both.
Hiding in the trees. Jukes the other way. They do finally find him. And the Nightmare is there, and that's going to set up for an easy bring down with the stun. XM with the double kill.
All right, well, he lost his tower for it, as we saw there. Laral popping the ulti level 8 to take that down. And they also use the call down, which means they don't have to go and invade that part of the jungle. So they won't be able to just wander in and steal here. Meanwhile, that ward that was placed earlier by Miposhka.
Ooh, slowed down. They tried to get it with the rocket flare, but it wasn't quite close enough to connect.
And they're just going right for the tower.
Yeah, all right, we don't get the kill, fine. Take what we can. But you called it. Back in the jungle, it's going to be something else taken in return. As it does look like Xtreme are going to be able to steal that hard camp.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Like without the Ancients, or without the ulti, I don't think they like commit for the Ancients or anything. I thought maybe there was a window because like Mars wasn't 6 yet, but overall, I would say Team Spirit are totally happy with this, just for getting that top tower. Collapse, maybe less so.
Yeah, he's having a tough game. He has definitely been hurting. 0-4 and 0 is not what we anticipate seeing from Collapse on this Mars. But, you know, one thing to consider, the other Mars player in this game that probably knows how to shut him down better than almost anybody is XXS. It's the other legendary Mars player.
True, true.
And he has been having a much better game so far on this Slardar.
Yeah, while he's over here jungling, he's just like giving the commands to the team, letting them know how to handle him.
Exactly. Miposhka will be nightmared. Don't have 6 yet.
Yadro going to use that ward that was here again earlier from Miposhka to sort of poke near XXS.
Try and steal some farm if he can. Muerta's making the move up here. I don't know if they can do that much here, though. Yadro is very high level. Yeah, just going to leave him alone. As DY tries to juke out of this one. Not going to be able to escape this time. Wait, DY!
They didn't set up.
Oh, man.
Because Collapse tried to lead with the spear.
Yeah.
So.
Gets punished. Gets punished. Gets punished.
Yeah, easy read there from DY.
So far, so good in terms of my ability to caster curse the team before the game even starts. Because, man, Xtreme Gaming look great right now. They have been killing it.
Team Spirit are going to flare to see that XM just took a big stack for himself. Almost get a steal on there. Zincu, level 6, kind of has that same impact as his Marcy, though, where you hit 6, and you can certainly go for the big damage boost for a kill. Like, if you have set up, you're very capable of providing that last little bit to grab the kill, especially with someone like a Slardar. But DY, I don't think he's going to be as lucky this time, at least not with a lot of help.
He's running, trying to get out of there. Brain sap. The stun, the turn. Dude.
He's the GOAT.
Listen, DY is getting banned against him every game going forward. He is so annoying on this hero and having such huge impact.
Teammates just close enough for the save there. Hero just right.
Oh.
Build just perfect. This guy's just living. Sees the Serenity HP coming in clutch there.
You can see 100% win rate on 3 picks. When he gets this hero, he does not miss. And DY trying to set up on Collapse with like no HP. Or he's just going to be farming a little bit while Collapse is down there.
Tell you, Collapse won't be farming down here.
No.
He's got to get on out.
It's scary. And he's just there to protect Ame that entire time.
All right, well, I think FNG summed it up pretty well, though, when he talked about this idea of, like, just need to take towers and just, like, go farm, take towers, go farm, take towers. Eventually they'll get roached. Like, that has been okay.
Yeah.
They're a little bit behind right now, but they can still go back for that idea right now. They're smoking up. They have the relocate. They have the Mage Slayer to try and reduce what XM can do in these fights. But they need to find someone who's vulnerable.
Oh, and that Sentry, it sees it immediately. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Every one of these little plays that you're seeing is just kind of getting interrupted slightly. And the other thing is that engine that you would have to sort of set your draft going forward in the MOUZ with the Blink Dagger, it's not online yet.
Oh, and they're trying to bait out XXS right now. It's only going to be a Clockwork. It's not really the kill they want.
See him there, and Crush runs through. Tries to get away with the hook shot, but in the end, they will take down Miposhka.
On the one hand, it's really big rotation to only get a Clockwork, but on the other hand, this is just infinite space for your Gyrocopter. You know that Ame is just totally safe down here. There's really no way that anyone can be hunting him. If the Clockwork's dead, you know Collapse is so far behind that he's basically showing on the map half the time anyway, so he doesn't have to worry about an arena and to relocate. So life's just kind of good, and after farming that all out, he's now going to come up top where it's even safer because that theoretical threat of Collapse, at least it is there now. At level 9, it's quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and he almost has that Blink Dagger too. So XXS coming online a little bit quicker and finds 1 kill with his Blink reveal. The big story, though, as you say, is that it's Gyrocopter pretty much free farm. Ame been uninterrupted and on his way to the Aghanim Scepter. And, I mean, there is still, like, as the game goes later and later, Yadro Focus Fire will become a pretty big problem for Ame, but there's all these other pieces around the Xtreme Gaming draft that feel like they're doing work. Whether it's little bits of control, DY, finding grips later, even just Nightmare saves, but...
And there's definitely got to be some frustration in Spirit because you've had an IO just tethered to a DK for the past 5 minutes and they haven't relocated for a kill.
DY tries to enfeeble, tries to get out of dodge, but...
They're after XinQ at the same time.
Okay. Managing to control him. Dead shot. Sends away the DK for a moment. Crush now onto several. The stun comes from Laurel. All of a sudden, Collapse has that arena ready. The spear comes out. They get the big punish, so 3 kills. A couple of seconds sets Spirit back on track.
Yeah, a little one after the other kills there. Good rotations out of Team Spirit. And now Miposhka, though, in a bit of a bad spot right now.
Yeah, they're gonna
ulti for me.
Ame is upset that he blocked his camp.
Understandable.
Gyro players get pretty defensive about that.
Life is easy for Laurel now. He has the Blink Dagger, so they can go for these plays. Maybe the IO could move off a little bit more. It can be a bit more free. Can kind of be swapping between the two based on where they are on the map. But I feel like it does feel a little bit sad to stay tethered to him the whole time, even though he invested all the gold in a Blink Dagger, you know?
Right.
It's like, what did we do this for?
Yeah, if you're not the one... I mean, I guess it's the follow-up kill after the fact could be nice.
It lets him stack. This is good. Now Mira can move off a little bit.
In the meantime, Xtreme, they're just going to keep farming away. Trying to get towards that shard and BKB for XXS. Yeah, I mean, that is sort of the weird thing, right? Like, if you're sort of tethered to that DK the entire time, you're not the one that's making the first jump. With like your low cost initiation, you might have to commit something like a spear or an arena to start the fight, but they can trade off of that later and, you know, pull together somebody else instead. In the meantime, Mira's just getting some levels.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Laurel's also feeling how it's really awkward too, because I'm sure he'd rather just have gone straight Yasha or further into the Ags, like those kind of things, rather than a Blink Dagger. But I think most people, when you play DK, you also just really feel the loss of not having that Blink. You look at some of these heroes on the side of Xtreme as well, and if he just gets the Blink stun onto Muerta or the Bane, they're just dead, right? Yeah. You know, a little bit of long-range assistance from the Clockwork, the MOUZ, the Wind Ranger, so that's why he's still going to prioritize it, even if it does feel a little bit redundant with an IO chasing you everywhere. So Yadro comes through the Twin Gate. They want to put some pressure on this bottom part of the map.
MOUZ is here. Now he's underneath a ward. And yeah, they see the rest of these heroes on the area too. So Radiant Observer Wards scouting this big movement down bottom by Spirit, and it does feel like Xtreme are kind of outmaneuvering them around the map, whether it's via the wards, you know, getting farm on the map when they wouldn't otherwise need to or be able to, and Spirit sort of just sitting around looking for something to happen and not finding an opportunity to do it.
Yeah, it feels like they're just not quite confident enough to go for these towers. You know, towers don't run away.
Right.
You know, you can just go at them and kill them.
Right.
It's nice. They don't actually have feet. The heroes have feet, or occasionally multiple hooves.
Yeah, gotcha.
And they run away.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, he's gaming.
Well, he gets away from that one.
He has feet as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
He was moving. He broke some ankles. No, I hear what you're saying. Like, yeah, Team Spirit.
Io has no feet, though.
That's right. You messed up.
Not even a little bit. Like, the other float, like, Bane's got feet, but it doesn't use them. Io's just a ball.
Io's hanging out.
That's pretty much all an Io can do.
I think the cube, it has points. It has 4 points that can be like feet.
It's reaching.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's at this point. Well, this is a hard kill to get. Maybe not. Never mind. Io wasn't there in time. Collapse drops the arena down. Your DK is already dead. They managed to find the jump from Slardar. So no Io in this fight at all, which means Collapse is also going down. And Slardar, he's going to get the solo kill down bottom unless Mira manages to escape, but doesn't quite look like it. Wow.
I mean,
what a reaction.
You would think you can stand under your tier 1 tower as a DK.
Right?
You would think, but there's a crazy amount of magic damage coming from this Radiant lineup. So he took about 1,700 magic damage. In fact, 1,000 from a Leshrac, 755 from a Muerta.
Damn, and right into the Tormentor too. Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit out of hand here for Xtreme. And to think that's all set up with one dead shot, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
Like with how much setup and jump,
so unreliable
team fight that you've got on Team Spirit, to like have everything in the mid lane there just fall apart from a somewhat unreliable stun is nuts.
And the fact that that whole chain of events just cannot happen if there's an IO relocate save, but they find that moment where IO can't get there. Great job there from XXS to ensure that there wouldn't be that save.
And XXS is gifted an Aghanim, or a shard too.
He's got an 8K lead.
Yeah.
Is that 8K now?
They took both of the Tormentors. Stole both Tormentors. Now they've got Shard on DY and on Slardar. He's almost got a BKB. I mean, stuff starts adding up. And the supports also, like, we watched DY farm a medium camp for like 2 minutes. And that was somehow more efficient than whatever Spirit was doing. Like, as a Bane, he was solo farming mud golems.
It just feels bad to see a Wind Ranger with a Gleipnir and a DK who had Blink with an IO chasing him, and they have 5 kills.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's like they've itemized for a game plan that they just can't get to or can't follow.
I think the really, okay, this is, are they going to even get him? Oh, no. Oh, not like that. That's not the way it's supposed to go. The hook shot into the relocate, and that is going to be the death of the supports, and everybody else just hoping they can get out of here now. Power shot for the slow to get some distance. Wow.
You know, not many supports get a dispel.
Right?
Zing.
Yeah, what is that?
He's got a strat here, you know? He's like, I'm gonna play a little bit of Marcy, blow people up. I'm gonna play a little bit of Muerta, dispel when I get gone on. Feels pretty good.
Why does it dispel?
Because Muerta, she
Why?
needs it.
No, she doesn't.
She needs it.
I don't know. That's crazy. BKB done on Slardar. 10k gold lead now at 22 minutes. And Xtreme just showing off how strong they can be when they get the draft that they want.
Oh man, I remember I was concerned about this Leshrac dying. I don't even think he's been taking that much damage.
Well, right, and if you get off to a start like this now, like Bloodstone, Yule, Sanjin Kaya, he's going next into a Shiva's Guard. I mean, I feel like we just haven't seen Yadro be able to enter these fights at all. Like, he has not been able to really do much beyond power shotting people. A couple of focus fires in the laning stage, but...
Where was he on the tier list?
He's up there. Come on, man. They've had a hard enough time on that first shift.
Oh, it's Yadro. He'll be back. I don't know if it'll be in this game, though.
That's been a rough one. I mean, he's still farmed. Don't get me wrong. Him and DK are getting a lot of net worth. And Mars isn't that far behind either. It's just the difference in these supports, really, it feels like.
It's also just the complete and utter lack of like consistent damage in a team fight. If everything doesn't go really well on that first jump, there's just nothing, right? Like, focus fire ends, and if people aren't inside the arena, it's going to be a big problem. All right, here he goes again. Will the Dispel save him once more?
I don't think so.
That would be
the question is, do they decide to take another fight afterwards? Focus fire was used. I think they actually have to get out of here. Well, looks like Xtreme not too intent upon coming to contest. Wonder if they saw the focus fire being used. Regardless, Arena is still back up. And if they want to, they can come and try and contest for this tier 2 tower.
They really want to use this Aegis.
Jumps forward, stun, connection, spear, hook shot, everything. Support's dead. Do they want to chase for more? Laurel on the way. Ame, XM backing out. But no, they're not going to go for that much more.
DY thought he was safe there. He was quite wrong. He's immediately jump stun dead. Good find there from Team Spirit.
So starting to cut into this lead a little bit. And I mean, this is showing also proof of concept a little bit about how this draft can work. You get that one blow up in the fight, the game starts to get a lot easier because it does feel like Xtreme kind of need a lot of these pieces together to be working together. Otherwise, you know, Lesh, Gyro, they're very vulnerable heroes.
Oh, they are going right back out, though. XXS is hungry. You know, he's got 9-second BKB.
Yeah.
He wants to use this thing. Let's see, will they fall to the illusion? No, they won't fall for that. It's been hit for way too long.
Smoke also not breaking as they head by it. Scan connects. Spirit recognizing the danger. Spread out across the map and collapse.
He's trying to taunt them a little bit with the voice line. That's good. Oh, they're popping the drums.
Running.
Use those boots of bearing there, Zinq.
A deep ward back behind this tier 2. Unlikely to find anybody. It's about to expire.
Yeah, it's crazy it lasts that whole time. Zinq, if he had another one, I'm sure he'd just plan it right now.
In the meantime, it's a focus fire used up top by Yadro. And that's gonna be the entire tier 2 tower down. But is he gonna pay for it now? Feared running. Oh,
nice save.
Well played. So an IO kill for the tier 2 tower seems pretty worthwhile.
Look at the difference in how Mira did that relocate save compared to other IOs too.
Yeah.
Like, he barely moved.
Yes.
That was it looked kind of risky, you know? Where like sometimes
right
you have the IO who they come in a little bit too early with the tether.
Yeah.
And there's a chance that you get disabled. No chance there, especially with the Yules on XM, right? Like that's, we've seen that a couple times already this tournament with these IO drafts.
Well, they're weathering the storm right now. There is still going to be the danger eventually of like this gyrocopter being enormous and really hard to deal with as Yadro focus fires Zinq, and yeah, it's not a fight that you're gonna win, but DY moves in, has the grip, XM there too, the stun is out, and that's enough to take down Yadro.
Yeah, no angle for the hook shot there. Poposhka couldn't get the save. Trying to find himself an Aghanim Scepter. That would be an excellent tool for defending high ground.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, I feel like Team Spirit do have a lot of hold potential for a long time. As the Aegis is going to be reclaimed. And trying to get into the AC for collapse. So they're building to try and scale. It is worrying when the other enemy's cores are 2,000 or so gold ahead of you.
It's true.
As XM sitting around waiting for the Wisdom Rune.
Poposhka, you know he's going for this. There's no way he's letting this one go.
Collapse is also trying to push back XingQ. Hook shot in, and XingQ gets him, Pushka gets it. Support's coming out on top. Oh, good juke to the side.
I mean,
you gotta do what you gotta do. Now Mira comes back in. Wait a minute, they're all here. Laurel is trying to keep his IO buddy alive, barely manages to get that tether out. So 2 supports both dead, and you can see that focus fire there starting to work onto Ame. Brought down to half HP with just a little bit of the Wind Ranger stuff.
Okay, we're going to trade some supports back and forth here again. The lead not growing to anything too absurd, but some scary items out here now. The Shiva's Guard, finish up for XM. It's going to help a lot versus an IO lineup. Then, of course, that Aghanim Scepter on the Slardar.
Right. We'll start sending out those DK illusions now, too. The thing that you would obviously love to be able to get online is going to be the Aghanim Scepter from Aposhka on the side of Team Spirit. That's still a little ways away. He's about halfway to it.
Does Slardar talk? Does he have, like, voice lines?
Yeah, he does.
Why can I only picture him saying Slardar?
He does some.
He does. Why is he like a Pokemon? Why does he just say his own name like
No,
that?
he's got other ones, too.
Yeah, but he does just say his name a lot, right? Like, am I crazy? I feel like whenever I play Slardar, I just hear Slardar. What other heroes go like?
You're just whispering that to yourself.
I mean, that is. I think there's a brain mode when you play Slardar, you know?
I'm gonna look it up real quick. He's got a bunch of ones, like a watery grave or something like that, you know? He's got
Slardar.
It's pretty good. All right, I can't find him immediately. I'm not looking anymore.
Yeah, exactly. See? They don't exist.
You're right.
Yeah.
What can I say? Smoke up with 3, soon to be 4. An amplified damage rune about to disappear up on the top side. I don't think Slardar gets there in time. Yeah, it just goes away. So it's XM that gets a shield rune instead.
Oh, that's really helpful, actually.
Yeah, that's a huge one. Now Roche capable of respawning.
Yataro's power shot gonna give him away here.
Gotta be careful, gotta be careful. You didn't see him. Oh, they just were out of range. And now Feared in trouble. Gleipnir, but they have the grip. And that's gonna be the end of that. So it was just in range where Slardar could see him with day vision, but Yataro wasn't quite in range.
He also had just started that TP too, so just bad timings all around there, unfortunately, for Team Spirit, is they're going to go after the Tormentor. And I think best case, this goes to Maposhka.
Yeah.
And there it is, perfect. Okay, so Jetpack to increase the angles, try and help with the saves on the Fiend's Grip as they start approaching the high ground. If he can farm into the Aghanim Scepter, the Jetpack's really helpful as well. Just, again, trying to make this Clockwork a lot more useful. He also has the Ogre Seal Totem, which is great, one of the better ones you can get on a Clockwork.
Right.
So, but Poshka's at least having some fun, I think. Well, probably not fun.
Right.
But less miserable than most Clockworks in this kind of game.
Yeah. Well, because, you know, like you're saying, you normally would love to be able to be finding those kills and setting one up after the other, but a little bit harder to do in this type of a game when you're down at this point. We did see pop up there on the side of the screen. First time MOUZ has been able to get an Assault Cuirass at this tournament. And it's going to be like a nice little window where that is a ton of added value for the team. If a fight does break out, Slardar had his queued up for a second, instead is looking towards a heart instead. But tons of physical damage.
It's really needed because of Laurel. The way that Laurel has to play this game, and how he had to like buy this Blink Dagger, and he's a he's a DK, so he's to buy the Aghanims too. Like, but he kind of feels like he has to be this sustained damage as well in the team fight, and so the AC coming out is going to help that a lot from the MOUZ. Make his life just a little bit better on DK.
So Roche timer, minute 20 seconds. They can spam DK illusions once they find out that there is Roche up.
Not sure if they saw the angle of that flare.
Maposhka is just going to hide very quietly here.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Just don't move.
He is chilling.
I think Clockwork would be a rather loud hero. He has like exhaust ports. There's fire coming off this guy. He rattles everywhere he moves. I don't think that was realistic. I'm just going to say it. I think my immersion's been ruined. I think he should have been found there.
It's fair enough.
Of course, the other guy's right in there going, Slardar, Slardar. So I guess in that sense, the Clockwork would have survived. So It's back to making sense here. Slardar is at a camp.
Oh,
Can they get something good to start?
He gets the stun off first. That's crazy. They literally ran into each other and managed to get that stun off in time. A couple more hits, he's gone, and now Xtreme are in a really weird position.
Back.
Clockwork's coming from the other side. DY right on top of him. Gets it broken. Over the jump in, but he's into the silence and gonna die immediately. Now everybody resets from this fight.
That gem is still down there. They want to chase.
Links forward, finding Xingqiu. Is it enough damage? It is. Now Gyrocopter all alone. Yadro pops the BKB, just starts hitting into Ame. Ame falling low, is gonna die. Now still Laurel surviving at very low HP. DY, a couple more hits, it's gonna be enough. They need to kite out XM if at all possible. It's hard to do though. Mira's gonna go down first, and now Miposhka walking forward. The Blade Mill, Cogs push back. He's out of mana now. XM maybe out a bit too far. DY had already bought back, and the Enfeeble dodge back from the stun. DY looking like he might be a dieback. Can they get XM and chase him down? With 3 dead, this is at least Roche for Spirit.
And so total buybacks there. Slardar, Bane, Clockwork, and Io. And plus, remember, they did lose that gem, and it's been found now by Collapse.
Wow.
So Miposhka is going to get DY's gem that I believe was lost on XXS.
And you can see the matchup there, right? Wind Ranger versus Gyrocopter. If you manage to get that focus fire, it's really hard for Gyro to stay in the fight.
And you got one chance, right? Or else it's like if you make that mistake, like you don't get this BKB wind run, I'm surviving and getting my damage off, then the fight's just kind of over for you, but they managed to get it.
And then afterwards, all of the kiting that went on of XM just to keep him as far away as they possibly could. Because he does do an insane amount of damage, but once out of mana, it's a little bit less of a concern.
And now Yadro having that Aegis, so he can be perhaps a little bit bolder in these fights. Also going to help a lot if they end up going for any sort of sieging, but for the most part, it feels like they kind of just need to get up that next round of items to still catch up to the side of XG here.
We didn't see it quite in that replay, but Collapse broke the Fiend's grip with his spear on himself, I'm pretty sure, in that fight. It was on to somebody. Yeah, he was able to get the spear off. Yeah, I know. 95, we're dropping down.
Yeah, I don't know if it's done falling quite yet either. I mean, it was looking bad.
I mean, look at the swing. You're down to 4K gold lead now, and I mean, as Xtreme, you got to be real careful about the next couple of minutes.
And there it is.
Done.
The Agnums from Miposhka. Okay, so tools here, though. Xingqiu also has the Gleipnir. Those boots are bearing. Everyone's backing him up here. They're going all in for Ame.
Jumps in, BKB reaction right in time. Collapse in a weird spot now. They got Mira under control. He's silenced. He's in trouble. Mira dead. Xtreme, they have solved some of those woes, and now they're the ones on the hunt, but the BKBs, they're wearing low. Blink out, good resistance, able to get away from them for the moment, but Collapse, he's chased down and killed. That's 3 dead without any buybacks. Yadro Aegis is gone, but everybody is still alive. Xtreme don't give a damn about your Aegis as they take down all 4, and they got a creep wave. There are no buybacks, Trent.
That was a good decision by XG. Backing up the Gyro there in the mid lane. T-Spirit kind of just going for another play where they think, all right, we can do this. Like, we have pick-off potential. We have DK, we have Mars. As long as he doesn't BKB, we got this, guys.
And he was definitely there with the BKB. That's one of those imagine initiating with the Clockwork instead. Oh, man, that hurts. No buybacks for this long. I mean, they could do some serious damage here on Xtreme. DK sending out the illusions, but this is looking like at least 2 lanes of racks. That's a full MKB done. Another creep wave coming in the moment. You've still got 25 seconds until the Clockwork's up. Laurel is maybe looking for a backstab potential here. But what an absolute masterclass. After Spirit pull themselves back into this fight, Xtreme completely destroyed them with just 1 bait.
Down to hell and back, and down to hell and back, you know. It's getting the full Lion experience here. And 1 lane remains.
Wow. So 16K gold lead. Back we go again.
Roller coasters are pretty fun.
Yeah, Dota Plus never was in doubt. So we'll see how they decide to respond to this now on Spirit as we take a look at this again. Yeah, I don't know, just he had BKB.
I think they were going for maybe like a soft initiation where they were hoping that they could sort of kite that out and then fight again. That's kind of what I envisioned. Like I feel like then you back, BKB's down, you come back in with the hook shot, and that's your like GG play. But obviously that's not how it worked out because they just end up all running around together and taking a bunch of AoE damage and dying.
You're not wrong. Io dying at the start of the fight too is just never going to be good. And yeah, feeling the pain. He knows that they messed up. And XXS is, he's very happy about what he saw. The duality of Dota.
Smoked up again here. Buybacks in this one for the Dire, absolutely 0. And 1 for the Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You take a bad fight here for Xtreme. I mean, they're not going to be able to end the game on Team Spirit if they go all in, but they can do some serious damage. XXS reveals himself for a moment. Crush to make a puddle. Says, come at me. He's ready for it. Just making himself a little river there.
Yeah, a bit of terraforming here. This is good.
Sends out the illusions to push out those waves, which take a while to go down. And eventually they will kill off a good chunk of that creep wave. Still 3 minutes until Roche. I think Team Spirit are just going to try and hold their ground for all they're worth and not lose anybody. And for Xtreme, I mean, they are right under a ward. This is, okay. They get
yeah, but he's in the puddle.
It's true. DY is not in a puddle, though.
Sorry, though. He got the rattle cage, so he's unkillable now. 12 armor on a Bane.
I mean, he is pretty hard to kill. He's got the Bracer, Glimmer, Force. He's doing a lot with a little. Still very few buybacks in this game. With the AC now being online for the Slardar, it also makes the chances of being able to kill Ame in one go a little bit tougher if XXS is around.
True, true.
Laurel going out very far here. He did manage to complete the Scotty. Is he going to try and go for the blow up on his InQ?
He's got friends.
They move in. Managed to find the connection. They're not killing him still. He pops the BKB, still trying to fight, still trying to go in for it, but you just get the nightmare out. And he's surviving on XinQ.
That's 8 seconds long. That's a pretty long time.
Yeah. No chance there or anything really working their way. Wind Waker now done too. XM is so enormous. Yeah, they are really stacked up. That fight has really propelled them into good position. But look, the Roche's banner's there.
Okay, that'll clean things up a little bit for them here.
Ame now gets the shard for himself too. So even more magical damage in this mixed cacophony that is the Gyrocopters kit. And the avenues of finding a kill here, or finding anything really going well for Spirit, are becoming less and less possible.
Well, they have the Ninja Gear on Wind Ranger and Ninja Gear on a DK.
True.
Yato's going to run past a full Lotus Pool, but that's not what he's after. He's just trying to get down here.
Scan comes in from the Dire. They see that it's there.
All right, Yatoro.
Will manage to get that Tormentor. Now, do they make another go onto XinQ? Doesn't look like it. Yatoro's just getting out. Now, the Lotus Pools are still there if they want to go for him, but a bit too scary with Slardar nearby.
Yeah, but Mira's got to be thinking, I need those.
I know. I mean, as an IO, that's such a big get if you can make it happen.
He's got to go. Inching ever closer, but decides it's time to leave.
MKP for XinQ. How does he always get so farmed? I guess just playing more to get some kills, staying alive.
Pick heroes that buy Maelstrom.
DY buy all the support items. But resetting together again as DY eyes up the Aghanim Scepter and XingQ taking the farm from his carry. Love to see that. Aurora again can only look on as Xtreme actually make a pretty solid move towards him. Aurora gonna try and TP out.
Nope. So good. No MKB on him yet.
Probably not gonna see that one.
Well, I wouldn't think so, but
never know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this is the thing, right? You can see these types of moves and things feel good in terms of, like, they have a tough time trying to kill Yadro and all the rest of it, but in the duration of a BKB, I just don't know if he's going to be able to do enough damage to really make a big difference here.
Well, it was 95% before.
That's
so
true.
Come on now. Anything's possible. It was looking pretty bad. Definitely not this bad. Aposhka has Ags. That's a lot of damage. They just need to kill Ame. And look how slow he is.
That's true.
He's like a blimp. He's so slow.
Aposhka, first one forward. Will spot Bane right there. Jump forward, stun onto DY. He did get the glimmer. Oh, that spear somehow did not connect.
Oh, he's unkillable.
He immediately heals back up to full with the Aghanim Shard, Brain Sap. XM gets caught with the latch, but he can't afford to focus farm. It needs to save it for Ame. There's too many targets that they need to go on. Laurel jumps forward, the stun. They got him immediately, just dropping so quickly. Laurel is Swiss cheese, and XM chases down Collapse, tries to TP out. Does he have a way to get out of there in time? He will.
Oh,
Mira, not going to be so lucky.
Couldn't get the grip in time.
XingQ still on the hunt from Aposhka, tries to take him down. 1, 2, 3 shots right in the face. That's the end of that guy.
Yadro just gonna use his ninja gear to run up to the north side there, grab a illusion rune on the way by, but at least he survives. Unfortunately, it's just gonna further this lead here for XG, and just to put the cherry on top, why don't we head into the Roche pit for an eggs?
Yeah, they can take this one down for free. And honestly,
can I get XingQ? Can I get the parting shot?
That sounds kind of cool. I feel like they're gonna just give it to XM though. Surely. He's got the double. Don't give somebody the wrong one.
I mean, DY is also hype.
Let's see who he decides to give it to.
He's thinking.
DY,
hey. It's great eggs. We've seen a lot of it. The cooldown's just ridiculous.
DY
55 seconds.
Has never been this rich before.
It's a good time to be him, that's for sure. All right, Maposhka, what do you got for me here?
Wait for the glip. Ame steps in.
All right, let me see some overclocking. Let me see you fry that PC.
Shackle, not latched. Pushing around Ame. The Scotty, wait a minute. He goes down.
All right, that's with Hookshot that's still up here, so he can really separate this.
This focus fire is still going to be on Ame, and will it be enough damage to take him down? It doesn't quite look like it. XM right in front. No, wait a minute. Ame dying, Ame dead. They take down the gyrocopter. Most are still alive. Mira somehow keeping Collapse up. Wind Waker to try and get out. Team Spirit, the stun is out. The nullifier is down. The Nightmare for the save for the moment. XingQ walks back in, a couple more hits. He's doing good damage onto all of them, but they won't be able.
They clean him up.
So look at this.
And now the chase down.
Trying to find DY. He's hiding on the other side. Oh my God,
so
DY.
good.
Bro. DY is the greatest.
I did not know that was a space.
DY is the greatest.
That was so close. That's so painful.
Well, Team Spirit take a huge team fight to cut the lead to 32,000 gold. As we're 47 minutes in and no Roche available. Let's see how it goes.
It's a lot of XP though. You know?
Yeah,
it's
true.
Like 8,000 swing. That's pretty big. Even if it was only like a 5K gold swing. Lots of XP going back their way. And surely, look at that. We're identifying problems and finding solutions. They are the 1% here.
True.
We have an Abyssal Blade on Collapse. Because if they can keep killing Ame, the fight's going to look pretty similar, I think.
Yeah. No, absolutely. If you can take him out of the fight, it is a huge problem.
That was 2 Ames. He had an Aegis.
And the fact that Focus Fire... God, get out of there. I should be alive. The Focus Fire persisting through Aegis is pretty enormous, too.
Yeah, why does it do that? I've always wondered that. It just does.
It just seems
it's one of those things.
the right thing.
She needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh, DY. Getting forward here. Not afraid to use this grip, I'm sure, but he wants someone better. Oh, the relocate save.
And the Focus
Now
Fire,
grip.
the Abyssal Blade, but the grip is out. Don't know if it's going to be able to bring him down well. Yes, actually, it definitely will. Collapse is gone. And Mira comes back in. Wants to have a tether target, but Yadro is not coming close.
Oh, Collapse being dead as they retreat back to the high ground. A quick smoke up here from XG to follow these creeps up mid. BKBs are up. The Wind Ranger, so very important. Collapses is not up, but he's dead, so it's okay.
I mean, they need people to deal with this. And Collapse, he's not going to be alive in time. Stun to cover. That is Mega Creeps now as Xtreme looking for the tier 4s, looking for more. Sam, the stun is out. They got control now onto Yadro. Glimmer Cape keeps him alive. Stun onto XM. Still need to use that Focus Fire to Ame, but he is hitting the Ancient as they go right on in for it. Yadro wants to find a kill. Hook shot to try and control. They have Cogs maybe for a pushback, but no. GG is called. Xtreme take game number 1.
And take a look at that. Just cool, calm, collected here.
DY looks
a couple
happy.
Smiles. I'd be pretty happy about a game like that on Bane too.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, XinQ, it's like, you guys see, I got a Moon Shard. Pretty awesome. Well, they are looking very good on Xtreme Gaming as they take the first one in this series. Let's head back to the panel, see if they have any expert thoughts about how they did it.
Well, our expert thoughts were that XG actually weren't going to be taking this game number 1. We really liked what Spirit had gotten for themselves, but at the end of the day, the skill difference kind of proved to be the make or break, especially all the way back in the laning phase. I mean, Fia, you're happy with how Yatoro was going on his Wind Ranger, but the off lane, not so much.
It wasn't my expert thought, by the way. It was my expert opinion.
Oh, sorry. My
big
mistake.
Difference, right?
Big difference.
Yeah, but anyway. It was looking pretty good at the start for Team Spirit. Like, we got First Blood on the Clockwork, I believe. We had the Cogs and the Power Shot combination, which is good. XinQ had a really rough laning stage. Mid lane was going good, too. The DK was doing well versus the Leshrac. But that bottom lane, though, was a big problem for Team Spirit. This IO Mars lane against the Bane and Gyrocopter. Too many deaths. Collapse. He just had a really rough one, 0-4 by like 10 minutes. But he was able to bounce back eventually. But I think it set up so much tempo, gave so much farm for like DY and Ame to accumulate. That became a big problem.
Not only that, I feel like the Team Spirit game plan was like, Io comes mid, you destroy tower first, DK farm, right? Not second. Not when Lesha goes bot and destroys your 2 heroes. Meanwhile, DK trying to push mid tower. And also, some of the fights in like after the laning stage were 4 against 5, mostly because of Mars laning stage, right? He was like trying to farm, trying to get his Blink Dagger, and Xtreme Gaming is just like super good at using these timings that Collapse is just not ready to play the Dota.
Yeah, I mean, he ended up not even skilling his arena when we all thought he was, and that was to try and put himself back in the game a little bit more. Just didn't work out. It was team fighting that we don't see from Spirit normally. Whilst they were able to get a bit of a wipe on XG down bottom, a minute later, they're the ones getting wiped. They're all trying to run back into their base, and no one had buyback the Lizard.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier for Xtreme Gaming at this point. Like, they are just running them down. The Slash, for me, felt... I'm not sure what minute he got the Bloodstone in, but it was really fast, and from that moment onwards, I'm like, okay, they're just ignoring him. They realized it as well. We don't have what it takes to kill him until we are Omega farmed on everyone, and even when they were still just ignoring him, because look at 10-0-14, you just couldn't kill the Slash. But cores aside, these two supports did so much work on side of Xtreme Gaming. A big difference, big support diff in this game. I feel like Muerta did as much damage. I don't have to feel like I see it here. Wait. So Muerta did more damage than anyone else on Team Spirit but Yatoro. So Yatoru is the only one that dealt more damage than Xingqiu on the whole Team Spirit side. Like, he did amazingly, and same for the Bane. You could see he got the shard, he also got the Aghanims after all. Like, you go on him, first and foremost, you can't really go on him, so he's always somewhere hidden. And if you do catch him, if you do manage to get him down, he uses that shard, he brain saps everything, he's full HP. And there you go, 25,000.
That's a lot. And I thought that the Murthurm being on pause 4 was going to go the way that you kind of described, FNG. You need a lot to be able to get this hero going, to be able to put out damage like that. And he got first blooded, so I was like, oh, maybe this laning phase is going to go rough for the off lane of XG. But
I mean, it went rough. The thing is, he was level 2, minute 5. I believe he came to mid tower, tried to help his Leshak to defend against DK. But the issue is the bot lane is suffering way too much. So Mira cannot come and help his DK to push mid tower, also pressure Muerta, pressure Leshak, etc. And because of that, the moment XM went bot and smoked bot with Bane, they killed Mars and Naya again. Xingqiu just was sitting mid and hitting creeps. And that's basically what you need to provide for your post 4. Hit creeps, bro. We will do all the job. And then, obviously, if he's a good player, he will press right click and kill everything.
I sense some salt here, maybe, you know?
Yeah, I have some salt because I like the way Xtreme Gaming care about their supports, you know. They do the stuff with their cores with good timing, and because of that, they support farms, and then support brings the impact in the game.
Yeah, I was 6.5 minutes there. He was level 2, went mid, and I don't think he left that mid lane for another 6.5 minutes, just farming and catching up.
Would you like that situation for you to happen in your team?
The problem is I'm a bit too old. I might, like, you know, don't press right click button. I might miss, maybe click it on the ground. So yeah, it's different story a bit.
I see.
I actually want to get your thoughts on this, FNG, because we were saying, you know, Fearless and myself, that pre-20 minutes you can't play the carry, blame the carry for losing the game. Is that true? Do you think that goes onto the supports pre-20 minutes?
I mean, I would say first 10 minutes is a lot on supports. Like, for example, DY, you could see that despite the fact that he was like close to level 6 and he didn't have Friend's Grip, but he was playing so aggressive, like into enemy ancients, into enemy jungle, and he was just like providing the vision, giving the information, and also annoying Team Spirit, because you could see in the game a lot of times they're just like misusing their spells. And trust me, that's because of these like small things that usually players do that provoke you. And like, you don't like that.
Well, I loved your insight. I feel like maybe Fear does have another supporter there on where you can put the blame pre and post 20 minutes. But it's game number 1 of our 3rd series. We will have game number 2 just after this break.
Hello everyone and welcome to Dota 2's Item Prize Challenge. I'm your host, James Banks. This amazing crowd and audience we have with us. Oh, I do love to listen to them roar and clap. I've got Crystalis with me here from Team Secret. You said you've seen the challenge already.
I have. I saw Celery do it.
Okay.
In part, at least.
Are you confident?
No.
I appreciate the honesty. It's 60 seconds you go. We'll get that timer started. I'll give you a 5-second countdown. Try and get as many right as you can within that time. I wish you the best of luck. And you'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, Aqua Silver is 2700.
Correct.
Oh boy, Shiva's is 5,175.
Correct.
4,400?
No.
35. 4,450.
Correct.
1,200.
Correct.
225.
Correct.
5,300.
Correct.
1,800.
Correct.
900.
Correct.
80.
Correct.
3,400.
No, 36.
They're the same. 2,950.
Correct.
3,150.
Nope, 2,850.
6,100.
Correct. No time. That was pretty damn good though.
Okay, good.
And you got 11 correct.
Whew. Not bad. What was Celery's score?
I don't remember what Celery's score was, but I'm pretty sure you beat him.
Okay.
I'm almost 100% sure you beat him.
Then. Yeah.
That's all that matters,
I'm happy.
You did very good at that, man. You took your
Alright.
time a little bit, but then you went for it quite nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are hard. You saw the one when I put the same numbers twice. To really try and-
I was like, bait.
That's a very good bait, right?
Yeah. It was annoying.
Because I give you like three choice, and then a random one of like, now, do you actually pick the one that's not there in the middle?
Yeah.
So the mind games did work for me.
They did. You got me that one time.
Well, you did very good, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right now, we're in the middle of our Team Spirit up against Xtreme Gaming series, and Xtreme Gaming took game number 1. For game number 2, we're hoping for a little bit of a change up on the side of Spirit. We want to see some of the competitiveness come out between these two, because whilst Spirit had the preferable draft, the way that it was executed just wasn't it. They're offlane having a really rough time despite loving the MOUZ IO combo as well. Just didn't go in their favor. So what's the big change up outside of playstyle and execution?
Yeah, they played this combo once before. Maybe they played it versus a much weaker team, so that's why the lanes went so well. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Context, if anyone didn't know, it was Virtus.pro in which they played it against.
But no, in all seriousness, Bane Gyro is a strong lane. They misplayed it a little bit, but maybe they overvalued how strong they are on IO Mars. They played it before, not only versus you guys. They played it in previous tournaments too. But I'm shocked, by the way, by how strong Xtreme Gaming looked against them, because Xtreme Gaming are a strong team right now. They're one of the best, if not the best team at the moment. But the latest interview with Collapse, he said that they're on like not even 100. He's like, if it's possible, 120% or something like that. So they're in full form. They're feeling like they're.
Wait, Spirit?
Yeah. Collapse
Okay.
on Russian interview though.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't remember that.
I can say about the lane, so you see Mars buying Orb of Venom. He's for sure aiming to win this lane, right? No way you buy Orb of Venom.
No
if
other
you, like,
reason, right?
Yeah, it's like... and what I mean is, if he didn't win this lane, it means either something went wrong and they will fix it and they will say like, okay, let's do it again, but this time we will play better. But on the other hand, if they say, okay, we cannot win this lane, then you just go double bracer and try to pressure double bracer Mars with Io. Then it's like a completely
different story, yeah.
It could be either or they can just make one adjustment, I suppose, on the second ban phase. Maybe ban the gyro. This is a lane I've seen twice now against IO combinations that seem to do pretty well because you just have so much damage to actually harass them.
And it always goes through, because if you are picking IO early on, you're probably not banning gyro, right? Like it's a combo that you might like to get eventually.
I mean, the worst part when you first pick, so for example, they first pick IO, right? And they see the enemy picked Bane. You don't know what position you want to ban, because you only have 2 bans and you need to ban mid lane, off lane, and carry picks. And I'm not even talking about the flex picks that, for example, Xtreme picked, because they could pick like MOUZ, and then you need even more bans, like even more combos to be aware of to counter that. So it's a bit tough to play from first pick, but usually the best part about first pick is 18th pick, right? So you see already 4 heroes, you can like pick good
counter pick it.
Yes, you can not only counter pick it, but pick a good carry or good hero. But when you see 18 Mars and he's losing the lane, I would say they can easily say, okay, we lost because of the Mars. Let's change it.
Well, I'm not sure if who had the priority in game number 1 for first pick or second pick.
Xtreme Gaming.
It was? Okay. I do know, though, that Spirit are going to be getting first pick again. So they think that maybe first pick is what they need. That's the strategy they go for, something that they feel a little bit more confident in.
Same side and same pick, which means they both wanted to play the side that they were on both games. So kind of rare for that to happen. Normally see a swap up, but yeah.
Just replay it all. Let's go. Same draft, same heroes.
I mean, it's like, you know, saying into face, like, your idea was shit, and Spirit's like, no, our idea was good.
Yeah.
Your idea was shit, so let's repeat it.
There you go.
This is a battle of the egos here.
Bane.
But again, as Fear said, I would say second stage bans, you can definitely like make one small adjustment and it's a completely different story.
Yeah, and on first pick, you get that luxury of getting at least 2 bans, right? Or second pick will only get that one singular ban.
Well, let's see if the gyro is what they consider to be the problem, or if they have played IO with something else, not only with Mars, so they have flexibility in that way. Of course, it doesn't have to be only the Mars, so...
And also maybe the key pick wasn't the best pick, because against us they picked Storm, and for example, you see Slardar, and you pick Storm, you already know the Slardar is going offlane, so it's easy also to pick carry.
Yeah, I mean, normally
Unless Ami's playing Slardar 1.
Yeah, maybe. Normally when I see this IO2, it at some point has a good hero to like latch onto and buff up, whether it's a Storm Spirit or some Gyrocopter, Marcy, these type of things. But your carry's like Wind Ranger and your mid's like a DK, and your Mars lost his lane. So
But you can run fast with the Wind Ranger.
you can run faster with the Wind Ranger and attack faster too.
Fast, yeah.
It's not the best combo, right? And I think a lot of that came down to Xtreme, like as mentioned, banning a lot of those popular combinations out. And of course, the Marcy's already out. Yeah, Marcy was out. They took the Gyro. They took the Morta.
So far, everything is exactly the same, including this Dark Willow ban. So that was in the second phase last time. It's going through his second phase ban. They sat on it for a while. I thought it was going to change up, but Viper ban in game 1 and Viper ban again in game 2.
What you're saying is this
Literally
ban,
everything is identical right now.
this ban won't be morphling, right? They're going to make a change here?
That's our line you could read between. I don't know if that's where I'd read.
We'll see if they ban morph here, because if they do, we're just watching the same game as last game.
We might actually be scratching our heads as if it's a replay or live.
We're in a different timeline with the same draft.
It's the exact same.
Okay, but I would say Spirit would pick Lash or Storm. No way they pick DK again.
So DK is not necessarily the biggest problem, but just the order of picks makes it easier if you go for Storm, right?
Just play another game.
Yeah.
Unless the ego comes in.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, are they going to pick DK Clock here, or is this what they talked about? Because every once in a while you'll have a talk about the draft, like, no, everything was good. It was just this one moment where things went wrong for us. And if that moment doesn't come, that just means we just messed up. We just played bad. Give them the same draft. We're going to beat them.
But what do you say if you lose the game because of one small detail? That means your draft is shit. Because
that sounds like Phil.
I have this discussion a lot in my team. Like, if we lose because of that, then it's like not a game we want to play. We want to make 10 mistakes.
Yeah.
I do wonder if they're going to change up the support combo. That's kind of where I would like to see it. Maybe not running it back with
There we go. They snatch the Gyro instantly. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this Gyro was a big problem. So either you take it yourself, you ban it, something like that. But I thought the Viper was more so because they wanted like the DK, perhaps.
How do you feel about some Slardar lifestealer on Xtreme already? Just looking at this Gyro IO, you have a nice combo that you can activate.
Oh, they'll just take both. Okay.
And the DK.
So realistically, you can't just pretend the DK was picked, and then instead of a clock, it was a Gyro this time.
So they were in the line with me. Gyro was the problem.
Gyro
That's all
was
I'm
the
getting.
problem.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking at the
Fear
moment.
was right, as always.
Of course, as always. No. But I agree with Lizard. At some point, these late pick lifestealers, they can be really good, especially in a game like this one.
We're going to have the time to sit and think about it, see if they want to run it back with the Murta also being picked up for them and that being their support combo, or if they feel they don't have to really take away a good combo anymore.
But Murta is kind of cool because it's good against Storm, for example, mid. Never mind, they actually went for Grim. But it's also good into Storm because of the double stun combo with Slardar and also the Phantom Embrace.
Yeah.
Silence works fine.
Grip as well, right? Like a lot of things that they can combo up with the Grimstroke.
Now it's a bit hard for Team Spirit because, for example, if Gyro is post 1, you need to pick a good post 4 that at least can somehow disable Grip, right? Because if you will not disable Grip, then it's like cancel Grip, not disable.
Oh, they just go with the Razor.
Oh, so much carry potential on Team Spirit side.
Yeah.
Is that good or bad, though? When you say carry potential, is it like where the heroes are going? Is it that they all need to farm up? Is it that they have safety nets that any one of them could be the carry?
It depends on outcomes from the lanes, because if enemy cannot pressure you and you can safely farm, then it's like completely fine to pick 5 carries. But good teams, even like if you play against double carry, they will still try to pressure you if they know their late game is not good enough against you.
Yeah, but looking at this right now, Razor will lane into the Lifestealer. You should have a good lane there. Gyro Io versus Slardar Grim, that's probably the only one that I'm worried about. Like Slardar Grim, for me, yeah, you're playing into a Gyro, he's a strong laner, but I still think that they should do very well with the Grim
I
Slardar.
actually think it will be Razor safe lane and DK maybe even with Gyro off lane and just pick a new mid hero.
So you think this is a 4 Gyro?
Yeah, I guess.
I was thinking of variations too. There's
Wait,
a lot
so
you can do with this.
you'd rather put DK into Lifestealer than Razor?
Yeah. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but Razor
No.
is not that good into lifestealer, especially with such a passive support. Like usually you want to have support with spells, so you can static link Nags, your support slows him, or do like.
What did they
But
pick
you
up?
still have one pick, right?
Yeah, what did
If
they
you
pick
go
up a
for
pause 4 that helps the Razor?
I would really like to see a pause 4 in this game to be a Tusk if they do one. You have like a cancel for the grip. You can lane with the Razor. You have a punch for the Lifestealer. That was like the 1-4 I think of that could potentially be good this game.
Or maybe they will run Clock 4. Yeah. But it's not that good, I would say.
Into Lifestealer as well, right?
Yeah.
It's not as great.
5 seconds remaining.
Xtreme Gaming actually banning Wind Ranger.
Because I think it's weird too. Like throwing Razor in the off lane right now seems very strange, especially if it's with like a gyro. That lane doesn't sound super strong.
I mean, usually you want to have like super active 2 or pos 1. Like for example, as Falcons do, right? They can do DK1 with Amar playing some also heavy farming hero.
Spirit Breaker, okay.
Interesting.
I mean, they're thinking something similar, right? Like this BKB Pierce support like Clock, Spirit Breaker, Tusk, they all can do that type of thing.
I don't know, you two are giga-brained here with position 4 gyro. I still feel like gyro 1, and then you just pick your 4 in the end.
I wouldn't be surprised if they pick Tide, for example. Just Tide goes into next lane, easy lane, and then your gyro helps DK, and IO helps DK, and IO Racer safe lane super good into Slardar Grim.
That's also a good call, yeah.
What do they ban out though as well? Because we haven't even touched on what Xtreme Gaming might want for themselves, or
Mid or
how-
off lane, right?
Yeah, how Spirit want to protect themselves too.
Okay.
That's actually a great call, Fear.
Thank you.
Now re-explain why you like the Tusk.
Lisan al-Gaib.
I mean, yeah, you have your cancel for Bane Grip, right? So even if he does get that Ags, you can defensively save. You have the lane. This means to me that they definitely want to put Razor in the off lane now against Lifestealer, slow him down. They just didn't have the right hero to do the off lane Razor. And if they didn't want to do the Gyro 4, this is like kind of the route that made the most sense. And for the other side, now you know your lanes. DK's mid. So now you decide, do I want to put Slardar there? Or do I want to pick something new?
I would say they want to pick some hero who will rotate and play with Grim. So like Pango, Primal Beast, this type of hero, if it's mid hero, but if it's offlane hero into Gyro. Even Centaur is fine. Just have Stampede for Razor static link in mid game, and also...
Yeah, I actually have a crazy stat about that Razor Centaur matchup. Centaur has won every single game against a Razor.
Really?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where it's picked.
Doesn't
what
matter.
Order.
Centaur's won every single game against Razor, but they're not.
Instead, just a good old faithful Storm Spirit. You get it into IO as well. Later on, they don't really have a ton of reliable catch, so it's also good.
The most important part is Grim combo. That's the best part they have right now, because Grim Storm comes to any lane, even to Gyro, IO lane, you're dead. You cannot do anything.
I mean, late game as well, it's going to be nasty when you get the Grim combo, but as well as the...
Task, actually.
Oh, okay.
So it will be IO Racer lane.
I like this a lot more, by the way. So the problem that I had with the IO Gyro is, it sounds good, and it used to be good long time ago. I don't feel it would win versus Grim and Slardar. I think that's really difficult lane for them to deal with. And with the Tusk, I do feel that their chances are a little bit better. You get a snowball into Inkswell, which isn't as great as well, but it's better.
Yeah, the first part of this draft, I thought we were watching a replay, but it didn't change up quite drastically towards the end there. So does that also change your opinion, Fia, on game number 2?
No, on the game. I mean, yeah, I think in general...
Your expert opinion.
My expert opinion on this game is I like Spirit's draft last game too. They just got owned pretty hard. I can't see Ame owning his lane this time around. I just can't see it. I think Laurel's going to have a good laning stage experience too. And Gyro's just a super strong lane as well. So I think this time around their lane should go better for Team Spirit. Will they get outplayed? Will XG make the better moves? Maybe. We'll see. They did it in the last game.
But you're doubling down. You like the Spirit draft, FNG. For your final thoughts as well between these two teams?
I feel like it's kind of similar to previous game. If IO can come mid this time and just pressure the Storm, that means Storm will not rotate early, and it means it's kind of easy first 10 minutes for Spirit, and then you just farm up your items and destroy this lineup from Xtreme.
I see XXS on Slardar, and there's Lifestealer as well. There's Grimstroke Storm, Grimstroke Slardar. There's a lot of nice, easy setups for
It's not even just Grimstroke Slaughter, it's Jinkyu Grim, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen it in other tournaments, but he has one of the best win rates on this hero. Probably also one of the only players that's comfortable playing it and scales like a lot of other +4s.
Of course, he carries the game. He gets that tag and eventually carries with it. Some good targets, not amazing targets for that Dark Portrait, but yeah, might be useful.
I mean, he always knows how to build. It's a pleasure to watch Jinkyu play as well as XG. And we're going to be seeing them play game number 2 against Spirit after hearing from Tsunami and the Spirit coach.
Thank you. That's right. I am joined by Silent, where I don't actually want to ask you about your heroes. I want to ask about a hero that you've been banning, specifically Bristleback. This hero was completely ignored for the past few months, and we've been on this patch for a while, and only now in the past few days has this hero really rose to prominence. So I just wanted to hear your take on Bristleback specifically, and then also how a tournament meta changes like halfway through a tournament.
Bristleback was kind of surprise for a lot of teams with tournament, I think. And for us, it's a good hero, but I don't think he's too OP. He's really beatable, but you need to choose heroes wisely. And I'm feeling like need more practice against him. So now you have to choose. You try something to beat him, or just ban. So we just decided just ban it. It's more simple for me.
Then how about the practice of you adding it to your own roster? Like, when you see heroes like this come up, do you tell Yatoro, dude, you gotta start practicing Bristleback, this hero's amazing?
It depends on draft and a team against you play. Some teams against you just don't want to play him. Maybe we can play, maybe not. I'm not sure at the moment.
We'll find out maybe if you continue progressing through this tournament. Silent, thanks so much for talking to me as we send it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Always good to hear a little bit of the talk about the heroes that are banned out. We don't always get to revisit them, but I think Bristleback is one that has definitely come out on everybody's radar. We've seen some teams try and deal with it in a variety of different ways. I think the Mage Slayer route still has not been consistently used, but I feel like that's going to be the next thing that people start spamming against it. And who knows if it ends up being OP or not.
I think he made the right description of it too. This idea of like, it's not that good, it's just you have to be really careful. Like, you not only have to pick the right heroes, and it can't just be like one hero, it has to be like multiple heroes, and you have to get the right items. And so he is definitely beatable, but he's just he's a hazard that you can encounter during the draft. So get that somewhat cheesy fella out of there.
Absolutely. Well, this game, we're going to be looking a little bit different from the previous one. And I got to say, for Team Spirit, this is like a classic, I feel like, Eastern European lineup in a way, right? You've got these 3 big brawly heroes, Gyrocopter carry. They've got the, you know, melee supports, vestiges of Screen Squad back in the day and all the rest of it. And then an IO also. And then on the side of Xtreme, I feel like it's just surprise, jump out, big blow up, try and kill one of these heroes. And I feel like the success, I want to see how much Xtreme are going to be able to do in terms of actually blowing up that one target when they go all in.
Yeah, and watching out for those relocates. And those relocates are particularly important here because, as you can see, it's Mira up top.
Missile?
Oh, nice. Easy.
Bang, bang.
Did that Centaur cancel it? Is that what just happened?
No, the Centaur randomly stomped Yatoro, but they were able to get the homing missile out. So that hit in time.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. But anyway, what I was going to say is that you heard the panel talking about this idea, like Blizzard saying, why don't they go with the Iogyro in the lane? They saw the player switch up, but they are going to keep these same lanes. Maposhka is going to come down bottom, play the Tusk down here, and that's because Maposhka hasn't actually played Io for this team since back in 2022, I believe. Yeah. On that run at TI, he played it a few times as well back in 2021. And since they won TI 10, he's only played it one time.
Man.
Other than that, it's always Mira. So they would much rather just do the swap this way, give Maposhka. Tusk is a bit of a classic melee support for 5 players. There was a period where he was actually pretty popular as a 5 support, and he would often play in the safe lane. So Maposhka still has that experience, I'm sure. And it's just easier to do it this way since Io is such a very particular hero.
Right, and I mean, as long as they're able to get through the laning stage, it's all probably going to end up being a similar style to what we saw last game. It's just instead of Clockwork, it's going to be Tusk this time, providing, like the panel was talking about, a little bit more of that lockdown initiation and, of course, the control through BKB that you need against the Lifestealer. And on the side of Xtreme, we have another DY Bane. They opt to take it first thing first, and I can't blame him. He looked so good last game.
Yeah, way too strong. I mean, there's no way that he'll have that good of a game again, surely. So just give it back to him, right?
All right, all right.
That just makes sense to me.
I mean, it made sense to them as he gets this little half pull off with Tusk in the area. It's still going to be DY trying to contest for it and steal away as many of these little denies in here as he can. But Miposhka not going to make it easy.
I mean, he's a universal hero. So Circle, a couple branches, already hitting for 63. Bane, of course, the first universal hero that we would have expected since he has always had the same stat growth.
That's right.
Throughout his history in Dota 2, which has been great. Was briefly changed, and they quickly fixed it so that they would always stay the same. 2.5 every attribute per level, so it just makes sense. He's universal.
Oh, absolutely. Laurel stepping forward, threatening a bit of a stun, but XM backs away, and Laurel actually going to make the move all the way over for that rune, which means he will miss out on a couple of, well, just one creep there, actually. But DK versus Storm, another one of those matchups that we've grown very accustomed to. And in the first couple of waves, Team Spirit slightly ahead, but nothing really to write home about. It's really going to be more down to... I will say that I feel like this top lane is maybe a little bit more susceptible to getting killed if they step too far forward. Like the mass amount of just harassed damage that Yatoro can spam out against XinQ, you're already seeing how strong it is.
This is another one of these volatile lanes, I think, where it could have gone either way.
Yeah.
You know, like this.
Yep, Mira tries to get away, gets bashed, stick up, XinQ now battling again behind the tower. One TP, and a lot of people would be dead, but it's hard to TP this early into the game. And in fact, with glyphing the wave and having the missile out, XXS, he might just be done too. So they chase him all the way over to the Lotus Pool. There is no escaping this missile. That's a double for Yatoro.
Yeah, it's a risk. Like, there's definitely a play that could be made there where you're the ones who are getting aggressive on XG, but is this time going to be Team Spirit who get the advantage in the laning stage? A welcome surprise after what happened in the previous one.
Definitely. Maybe it's just Gyrocopter, right?
I mean, I think so. I think this hero's pretty solid.
What's funny is that Yatoro doesn't think it is. According to interviews. Maybe it was just all a lie. He was just trying to do it to make sure that it didn't get banned against him. Crush to pull that wave back over. Re-grabbing. And off to the races for the 6-minute rune. It's a haste for Laurel. And with that, he senses there might be an opportunity for a kill. DY, I think, spotted them, so they know they're coming down, and yeah, they're immediately away.
It's going to help him out here. It also got him to safety as he quickly scurried up those stairs. Overall, though, I think Team Spirit looks a lot better in the draft this time, simply because the IO serves a much more clear function of how to play the game. IO following around a DK who then buys a Blink Dagger sucks. That just, I mean, straight up, that sucks.
Yeah.
To invest that much gold for mobility when an IO is following you is really lame. And now it's going to be IO Gyro. We've all seen it before. You know how it works. You're going to get relocated in the fights. DK's going to get a blink. He doesn't need an IO tailing behind him. He's going to set up these fights, these relocates. The plan is much more simple right now. As DY trying to make some sneaky plays here for the Wisdom Rune.
Just going to block him off. We'll go for the Nightmare TP out. And in the meantime, Mira, who's going to be clicking faster. Well, with that stun, that makes it a little bit tougher. So XinQ gets that Wisdom Rune. Miposhka takes the other TP out. Is it in time? Ooh, doggy. That was close.
Barely getting out of that one.
Yeah, the one downside to not having the IO down here is that there isn't that easy stack up of Ancients that you can sort of do as Mira, which would be pretty nice. In general, I feel like last game we saw much less stacks than we have tended to see in these matches in the playoffs so far. Teams willing to go a little bit more for the battle, it felt like.
Well, we had them and then they stole them all.
That's true. That's a good point. I mean, but even then, there weren't that many. Like,
that's true.
We've been seeing games like 19 stacks in very little amount of time. Matter of fact, I might go back and check to see how many there were in that last game. But
well, you're getting them now, as you said. XinQ's doing them again right now on the Radiant side as DY comes down to give an Arcane Rune to XM.
Ooh. Snowball. Maposhka, he's in too far. Oh, but if they can get the kill with the blood grenade! Wow, that was so close. And now body blocks to make sure Maposhka doesn't get hit by the stun. DY gonna be found and punished. Team Spirit able to take down that storm. That is huge.
Yeah, XM got a little too greedy there. I mean, I can understand you have the Arcane Rune. You think, hey, I can get the save. I turn around, good situation, get a kill. But he was still so low on HP that didn't take much to kill him. And well done by Team Spirit. A huge kill as it puts them 5-0 right now. And they're going to take the mid tower.
Although XM wants to get some retribution, can they do it?
Oh,
Turn around, trying to find it. But the stun for the turn and he's gone! Oh, wow, that, I mean, he got Collapse, but it came at a price. And it was actually DY that got the kill onto Collapse. Man.
Yeah, that's a problem. Now DK's just left down bottom as well to keep pushing this tower. And XM's game is in trouble. That's, I mean, he's going to come back up with a walk of shame.
Yeah, on the Storm Spirit. Like, it really, really hurts your game. And the other thing, too, which you didn't even really talk about, but he picked up the Arcane Rune and used it into that last fight, so he didn't even get the value out of that one rune. Wow. Okay.
Now, he might not even get the 10-minute rune here either, which,
yeah,
these Storm Spirits, they really need it.
A heavy load to carry for Ame in
He's
this
just going
game.
for another gank right now. There's no vision on him, so XM will get in here.
Caught for the moment. Mira trying to keep him alive. Not going to be able to. And as they cancel that TP, that means the IO likely dead. And yeah, XM staying aggressive. It's the only play that you really have at this point.
Much needed double kill.
Yes.
All right, he's getting back into it now.
I mean, that does kind of salvage things a little bit.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Ame takes the farm in the mid lane, too. Maposhka is nearby with the Walrus Punch. Same level as Ame, by the way. Maposhka, massive this game.
Yeah, Ame has not had a great time, it feels like. Nightmare onto one, setup onto Tusk. Maposhka can't quite get anything off before he is brought down.
Good play from DY there with the Nightmare to hold that DK back. Yeah, that is a problem. I mean, sure, XM gets back into it a little bit here, but wow, Ame, problematic.
I mean, I feel like this is one of those games where he's going to need to be more active. And at the very least, they have two heroes that are great to be able to set up for kills. And maybe he gets back into some, you know, comeback gold.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value in going Armlet this game. I mean, he's got it queued up. We've obviously seen some lifestealers skip it and go straight for the Radiance. But I would say this seems like a logical time to go for the Armlet, get those influx plays in, and fight your way back into the game instead.
Right, and I mean, you're playing against, you know, some big tanky heroes. Your lifestealer is going to eventually have a lot of value there. But they managed to take another tower now on the side of Spirit. Tier 1. Smoke up now. As down bottom, they're going on to DY. Collapse connects in even amidst the Nightmare. And Maposhka, one more hit. That's enough to bring him down.
Same time, they're smoking up top here. Looks like Mira could be in trouble if he walks over here, and yep.
Yeah, that's an easy one. So they pop the stun, Mira goes down, XM feasting. He needs these kills.
Dominating now as he's gonna clean up these camps before the spawn. Ame farming around this mid lane, catching the waves as they come in, getting these safer camps. There's no chance to go to the bottom half of the map, and in fact, that's being taken over by Yadro as he realizes top doesn't feel that safe to him. So we get a bit of a split map here. And there is the opportunity, though, for a twin gate play here from XG if they get a good read on this. Because DY's down here, he wants to get this sort of like free farm, and then he's going to try and ward, check out these camps down here. Maybe he runs to the gyro, but...
Oh, this is nice. They snowball in. Walrus Punch, XM tries to get out, zip away. I thought that was going to be a relocate play that they were making, but decides to not go for it with Mira and Yadro together. XM just gets out of there. So they don't manage to kill the Storm, but did force him to TP all the way back to base. In the meantime, Maposhka hounding Ame, making him feel slightly uncomfortable in the Ancients. As a matter of fact, Ame has to leave completely.
And, yeah, you can see XXS here again. Getting a lot of value out of the Ancients on the start out here with Xingqiu helping. Xingqiu going to be a lot poorer this game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he has picked a hero that doesn't actually buy Maelstrom, so crazy. Not sure how he's going to get so rich like he prefers to be, but he's got ambitious goals already of Shard, Aether, Scythe. So we'll see if he gets there.
That's amazing. I love that. DY is going on a little vacation trip.
Is it a Wisdom Rune trip? Is he going to stay for another 30 seconds? I think he is.
I think that's the play.
All right, let's see here. Dire Vision. Well, he's going to run into Collapse.
Ooh, how does he know? Wait, did he see him over there?
That was Bane's ping.
I mean, he's going to still be over here, so he can try and make that play in just a moment if he wants. I don't know if he spotted the Razor or not. There was some Radiant creeps that were over in that area, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was watching Razor's Vision, so I didn't actually see.
He must have realized that he was in the area. Nonetheless, 1-for-1 on the Wisdom Runes. But with this dynamic duo of Tusk and DK, any jump that they make with a relocate should be an immediate kill. But right now it looks like Xtreme are just trying to dodge to get away and not take any type of a fight into them.
There is a Radiant Observer that's going to spot exactly where Yadro and Mira are moving right now. So if they go for relocate, they're going to know when it's happening. Of course, generally the relocate comes after the stun, so it's not really going to be a big surprise. But they are going to try and chase them down. You got to make sure that no one else shows during this, because the worst thing that can happen is DK like stuns someone while you're going for this play, right? And then they relocate out, and bad time all around. So that's why you're going to see that XM is way back and probably constantly thinking about the fact that he might get jumped.
The IO Courier is heading over here. It does have the mech. They jump onto Mira and tether to get away, TP out. Oh, but the stun! They just caught him. Mech used, now the Fiend's Grip. That one hurts. They take down somehow DY gets the double kill. And in the meantime, XM is going to be able to escape. Wow, Xtreme. I mean, if you start connecting with these kills, that's pretty good for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream, right? And that comes down to that ward.
Yeah.
That's in their jungle. It's spotted where they're moving through. They had a good idea as to where they would be able to catch them, and they were successful. And on the other side, Team Spirit, they were doing their own hunt down bottom, which didn't find what they wanted, and instead kind of backed away and farmed a little bit. Lara wants to get an Orchid to try and increase the chance that these are going to be successful ganks. But it's still going to take them a little while to get there.
Right. And I mean, also, it's going to be a Lincoln Sphere for Storm.
Oh, that's a good choice.
As immediately onto DY, Laurel is there. They can Nightmare one, but should still be the dead Bane. Yeah, I mean, Lincoln's will deal with one of them, but he's still going to have to deal with the silence after, or the stun that comes if the silence hits before. Either way, it is not something that completely makes Storm invulnerable. But in towards mid, XXS jumps forward, stun is out, Inkswell hits after the fact, Maposhka there with a snowball save if he needs it, but they managed to get the pull in because of the Soulbind, and then he's rooted, so Maposhka can't get it off. What a timely ulti from Xingqiu that completely turned the fight.
And Mira didn't want to go for the reload save. Just kind of holding it back, wasn't sure. I mean, he had the mech too at the start of that, so he's thinking like, I have so much health for this Razor, like we can definitely fight this.
I mean, that's all the difference in the world, right? Like, I think that the order of operations was that Maposhka says, I can snowball save, but as soon as the Soulbind's there, you can't cast snowball.
Yeah, it's a really big problem for a Tusk, because you want to go for this Blink Dagger to try and stop people in the Fiend's Grip, and now they can just layer it so that I mean, it kind of sucks to have to Fiend's Grip and Soulbind someone, but it guarantees that Tusk can't get the save. The only other way to do it is someone else has to get Soulbind first, and then Tusk can come in and grab them both.
Right.
So we need tactics here from Team Spirit.
I mean, it just makes it tough no matter what. And I think for Mira, I mean, you don't necessarily want to be that first person in. The reason you have this Tusk for the double save is because this like sort of lower priority support can get in there and Io can still relocate if things go terribly wrong. But regardless,
they're going to come through the gate and find that DY has farmed their camp.
DY?
Oh, Oh, man. If they jump DY, this could be bad here.
They do have relocate, though, so they might instead go for Storm, or they might go for nobody.
It's a hard kill.
It is. If he shows on the wave, that would probably be their opportunity to go.
All right,
XM, stunned, there, relocate, where is it? They not gonna go for it, it comes out in time. No, it doesn't. They weren't quite there in time with the abilities, and Storm just gets away.
It's just not enough control to go for it like that. You really need everything there. DY is in really deep right now.
I mean, that's one of those things as we see DY.
He can just TP.
Maposhka's still on him.
Or he can just keep gaming.
He's farming the hard camp as he tries to walk away from that, but they get the snowball onto him. And now pull inside.
Yeah, but now it took so long.
The Razor.
Oh yeah, look at this time save. Oh yeah, another brain sap.
I do kind of wonder, like, if Maposhka had a second point in snowball, if that maybe gets them the kill. Just even that extra bit of, like, timing and damage and everything. But no such luck. 2,000 gold separating these two teams. And Gyrocopter gets stronger, but the Lifestealer's getting pretty up there now. Almost at the relic on Ame.
He's been AFK this game, huh? I mean, he's joining in, I guess, but it's a Lifestealer. It's kind of depressing to be farming this long without a Radiance. And here we go.
Now he shows onto Collapse. Didn't stand a chance.
Oh, man. Ah, what a combo.
It's deadly.
It never gets old, you know?
Yeah. And, like, the other thing, I don't think this gets easier for Spirit. You've got to deal with Lifestealer Aghanims on your Gyro later. I mean, this is a serious problem. The fact that Xtreme have been able to weather the storms, and now they've got a slight gold lead. Spirit have got to do something to turn this around. Got to kill XM.
I mean, Larrell's got his Blink Orchid, and there's no Lincolns yet.
Right.
So it's probably that, you know?
Well, they also now have on XingQ that shard. So if they do go and XingQ's nearby, I mean, XM's going to be able to get out of trouble more often than not.
And Ame now with the open wounds as well.
Oh. Yeah, it's pretty huge. Game is looking good for Xtreme after a very impressive game number one. They have leaned on the Storm Spirit at this point, and so far it's paid off. But for Team Spirit, the end-all be-all is going to be Yadro here, getting incredibly farmed and taking over the map.
Oh, there it is. The Radiant's done. Yeah, I don't know, it feels like 2 games in a row where Team Spirit have an IO draft, but not an IO plan.
Yeah, it's tough. Collapse also, after getting the Mage Slayer, is eyeing up the Manta. He wants to go into the BKB after the fact. And into the Tormentor, which Mira should survive through and manages to pick up the shard. So more of the spell resistant or spell lifesteal, which is actually pretty nice with Gyrocopter and what he does.
Yeah, and you don't really need the Tusk one necessarily, so that's fine.
I would like to see Maposhka manage to get a little bit more farm in this game if possible. He did not get the Philly Stone this time around on the Tusk, but a Blink Dagger would be huge, and eventually late game, you know, that Aghanim Scepter, if you can get to it, is insane.
Yeah, he's getting close. He's gonna TP mid, and looks like they're gonna smoke, but instead they're just gonna go right into XXS. Oh my goodness, dude. What terrible timing.
That is crazy. And now, I mean, they can't do anything. They try and go in, try and take down XM. He zips away. DY, they're onto him. They do have an impressive amount of damage. So DY goes down, and XM, in spite of being able to zip away, it's still hard for him to take that fight. Now they crush? I don't know if this is going to work. Yadro's still very tanky. Hard to kill in the turn now onto XM. The Lifestealer invests to try and keep him alive. Barely doing it. The stun comes out, but they get that finish. Maposhka snowball to try and survive, but they did kill the Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel for Team Spirit. He had a regen rune. That's why Storm's able to come right back in. Gets out of that fight and immediately back in where it feels like you finally got something there, despite the fact that Slider was just crushing to kill the wave.
and he happens to hit DK on like the exact tick that he blinks in. Pretty rough way to start an engagement for you on the side of XG. So, or sorry, on the side of Team Spirit. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
I mean, you can see though some of the way that we thought this game would play out, right? Like for Xtreme, they are trying to jump in, find that one pickup and blow up a hero. And for Team Spirit, they're trying to sort of live through the damage and then turn the fight and out-team fight them over a longer period of time. And things were looking a little bit better, but Lifestealer, he can survive in the fight for a very long period.
At least Miposhka was able to get his Blink Dagger, I believe, before he died there. So that's going to give him a better save. Also an opportunity perhaps for some initiations. Dire are going to scan and connect on a Roche, saying that, hey, they're in here. But it is, in fact, just in queue, and he's going to TP on out.
Huh. That's super interesting. What do they do now? Are Team Spirit just going to try and take Roche?
Yeah. I'm not sure if it was just XG felt like they couldn't do it, or if they felt like they wanted to wait for the nighttime one instead, but it kind of feels like they just gave this up.
That's crazy. Okay. So the Slardar team not able to get the first Roche here. And an Aegis in hand is great for Team Spirit.
Look where the Radiant are scanning right now.
Yeah. They are not aware of what's happening right now. Slardar thinking they were over in the jungle and now realizing we just gave up an Aegis. That could come back to bite them later, depending on how this goes.
DY in the danger zone here. He was just under a ward, and yeah.
Oh, immediately out.
They visionary, yeah. They do indeed, DY.
XXS onto Miposhka. They bring down the Tusk. Weren't able to connect onto Razor, who does have Manta and is working towards that BKB now. As Laurel makes his way towards a Manta, it feels like this is just going to be Team Spirit trying to reestablish some type of stability in this game, as the last couple of minutes before that Aegis were not looking too great for them.
And perhaps also get a giant gyrocopter.
Yeah.
That's the other goal right now. Currently sitting on 3,000 gold. So it would be nice to start spending some of that. And there you go. The Eagle Song popped into the inventory.
Okay.
24 armor now versus this Slardar. So,
you know, I have noticed like Yataro's been going more and more to the butterfly. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of carries not really like that item, but picking up here, he obviously got on the Drow. That one made a lot more sense.
Might be all the Slardar games.
Yeah, there you go.
know?
Why not? I guess making somebody make an MKB feels pretty good. Does he try and bait things out here in the mid lane? I don't think that Xtreme want anything to do with that gyro right now. But Falcon Blade still in his backpack, and Ame trying to farm to the Aghanim Scepter. This is going to be a big get for Xtreme when it comes online eventually. I mean, the thing that is obviously like a little bit strange about it is you want to make sure that you know, you're still using the Infest to get into the fight with the Storm, but because the cooldown's going to be that much lower, it means you can play afterwards for the disarm on Gyro.
Man, they're really fast going for these smokes on XG. Like the Lincolns was on its way on the Courier, and they're getting everyone together, jumping into the smoke.
Just a little bit off the mark in terms of finding heroes, though. And a dire scan.
Oh, Gyro's going to show.
They thought that they were down bottom, but they're actually at mid. And yeah, they jump out of the Infest now. Well, actually, no, Lifestealer's still inside, so they catch Miposhka. Snowball does have Blink Dagger, but not off cooldown in time. So Ame kills Miposhka.
DY used the opportunity to plant a very deep ward as well.
Whoa.
Spot where these movements are going through, spot Courier is going.
Sees collapse. Interesting.
At the same time, though, you can see there's another great ward that's spawning where XXS just went through. That's also pretty unlikely to get dewarded there by XG. So some good vision from both teams right now as
XM's just camping out mid here, clearing waves and hoping for the 28-minute rune.
Yeah. Sitting pretty and showing again, like I think how, in spite of the Aegis on Gyrocopter, still how confident Xtreme are in their game plan right now. Like, they are not worried at all about getting jumped on. They understand that for Team Spirit, they're just trying to sort of lick their wounds and get back to, you know, something resembling equality here between the two teams.
Another ward, though, right there in that
yeah,
ancient camp. They have amazing vision right now from Team Spirit, helping them to greed out this map a little bit at the moment.
Keeping good control of it, absolutely.
You gotta imagine they're gonna try and smoke at them as this Aegis ends, though. I feel like that is just a easy go-to play here from XG because they still look more powerful to me. They have that Linken's up on the Storm Spirit. Feels like he's got a really good jump in. The Infest Bomb is still crazy powerful. And Team Spirit perhaps thinking about that as well, as they're gonna group up and maybe even hit this tier 2 a little bit.
The Butterfly nearby, they jump in, connect onto the Gyrocopter. Don't want to get too close because of the Soul Bind. Now XM pulls in one. That's going to be Gyro dead one time.
All right, Mira's still hidden.
Collapse walks forward. They spot them, get the stun onto one. No follow-up as of yet. Laurel being brought down very low for the heal. It comes into the turnaround is there. Io is gone. Can Yadro survive? The Fiend's Grip, Mapochka got to save. They get him out. Now Collapse in further onto DY, trying to do what damage they can. Yadro, he's out of his BKB. He's under assault. Ame is there for the finish. And with 4 dead for 1, that fight handedly won by Xtreme.
The only one out of there is Collapse, who gets up to the Ancient Camp. TP's owned by his BKB, but the rest of his team will fall. And XG just, despite all that vision from Team Spirit and using it to set up in a way where they felt comfortable, they just got broken up. Like, they're trying, like, this is the goal. Like, they had to use Soul Bind. They get the kill. Mira lives, escapes. Aegis is spent. It seems like things were going according to plan. But then Laurel jumps in and I believe he Orchids the Grim.
Yeah, and I don't know if, I mean, he went all the way in on that one.
And immediately glimmered and linked.
It's tough.
It's like, what about the other guys?
Also didn't have Dragon Form 2. I mean, it's just a tough thing overall.
ZinQ has terrified them.
Yeah.
There's a Lifestealer. You know, I guess you don't have a choice, right? Because it's just like Infest plays and it's a Storm, so you have to link that guy, so you can't even slow down the Lifestealer. And doesn't feel like there's any good options in that fight for them.
Not feeling the best about the situation, and you can see for Xtreme, liking what they're seeing. It's like another Tormentor. Xtreme set up for it here, as XXS is going to take this one down. It's a tough game for Team Spirit, no doubt about it. And does not feel like it gets easier anytime soon. Like, they're still so far away from the items that they would need to get set up onto finding these kills. And meanwhile, on the side of Xtreme, I mean, XM, you know, he's got a Lincoln Sphere now, working towards a lot of different things. I think that's going to be a full Aghanim Scepter done on Storm. Ame is the top net worth in the game after really struggling early, has Aghanim Scepter done now, and he's also going for the Lincolns.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the Manta build we've seen a lot of Lifestealers go for, so he is pretty concerned about that Orchid. Can kind of mess him up a little bit here. Doesn't have any saves from his allies in terms of a Dispel either. So
the whatchamacallit, the Grimstroke.
That's true. He does have that. That's true. He can Expel Dispel. True. True.
I think that's what they're relying on so much in this one. But, and I mean, so far it's been working. It's been working really, really well.
Relocate's about to end here.
And they get him over to the side. Still infested in XXS. They're going to group up together as a team.
Oh, wait. Whoa. Are they going to see them? No. Okay. Just going through the Twin Gate now. ZinQ, as you can see here, he was wandering around with the Philosopher's Stone still in, and then just puts in his Ogre Seal when he thinks a fight's going to happen.
Got it.
Yeah, but he just sent all the way back to base, so I guess he got all the gold he needed, apparently.
Fair enough. Want to make sure that he can survive through stuff. DY picking up the Greater Lotus. Ame start beating into these illusions as they try and clean up some more of the map here. And you're still going to see Team Spirit getting a decent chunk of farm throughout all of this, as the Lincoln Sphere is done for Ame. It's the Paladin sword done too, picked up for the neutral item. It is really difficult to make anything happen. And at the very least, like, Wall Xtreme are sort of together as a crew. Oh, but he fested inside.
He sure did.
Oh, man. Right onto him. Yadro tries to get out, relocate away. They're going to lose one here.
Yeah, not many opportunities where they've been successful with those relocate saves. This time they are.
As Hera just gets brought down. Down bottom, Xingqiu, Maposhka, they see him. They're moving over this way, but it's going to take them a while.
You
and
want to mess with the beast?
I mean, yeah, the
gate.
gate.
You want to chase this man?
They're coming back through the gate. It's not going to happen.
They won't get his
matter
word.
of fact, yeah, they got to get the hell out of here because XXS is ready to battle. But Roche up, they can go in and take that one.
The all-powerful banner.
That's right. Whoa. That's what they're waiting for.
That's it. That's all they wanted. That way Ame can infest something that's actually powerful, not XXS.
Okay.
A Roshan bannered creep.
Well, they do manage to finish off the Aghanim Scepter on the DK now. He's trying to work towards that Octarine core, but it does feel like it might be sieging time pretty soon here.
They draw the line down bottom. And it's a Storm Spirit with an Aegis.
Yeah.
Without a lot of great control either. Like, if you think about it, if Walrus Punch or DK Stun are used and he dies, he just gets out after.
Yeah, you're not wrong. No, they have not a lot to deal with this last pick, Storm Spirit.
We'll see if the Orchid comes into play. We'll see if the Inkswell save is there.
XM is brazenly right in front of everybody else. XXS jumps forward, stuns, creates a puddle, finds the back line. Xingqiu. Oh, Xingqiu nightmare save, but he's gonna end up going down. Mira trying to survive, get away from XM. The jump forward, now the tether away. Ame onto the IO. Yadaro has to back out. Lauro, in the meantime, he's not in dragon form anymore, and the leash is there connecting both of them. Maposhka could go for the snowball save, but it's not going to matter. Laurel tries to get out and walk away. XM is low. They burn through him once. Can they do it again? Collapse, linking up Ame, stealing all of that damage, but now needing to back away. So Gyrocopter goes down, but they did burn through the Aegis.
They did that. It's a really wise way to set up that fight there from XG, right? Like the way that XSS just blinks in, goes for the side arc crush, and immediately takes the outpost. Because when you're in a situation like this as Team Spirit and you're behind, you have to rely on buybacks to win a fight because the other team's stronger. So you just need more lives than them, and they're fighting near your base. But by going in and taking the outpost first, they give that immediate buyback to Xingqiu so he can actually just get back in the fight. And we know the Scrimstroke is really important because he's kind of their only good save.
Right. He's still going for that Aghanim Scepter, but did have to use the buyback in this fight to reset things. But without Aegis, I mean,
And
there
again,
is some potential.
Like DY's back,
Yeah.
right? Because they just quickly grab the outpost.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be here and sort of holding this area for a while. Obviously, need the Gyrocopter to be alive to make anything of meaning happen.
These catapults, though, crushing it.
Doing work.
Most tower damage on the side of Team Spirit. MVPs. Put them in the side-by-side comparison panel.
They're
Just
trying to do it.
catapults. Brave warriors.
They're gone.
You won't be forgotten. Do you think it's the same catapults that come back?
Just reincarnated?
Yeah, like 5 minutes. Is it the same creeps over and over, or are they new creeps? Whoa.
There have to be at least, like, I mean, no, because it can't be the same ones. Because you remember when they used to have, like, the woodland striders, and you'd run across a lane and just, like, make infinite creep waves, and then send them all down at once?
It's also, we have heroes that eat souls.
Right.
But they don't get souls from creeps, though, right?
No, Shadow Fiend does. Of course he does.
Oh, yeah, of course he does. Shadow Fiend does.
No, you know what though? Check it out. This is what it could be. Did you ever see The Prestige?
I did.
Okay.
It's a prestige situation?
Exactly. So there's like one creep, but there are like billions of them, and they keep on being new
spoil.
ones.
It's only like 30
my
years
bad.
old.
My bad. That's my bad. That's a great movie though.
That is a great movie. But if anyone spoils it for you, it's kind of useless to watch it. So.
No, it's not. It's
so don't bother now.
Movie. It's a really great movie. Speaking of cinema, the cinematic quality of the Ame Yadaro matchup going off. Pupil taking down the Master, and then Master reasserting dominance. It's all happening right now in front of you. DY is just out to farm. He's been my MVP so far for this series.
Oh, I know some cinema. I see dead people.
There it is. That's a good one. That is one that ending ruins it for other people.
Yeah, we don't say what the movie is, we can't ruin it.
That's a good point.
So it's fine.
Everybody knows. There's nobody that doesn't. Ame, strongest lifestealer in the world right now, is very hard to deal with. Lincoln's gone. Lincoln's immediately replaced, and, well, it's just going to taunt his way out of there. That lifestealer taunt has got to be, like, one of the better ones.
Do you also just think of Homer Simpson every time, though? Like,
a little
so we're
bit,
clear.
yeah.
And, like,
it's great.
It's great. Yeah, it's perfect.
He's a lot quicker than Homer, though.
That's true.
Better
My favorite taunt is the Skywrath Mage Arrested Development taunt.
Yeah, it's a good
10
one,
out of 10.
Venge has the rest.
Oh, sorry, I meant to say and Venge too. Yeah, I think they both do it, right? One does Job and one does.
Yeah, Lindsay.
Yeah, Lindsay. Yeah,
Jump, crush, Mira. Mira dead in an instant. And now hitting with the Fiend script. That's another one. Biting the dust. Laurel trying to hide away, but there is no salvation there. They buy back on the DK, but Xtreme, after a really impressive game number 1, are looking just as good here in game number 2, trying to close this one out.
Yo, can you pick up your Agnum Scepter, please, XM? Thank you. This guy.
He's just dropping things around. Needs to readjust. The inventory management, very important skills. And with 50 seconds, no gyrocopter, 43 till the IO. This is looking like it is all the racks, and it might even be more. XM wants to go forward for it. Kills off Maposhka, just dead right in front of all of his friends. And they don't have the control to deal with this at all. Another tier 3 tower.
Laurel's ready, he's popping ulti.
XM backs away. Again, no Aegis, but I don't think it's that much of a problem. They're passing over Lincoln Spheres onto Ame. They buy a refresher on Collapse. Okay. Wants to go in with the double ulti if he can. They've got 10 seconds until Gyro.
More appropriate Rattle Cage in hand here.
Oh, dropping the deep ward. Dude, DY always getting him down. And then he gets the Nightmare onto Collapse to keep them back as they turn their sights towards the tier 4 towers. One last gasp coming from Team Spirit as they want to try and hold on. They drop the ultimate. Immediately XG back away, but will they go all the way back? I think they're sticking around looking for more. Laurel get the corrosive haze onto him. Yadaro spams out some with the flak cannon. Now they could just look at XXS. You can't initiate on this guy.
Well, he likes doing his 360s in his puddle.
They take over the DK form with the Grimstroke Ags. The big wraparound. Can they find anybody? Force Staff getting away. Xingqiu would be the target if they can connect onto him, but he's still hidden inside that smoke. Dude, he's playing this so well. He's dodging to the sides, that way they won't find him when they go in finally. Yadaro pops the BKB, living through it. Mira tries to back away, stun onto XM. Mira lives inside the fountain, but the backlines, they did finally kill Xingqiu. Now infest and jump away. Everybody get out of dodge. Our savior is gone. Let's escape.
The most powerful hero has fallen. So back they will get here. It's full on megas at this point. No tier 4s at 42 minutes and a 28k lead. Yeah, I think you can back up for a second. Take a moment here. I believe they must have all the shards. Yeah, we're well ahead of that. So get a little bit of gold from the Tormentor.
Oh yeah.
Helps Xingqiu get his buyback. Still on cooldown as well.
Yeah. I mean, it just goes to show like how important Xingqiu is to this lineup that they decide to back right now, but also like how effective he's been able to be.
Hey, wait, they're baiting. They are baiting out Laurel here.
Are they baiting? Snowball, save. Collapses there. Hit, gyrocopter, DY. He's under fire. Laurel needs to get away, but not going to happen. Ame is too strong. Collapse still staying on to XXS, who is going to run away, hide all the way to the side. And now Maposhka, he was left alone, is going to be paying the price. While back at home, the Ancient is taking damage. Collapse needs to run away. They don't manage to actually get the creeps onto the throne. They're keeping them alive, but now the Infest inside of the Razor. He goes down too. With just Gyro, Tusk, and Io, it's going to be a hard hold for Team Spirit.
Run it down. Roche is up in a minute, but we don't need that, right, XG? You don't want to wait.
They're going for it,
Yeah.
surely.
AC on its way. Gem dropped on the ground. They don't want that either. It's fine.
Ame ready to close this one out as they step up to that Ancient and start to hit it. Spirit, you got to do something. They don't have a glyph available. Adoro, open wounds, and now creating the illusion, walking forward to him. They can't keep him alive. The Infest for the kill, but then the buyback. As they're on to the Ancient.
Your base?
They're going to die yet again. GG is called. Xtreme take the 2-0.
Well, 2 IO picks here.
Yeah.
From Team Spirit, but no IO games to be had, I don't think. That did not look like IO Dota to me. How many aggressive relocates do they have this game?
Not many. And the couple of them that they did, they weren't quite able to finish off the job taking down XM. I think back to those moments, and that could have been all the difference in the world, but was not meant to be today for the TI chance. Team Spirit going to go back to the drawing board as we go back to the panel.
That is exactly where they're going to have to go, because Team Spirit, this game number 2, it was looking to be theirs. The laning phase so much better for them, but at the end of the day, Xtreme Gaming, the skill difference, they outplayed them. They were able to get back into this game and eventually take out the win, take out the 2-0 in this series here. And I thought the Io Gyro, with how well this lane was doing, that we were going to see the inverse of game 1 fear, that we were going to see their off lane on the side of Xtreme Gaming struggle to have an impact this game.
Yeah, it didn't really happen, but he didn't find any kills on Xtreme Gaming, which is very interesting. Neither did the Grimstroke either. They went 0-1, 27, 0-5, 24. Lots of assists, but they still had a lot of impact.
Yeah, also, I thought we were going to keep going there, but instead I'll go over to FNG. Again, we had the confidence in Spirit's lineup, so what exactly was it about XG, how they played, and the heroes that they had to not only be down in deficit and come back, but close it out in such a demanding fashion?
Well, to put it simply, yeah, Spirit had a lead, but Xtreme Gaming was just like, farming their part of the maps, and for some reason Team Spirit didn't combine their cores. For example, DK comes to Gyro lane and you start pressure, Ayok goes to Razor, and then you have a real chance, right, to take a fight when you have a lead. Instead, Team Spirit kind of just sit and farmed and waited until Xtreme started doing moves, because that's how Dota works. You cannot wait for a long time. And then that's an issue for Team Spirit lineup, right? You have a Io Gyro who wants to farm, you have Razor who wants to farm, and DK is also like good scaling hero, but it's not like he wants to farm, but he has to farm because
everyone else is, yeah.
Yes. And then the Xtreme Gaming just hit their timings. They got Slardar Blink, they got 2 kills top, they got tower, they waited, they again smoked, got some kills, and then eventually Team Spirit tried to go into tier 2 tower, and that's where Xtreme Gaming completely came back into this game, because they won full, they killed 4 heroes, I believe, and then how to deal with Nyx, who is like has Radiance, you don't have good stun to kill him, and then Razor is not online yet, so yeah, it's a bit rough when Xtreme lineup just have so much money and XP.
Yeah, like as the big-brained analyst said, like they gave a lot of details. For me, it's very simple. I see Slardar, I see this Lifestealer. You jump targets the moment you get the blink. You're running across the map, and like you said, that they couldn't. 18 kills, 0 deaths, 10 assists. Yeah, that's the standard life of a Lifestealer in this patch. But on top of that, of course, he had good supports to support him, good Slardar on that offlane, and of course, he had this mid lane XM on the Storm Spirit that was also creating a lot of space, making moves with the Grimstroke, the Inkswell, the double grip. Like, I don't know, I looked at their draft and I'm, okay, I can see you guys and I understand why you like Spirit and what they've got. They have these 3 very scaling cores, but Xtreme Gaming just didn't allow them to get to the part in which those 3 scaling cores actually scaled.
Yeah, I think a lot of that came down to just the movements on the map for the most part. Like, you really had to make a move for this draft. If you ever got behind, Xtreme Gaming's draft is way better in the late game. You're going to get dismantled pretty quickly. But XG, they were just the ones to make the moves first, and that just started the snowball effect.
That's probably why they haven't been able to, well, they haven't lost a game at all this tournament yet. They go 2-0 here, just like every other series that we've seen from them. So they are going to be our winners, and that does mean one of their players is joined by Tsunami right now.
Thank you. Yes, I am joined by Ame, and Xtreme's manager Lillian will be helping me to translate again because you guys just keep on winning. You have not dropped a single game throughout this entire tournament, so I'm left wondering, what has changed from winning Elite League to not doing so great in Birmingham to now doing fantastic again in this event?
第一个问题是，就是从那个精英联赛我们夺冠，然后到伯明翰好像表现不是很好，然后到这个 PGL 这次比赛，到现在为止一场都没有输，就是大概的心情变化是怎么样的？
就感觉伯明翰的时候就发挥的不太好吧，其实呢最近可能发挥的比较好。
I think we didn't perform well in Birmingham, but we did very well in this tournament.
But why?
就是为什么呢？
He can say something like preparation, or maybe you thought there was going to be a patch, because those are the excuses I've been getting.
就比如说他可以提示了，就是比如说你可以觉得，比如我们这次准备的比较好啊，或者说可能我们预计会有一个版本的更新啊。
就可能上次输给 IG 之后，那个XXS 就不是很高兴，他把我们每个人都就骂了一顿，然后我们痛定思痛，所以这次打回来了。
Maybe after last tournament we lost to G2IG, XXS maybe a bit flame about us. So they just blame us. So we did well preparation.
Nice. So it got a little personal. Good. That fuels the fire. Because if he did say it was a patch, I was going to give him an excuse because Ame's been playing a lot of heroes that we don't see popular right now. He brought Clinks into the meta. He's bringing Bristle back into the meta. What's his inspiration for picking up these heroes?
就是他认为，就是你把很多不同的英雄，就是我们没有见过的英雄带到比赛里，比如说克林克兹，比如说钢背兽，就是你选择这些英雄的灵感来自于哪里呢？
一般是就看到天梯上有人在玩嘛，然后就感觉这个英雄可能比较厉害，就会自己去试一下，然后试完就如果觉得厉害就会上场。
I will see other players play this hero in pubs, and I will try it. And if I think it's good, I will try it in tournament in match.
And it's been working out for those two heroes. One hero specifically that I would like to get his thoughts on before I let it go, Gyrocopter. What's his opinion on Gyro?
就是最后一个问题，就是你对于飞机这个英雄是怎么看的？
我感觉飞机算一个比较强的英雄吧，就怕的英雄可能比较少，就比较强。
I think Gyro is a strong hero. He doesn't have many heroes he is afraid of. That's it.
Well, it worked out for you in this game number one. Sheshe, Ame, congratulations on upper bracket finals, and we'll pass it back to the panel.
Thank you both, Ame, Lillian, and Tsunami there. Great interview. He wasn't willing to tell us exactly why there was that big difference between Birmingham and now, but look, whatever it is, whether it was a personal vendetta, had to prove the audience wrong that they were still the strongest in the region. It's definitely come out in bucket loads, in spades here during this tournament. Going undefeated, not a single game lost, Lizard.
No, definitely. I think they took a breather a little bit in Birmingham because they won the event just before they won the Elite League, so they needed to take it down a notch, maybe, regroup, recuperate, and now they're coming back as strong or maybe even stronger than in Elite League, I would say.
Yeah, and it's proven that if you win too much throughout the year, you're not going to win TI, so you got to tactically throw a couple tournaments here and there so you can win the big ones.
Yeah, look, maybe that's it. What about your take, FNG? Not only on XG, but just kind of the scene right now for Dota, all of these tournaments that are getting played out leading up to both the Esports World Cup and TI.
I mean, I think there is only one opinion. We need patch, and that's it. The rest doesn't matter because it feels like, for example, remember when Fear won his TI? 1 month passed, and then all of their heroes are nerfed. Like truly, all of their heroes nerfed. Now we see Falcons winning 3 tournaments. No one cares. Like maybe someone from the higher can do something about it.
Some higher force.
Yes, yes, some higher force. I don't know who.
Yeah, but you got to be enjoying that. You know, Arme and XG are bringing in some new heroes to the official meta, despite it still being the same patch.
I mean, of course, it's mostly, again, last tournament we have IO Marcy came out of the pop, and it changed meta a bit, and then, I don't know, maybe some summon heroes who are weak against Bristleback. That's why Bristleback became popular. I also know the DM spammed a lot of Bristleback, and maybe because of him, a lot of players started also testing Bristleback. So it always comes out of the pubs, but you cannot, lie with numbers. If hero has low win rate or his numbers with spells and with stats and everything is low, it will not work. And that's why we need a patch.
Look, that's very true. And I wish I could pick your brain a little bit more, FNG, but we have to get to our final series. We know XG is advancing in the upper bracket, but who will face up against them? It's going to be either Team Liquid or Team Falcons, which is our next series just after this break.
Once again, we are trying to see what emojis represent different things in the Dota world. I've got Team Falcons Crit with me here, and I always ask this, are you much of an emoji user?
I would say I'm below average.
Below average. Yeah. Okay, well, hopefully you can put some of these emojis to some moments, some memories, some players, some talents, even some teams in here. We're starting with a nice easy one. It's the trophy.
Yeah, I'll say Spirit.
Okay.
Just because they're like the championship team, you know, when it matters, they get the trophy. So I think that's the first team I think of.
Nice. Second emoji, kind of a scared, shook one.
I'll say Amar for this one because he has moments where he goes like he just has a big gasp in the middle of the game and he's like surprised. So it just screams Amar to me.
Brilliant. I've heard this one before. I like that. There's just consistency with it. The angry face.
I'll say Toronto, Tokyo.
Yep, Snake said this as well, this whole Birmingham drama that happened.
He seemed pretty mad, so.
I was able to learn that it happened in the game and then after the game as well.
Yeah.
So you guys not very on the same page as friends right now?
I'm not.
No, you're not to do with it, but like.
No, I'm not part of it. There's some anger going towards our team from multiple angles, so it is what it is.
Biceps.
I'll go with Fly for this one.
Yes, most people are. Is he the strongest Dota player, we think?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Clown.
I'll go for us, Falcons, for this one.
The whole team?
Yep. If we have like the Fal Clowns meme, I think it's pretty good. So we'll go for that.
Okay, maybe, TI Grand Finals, you get some clown faces and clown paint on there.
Yeah, we could do it.
Yeah?
Sounds good.
It's on camera, there we go. We can try.
I don't know if Falcons will, approve of that.
Yeah, it might not be great.
Might not be the sponsor might not approve.
Sorry, Falcons management.
We'll have to take it up with them for sure.
A baby face.
Ator.
Ator. Just because.
Because baby rage.
Yes.
It's like an old Ator meme.
The burger.
I'll say EG for me, just because that was like I had like 6 years playing for North American org, and just burgers like the representation of America, So the first thing I think is EG.
Oh, brilliant! I love it. And then cool face, sunglasses on.
And the first thing I thought when I saw this regarding to Dota is Team Secret when they walked on stage all sunglasses.
Yes.
So I'll say Team Secret back in the days.
Nice. And the last one, an explosion.
An explosion. I'll say Techies.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a hard one. I think I'd have to think about a better one, but Techies is the first one I thought.
Love it. Techies, definitely a lot of explosions coming out. Very annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
Not a fan. You're not a Techies enjoyer.
I'm not. I have like 30% win rate in
Oh
official
no.
Yeah, it's
It's
not good. So I try to steer clear of Techies.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Well, Crip, thank you very much. Thank you for the memories, and thank you for the representation.
We're heading into our final series here at PGL Wallachia. It's day number 2 of playoffs. We're looking at the upper bracket matches. We already know that XG have advanced over Spirit. Now it's just down to find out who their opponent is. Is it going to be Team Liquid? Is it going to be Falcons? This one's going to be an interesting one because both of these teams, I don't know, they came into... You getting comfortable there? It's been a long day.
We have space now.
That's true. FNG has left the building, vacated a spot on the couch there. But both of these teams came into playoffs in quite different seedings and in quite different fashions. I mean, Falcons getting that 3-0 series sweep for themselves, whereas Liquid had a couple more losses under their belt.
Yeah, but at least they were quick, you know. Like until the series yesterday, they were either 2-0s or 0-2s. That's kind of why it took them a while to get into the playoffs. They were playing versus Falcons, but also not a spotless record either, right? They took losses here and there, but ultimately they used their experience as a team to be able to just get with the wins when they needed it. So this match should be very, very close in my opinion because Liquid were looking pretty good yesterday against Gaimin Gladiators. They ended up losing game 1. They made some adjustments in the draft, and it felt like, I don't know, they've recovered very quickly, and I was very impressed how after Liquid game 1 was like, oh, this draft looked a little questionable, the play looked a little questionable. Then they played TA early pick in the next 2 games and just stomped and looked really good. So hopefully it's not just the TA that made them look good, but we'll have to see if they did their homework on Falcons. Maybe it was just the TA magic, or maybe they just adapt really well.
That TA also just progressively got higher up in priority. It was second phase in game 2, and it was literally first pick in game number 3. They could not place any other hero at a higher priority list.
Yeah, which is insane. Like usually when you think about TA, you don't really think about her as a hero that gets first phased. Not even in this patch, like especially in this patch, there's so many other heroes that are first phased. But yeah, of course, Liquid, they are a team that adjusts and adapts very well with their drafts. I think they have a coach that's with us very often in the green room as well. You can pick his brain a little bit.
You can never get rid of that man, I tell you.
Exactly.
You go one place and he's just all of a sudden there.
Like he goes in, and I hope that he's gonna talk about Dota and his draft, so I have something smart to say. You know, he talks about his like some dude that's gymming and that he's following on Instagram. Is he natty or not? You know, come on, Blitz.
The age-old question right there.
The age-old
question. Natty or not?
No.
Well, Falcons were just quickly on our screens up there, so I think it's only fitting that we talk about them instead. They've also, like you already pointed out, Fia, not had that spotless record for themselves. I think the biggest one being Nouns, being able to take a game off of them. So the group stage, not as clean for them, but so far in the playoffs, they got that 2-0 against Boom, and it didn't really look as if there was any question about it. The player that stood out to me the most in improvement is 9. We didn't know how he was going to come into this tournament. He only got approached a couple days before it as well, and he hadn't played an official since TI 12 last year. 7 months. Had some hit-or-miss days within the group stage, and yesterday in the first playoffs day, he looked fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like going to the gym. You know, you could be really strong, take a little bit break, feel weak. You'll get back in shape really quick and feel in form. So I feel like that's exactly what happened to 9. He just needed to warm up a little bit, take his little rest days, and then he'll come back stronger every single time.
Yeah, and just like in the gym, when you want to grow wide and big and strong, what you need to do is you need to test yourself with higher, bigger weights. And he was tested. He was tested in this tournament by multiple different top-tier teams, and he grew.
Yeah, he did. I know that we're seeing Skitter on our screens right now, and earlier today, if you guys have been tuning in for the whole day, we had our morning at panel. Shiva T and Kezu like to talk about this carry tier list that went around, and I actually just saw Skitter beforehand, and I was like, oh, you know, some people might not be so happy with it, and he said, I love it, you know, it's all a meme, it's all good, I think where I'm placed is perfect. Mind you, he did get put in S tier.
Yeah, I mean, the stats don't lie on this one, right? Like, this tournament, he's killing it. Best KDA, lowest deaths, close to highest on tower damage, most denies, so he's winning his lane, he's not dying, he's hitting the buildings, and he's killing the heroes. What more can you ask for a stat line like that?
I don't know, what can you?
Nothing. I can't think of anything.
Like he said,
you could have highest healing too, maybe. You can be a support.
So that's where he's gonna improve the highest healing stat for him.
He said he's working out, so maybe more weights on the bench as well. You know, just go out of Dota, because Dota he's already completed. He won the game. But yeah, I completely agree with him being S tier. He has been on point.
Well, do you agree with where the morning panel placed Liquid's carry? Mickey was, I believe, in C tier. I have to
C
double check
tier,
that one.
Mickey.
Was it B? C? Someone might have
I mean,
to correct me on
that's the
that
problem with like Mickey, right? Just everyone sleeps on this guy. That's also his strength at the same time, though. It's like, oh, it's just Mickey. He's just there. Goes beyond, got like 5 games in a row, and you're like, it was just Mickey. It's
Nisha.
fine. Don't
Nisha,
worry.
let's talk
It was
about
Nisha.
Nisha.
Yeah,
It was Nisha. He set his carry up for a
Nisha's,
good one.
you know, 4 and 6 or something, and Mickey's 17 and 0. Ah, Nisha, he must have been the problem.
Did you see
there.
that puck play from Nisha, how he escaped? And Mickey is just standing in the corner, you know, like brooding. But yeah, this guy is definitely not C tier carry.
I would
right
put him
now or
definitely
ever.
A.
I'm double checking where
Personally.
exactly they put him because I don't want to lie. Oh no, they put him between B and A. I'm sorry. I thought they put him low. They put him between B and A.
I'd definitely give him A.
You just push him straight up to A.
I think so.
I mean, it depends on the other carries. I didn't see the full list, so I don't know who.
At this tournament, right?
It's only carries at this tournament. Very quickly, I'll
So
I'll
S
flash
tier is Skitter and
Yatoro,
Yatoro,
and then Arme just below them, then Nightfall and Monet in A, then Mickey just below them.
how do you justify putting Ame like below anyone in this tournament?
He lost last tournament.
Yeah.
Scrub.
Yeah, but if we're looking only at this tournament,
Well, look, if we
gotta
are,
get good. What can I say? Yeah.
That's true. If we are only looking at this tournament, though, that might give us some information for what these two teams want to draft for themselves. Are Liquid going to still have that high priority for TA? It is that flex between mid and carry for themselves, but at the same time, maybe Falcons are just going to ban it out. That does leave room for some other meta OP picks to get through, whether it's in the support role or in the off-lane role.
Yeah, if I think about Falcons and what sort of nerds they are when it comes to going in depth with Dota, I feel like TA is something that they'll let through. You know, and just let it go through, play against it.
They did that first boom, right? The gyrocopter.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
no one else would play against it. They gave it to game 1, stomped them with it, and like that wasn't enough. We beat your own gyro. Next game, they took the gyro, then stomped them with their own gyrocopter. That's Falcons
the
for you right
worst.
there.
That is actually, that's Falcons in a
And then they
nutshell.
all chat you on top of that.
Yeah.
That gets me
That one
out.
at least didn't happen in that series.
That would be savage right there. It would be way too much for anyone to handle. It's like you have this idea, you lose with it, and then the enemy team wins against you with it. It feels so bad.
Yeah, that happened last series too.
I'm sure it's not too easy. I do want to point out as well that Liquid will be having that first pick. So with Falcons now having done their 4 bans of Chen, Io, Disruptor, and Doom, it is very easy for them to get their hands on it, make sure it's not even going to be taken away. But I do put a bit of a question mark around it. And instead, it's going to be the Pango.
I mean, Bloodseeker banned out. What could it be?
Yeah.
What hero could be picked? And of course, they get the Pango. What's interesting about these first 4 bans from Falcons, by the way, Io and I believe Disruptor, they always banned it. They never picked it so far, either one of these 2 heroes. And I'm not sure if there are, I haven't checked all the bans, if they have been always banned against them, but I'm pretty sure they could have gotten their hands on Io if they wanted to. They just don't play the heroes at the moment.
Yeah. I feel like if you're playing against Liquid themselves or some Gaimin Gladiators, you'd see an instant TA right now. But for Falcons, I'm not sure how they want to respond against Pango. Have they played against Pango? No, they have. They went Doom. Doom is banned, so they have to do a new opening versus the Pangolier.
There are.
Oh, they did this
heroes.
before too. Actually, they picked Razor and then got a second phase Chen against a Pango. Also not happening this.
I feel like there are heroes that are still in the pool that are good against him. Let's see if they get banned out, like Primal Beast that we've seen in the past is still in. He's good. There's something like a Bane as well that you can pick up.
See, the Primal, I'd feel more confident in Falcons picking up if they had Mallory in here. I know that he really likes the Primal. I don't know where 9 really sits with it, especially now. You know, we don't have much data on what he's comfortable playing.
If you don't want to give him Primal, it's not as big of a counter, but give him Timber. Like, this man has owned with Timber recently. And if it's a semi-decent Timber game, like, you can win the lane into Pango and you do so much later on. The last game that we watched, that we've seen 9 play Timber, he didn't look like he took a break at all.
Yeah.
He was just owning.
That's a pretty good call. The only thing I'd be slightly concerned about is synergy of your lineup, having like a Timber plus Razor, if that Razor is your offlaner, because then you're kind of really relying on winning your lanes, and if that doesn't happen, the game can become very difficult to play. It feels like you just have to farm, you can't really make any moves on the map. But I'm also kind of like trying to check up on 9 to see what type of heroes.
I love this camera angle.
Does he play the Primal?
But while you're looking at that, I'll throw a little bit more of a question at Lizard of the synergy that Fia was talking about between Razor, Timber. What does that allude to?
Yeah, I feel like the synergy obviously isn't the greatest.
In terms of team fight, in terms of lanes, how you move out of them?
In terms of you have 2 cores, you have no catch instantly from the 2 of them. That's one thing. And that's, for me, something that maybe can be... okay, you don't get that from your cores, from your 2 cores. You can get it from some position 4, some position 5. So you have to adjust to that appropriately. But instead, they get most likely what is a skitter Weaver, right? Like this man will always pick this hero up, and they get a Gleipnir builder. It's kind of nice into the Pango to have that item. You can cut into the backlines. If it happens, maybe that Liquid move the Pango on offlane, which will not happen, most likely. Weaver is really strong against him, so a lot of reasons why it's picked. But this hero got picked up versus Disruptor a lot, and then you know what else he likes stealing? Sukuchi. It just makes Rubik a completely different beast, so why not pick it into Weaver?
Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to update on the Primal, right?
Yes, that is what I was
He's
looking
played 5 games with it, 60% win rate, and the last time he played it was in 2023 of February. So it's been a hot minute since he's played the Primal Beast. That's probably not something he's really looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you're super comfortable. Maybe they've been running it back in scrims or something, but even still, I'm not sure that you want to be revealing 3 cores right now if that is where the Weaver is going. There is still that flex potential. Don't know if I want to see it on a pos 4, but it is potentially there. And then now the Enchantress Rubik support combo for Team Liquid.
With that same exact support combo, they have played TA before. Their cores were TA, Puck, and Brew. So all of these cores are still left in the pool. Of course, you won't be picking any one of those for the mid lane because most likely Pango will be there. The other 2, are they good here? I always like a Brew for them. I like these kind of heroes. Like on offlane for them, anything that can not necessarily initiate, but just create chaos in fights. I feel like that's when they're the strongest.
Yeah, and this Shaker we've seen before, laning with Amar in the offlane, has been pretty good so far. It worked better than they basically did Earth Spirit before with Razor, multiple games in a row, lost every single game. They've ran the Shaker now with the Razor. It won a game, so it's on the right track. Against Pango, it can be a little annoying too. You can drop the Fissure down and just redirect him if he doesn't have the shield crash up. He is your initiator. When you pick heroes like Weaver and Razor, you're going to need a Blink initiator from somewhere, and it's nice to have at least one from your position 4. They're probably still looking for another one from the mid lane, so you have like multiple options for that. But then again, I think the most important thing, even Aoi said in the post-game interview, when you're doing your 24 pick, the first thing you need to think about is your laning stage, and they will have that second pick, right? So they will probably decide what they can do. And you still have that potential option as Shaker mid. Probably fine versus the Pango mid, I would imagine, but it doesn't crush them like
if they
other matchups.
If they go for that, right? Like
Yeah.
I've seen some Shaker mid in pubs. Not sure if that's something that they want to experiment with, but yeah, is a possibility. When it comes to Crystal Maiden, it's kind of straightforward. Like the hero is good, and you're picking her into Enchantress. So eventually, you will be able to frostbite her creeps, make her life a little bit more difficult.
Really
and this
good
is your
pick.
Razor answer. Plus, you can't be blocked in the lane, right? Like versus the Fissures, you always have that time walk to work with.
Yeah, and you're playing versus a Weaver too, right? And there is no save from the supports. So if he just Chronos Weaver, at some point, assuming the farm is relatively even, and you're not really far behind, Weaver just dies really easy, even just the time dilation. Super annoying for all these heroes. CM gets time dilation, she hates it, Shaker hates it, Weaver hates it, and even to some degree, Razor hates it too, because you can leap away.
And it's crazy because this Faceless Void was banned out in so many games at the beginning of the tournament, but the tournament is shaping the meta and teams are kind of figuring each other out, and some other heroes have taken priority over him.
Yeah, first when we were talking about that Blink stun, I was like, oh, Dragon Knight, that's also something else Falcons really like. I'm surprised there hasn't been there. It was the first ban from Team Liquid. I was just like, I didn't even notice that one. But yeah, leans into exactly what you're saying as well, Lizard. There's just been this big change up as to what cores you want to be banning at in that first phase when it feels like you might have an available slot for yourself.
Yeah, my only question now is there a world, a possibility in which you do put the Shaker mid like Fear talked about, and then you get some sort of a save? Because looking at it, it's much easier to get it from a support position than it is from mid. There are heroes that do it from the mid lane, but you probably don't want to get them. Or do you just get a good old, I don't know, Storm Spirit or something like that, some playmaker from the mid lane for 9?
Yeah, I mean, he'll have last pick to decide, so that is the luxury of that pick. But what they really need to decide now is, where's Pango going, right? Is this Pango going to go into the off lane? We've seen 33 play it there pretty well, actually. He had a really good game on it last time he played it. Or are they going to put it in the mid lane and find a new 33 hero? But I'm not entirely sure what 33 heroes, because 33 typically doesn't play a lot of initiators, I see.
Yep.
Like, Pango might be his most played one. If you consider Doom one, that is one too, but Doom is banned. So I feel like they need an initiator versus the Weaver, right? You need some more lockdown. It would be nice to have, not necessarily you need it.
Well, he doesn't play that much, but Mars is still in the pool. If you want that instant initiation.
MOUZ?
Yeah.
For Liquid?
I know. I know.
How dare you?
Far-fetched. I know it's far-fetched.
I'm just saying,
But
I think Hell will freeze over before I see them drop
so
MOUZ.
if we're not gonna see Mars, there's something like a Kunkka still left. Like
Watch them prove me wrong and pick it up now.
Yeah.
That's the name of the game this tournament.
They were
for
hiding
me.
it this whole time.
So I
This
always
one
think
event.
that. I'm like, am I confident enough to say that they're not going to pick the MOUZ for Liquid? Has he been on playing on this other account that no one knows about? But I really just don't think it's a 33
By
hero.
the way, a hero that they did play on offlane, doesn't really fit this kind of initiating thing. At Bristle, they have picked it before. On the offlane, it's very greedy, of course, but it worked for them. So maybe something that they can be thinking about.
Yeah, why not? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. They have like a lot of options that what they can do. There's nothing super obvious, I want to say, that they can pick here. So that means they have a lot of things they can do. And I'm not entirely sure which route they want to go or which one's better.
It's the same for Aoi. You can see he banned out the Brewmaster and the Zeus. One is an offlaner, one is a mid. So they're pretty much covering themselves from what they feel is the worst.
I mean, I will say, Centaur, I mentioned it last time, has not lost a game against Razor. So that could be pretty good. And
How many games are there? Because you said it last time, but I want to know how many games.
3.
Okay, that's still pretty good. I thought you were going to say 1, and I'm like, well, that's not really.
No, I'm not going to go that hard, but so they're going to put him in the off lane on the Pango.
So they get the sniper, they get some more damage in the Chronosphere. My problem is their playmaking in the mid game. These two supports have to do some heavy lifting, especially if Pango has not so good of a lane, which probably he shouldn't have. You're playing into Weaver CM. That sounds really rough.
Yeah, and let's think of what you can even lane versus sniper last pick here. DK's banned, Coddle's banned, Zeus is banned. They're banned by Falcons themselves, so you don't have a lot of good options here to lane against this guy, because those are the only 3 heroes that I've seen that have done moderately well. So they're gonna have to pull out something new. And it's going to be the Earth Spirit mid. This is a 9 classic as well. I know Crit loves to play this hero, but he's already lost 3 times on it. Maybe just kick him off of it, try someone new.
Maybe a win with it on the team will revitalize his spirits about it.
I'm sure it will. It's like, look, we won with it. Let me try it again. No, but the reality is this hero is just very bad on support. As a core, it can be good. It's still pretty
volatile. It's really volatile.
The lane, there's no way he's going to win the lane. He typically doesn't like losing the lane. This is a very bold pick, I will say. Very bold.
So then if you're going to sack this mid lane anyway, why would you not pick a different hero that has at least reliable scaling or fast farming? Why would you go for the Earth Spirit?
It's kind of hard. Like you're in a position in which you're playing into a sniper this far in the draft. Yeah. They did pick it really fast, I have to say that, but still, maybe they prepared this. Maybe they, because they didn't ban out the sniper. So they obviously had some idea that this hero might come in.
Yeah, I will say this hero in particular is very good at doing a lot with little, right? So if you pick a hero like...
You might have to.
...that needs a blink dagger, well, you're kind of owned before then. All you need is levels and you can make plays on the map. 9 is going to be running around the map going crazy, or they're going to converge on mid and try ganking him. But either way, this Earth Spirit's going to have to be super active. If he's ever just farming neutrals, it's going to be a big problem.
I like it though. We're starting off with a bold pick on Falcons. It's upper bracket game number 1. And let's head on over to Tsunami, who is joined by Blitz.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Team Liquid's coach, but it's Falcons that I want to know about. Falcons, as we all know, has been dominating the scene. So where do you rank them in terms of annoying teams to draft against?
Probably number 1. I think like number 1 is Falcons, and then number 2 is probably Xtreme, because XM plays like the most annoying mid heroes. So yeah, I think Falcons is easily #1. Just all of their heroes are annoying. Like, come on, man. Get a life. You don't have to pick the same 3 heroes.
So then how much of it is dependent on, like, yes, they have those same 3 heroes, and then also the fact that the patch is clearly also favoring those heroes that they're very good at. So is it the depth of their pool, or is it their specialties?
I think it's their specialty, but I can't really complain about it because the nice thing about Dota is it's equal opportunity. If we really thought that those heroes were as broken as, then it's also on us to get better and learn them and stuff like that. So I can, like, complain about that, but it's mainly jokey. Like, I can call them annoying for fun, but it's not actual hate or anything like that. They're really skilled, so.
Of course, but then in terms of things that you may need to learn, I can't imagine that Nisha would ever bring out a Earth Spirit mid, but Nine did. And what's your opinion on that last pick from Falcons?
I mean, it's really good. The last time I saw Earth Spirit mid, it was Niche, and he missed like 50 rolls. I think it was against like OG or something, so we kind of put that one on ice. But, well, I don't know. I hope he misses 50 rolls against us, and, he's just the most out-of-shape player of all time.
I don't think Nine has been doing that recently.
Yeah, he's really good, so, whatever. I want to see the game, so
Let's run it then. Game number 1 to the casters.
I love that. Thank you so much, Tsunami. I also think I saw Owie behind him. Both coaches just trying to sneak around the interview, see if they can get in to watch the match. And we are here in there. Let's get the counter up, see how many rolls you're going to miss on the old Earth Spirit. See if he is indeed going to get to 50. But Trent, Liquid versus Falcons. We're here. Last match of the day. You love to see it.
We have made it indeed. And yeah, annoying heroes to draft against. And they've got one of them. The Amar Razor. What I learned from that interview is the second that the patch comes, these guys will be washed and trashed. Is that what Blitz said?
I think
that's what it sounded like. I think it's exactly what he said. So, for now, we wait. As Liquid are waiting. So sneaky.
Amar, get out of there!
Oh my god, it's like Animal Planet.
Yeah, they kicked them away. They're going to escape. Did see a couple of boulders drop down like garbage up on the high ground over there, too. Just trying to litter the area. What?
Thing. I heard that.
Ah, that's right.
I guess Sunsfan is cackling right now.
It's a good accent every now and then. You got to throw it out from time to time. As Crit is going to be blocking these creeps right at the start, pushes the wave underneath the tower. It does not look like they are going to be able to block it off. So wave should push and give a little bit of an easier time to that Razor. And they said sacrificial lane. 9, as the levels mount up, it's going to be tough for him dealing with Nisha, most likely.
Still too distracted. How do you... Garbage.
Garbage.
I can't try to not say it. All right. Yeah, it's classics abound here, though, I gotta say. This looks more like how our tournament started, I feel like. There's nothing too crazy. Crits on the Shaker again. We saw that pretty recently. That's been a little bit new. Not a lot of teams busting that out, but feels confident with it, especially with the Razor. That's always been one of the better pairings you can get because Razor likes to be a little bit active, can also use the ulti to go and farm a lot like neutral creeps and stuff, and so you get some time on the lane after the laning stage as the Shaker to get to your Blink Dagger, and of course, the #1 reason you just got Fisher into Link combo. Very synergistic duo, so I think we'll probably see it again after this match.
Nice little farm there, able to sneak those away. It was Insania connecting that creep camp all the way over to the rest of the wave, making things a little bit less comfortable for them, as Amar will take a couple beats from Mickey. But yeah, it'll be interesting to watch how this plays out, and of course, when those rolls start coming in, if Nine's able to connect on. Because I can very well imagine as the lane goes on and as game goes on, Crit maybe makes that rotation in towards mid and seeing if they can set up on a sniper.
Yeah, Fisher into roll, perhaps they can do it. Definitely feels a little bit of a high-risk, high-reward pick here, I gotta say.
As they chase him down with the blood grenade, a couple more hits is all they need, and Boxy, he's gonna draw the first blood.
Rubik players love it. Skitter apparently liked it too, gave him the high five for it. And we've seen lots of this. Rubik versus Weaver, the panel talked about it. You've all seen it before, I'm sure. Getting Shikuchi feels incredible. And so Boxy gonna have a lot to work with here in this game because he's got an Earth Spirit and an Earth Shaker.
We can already see the little bit of the destruction going on at mid. 9, every time he steps up to try and farm any of these creeps, is just going to get pummeled in the face. But it is a big creep wave coming in with double range creeps. Should be able to use the Boulder Smash to secure at least one of those, you would imagine. But 14-7 versus 6-2 at any point doesn't seem that great.
No, it's not getting any better from here. It's over.
Yeah.
The lane, it's like you said, he can kick now. He's going to get plinked a lot, and he's going to do his best not to die.
Yeah. He just walks in and is going to deny all of these in his face, actually.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that
Oh my
hurts
God,
so
dude.
bad.
Yeah, Nine's like, I'm out of here, guys. It's been good. See y'all later.
Oh, man.
They're going to need to help him eventually. I mean, again, like the panel said, like Fear was saying, you can do a lot with a little on that hero, but he needs to get a little at least. 'Cause right now he's getting nothing.
Again, up top, they're on to snaking here.
Bugs go out, and Liquid deal with those before returning to laning as Snaking is going to salve up and come back in. Yeah, they need these other side lanes to go at least somewhat well on the side of Falcons.
Crit just gonna get the body into this camp here. Typically, of course, in the offlane, you tend to want to see them get this camp open, but they're versus an Enchantress, and the wave's already in a great spot. So Crit just wants to make sure that doesn't spawn and limit what options they have in terms of pulling. And so far, so good on that offlane. Anytime the lane goes even or winning and you're playing Shaker support, I think you're having a good time, right? You can't really be expected to help out that much in the laning stage. It's just not really what the hero's great at. Especially when they have a jump over Fisher.
Oh yeah, for sure. Nisha starting to build up some damage there and will do a few more denies in Nine's faces. He's forced to roll away yet again. 23-19. I mean, talk about throwing somebody to the wolves.
Yeah.
It is rough.
He's gonna need those big rolls. We'll see how they go.
Skitter taking damage. 33 putting the pressure on. But they will manage to get him out of here, it looks like. Skitter still thinking about a chase. Frostbite is used. Living for the moment.
Well, it's a risky turnaround.
An option for a jump, and they managed to take him down. Ooh, caught him slipping.
Nice job. Just enough sustain to come back in there and kill the enemy carry. The offlane Pango, not really renowned for its success in the laning stage these days. And yet able to find a great kill and catch up on the CS at the same time with these waves coming to his towers. Yeah, 3-3 just popping off at the moment. Now, 9.
He wants to get active. I mean, seeing if they can get anything going here, because he has to make some moves. So will manage to rotate in. Would have loved to get that kill onto the Earth Spirit, but Amar ends up taking it.
Dire's bottom tower
That's
is under attack.
unfortunate there, but it is what it is. Needs the XP, so it's okay.
Yeah. I mean,
66 glorious XP. That's for sharing that kill.
I mean, yeah, it's level 6 mid versus level 4. At the 6-minute mark, Nisha's going to pick up an Arcane Rune, drops down a ward. Box, dude, if they're rotating supports to Nine's lane too, like, come on, man. Leave this guy alone. He's going to pick up the bounty rune, and Boxy's just chasing him this entire time. If he's not careful, he might die. They have level 6 on Sniper, as a matter of fact, but the cook him! Oh, there we go. That's a nice play.
Boxy's just waiting, like, I gotta make sure I don't get rolled on right away.
Stomp onto Amar. Nick A gonna get linked. Boxy chasing, and they break the link and go in for the finish. Liquid looking good. Are they gonna come on in and try and steal that Wisdom Rune too?
I mean, you are Enchantress, so you're pretty fast. Has the help of a Centaur.
Come on,
and
Nine
it will
needs
last
that.
long enough.
9 needs that XP rune.
Yes.
They're bringing in the Centaur. I don't know, Crit. Gonna have to contend with this. The fissure, but the lift is there, and they steal it away. But Skitter got the other one, it looks like. As Crit in trouble. Deny, will we get the double deny? No. Crit and Boxy get the finish.
Somehow they kill each other in the middle of those golems.
I don't know how that worked. But as Amar tries to kill off Insania, it's just barely there.
He waited too long for the TP.
That was nicely played.
Yeah, perfect positioning from where to get the max damage there on the plasma field. I think he's played this hero before.
Yeah, a little
I
bit.
seem to recall that he might be good at it.
He's owning. All right, well, kind of equalizing a little bit. I mean, there's still a massive mid difference that's going on in terms of net worth. But level-wise, after a couple of those rotations, Earth Spirit doing much better than he was. He's got level 6 at least.
Yeah, and he's got that ward that's in there on the stacks the sniper likes to go for, stack it up, shrapnel and everything. And so the goal, of course, is to use that vision to try and get a kill, because you have this long reach with your roll-in, but it's going to require some friends coming to help you, and your friends aren't having the best time either.
33. Fissure, after the swash was used, 2-1. Gets level 6 off of this too, but the roll comes in from 9. That's 1 for 50, but no. They will still manage to get the kill.
9 gonna hop immediately through the twin gate as well. See if they make something happen, but he goes right through a watcher, so yeah, has to disable that and knows that he doesn't have an opportunity to surprise them here, but they are bringing it more than that. Swarming upon Mikke here.
Does have level 6.
All right, Snaking didn't like it. He's TPing in mid.
Yeah, honestly, like, if you try and show up there, he chronos, sniper TPs, everybody's dead. Like, there is a lot of danger diving underneath the tower.
Ooh, 9. It's low on the XP, low on the gold, doesn't have a friend to help him with the roll-in plays. They have that river ward too, spawning his moves, so they know that Amar's alone.
And Amar gonna start to get planked as Nisha makes his way through a couple punches. Try and break the TP, it's not in time. Just out of there. Amar salvaging this game a little bit right now for Falcons.
It doesn't get much closer than that. You have to dodge the bashes and you also don't get hit by that?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Roll in mid, the recovery of 9.
Kicks him to Snaking now. Crit moves in, layering the stunts together perfectly. 33 gonna go down, reapplying some magnetize. 9 will die, and Snaking dies too. Liquid bring numbers and they punish that, but still, you get the kill on the Pango.
Yeah, is that worth it though?
I mean, I don't know. Chant? Oh, and Invis gets him out clean. I mean, you can see Liquid are still ahead, but I think any kill you can be a part of right now on 9 is a win. Like, dude has definitely been struggling in terms of net worth.
It's just, this is going to turn into a duo core lineup from Falcons.
That's what it feels like a little bit.
Dire's middle tower is under
There's going to be a lot of pressure on Crit, I think, to pick up some of that slack here after he gets his Blink Dagger, which means you also have to create some space for him to find that farm, and that's going to be hard to do when your mid player is sunk down like this.
Absolutely. Sakuchi stolen for Rubik. So that is another nice tool for Liquid if they want to get aggressive. I mean, again, you sort of keep in mind how strong this lineup has looked. It's definitely been Earth Spirit that's been the lowest of the cores in terms of net worth, but it's just a massive valley in between Sniper and the rest of them, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like Snaking has the most powerful spell in the game here with the Frostbite. Like, if you're going to win a team fight, I feel like that's what it's going to come down to. Yeah. Is like some good root on the Pango, or on the Faceless Void, or on the Rubik who comes in with a Shikuchi. And getting rid of these Enchantress creeps. They're strong early on. And they've been sitting mid here, smoked up. Not good for the lungs to wait this long in a smoke.
No.
No, and look at that stuff coming out of Crit, too. He's got one of those coal rollers. They got on the big trucks in North America.
That's right. Not what you want to see.
I'd never seen one until, like, 3 weeks ago.
No?
They've now moved north. They've come to Canada. Or maybe they moved east out of Alberta. That might have been it, too.
That's not a real place.
Fortunately, it is.
Nisha rolled on in mid. The fissure, the kickback, that's what they needed. Nisha out of position, and Sniper, no shard early to keep him alive. What a clutch play that was. That's so much gold. 9 tries to get away, but the Chronosphere connects onto 2, but immediately rooted, and Snake King takes him down. With Amar getting the last touch, 33 now trying to get out of there, realizes this fight is completely falling apart. Echo on to Boxy. What a comeback by Falcons.
Oh man, you see that Chrono, you have to go for it. We've all done it before, but it's the perfect way to start. You get the Sniper. Every single fight where Snipers is allowed to sit there and right-click, you are going to lose in this early game. Because you're not going to have that mobility yet where you can actually catch him and punish him, at least for free, right? Where you get these Blink Daggers or something. You've got to get those roll-in plays. And that was patience. I mean, they were losing out on quite a bit of efficiency, sitting there for the longest time mid, until it finally came up the way they needed it to.
And talk about getting to Blink Dagger gold for crit too, right?
Yeah.
Guys, moving on forward. And I don't know, for Liquid now, I mean, things still are going good in a lot of ways. You've got this incredibly stacked up sniper, but, you know, Razor's starting to overtake him a little bit. It feels like there's definitely a scary window here where if Falcons can make these plays around 9, I mean, he's kind of the one that's setting up for everything that they need.
Boxy sneakily waiting nearby for an opportunity to get Shikuchi, and he is successful. Will 9 roll in on this, though? No. Doesn't have detection on him. Unfortunately, might need to get some to deal with his Rubik.
Hasn't completed Spirit Vessel, though.
Yeah, he wants to get an active gank with it. Insania is a decent target here, obviously, with the Spirit Vessel, but there's just too many allies nearby.
I mean, the thing is, the smoke roll with Fissure is like the avenue to catch Sniper, right? If there's a way to do it, that's what they need to make happen. But it's pretty expensive, like you talked about. They're just sitting there mid, smoked up for a long time until he shows up.
All right, he's going to connect on the Boxy here as he grabs the Amplify Damage rune. Will he die for it?
Oh, nice job there. Interrupting the roll. And they move in and get that kill. So we'll have the amp damage when he respawns. But I think right now it's kind of just a holding pattern for Falcons while they get the Blink Dagger up on crit. And on the side of Liquid, I think these types of moves to punish that sort of stagnancy is the right play. Boxy hunting, finding, snaking.
Protector here or something.
Lifted, and after the swash, one more swipe takes him down. 33 defensive blade done.
Correct that they have a ward in the area there. That is Boxy's.
Yep.
Looks exactly like Snake King's. He even renamed it Sentry Ward as well. The legendary ward.
Once you do it once, just everybody got to copy you.
I mean, it was a good idea.
It was a really good idea, definitely. 8-8, 15 minutes in. And closer and closer Crit gets to that Blink Dagger, which is hopefully for Falcons gonna open up the game that much more. Skitter trying to get into the Gleipnir wants to be playing that active-ish role, it seems, as well.
Yeah, they're going to need his help.
Yeah.
When your mid's in this state, anything you can do to try and get Nisha locked down and dead.
Right. But I mean, to be fair, Mikke is also not having a great game, you know, on this this Faceless Void. Trying to play a little bit of catch-up for himself to get into the Maelstrom. 33 helps him farm those Ancients to try and accelerate his farm a bit.
Yeah, it was a very vulnerable time in the game when he died mid, because it's right when you get your like farm accelerating items, you don't want to die there.
Yeah.
You just want the quick picks and out.
Boxy steals it again, gets kicked up, Cliff to the high ground. Well, 9 stay up there for the moment. It's Boxy dead.
This guy's good.
Damn, dude, that was sick.
2 cliffs? I mean, especially a Rubik getting cliffed twice is excellent karma.
Unbelievable.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, still managed to steal the haste away, and, you know, we always talk about Storm Spirit being really impactful with the runes. It's worth repeating, for Earth Spirit, you kind of need those to help you in your fighting as well.
Certainly when you're this broke.
Yeah.
But Crit, Blink Dagger's online. They're going to find that ward the Snake King had noticed earlier, and presumably it's going to be smoke time here.
Seems like it.
Well, they might have used them all, because I don't see any out here for the Dire. Oh, never mind. Crit's got one. Okay.
Yeah, with that Blink Dagger.
All right. Insania also coming up top here on the edge, though. Maybe they have some ideas. Shikuchi no longer there since Boxy died.
They have a great couple of wards here, too. Dude, they are so ready for this move. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, jeez. Insania, 9 cliffs himself. He can't stop clipping people to catch onto both of them. How much damage can they do? They interrupt the roll by jumping forward. Yo, Vision wins games. And that is what Liquid needed. What a perfect setup.
Yeah, that's full on red. That's like they
yeah.
got the book of Falcons right now. Knew exactly how they wanted to play that with the Earthshaker, and wow, so premeditated there from Liquid. Just the positioning from Insania, the ward on the high ground, and they get nothing.
Look, I mean, this is the downside to being the top team across the world. People study you, and they found exactly what they were going to do and were set up for it. I mean, on both sides too, right? The wards there in the lane and then also up on the high ground.
I mean, to be fair, the way they like de-warded too, it was kind of, you know, like they just sort of like de-warded and kept walking that way. So Liquid just saying like, hey, if you're gonna do those things, you gotta be ready for us to understand what you want after.
Boxy onto Snake King, stolen. Nova, meanwhile, 33. Gonna get jumped on. He does not have an easy way out of this one. As Crit was there for the control and Boxy just trying to TP out. Does he manage to escape? Yes, indeed.
And what's the plan next? Everyone's going through the gate. There is a Radiant ward down. So it's going to spot 9.
The roll.
Spot Crit. Spot Snaking. They know they are all here.
Gotta be careful. They also scan. Insania's in the area. And dropping down that ward right in vision.
Dude, he's so wise.
Yep.
Staying and waiting there like that too. Now he's going to get a free ward kill.
That's really nice. He's just not stopping farming either. Yeah, they're gonna have damage to throw into Chrono. Oh, Nisha. Sniper's a problem.
9 gets a pretty good item though in the tier 2s of the Whisper of the Dread.
Thought you were gonna say the Blade Mail.
That is also good.
Yeah.
And in combination with Whisper of the Dread, actually help out his damage.
Mart tries to become that big bad man himself, going towards the BKB after the Manta. Stolen Sakuchi for Boxy, chasing him this whole time. Teammates moving in closer, they're a little ways away. 9 also in the area, making sure Skitter doesn't get jumped on. But just trying to make him as uncomfortable as possible, it seems. Crit. Thinking about it. But no, just gonna roll away. Too concerned about what could happen there.
Smoke up again here though. Amara gonna push out top, grab some neutrals. Is he gonna hop through the twin gate? Does he want to join this fight? Or are they just gonna do it as 3? He's gonna TP down there.
Roll. Finds Insania. And that's gonna be the kill that they get. So they knew that he was over here because of the trolls being sent up towards the tier 1 tower, and they smoke in. Would have loved a bigger kill than that, but they'll take the Enchantress. And now...
Yeah, they have to get something out of this. I like this play. It can't just be an edge kill. And you brought way too many people over here. All right, what's their vision situation look like?
Scan, they know. Snake King trying to take this right now.
9.
Dude.
He's just gonna roll into them. He just wants to find Mickey and ruin this initiation.
They're trying to do everything that they can. They gotta be careful though.
Mickey
shows, the smoke breaks. They try and walk out, the silence is out. Now the roll, the kick back. They got him caught for the moment. Can they bring him down in time? But they pull him to the side. It's not gonna matter. Crit chases forward, finds the Echo Slam. 33 trying to salvage this fight, and they will be able to bring down 9. Boxy still burning low to that Magnetize, and that stops the Roche. Cost Mickey's life, but the bigger get is not giving the Aegis away to Falcons, and Roche a little bit less than half HP.
He nearly managed to save Mickey there too with that Force Staff. Coming in from Boxy, and somehow he still escapes as well. I thought he was gonna at least have to be sacrificed for that too. So it is a net worth gain and XP gain over the side of Liquid, and plus, like you said, no Roche for them. So bad news for Falcons. 22 minutes here. Snaking's gonna stack up the Ancients. Boxy's feeling brave with the Shikuchi.
They're gonna
block it out.
Yeah, he's just trying to make sure that they're not coming to contest it. Since Roche was so low, Liquid say, yeah, we can come and finish this off. Nisha, by the way, just going maximum mobility. Hurricane Pike and has the grenade now.
Yeah.
He's setting up to carry this game.
Yeah, buying that early shard, he just doesn't want to have to deal with it. I mean, we got the invested Gleipnir, you know, the Fishers. Everything is just trying to keep you locked down in place, especially for this Razor. It's just a really hard game for Amar because he's really rich, but it does feel hard to actually lock anyone down in this game as the Razor. I feel like his shard is also going to be pretty clutch.
No, for sure. And I mean, you know, with everything that we've been seeing in these fights, as 33 is going to be found. Wait a minute, Fissure now. Oh God, Crit's just dying though. He couldn't get the full control off in time. And now Nisha beaten into Skitter. 33 somehow surviving. Does he end up surviving through the last hit? He will. The salve to keep him alive. Unreal.
Falcons not getting anything to connect here. First the Roche, then this play up top not going their way. Still 4 minutes on the Aegis of the Sniper.
I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think if Amar can get the link off onto Nisha, everything changes, but it feels like Liquid's entire draft is built around protecting him. Oh man, 33 almost went down there. And Insania survives, okay. So we'll get Sprink for himself.
Yeah, he's gonna buy that up earlier too, so now he's got to be really greedy. He's gonna have the full Hurricane Pike done here pretty soon.
Yeah, it's nuts. The mass force staffs to protect the sniper.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Falcons are hoping to keep control over that sniper in these fights. But
It's really gonna be Amar's BKB, where he just runs through this fight and gets to Nisha. That's the only thing you can hope for here, and of course that means that it's gonna come down to the chrono from Mikke as the one force here that can actually stop that from happening.
Right.
Crit gonna get the shard here, very helpful for a Shaker. Can kind of play the fight a little bit slower. Fissures, Enchant Totems waiting instead for the Echo Slam.
yeah, finding a way to get on to 9 for Crit also would be huge, obviously. They have a lot of heroes that are meant to find and catch and kill him. Snaking. They chose to let him live, not use the chrono there.
Nisha leading the charge here, huh?
Interesting.
Hey, he's got an Aegis, right?
Yeah, why not?
Let me add him.
What's the worst
Then
that
I'll
could
just
happen?
shard and Hurricane Pike, and then you'll force staff me.
9. Realizing he cannot stay there against the Enchantress.
I think Nisha's just ganking neutrals. I'm not sure where he's going. He's going all the way.
I mean, he's got that night vision. Amar. They see him. Oh, this is a rough one. Wait a minute, but...
Yeah, he pushed him back.
That was...
Maybe he was hoping he would just BKB. Amar's... Man, I can't believe how good he's at holding his BKB.
Yeah, that is kind of nuts. Boxy still hunting. Sakuchi, oh, he finds Crit. Oh no. Crit.
Oh, nice.
Blink away. Now he's taking him to snaking. Snaking's like, couldn't you have just left me alone? Why'd you have to show him where I was?
Snaking, saying something.
Enemy has vision. 4,000 gold lead now for Liquid off the back of this Aegis and a really solid laning stage. Have maintained control over this game, barring a couple of really solid performances. And the one gank that they had on Sniper.
He's about to be
Orchid.
level 20.
Bro, he has an Orchid.
Oh, that's not good news for Skitter.
Oh my God. Now realizing it, Force Staff looking for it. Oh, but he silenced 2-9 with the save. He's got the better Orchid. Now pops the Blade Mail. Mikke having a hard time beating into him, but Nisha picks up the slack. Throws out the Assassinate. A couple more punches means Bugs is off of him.
That swashbuckle.
That ripped him up.
That was crazy. Man, you could see the damage though. From that Blade Mail on the Nisha?
They're all under a ward. Fissure, control, Nisha low.
All right.
Now Assassinate onto Skitter.
25 seconds till Aegis expires.
Dude, Skitter is really playing it close here. Nisha, wanting to get to the max value out of this Aegis, is just going to back away.
Okay, maybe
but
he goes under this ward though. Crit's calling for it.
Yeah, he's under the ward. They know. They see him. Oh, this would be huge. The timing.
5, 4.
Oh, he's hiding on the trees now.
Wait, he's shrapneling? He's
Shows.
mid. He's
Shows.
mid. This might actually work. Nah, he's just too far.
Yeah.
So close.
I mean, he's playing that super safe.
Falcons are hunting for it because they don't have many choices right now, obviously.
Yeah.
And that would be such a great way to get back into this game.
Oh, they're all under a ward again. They keep on. The vision has really been rough. Snaking will find that one, though, and take those away. And now they go for the smoke up play.
All right, Nisha. Hurricane Pike, concussive grenade. Let's see if the flashbang saves them.
They got him. Roll in. Want to bring this man down. He's rooted. He is gone. This is what Falcons had been waiting for. Can they get more?
The hero you never want to steal from, Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it feels bad.
Give me one roll, Boxy. Oh, yeah.
But that vision laid down by Falcons, and another ward over there on the high ground. They're seeing all of the movements that Liquid are making.
I guess with Shard, actually, it's not as bad to steal from Earth Spirit now either.
That's true.
To get the pull, that's kind of cool.
On to Insania, rolls forward, Force Staff, Fissure, kicks back. Nice Force Staff. As they roll and get that kill.
You can see what happens when they kill Sniper. It fully crumbles.
This entire drop, there's no damage that they really have if they don't have their Sniper up. This Boxy's just rolling around a bit.
Such a ridiculous game of vision. Everything just coming down to wards. Like all the most important plays of this game. That death there on Denisha because of the wards in their jungle.
Yeah. Now Boxy does have a roll, but won't be able to get out in the mid lane, though. They find Razor. Amar all alone. Nikkei getting torn into by Skitter, though, and now forced to chrono and jump away. Razor's pulling himself out of the chrono. Sniper is back. The little man that could. They're moving in. Need a bash. Want to find a bash. There's no bash.
He's the luckiest man alive.
I cannot believe that.
He's drinking so many milkshakes.
Oh, and now, wait a minute. Nisha's out kind of far. Skitter's low on mana, though, and Nisha recognizing the danger because they were under that ward. Dude, that ward right on top of them right now, saving the Sniper's life.
Yep. Died there last time. Not this time. We'll survive.
Now, they say Dota's like a chess match. In this game, they've got full vision. It literally is.
Chess needs Fog of War. It'll be way more interesting, I think.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, a night. But yeah, I mean, it's so much easier to play Sniper. It's gotten them so many of those last fights. Somebody's got to know, like.
Nine's picking it. He wants it. He
still sees him. He goes for it. He goes for it. Nisha,
what is happening?
I cannot believe that happened. Now roll away, try and get out of there. Under control. Crit needs him. Skitter chasing forward. They get Nisha. Managed to find that kill inside of the base, and now 9 has gone finally too far. The Ghost Scepter to try and stay alive. Kicked, killed, and now 33 rolling back and forth, finding onto Amar. They don't have the Sniper, though.
Why must you tempt fate?
Dude, I cannot. There was just that little bit of vision that they saw him there with.
9 just wasn't taking no for an answer. He picked like 3 times. I'm going to do it. Listen, I'm going to roll one way or the other, so you can either be with me or against me. It is still a net worth gain for the Radiant, despite them killing a core here. Now, that being said, I mean, Sniper's not farming. He is the most important hero for Liquid.
Right.
Core heroes on Falcons still farming right now. I say core, and I know that 9's dead.
You said what you said.
I said what I said.
This amp damage, tier 1 tower going down.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And Amar almost towards that satanic. I mean, we saw that, you know, he was still vulnerable. Like, Sniper can kill him if it's, you know, any type of control around that area. Sania manages to take away that ward too. Still a couple great ones as we see this replay here.
I think it was just a case of we have so much safety. Like, look, I mean, look how far back he gets. You can understand why they go for this play.
Yeah.
And he doesn't actually get the safety. Classic Nisha. But part of the problem is that there's still the blade mail.
Yeah.
So even when you get to this big safety, it's like you've lost 80% of your HP. Blade mail will still kill you at that point.
Right.
So you don't have this glorious, like, aha, you've wasted all of your spells, and now, oh, I killed myself, you know?
No, for sure. Radiant Scan will turn red now. Crit is not with the rest of the team.
All right.
And Liquid ready to go in. They also don't have their Razor.
Nikkei's gonna do his faceless void dance here.
Oh.
He's gonna do that taunt. He's in the chair. I can see him in the booth. He's shaking his knees.
Rolling, rolling, rolling. Wanna get away. 9 backs up. And now Liquid heading into this area. There is still a ward over here too. Shadow Blade done for Crit. They will not be anticipating that one. He hit it very well. Can this be the big play that he's got level 2 Echo Slam also?
Part of the problem is that there are literally sentries everywhere because of Rubik. Because he's been trying to take Shikuchi and he keeps putting down a lot of sentries because of it to protect himself.
This scan, or this smoke, I believe, was scouted. They're staying way in the back with Amar.
Just 9.
Yeah, he's up front and center. Snake King. Rolling around, 9, spots Insania now. The Assassinate is out.
Uh-oh.
Thinking about chasing.
That ruined his roll.
The roll comes in, got him right under control. Skitter onto the other side. Mickey beats in. 9 actually backs away. Amar gets the link off now onto Mickey. He's got to run, but they pull him back in. 4 steps, then he jumps forward, tries to take this guy down. Do they have enough damage to do it? Yes, they will. Amar is gone. Is this fight just over at this point? Although 33 starts to fall, Crit still hasn't shown himself entirely. Waiting for his opportunity, ready to jump in at a moment's notice. Snake King pulled back in by Boxy, and that's going to be a dead CM with just
Skitter,
the 2.
he's still
it's
trying.
hard to imagine this working, but if they're all grouped together, maybe an opportunity for Crit. Looking for it, the fissure, no. Doesn't like the look of it. They just got to get out, and I don't know if they're going to be so lucky. The long range hits the soul burn. Skitter TP's out, and with the Sakuchi, there's no detection. They just barely managed to escape with his life.
They needed a big Hail Mary play there. And what a great use of the shard there from Mickey. Link comes out, in, out. Chrono's there. They blow up Amar. Doesn't have any sort of a buyback to get in this one and maybe give them a second opportunity. And a really bad way to start that fight for Falcons. With that Assassinate coming at the worst possible time there for 9 to end his first roll. And so he doesn't get this like bait out play that they were opting for. And then of course here right at the end, that Soulbird. Yeah, that was close. It's a bit risky there, just fortunately, because we're talking about sentries being dropped absolutely everywhere this game. There's none left, so here's a little smirk of not even close.
Looking a little bit perturbed, though. It's not the usual full-on smile I feel like we see from him. It's got to be an uncomfortable position
But
for
do you
Falcons.
have like a scale? What was that at a 10?
Listen.
Skitter smile. Was that like a 6?
But yeah, C-tier Skitter smile, we'll say. As Roshan is going to start to head up towards the north side. Nisha also getting into that Shadow Blade.
What about the eyebrow raise from Nisha? What was that at a 10?
That's always S tier.
Okay.
Every time.
Gotcha.
No doubt. That was one of those, all right, you got me.
Yep.
That's what it felt like.
I think he makes that noise every time, like, oh.
Yeah.
Nisha putting that Shadow Blade back in the inventory here, wants to be extra sneaky. We need some vision down, folks. We got invis heroes everywhere.
Snaking. Oh, Ogre Seal to try and get away.
He's flopping. Oh, they're all on a ward again.
Yep, they are all standing right on top of it. They roll onto the roller. That one is stronger. 9 pops the BKB. Crit, fissure, connection, magnetize, hit from Skitter. Low mana though. Fusel Blade's big, and the mid-game Chrono is exactly what they needed. Liquid turn up.
Oh man, and Amar, he tried to chase Nisha to the high ground though.
It's not meant to be. Even with the Satanic, you cannot survive against the pesky little dwarf.
Yeah, Amar, like he did it. He got on the sniper, but he used the Hurricane Bike, he used Concussive Ray, got up to the high ground to the worst possible positioning for Amar, and he's just down there stuck.
Oh, crit.
Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam.
Is he gonna do it? I mean...
Oh, no, don't ruin this, Boxy. Don't ruin this for us.
Oh, no, he got lifted. Boxy was ready. Oh, he was so ready. God damn. What a play.
He's so relaxed about it, too. So effortlessly cool.
That must have been, like, precasted. It felt like it was like he just got vision of him right as that happened, but
or he was just mashing.
That's a possibility.
Some good old mashing.
I think 9 was going for Mickey there, and 33 interrupting the roll-in with his own rolling.
Yeah.
Really nicely played.
And that Chrono's happening. And the whole reason why Amar's not here is because, as you can see off to the east there, he was BKB chasing Nisha, and look where Nisha wound up. Yeah. And then it's like, uh-oh, I got a problem now.
Can see struggling to figure out what they need to do now at this point in time in the game. 10,000 gold lead for Liquid at 37 minutes in with an Aegis in hand on the Faceless Void. Nisha still sticking to the cheese.
Falcons gonna try and solve the problem one way. Snaking has bought a gem.
Okay.
That has been, I mean,
Honestly,
Wards have been winning this game.
Yes, that's huge.
Yeah, the vision has been a serious problem for both teams. Every good fight has just been won by a ward.
Dude, I can only imagine right now Blitz and Owie are just in the back just screaming about wards. You know what I mean? Like, they watch their team over and over and over again just sitting on top of wards as the fights are about to break out. It's rough.
I mean, there's only so much you could do. Like, there's...
Of course.
You know, they're just good wards.
Of course. They're great wards. But I think it's got to be maddening.
All right. Scotty online for Mickey. He's doing the dance.
He's ready. As that's going to be a tier 2 tower going down.
He's level 24?
He's huge, man.
I didn't think he was the highest level in the game, actually.
He's been able to survive throughout all of these fights pretty much. Just
And
2 deaths on
he
him.
wants to keep surviving with the Havoc Hammer.
Right? He's ready. Fissure to try and stop this. Again, you've got tremendous burst potential from the side of Falcons.
Tremendous?
Tremendous.
Oh. Are you hoping to discombobulate them?
Maybe a little bit. We'll see if it ends up happening.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But Satanic's still a little ways away from Mickey. I think that, I mean, it's not an easy high ground push.
Silence?
That was a nice reaction. That was a great reaction. That's the Aegis.
Okay.
I mean, he had BKB as silence for a while. I don't know how much of it was a stun, and now the stun. Mickey down to half HP before he manages to get the time to jump away.
That Daedalus is kind of scary.
For sure.
Can they get on the Nisha, though?
You got to be careful about the turnaround chrono potential. Time lapse back away. 9 rolls in, is taking so much damage, and there it is! The chrono onto 3! The perfect connection as they pull Amar lower. But Amar turns, wants to fight, realizes you cannot afford to do that. 9 ready to roll in. Do they have any more damage in the works? No.
Even with the Satanic running.
It's too tough.
It just didn't look good. They're going to have to back out. Fantastic chrono there from Mickey. 9 buys back. They're going to get the tower. They'll retreat after. There is still a glyph available as well here for Falcon, so there's no need to immediately rush back in here as Liquid.
When you get like the little geometry triangle inside the circle, you know what I mean? That just looks pretty cool.
That roll was so close too.
Look at that.
A little bit short.
Oh, that is an equilateral if I ever saw it.
Oh,
what a
that's a good triangle. More of an isosceles guy myself, but maybe Scalene if I'm really feeling frisky that day.
Irregular. I don't know what it is. It's been a while.
Are there more than 3?
I think there are.
I don't think so. I think it's just Scalene, equilateral, and isosceles.
Maybe you're right.
Oh, I'm right.
Okay,
I know my triangles. It's the strongest shape.
I think circle is.
That's probably somehow true.
Yeah. Well, Boxy now has more help at being able to pull people if things start to get a little bit dicey. And Falcons feeling the pressure to make something happen. Nisha is completely alone up here and about to walk into a ward. That is a ward sentry. Oh my God, they have been gifted such a kill.
All right, eyebrow check.
Eyebrow check, we'll find out. That could not have gone better for Falcons.
I don't even know how that happens. I'm sure Nisha doesn't either.
Oh.
What can they get out of this, though? I mean, they already wanted to get aggressive because they knew Chrono was down. So the whole goal was thinking like, hey, we have Echo. We didn't use that high ground defense. Let's get out on the map and try to use our spells.
Wait a minute now.
Oh, he had one hand up.
You're right. He was scratching his head. Oh, God, no. Oh, they're on me. All right, bye.
Wow. Complacency.
Yeah.
Crit still trying to find something here. Is he going to go for a ward, perhaps?
He does have one to go deep with if he needs it. Oh, they pinged. They saw him, I think, or maybe not.
Man, that must have been his ping, surely, because that looked exactly on top of him.
No, I think they. Oh my God! Oh my God! Well,
he
they
predicted
find him
where
there.
he was going to blink.
I think he just stepped a little bit into vision. Nikkei, oh man, that one hurts. You would have loved for this to go better with Sniper dead, and it is not going the way they wanted it to at all.
And they don't want a chrono, I don't think, without the Sniper, though. So, looks like in the end, they're not going to be punished too hard. It's more so just the lost opportunity of getting that deep in their territory and hoping they can find something. They're going to smoke up.
They're still trying to catch Amar.
Great time to find Nimbus, Rune. Oh, he went for it. He got him.
He managed to do it.
Respect.
Pulls him in. And Amar BKB won't be able to survive through that one.
That sentry up on the high ground, not belonging to the Radiant. That was
Damn.
Nick just feeling it there. God, that's so easy to miss.
Yeah.
Just caught him on the tip.
33. And shove out these waves, and Liquid, after wiping off the wounds of a dead Nisha, are ready to start pushing forward. And he's still going very boldly as a first point of contact for the team.
If you buy survivability, you got to use it.
That's true.
Sometimes you're going to die.
Absolutely.
But he's 11, 4, and 13. All right. Better Weaver is even more improved now with an Octarine core on Boxy. He is slowly catching up to 9.
Tries to hit the silence there from the Earth Spirit, but can't quite connect onto it as Mickey has finished the refresher. Now, Amar is still dead for 30. If you want to take a fight, it's pretty tough to do it without your Razor, and that means that they're likely going to be getting not just one set of racks, but maybe more. So take a look at the beautiful set that Nisha's playing with in this one. Got a lovely sombrero there.
He does look good while he's doing it.
Absolutely. Hits keep on coming. 7 seconds until Lamar. Liquid, are they going to stick around at that point? Again, they've got double.
9 just bought refresher as well.
Oh. Okay.
All right, so you're going to fight through 11 seconds of Blade Mail.
He did go also, like, he has slightly lower range because he took the 10 spell amp damage, but the magnetized damage duration and all the rest of it, he does do a ton in these fights if you can manage to get him off.
Yeah.
But you can see Liquid, yeah, they're...
My ears.
They're holding their ground. Full Wind Waker with Blink Dagger on 33. 30,000 net worth being held on Nisha.
Certainly one of the items of our tournament here.
Oh, yeah.
Gleipnirs, Wind Wakers, Eternal Shrouds. I feel like that's the big 3.
I feel like Nullifier should be coming back at some point. We're starting to see some more of them, but with how popular Wind Waker has been, it's just got to be the way to go. Now, here's the thing that's interesting. Roche, it's a quick spawn, and Falcons are already there.
Well, they were.
Oh, no.
I mean, they're in their base.
They can't do it. All right, Snaking getting hit, pulls him in and brings him down, and there is the pull-in from Insania. Dude, the Wild Wing Ripper initiation, and now has the second chrono if he wants it. Do they decide to go for more? Blink out with everybody after the buyback from Snake King.
9? Oof.
He lives through that, but the racks, they cannot run away. Look at the inevitability of Sniper. He's coming for you. It's a scary little man down there in the corner. It's gonna end your life. As the last set of racks likely to go down.
All right, 9 has refreshed.
Chase, 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 link up onto Mickey, kicks him in, and Amar gets closer, disarmed, forced away. There's the chrono as they pull him back in, starts to beat away constantly at Amar. Amar is dead. 9 will manage to get out. The Echo Slam isn't enough damage to take down Mickey. It is! Crit with the save box, he stole an Echo, throws it back the other direction, but with 2 dead and no buyback, they're still looking for more. Mickey TP's back to the fight as Nisha's already got the triple. GG is called. Liquid take game number 1 over Falcons. They have turned up.
For a long part of this game, it wasn't necessarily totally in Liquid's favor, right? There were definitely moments where it felt like Falcons could do something getting on the map, but it always felt like it was an uphill battle. Partly because there was a sniper on the top of that hill, which made it really difficult, but also because of the situation of 9 in the mid lane on this Earth Spirit. Like, it's such a tough game for him. Everything has to go well, and that's really the end of it, you know?
Absolutely. Well, it did go well for Liquid, and no, says Nisha, wearing Boxy's jersey, if I saw right on the back there. But let's head on back to the panel, let them break this all down.
Might have to have an inquiry about why Nisha's wearing Boxy's jersey there, but everything Lyrical and Trent is so right. That mid